Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 453, Top-Level Box. Bill slept soundly until evening when he was finally woken up, but the process was a bit of a team effort. Fred and George came up with the idea, Ron fetched the water, Ginny passed the bucket, and Charlie delivered the final touch by splashing the entire bucket of cool water directly onto Bill's face. Even if Bill wanted to get angry, he wouldn't have known who to blame. Since Bill and Charlie were both home, and it was Kyle's birthday, Mrs. Weasley had been busy in the kitchen since noon, preparing a big, delicious dinner. Just as Kyle had hoped, Chris arrived with his bottle of 150-year-old fire whiskey. Mr. Weasley's eyes lit up when he saw the impressive number on the label. Unable to resist, Bill asked for a small glass, but this time he paced himself, sipping it slowly like Mr. Weasley. So instead of passing out immediately, he only collapsed onto the table near the end of dinner. Unfortunately, he did so just as Percy was taking a sip of his soup, splashing it all over Percy's shirt. Percy, displeased, pointed out that it was the shirt he intended to wear to work the next day. Even after Mrs. Weasley cleaned the soup stains off with a quick spell, Percy muttered under his breath as he returned to his room. If he's so afraid of getting dirty, he shouldn't have worn it to dinner, Fred commented. Maybe he thought Mr. Crouch would drop by, George added with a laugh. Mrs. Weasley gave both of them a light smack on the head, which quickly shut them up. But this little mishap didn't spoil the cheerful mood. After dinner, the younger ones who hadn't had any alcohol helped Bill up to his room. Meanwhile, Charlie had slumped over the table across from him. Ron and Ginny tried tugging and pulling at him for a while, but they couldn't move him far, so they settled on shifting him from his chair to the floor. A few gnomes even wandered over, curiously poking Charlie's face with their long, thin fingers. Go away. Ron shooed the gnomes off before he and Ginny dragged Charlie back inside to the burrow. The next morning, Charlie woke up with a vague, dull ache, feeling as though he'd been trampled by a dragon. And so, the days drifted by until mid-August. One evening, Mr. Weasley came home beaming with excitement. Did you get the tickets, Dad? Fred asked, his face lighting up. Oh, I have a surprise for you, Mr. Weasley said, pretending to sound disappointed, though he couldn't hide the grin on his face. A big surprise. He pulled out a stack of colorful tickets. 13 of them, and they're all for the best seats in the house. Fred asked in a hushed tone, what do you mean by the best seats? The top box, Mr. Weasley replied. We'll be right up front, sitting in the same row as the Minister of Magic. Oh, brilliant. Fred and George's faces flushed with excitement as they clapped each other on the shoulders. They'd assumed Mr. Weasley would, at best, get tickets for the regular stands, but the top box was beyond their wildest hopes. It was the best spot in the stadium, offering a perfect view of the entire field. Dad, how did you manage that? Ron asked in admiration. For some special reason, many people in the ministry couldn't attend the match, Mr. Weasley explained. So the Department of Magical Games and Sports gave Chris and me these tickets. This way, the top box won't look so empty. That's lucky. Ron said, unable to hide his excitement. But 13 tickets still aren't enough, Fred said, frowning as he did a quick count. There are 9 of us in our family, plus Kyle's family, Harry, Hermione, Cho, Conna, Cedric. We're still short. Don't worry, dear, Mrs. Weasley said with a smile. I'm not much for those big, noisy events, so I'll give my ticket to Harry, and Hermione can have my other one. Same here, Chris said, chuckling. We have more important things to deal with than the World Cup, that's part of why the top box is empty to begin with. And Diggory already has a ticket, we ran into him at the Department of Magical Games and Sports. So, that leaves 11 tickets, Fred counted. The last 2 can go to Cho and Conna. Excellent. Fred and George high-fived again. With the ticket arrangement settled, the group went back to the burrow. Mrs. Weasley began writing letters to let Harry and Hermione know. Hermione's letter was easy, she simply sent it off with an owl. But when it came time to write to Harry, Mrs. Weasley hesitated. She remembered that Harry's aunt and uncle despised anything to do with wizards, and sending an owl might offend them. Leave it to me, Molly, said Mr. Weasley, stepping forward with confidence. I know exactly how muggles send letters. They need these. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a handful of colorful stamps. Just stick these on the envelope and drop it in the post box. There's one just outside the ministry entrance. I've been wanting to try that for ages. Are you sure, Arthur? Mrs. Weasley asked. Just put it in the post box, and it'll be fine. Trust me. I'm a professional. All right. Mrs. Weasley looked at the pile of stamps. How many should I put on? Mr. Weasley hesitated, then, with a determined look, said, put them all on. If there aren't enough, the letter might come back. Okay. Kyle watched as Mrs. Weasley began affixing all the stamps, covering nearly the entire envelope and leaving just a small square for the Dursleys' address. Actually, Kyle ventured, one stamp should be enough. If you put too many, it might look a bit suspicious. One stamp? Mr. Weasley asked in surprise. Kyle nodded, picking up a single 10-penny stamp. Yes, this one will do. Let's take the others off. Mr. Weasley quickly gathered up the extra stamps. They were part of his prized collection, and he'd felt a pang at seeing them all stuck on the envelope. Now he felt as if he'd reclaimed something precious. With the letter prepared, Mrs. Weasley clapped her hands. There. The tournament's on the weekend, so we'll pick Harry up Friday, and we'll be just in time. What if his aunt and uncle say no? Ron asked. He can't miss the tournament. Of course he can't miss it, Mrs. Weasley said. We're picking him up whether they agree or not, but it's only polite to pretend we're asking their permission. Chapter 454, Connor's reply. Friday arrived, the day before the Quidditch World Cup. In the morning, a brand new car pulled into St. Catchpole Village. Hermione had arrived. Mrs. Weasley had offered to pick her up, but Mr. Granger had thought it was too much trouble, so he followed the address on the letter and drove Hermione himself. As a token of his appreciation, he brought along a bundle of oral care kits as a gift. Oh, what a beautiful car. Mr. Weasley's eyes sparkled as he admired the silver sedan Mr. Granger drove. Ever since Ron had lost their old Ford, Mrs. Weasley had expressly forbidden Mr. Weasley from buying another car, so now he could only enjoy them from afar, circling the sedan and even crouching down to inspect the wheel patterns. Mr. Granger was used to this kind of behavior by now and didn't mind, even handing Mr. Weasley the keys. After all, when he first encountered the wizarding world, he hadn't behaved much better himself. Mrs. Weasley came out and invited Mr. Granger to stay for lunch, but he politely declined, saying he had another appointment with a client later. Mr. Granger was a dentist, a profession Mr. Weasley found endlessly fascinating. After he left, Mr. Weasley took the oral care kits and went off to study them with great interest. Meanwhile, Mrs. Weasley called Ginny over and asked her to show Hermione around the burrow. It was Hermione's first time seeing a wizard's home, and she was utterly captivated by everything. The atmosphere was so different from school, it all felt distinctly magical and homely. By afternoon, Cedric and Cho had arrived, adding to the group's numbers. As Fred and George noted, they had never seen the house so lively and crowded. Kyle had written a letter to Conna, inviting her to join them, but when his owl, Ratton, returned, it brought only a short reply saying she'd meet them at the match site the following day. Along with the note, Ratton carried a small bottle of a bluish potion, a poisonous mixture commonly used to get rid of household pests. Around 5 p.m., Mr. Weasley prepared to pick up Harry. It was his turn, and he intended to make the trip while the others finished preparing dinner. Dad, can we come with you? Fred and George volunteered. They'd rushed back from Kyle's house the moment they heard that someone was going to pick up Harry. All right, Mr. Weasley agreed, but after a moment of thought, he added, no tricks. The family doesn't like wizards, and we don't want to get Harry into trouble. I don't think he could get into any worse trouble with them, Fred muttered, remembering their last encounter with the Dursleys. Mr. Weasley didn't hear that, as he was busy throwing Floo powder into the fireplace. He had arranged through the Floo Network Authority to temporarily connect the Dursleys' fireplace to the Floo Network, specifically to pick up Harry. Although it was generally against Ministry policy to connect Muggle fireplaces, Mr. Weasley had friends in the right places, including some at the Floo Network Authority, and the application was swiftly approved, for a brief 10-minute window. Knowing that Muggles used stamps for mail and that wizards used Floo powder to visit, Kyle didn't know whether to be amused or horrified. Given the choice, he figured the Dursleys would prefer an all delivery over someone bursting out of their fireplace unannounced. But he didn't interfere. The designated pickup time was 5 p.m., and with less than 10 minutes left, they had little choice. Apparition might alarm the Dursleys even more. Hurry up. We only have 10 minutes. Mr. Weasley called. As the flames in the fireplace turned green, he stepped forward and called out Harry's address, for Privet Drive. The green flames shot up sharply, and Mr. Weasley vanished. Fred and George followed closely behind, stepping into the fireplace one after the other. Ron moved to join them, but Mrs. Weasley held him back. Not too big a group, that family doesn't like wizards, she reminded him. Hearing this, Hermione, who had been excited to try the Floo Network, held back as well. 5 minutes later, Fred was the first to reappear. As soon as Fred walked out of the fireplace, he hurried over to Kyle, whispering excitedly, I tossed a bag of sweets when I left, and I made sure to leave one behind on purpose. At that moment, George and Harry arrived, emerging from the fireplace together. Did he eat it? Fred asked eagerly, reaching out to help Harry up. Yes, Harry replied, getting to his feet. But what was that? A balloon candy. Fred grinned. It was actually your idea, and we've been waiting all summer for someone to test it on. The small kitchen filled with laughter. Harry let out a sigh of relief. He had thought he'd blown Dudley up again when he saw him floating uncontrollably toward the ceiling, just like Aunt Marge last year. Harry looked around and greeted everyone. Charlie and Bill, curious to meet him for the first time, greeted him as well. They had only heard about the boy who lived and were eager to see him in person. But soon, the fire in the fireplace died down. "Mr. Weasley hasn't come out yet," Hermione said nervously. "Don't worry," Ron waved his hand, "Dad'll find a way." Ron hadn't even finished when a faint popping sound echoed, and Mr. Weasley suddenly appeared next to George, looking furious. "This is no laughing matter, Fred," he scolded. "What did you give that muggle boy to eat?" "I didn't give him anything," Fred replied with a wicked grin. "I just happened to accidentally spill it on the floor, and he picked it up and ate it himself, so it's not my fault. If he'd handed the sweet back to me, nothing would have happened, right?" "You did it on purpose," Mr. Weasley snapped, knowing his son too well. "You know he's on a diet, of course he'd eat it." "Did he really fly?" George asked eagerly. "All the way to the ceiling," Mr. Weasley replied. Harry and the Weasley brothers burst into laughter again. "This isn't funny," Mr. Weasley insisted, frowning. "This kind of behavior damages relations between wizards and muggles. You shouldn't." "It has nothing to do with him being a muggle," Fred interrupted angrily. "It's because he's always tormenting Harry," George added. "And that family won't even give him dinner." "Exactly," Harry said earnestly. To make Dudley feel better about his own diet, Aunt Petunia gave Harry even smaller portions, often only a few miserable slices of grapefruit per meal. Dudley even stole food from Harry when he could. If it hadn't been for the food Ron and Hermione sent over the summer, Harry wasn't sure he'd have made it through the month. "That's not the point. What you did was wrong," Mr. Weasley said, still irritated. "They'll take it out on Harry, you're only causing him trouble." "It's all right, Mr. Weasley," Harry shrugged, showing he didn't mind. His aunt and uncle would never change their view of him, especially after he'd accidentally inflated Aunt Marge last year. To him, this was just another chapter in a long book. Whatever. Chapter 455, Departure. The arrival of their friends made the burrow even livelier than before. Everyone was laughing, shouting, and arguing, chasing gnomes in the garden or mock-dueling over the tables late into the night until Mrs. Weasley finally sent them off to their rooms. The next day dawned early. Kyle was up at first light, dressed, and made his way to the burrow. The Weasleys seemed to have just woken up too, hair tousled, yawning, and looking only half awake. "Darling, I was just about to wake you," Mrs. Weasley said, coming over with a tray of pastrami sandwiches. "We're leaving soon, so have a bite." Kyle nodded and took a sandwich, glancing over as Mr. Weasley eagerly showed Harry the muggle clothes he'd put together for the day. "What do you think?" he asked. "We need to blend in, after all." "Do I look like a muggle, Harry?" Harry smiled. "Yes." Though the mismatched golf shirt and jeans were a bit off, they were passable enough for any muggle street. "Why aren't Bill, Charlie, and Percy here?" Fred asked as he munched on a sandwich. "They'll apparate over," Mrs. Weasley said, placing a big pot of porridge on the table and ladling it into everyone's bowls. "So they're getting to sleep in a bit." Fred muttered something, his mouth too full of sandwich for anyone to understand. Kyle sighed. He could apparate, too, but he was still too young to take the licensing exam, so he had to get up early and go with the rest of the group. Footsteps sounded in the hallway as Cho, Hermione, and Ginny entered the kitchen, looking pale and slightly disheveled, their hair resembling birds' nests. Ginny plopped down at the table, grumbling about the early wake-up call. Breakfast didn't take long. After gulping down porridge and sandwiches, everyone was ready. "Time to go." "Have fun," Mrs. Weasley said, glancing at her watch. "I'll send Bill, Charlie, and Percy over at noon." With that, the group set off through the still dark yard, heading toward a distant hill. As they walked, Harry asked curiously, "Where's the Quidditch match being held?" "It's been a real logistical nightmare," Mr. Weasley sighed. "With about 100,000 wizards coming to watch, we couldn't just pick a typical location. Imagine trying to cram that many wizards into Diagon Alley or Platform 9 3/4. So, we found an isolated swamp and have taken every possible precaution against muggles. The ministry's been working on this for months." "So, how are we getting there?" Harry asked. "On foot." "Of course not," Mr. Weasley replied. "We're using a portkey. It's a magical object that transports wizards from one place to another at a designated time. The closest one to us is up on the Stoatshed Hill, that's where we're headed." The journey was much longer than expected, and Kyle could hear Harry's breathing grow heavier, especially as they climbed Stoatshed Hill. When they finally reached the top, daylight had begun to break, and everyone was already feeling worn out. Mr. Weasley wiped the sweat from his forehead, panting, "Good, we're right on time, 10 minutes to go." "Yo, Arthur," a voice called out ahead. A man with a brown beard stood there, holding an old, moldy boot in his hand. "Come quickly. We've got the port key," he called out with a grin. "Amos," Mr. Weasley said, smiling as he strode over to greet the men. Harry and Hermione looked over as he introduced him. "This is Amos Diggory. He works in the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. And here's his son, Cedric. I think you all know him." Of course, they knew Cedric. "Hi, how are you?" Cedric greeted everyone warmly before moving to the end of the line. He spotted Cho and walked over, smiling. "Cho, did you sleep well?" "It was all right. Just too early of a morning," she said, cheeks flushed from the climb. Cedric, clearly smitten, couldn't take his eyes off her. "TSK." Fred whispered to Kyle in mock disgust. "Why isn't he looking at us? Are we invisible?" "At least to him, pretty much," Kyle said with a shrug. "Ho ho," George snickered. "I'd love to pop a balloon candy in his mouth, let him float all the way to the World Cup." "Put in 2 more, Kyle suggested with a smirk, "make sure he floats high." While they muttered about Cedric, the adults chatted nearby. "That was a bit of a walk, wasn't it, Arthur?" Mr. Diggory said, passing Mr. Weasley the old boot. "It was the only spot nearby without muggles," Mr. Weasley replied. "And you?" "We were up at 2, Mr. Diggory said, rubbing his eyes. "I'll be honest, I'd have preferred it if Cedric could apparate by now. But it's worth it for the Quidditch World Cup, can't miss it." "Where are your seats?" "Top box," Mr. Diggory said proudly. "Chris helped Ludo Bagman out with something a while back, and we managed to get the best seats. Only 1 ticket, though, so I let Cedric have it." "No ticket for you." Mr. Weasley frowned. "There were regular seats available, but I passed on them," Mr. Diggory said with a shrug. "I've got other things to handle while most people are tied up with the World Cup, so I'll be busy anyway. Just keep an eye on Cedric for me." "Of course," Mr. Weasley nodded. "But I thought you were a fan of Quidditch." "Oh, I am," Mr. Diggory said, his voice rising in frustration. "But not this year's teams. Peru didn't make it to the finals, so what's the point?" Mr. Weasley nodded, remembering that Amos was an avid Peru fan. They'd been knocked out by Ireland in the semi-finals, and it looked like Amos was still bitter about it. Mr. Weasley decided it was best to let the topic drop. "Don't worry, Cedric's in good hands," he assured Mr. Diggory. Then he glanced at his watch and called out, 1 minute left. "Hurry up, everyone, get in position. Just make sure a finger touches the port key." The group, laden with large backpacks, managed to squeeze around the old boot Mr. Weasley held out. They formed a tight circle. 3. Mr. Weasley muttered, eyes fixed on his watch. 2, 1. Chapter 456, Direction Guiding Fireworks. Kyle was well practiced in portkey travel, and when they landed, he was standing firmly on the ground. Harry and Ron, however, stumbled and nearly face-planted into the nearby undergrowth. 5 minutes and 7 seconds from Stowshed Hill, announced a voice. Ahead of them stood 2 weary-looking wizards with dark circles under their eyes, likely in charge of registration. "Good morning, Basil," said Mr. Weasley, picking up the battered boot and handing it over. Basil tossed it into a large suitcase beside him filled with used portkeys, discarded items like old newspapers, empty cans, and broken light bulbs. "Hello, Arthur," Basil replied, looking drained. "Lucky you're not on duty. But you'd better move aside, there's a big group arriving from the Black Forest at 5:15. Weasley's camp, here it is, 1/4 of a mile ahead, in the first field. Caretaker's name is Mr. Roberts." "Excuse me," Kyle interjected. "Do you know if Conna Prince has arrived yet?" Basil glanced at his thick parchment. "She arrived about 10 minutes before you. She's also in the first field." "Thanks." Mr. Weasley noticed Basil's exhaustion and beckoned the others to move along. "Looks like they've been here all night, and there are still at least 10 hours to go. Not an easy job." "Are they the only ones on duty?" Harry asked. "I believe so," Mr. Weasley replied. "The ministry doesn't have enough staff." They walked through the deserted marsh for about 20 minutes, until a door appeared ahead, along with a small stone building. Beyond it, hundreds of oddly shaped tents stretched across the fields. When they reached the stone house, they saw a man at the door speaking to a wizard in strange attire, a rubber overshoe on one foot and a South American-style cloak. The man looked perplexed as he tried to explain that he needed British pounds, not galleons or sickles. In frustration, the wizard impatiently shoved a handful of galleons at him, advising him to exchange them at Gringotts. Mr. Roberts, clearly a genuine muggle, stared at the coins in disbelief. Just then, a wizard in bloomers appeared out of nowhere, seemingly dropping from the sky. "Obliviate," he said, waving his wand. Mr. Roberts's eyes went unfocused, and a dazed look crossed his face. The galleons in his hand were replaced with British pounds. "Here's a map of the campsite," Mr. Roberts said calmly, handing it to the wizard in front of him. "Memory charm." Harry murmured with a frown. Why not just let a wizard be the campsite manager? "I don't know either," Mr. Weasley said, lowering his voice. "But I suspect someone wants to make a show of it, as if to prove that wizards and muggles get along well. Especially since there are so many foreign wizards here this time." Mr. Weasley gave a small shrug, showing he wasn't thrilled with the arrangement himself. But as it was the minister's decision, there was little he could do to change it. After the wizard left, it was Mr. Weasley's turn in line. Meanwhile, at the back, Fred shot Kyle a wink and slipped away. "Dad, we're going to explore the campsite, see you later," Fred called, and he and George dashed toward the campsite. Kyle, Cedric, and Cho immediately followed suit. "Remember, no wandering off too far or getting into trouble," Mr. Weasley shouted after them, "or I'll be telling your mothers when we get back." The boys waved back in acknowledgement and kept going until they reached the bustling campsite. Fred and George turned back, grinning. "How about here?" "Plenty of people around already," Fred said, surveying the crowd. Kyle took a look. Indeed, 2 rows of tents were packed close by, and groups of wizards were mingling, greeting old friends. "This should work," Kyle nodded. Cedric pointed his wand at a nearby stone, which transformed into a small cart with a bucket. Kyle then pulled out several suitcases that had been enchanted with the undetectable extension charm, opening the lids and neatly arranging the merchandise on the cart. He picked up a firework and launched it into the air. Boom. The firework burst, forming a giant shamrock pattern that lit up the sky. The display quickly caught the attention of passers-by. "Oh, brilliant," said a young man, clearly an Irish supporter. He ran over, pointing at the fireworks. "How much are these?" "2 sickles each," Kyle replied, "or 1 galleon for 10. "I'll take 10. The man handed over a galleon. "Oh, and that hat, it dances." "I'll have an Irish one, and a flag, and a poster showing Ivanova's signature move." The men left happily, 5 galleons lighter and with an armful of souvenirs. Fred and George grinned widely, thrilled to have such a generous customer right off the bat. "These are fantastic." A middle-aged wizard stepped forward, eyeing the merchandise. "But I'm rooting for Bulgaria." "Got anything for their fans?" "Of course," Fred said, setting off another firework, which exploded into the shape of a red lion. "I'll take 10 of those, same price, right?" the man asked. "And give me a hat and a badge too, all Bulgaria." "Coming right up." Soon, a small crowd gathered, drawn by the display. With prices reasonable and items festive, most people were happy to splurge a little. Watching the game decked out in team gear was all part of the experience, and most wizards who could afford tickets didn't mind spending a few sickles on a memorable souvenir. Just then, someone else approached the cart. "Hello, I'd like a badge." The voice sounded familiar, and Kyle looked up, surprised. "Kanna!" Cho exclaimed. "How did you know we were here?" "I saw those." Kanna pointed at the team symbols glowing in the air. "I figured it had to be you guys. No wonder you kept setting off those fireworks," Fred said, giving Kyle a suspicious look. "Was this your plan all along, to signal Kanna?" "Ah, so that's why," George said. "I was wondering why you insisted on more fireworks even though we already had a crowd." "Well, it worked, didn't it?" Kyle shrugged. "That's true," Fred admitted. "With a camp this size, finding anyone would have been tricky." "Master Kyle." A shrill voice piped up nearby. Everyone turned to see that Kanna was accompanied by an elderly, grim-looking house elf. "Creature?" Kyle asked in surprise. "What are you doing here?" "Mr. Snape ordered Creature to watch over Miss Kanna," the house elf replied. "He does not believe it's safe here." Kyle got the distinct feeling Creature was hiding something. Chapter 457, Chapter 457, I am your brother, after all. After Kanna joined the group, they continued pushing the cart through the bustling campsite, each wearing something colorful to attract attention. Business was steady and lively, with plenty of customers stopping to buy souvenirs. During a quiet moment, Kyle took the opportunity to ask Creature about Regulus, but Creature could only choke back tears, muttering that Master Regulus was becoming more and more like his old self. Kyle got the sense that things were progressing, just as he had hoped. As noon approached, the crowd around the campsite grew thicker. "It was worth working so hard all summer," Fred said contentedly, wiping sweat from his forehead and looking down at their half-empty fireworks case. By now, they were hungry and had pushed their cart toward the far end of the site. George squinted into the distance, looking around. "Where is it?" Didn't Lee Jordan say it was around here? He was searching for the Weasley family's tent. In their eagerness to get going that morning, he'd forgotten to ask exactly where their tent was. Thankfully, they had run into Lee Jordan, their Hogwarts friend and the school's Quidditch commentator, who mentioned seeing Harry and Ginny near the trees on the edge of the field. Following his directions, they'd eventually found their way here. "Oh, over there," Cedric said, suddenly pointing to a clearing not too far away. Harry and Ron were emerging from a tent, carrying a pot between them. Mr. Weasley was nearby, struggling with a pile of firewood. "Oh, went out again. I thought Hermione had lit it already." Mr. Weasley was on his hands and knees, blowing hard at the barely smoldering fire, his face and clothes now covered in ash. "Dad, what are you doing?" Fred asked, amused. "Did you leave your wand at home?" "Now, Fred, it's about blending in," Mr. Weasley replied, standing up and rubbing his sore neck from all the bending. "I don't think lunch will be any time soon," George muttered. "Dad loves these blend in with the Muggles rules." Mr. Weasley, not hearing him, looked up with a curious expression. "Where have you all been? I thought you'd gotten lost." "Oh, just a little World Cup goodwill tour," Fred replied, grinning. "Wizards here are very enthusiastic." "Of course they are," Mr. Weasley said, smiling. "The World Cup only comes around once in a while, and everyone's been looking forward to it." Just then, Mr. Weasley noticed the unfamiliar face standing behind Fred. "You must be Kanna," he said. "Kanna Prince." Kanna replied quickly. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Weasley." "The pleasure's all mine, young lady," Mr. Weasley responded warmly. "Come on in, I managed to borrow a large enough tent this time, so you can even choose your own rooms. But lunch might be a bit delayed. I still need to figure out how to get this fire going." "Oh. And who are you?" Turning around, he saw a house elf standing behind him, whom he hadn't noticed before. Oddly enough, the pile of firewood he'd been struggling with was now cheerfully burning. "Sorry, Mr. Weasley," Kanna said. "This is Creature. I brought him with me, but he doesn't know the Muggle protection regulations yet." "All right, never mind." Mr. Weasley looked a bit disappointed but said, "Since our tent is at the back, even if we use a bit of magic now and then, Mr. Roberts won't notice." He sighed, as it seemed he'd been just on the verge of figuring out how to use matches. But with the fire already blazing, there was no sense putting it out and starting over. He carefully placed a pot on the fire, adjusting it to prepare a makeshift stew. But before he could get started, Creature moved beside him, clutching a spoon and looking up expectantly. With Creature's intense gaze fixed on him, Mr. Weasley felt oddly out of place, as if he were intruding on someone else's job. Reluctantly, he stepped aside, giving the house elf room to work. Creature took over naturally, stirring the pot with practiced ease. "Fine, fine," Mr. Weasley muttered, stepping back. Then, noticing Kanna about to speak, he added, "It's actually quite nice to have a house elf helping out now and then. At least we won't go hungry waiting for my cooking." Clearly, he had a realistic view of his own culinary abilities. At that moment, the rest of the group returned, carrying water. The instant Percy spotted Fred and George, he launched into a lecture. "You two shouldn't be running off like that," he said, trying to sound serious. "You're going to get Dad into trouble, and probably the rest of the ministry, too. You'd better behave yourselves. If I catch you pulling any more tricks, I'll mark us down." Fred asked with mock fear. "But we're not at Hogwarts anymore." "And you're not head boy anymore," George added. "Or a prefect." The twins burst into laughter. Meanwhile, Bill noticed the trolley parked nearby. He picked up a firework and tossed it into the air. Bang! The firework exploded, sending a giant four-leaf clover shimmering in the sky. "So it was you," Bill said with a grin. "My friend Bacchus mentioned he'd bought some cool gadgets for cheap, but by the time I went looking, you'd already moved on." Fred's interest perked up immediately. "Need more?" 2 sickles each, or 10 for a galleon." "And the one you just threw is free," George added, grinning. "Can't argue with that," Bill laughed, fishing out a galleon. "Thanks. I'll take the Irish team set." Charlie, who was nearby, bought a set of Bulgarian fireworks. Hearing the commotion, the others came out of the tent, curiously gathering around the cart. "How much for this hat?" Ron asked, holding up a flamboyant green and gold Irish hat. 1 galleon, Fred replied. "That's a bit steep," Ron muttered, fishing around in his pockets. "How about a family discount?" 1 galleon, Fred said with a grin. Ron frowned. "But I'm your brother." Fred and George exchanged a mischievous look. "Oh, then it's 2 galleons," they said in unison. Ron tossed the hat back on the cart in frustration, and everyone burst into laughter. Harry tried to stifle his laughter out of loyalty to Ron, but he couldn't keep a straight face either. Despite the antics, almost everyone bought something. Hermione and Ginny picked out hairpins, Mr. Weasley put on a Bulgarian supporter's hat, and Harry bought a bit of everything except the hairpins, giving half of his haul to Ron. Chapter 458, Interrupting the Bet. As more people filled the grounds, the tents began to show more unified support for their teams. Once the first Bulgarian flag appeared on a tent, it set off a chain reaction. Soon, other tents were adorned with flags and symbols supporting either Ireland or Bulgaria, giving the venue a divided but festive atmosphere. Occasionally, a lone Bulgarian fan would wander into the Irish camp and, after a few tense glances, hurriedly pack up and move to the opposite side. The ministry members overseeing the event discreetly ignored these migrations. The Weasley family, however, stayed neutral. With so many family members cheering for different teams, they couldn't settle on one side, so they watched from the sidelines, enjoying the spectacle. "I've never seen so many foreign wizards before," Harry said, coming back to the tent with a bucket of water as they waited for lunch. This was his second trip, and he was enjoying every minute of it. Each trip gave him a chance to spot new wizards with unfamiliar customs and styles. Near their tent, 3 African wizards, their faces painted with vibrant patterns, were cooking by the fire without using wands. Instead, they simply moved their fingers to make the food flip and sizzle. "They're incredible," Harry whispered to Ron. "Professor Flitwick once mentioned that wandless magic is a really advanced skill, not even 7th-year students can typically manage it. And they only look about 15 or 16, not much older than us." "No, Harry," Bill said, overhearing. "Those are students from Wagada, the wizarding school in Africa. They don't rely on wands and often use older, traditional magic." "Wagada?" Harry repeated, intrigued. "Yes," Bill replied. "It's located in the Mountains of the Moon and is as old as Hogwarts. Over there, wands are considered optional rather than essential." Harry nodded, trying not to look too surprised. Watching so many wizards from around the world, he suddenly felt a bit foolish for never realizing that Hogwarts wasn't the only wizarding school. Soon, Creature announced that lunch was ready. With so many people, it would have been too cramped to eat inside the tent, so Mr. Weasley had set up a large table outside. They all gathered around, eating and talking eagerly about the upcoming matches. Ron was in his element, trying to convince everyone to root for Bulgaria by singing the praises of Victor Crumb, but his efforts met little success. Cedric, the other seeker there, stubbornly supported Ireland. The only other seekers, Harry and Charlie, were both set on Bulgaria's side. Even Cedric seemed deaf to Ron's arguments, despite being a fellow seeker. Just as Ron was passionately repeating how young Crumb was and how brilliant his moves were, Mr. Weasley suddenly stood up, waving enthusiastically at him and approaching with a broad grin. "Haha," he called. "The most important man here, Ludo." Ludo Bagman was hard to miss in his old Vimborn Wasps uniform, though it was noticeably tight, stretching snugly over his considerable belly. It looked like he'd pulled it on last minute without bothering to have it resized. "Aha, Arthur. What's that delicious smell? I could smell it from all the way over there." Ludo Bagman called out cheerfully, skipping over as if he were on springs, clearly in high spirits. "Just a simple lunch," Mr. Weasley replied, "but you're welcome to join us if you don't mind." "I'd love to, but unfortunately, I promised Volkov I'd have lunch with him," Bagman said with a grin. "The young Bulgarian beater probably wants to pick up a few tricks from me, cunning lad, that one." Mr. Weasley laughed along. At this, Percy hurried forward, eagerly offering his hand, hoping to make a good impression on the esteemed head of the Department of Magical Games and Sports. "Oh, and let me introduce everyone," Mr. Weasley said, smiling. "This is my son Percy, just started working at the ministry. And here's Bill and Charlie, they work abroad and are home for the game, and that's Kyle, Cedric." Bagman barely acknowledged the introductions, though he glanced briefly at Kyle's name. When Mr. Weasley introduced Harry, Bagman's gaze shifted instantly to the lightning-shaped scar on his forehead. "Let me give you a proper introduction," Mr. Weasley said, noticing Hermione's puzzled expression. "This is Ludo Bagman, former star beater for the Vimborn Wasps and once part of the England team. And he's the reason we got such wonderful tickets." Bagman waved it off with a friendly smile, as if it were nothing. "So, Arthur," he said, getting down to business, "fancy placing a bet on the match? I've even convinced Roddy Pontner to bet that Bulgaria will score the first goal, and little Agatha Timms has put up half shares in her eel farm on a week-long match." "Oh, all right," Mr. Weasley agreed, smiling a bit awkwardly. "I'll put down a galleon on Ireland, if that's all right." Bagman looked slightly disappointed but quickly perked up. "A galleon. Very well. Anyone else want in?" Ouch." Fred yelped, bending over as he tried to speak. Kyle had discreetly nudged him with his shoe. "Sorry, Mr. Bagman," he said calmly. "Fred was just going to say that we've spent all our pocket money on souvenirs, 5 nuts is all we've got left. Is that all right?" "Oh, I couldn't take your last nuts." Bagman said with a polite smile, declining with a chuckle. Turning back to Mr. Weasley, Bagman added, "Could you help me out, Arthur? I've been trying to find Barty Crouch. We've got a Bulgarian official causing a bit of a stir, but I can't understand a word he's saying. Barty's our language expert, he speaks about 150 languages." Mr. Crouch. Percy perked up at the mention of the name, practically glowing with enthusiasm. "Mr. Crouch speaks over 200 languages," Percy began, gushing. "Mermish, Trollish, and even Turkey." "Oh." Kyle interrupted, feigning admiration. If it had been just Mermish and Trollish, he could manage that, but Turkey, that was a first. Who would even want to talk to a turkey? Yes, you're quite right," Bagman said lazily. "Barty's impressive in that way. Oh, speaking of him, Barty. Over here." A wizard appeared beside them with a soft pop, looking every bit as polished as Percy had described. Percy's excitement was barely contained, he was practically trembling. "Ludo, I've been looking for you," Crouch said briskly, his gaze settling on Bagman. "The Bulgarians are insisting we add 12 more seats to the top box. You'd better go sort it out with them before the match begins." Chapter 459, Barty Crouch. From his polished clothes to his upright demeanor, Barty Crouch seemed worlds apart from the scruffy Ludo Bagman. Crouch's neatly trimmed beard, gleaming leather shoes, and immaculate suit gave him the appearance of a bank manager, or perhaps even someone higher up. Not even the most suspicious muggle, certainly not Uncle Vernon, would likely detect his magical identity. Bagman, on the other hand, seemed oblivious to the contrast. He poured himself a second cup of tea with Mr. Weasley, reclining comfortably on the grass without the slightest inclination to hurry to the Bulgarians. Crouch's frown deepened, his impatience clearly growing. "Mr. Crouch," Percy said eagerly, rushing over with an awkward, exaggerated bow that made him look oddly hunched. "Would you like a cup of tea?" "Ah, thank you, Weatherby," Crouch replied, glancing at Percy before shifting his gaze back to Bagman. Fred and George nearly spilled their tea from laughing so hard. "Poor Percy, Crouch speaks 200 languages but can't get his name right," Fred whispered to Kyle. Percy kept bragging all holiday about how much Crouch valued him. George added, grinning. "Seems like that might have been wishful thinking. Bet he doesn't even know who Percy is." Fred chuckled. Percy's ears turned pink, and he busied himself with the teapot, clearly embarrassed. Crouch hadn't come only to remind Bagman about the Bulgarians. He also discussed the ministry's strict ban on flying carpets with Mr. Weasley. Since the early 1900s, carpets had been classified as Muggle artifacts, officially listed on the registry of proscribed charmable objects. This meant no one could legally enchant a carpet to fly or transport people. The Misuse of Muggle Artifacts Office enforced this rule diligently. Kyle strongly suspected the rule was a protectionist measure, keeping the Flying Carpet Company out of England. After all, flying carpets had their advantages over broomsticks, especially for large families on outings. After a brief chat, Crouch, busy with his duties, set down his barely touched cup and left with Bagman. Meanwhile, Kyle and the others pushed their cart toward the far end of the field. They wanted to sell off their remaining merchandise while they still had time before the game started. Once they were far enough from the tent, Fred couldn't resist asking, "Kyle, why did you stop me just now?" "You heard Bagman, the odds are fantastic, and we could make a fortune." "I just don't think he's very reliable," Kyle replied. "If you don't want to risk all your pocket money, it's better to stay away from him." "No, listen, this time, we're sure we've got the outcome right," Fred insisted. "Trust us. Ireland's definitely going to win, but Crumb will still catch the snitch." "It's not about guessing the outcome," Kyle shook his head. "Sometimes, even if you win, you may not get paid." George frowned. "What do you mean? You think he might renege on the bet?" "But..." Fred thought it over, then said, "Bagman's a public figure. He wouldn't do that, would he?" "It's been nearly 10 years since his glory days," Kyle pointed out. "And with those odds, how's he going to pay everyone? His ministry salary? It might be fine if it were just the two of you betting, but there are nearly 100,000 wizards here." Fred and George fell silent, realizing they'd gotten a bit carried away. They hadn't heard Bagman's name much in recent years before this World Cup, which now seemed telling. "Phew, you're right," Fred exhaled. "All right, let's focus on these instead." He patted the suitcase filled with fireworks. "At least these'll bring in real galleons." "A wise choice," Cedric said with a smile. He, too, had sensed Bagman's unreliability. Bagman's overly enthusiastic demeanor and the way he jiggled his pocket of coins seemed almost like he was trying to reassure people he had plenty, which only made Cedric suspicious. His father had also once mentioned that Bagman had been accused of passing information to Death Eaters, though he'd been cleared after making contributions to the ministry. With the matter settled, Fred and George pushed the cart toward the crowded parts of the field. By this time, most ticket holders had arrived, and the venue was far busier than in the morning. The increased crowd meant plenty of customers, and as the sound of galleons piled up in their cash register, any remaining doubts quickly disappeared. To their surprise, they even ran into Professor McGonagall in the midst of their selling spree. She was a huge Quidditch fan and had rarely missed a match held during Hogwarts holidays, so naturally, she was here for the World Cup. But Kyle had never seen Professor McGonagall quite like this before. Her usual bun was let down, her hair held in place with a four-leaf clover hair clip. Instead of her customary robes, she wore an Irish team uniform, and, to his shock, her face bore an Irish flag pattern, thick layers of makeup. Though she quickly wiped it off, Kyle had already seen it. "You're looking really cool today, Professor McGonagall," Kyle said, giving her a thumbs up. "I appreciate your enthusiasm, Kyle," Professor McGonagall replied with a smile. "And what are you selling?" "Just a few things to add to the match's atmosphere," Kyle said, pushing the cart forward so she could look through their wares. "These are well made," Professor McGonagall said, picking up a four-leaf clover hair clip shaped like a broom. She liked it so much she exchanged it for the one she'd been wearing. "Minerva, there you are." "Oh, Kyle, Cho, you're here too." Two other professors approached, Professor Flitwick and Professor Sinistra, who taught astronomy. "Phileas, come and look," Professor McGonagall called out excitedly. "Didn't you say you wanted a hat? I think I've found the perfect one." "Really?" Professor Flitwick quickened his pace and leaned over the cart to pick out something festive. Chapter 460, The House Elf in the Top Box. Naturally, Professor McGonagall and the other professors wouldn't take the students' goods for free, even though Kyle and the others insisted it was fine. Wanting to support their students, each of the professors ended up buying around 20 galleons worth of items, filling their arms with festive hats, hairpins, badges, and flags. If they'd had more hands, they might have bought even more. They seemed determined to spend generously, whether or not they needed the items. After saying their goodbyes to the professors, the group continued through the campsite, passing by a particularly extravagant tent that looked more like a miniature palace with its garden and corner towers. "So extravagant," Fred muttered. "This has got to be the biggest tent in the entire camp." The tent bore no team logos, leaving them wondering who might own it. As the afternoon wore on, excitement in the camp grew to a fever pitch, filling the air like an electric charge. As dusk fell, more vendors appeared, apparating into the busiest spots to hawk their goods. Fortunately, Kyle and the others had already packed away their cart, with only a few leftover fireworks and flags they planned to keep for themselves. Winding through the increasingly crowded and lively campsite, they made their way back to the Weasley tent. Mr. Weasley was already in full festive attire, holding a flag and wearing the items he'd bought earlier. The others were similarly decked out, making it clear which teams they were supporting. "Thank goodness, I was about to come looking for you," Mr. Weasley said to Fred and George. "The match is about to start, so don't go wandering off now." Just then, a deep, resonant sound of gongs echoed from the trees, and thousands of red and green lanterns bloomed, lighting the pathway to the stadium. "Time to go in," Mr. Weasley said excitedly. "Hurry along, everyone." Leading the way, he set off along the lantern-lit path, with the others following quickly. Around them, thousands of people were making their way through the trees, filling the air with laughter, singing, and excited chatter. The buzz of anticipation was palpable. After about 20 minutes, they emerged from the forest to face a massive stadium. Kyle could only see part of its golden wall, which shimmered in the twilight, giving it a grand, almost magical aura. It felt big enough to hold 10 Hogwarts castles. "It can seat 100,000 spectators," Mr. Weasley explained with a proud smile as he led them toward the nearest entrance. "Took 500 ministry staff an entire year to put it together." The entrance was crowded with wizards, and they had to wait in line for about 10 minutes before their turn finally came. "First-class tickets," said the ministry witch at the entrance, glancing at their tickets. "Top box, all the way up, Arthur, to the very top." "Thanks, Ava," said Mr. Weasley, as he led the group up the stairs, which were lined with a plush fuchsia carpet. "Stay close together, and don't fall behind. Bill, you're at the back." "Yes, Dad," Bill replied, moving to the rear of the group as they ascended the stairs. It felt almost like climbing Stowshed Hill all over again. At last, they reached the top. They found themselves facing 3 boxes, and Mr. Weasley, after a quick inspection, led them into the middle one. Inside, they saw about 20 purple gilded seats arranged in 2 rows, all facing the golden goalposts. The group headed to the front rail, from where they could overlook the entire stadium. The first thing that caught their eye was a massive painted board flashing golden advertisements: Bluebottle, broomsticks for all the family. Elegant witching wear, London, Paris, Hogsmeade. "One day, there'll be an ad for Weasley's Wizard Wheezes here, too," Fred said. "It'd cost a few thousand galleons at least, maybe even tens of thousands," Kyle replied. "That much?" George was wide-eyed with surprise. Mr. Weasley laughed, adding, "This is the most popular event in the wizarding world, George. You won't see so many wizards in one place anywhere else. George frowned. But aren't people here to watch Quidditch? Who's going to pay attention to the ads? Exactly, Fred said, nodding seriously. I think a bit of promotion in Hogsmeade will do just fine. Turning his gaze from the view, Fred noticed Kyle wasn't looking outside at all. Instead, he seemed to be staring at a specific seat. What are you looking at? Fred followed Kyle's gaze and noticed a house elf sitting in the penultimate seat of the second row. At first, he thought it was Creature, but quickly realized this elf was younger. Dobby. Harry blurted out, recognizing the elf's appearance. Did you call me Dobby, sir? The house elf looked up, her squeaky voice tinged with surprise. Sorry, Harry apologized. I thought you were someone I knew. But I know Dobby too, sir, the house elf replied in her high-pitched voice. Just then, the compartment door opened, and 2 Aurors entered. Ah, Kingsley. Beaufort. Mr. Weasley exclaimed, walking over to greet them. Here for the game too. No, Arthur, we can't stay to watch, one of the Aurors replied, shaking his head. We're just here to say hello. We're lucky to have gotten such good tickets, though. Thanks to Ludo, Mr. Weasley said, smiling. As Mr. Weasley spoke to the Aurors, Kyle subtly moved closer to the house elf. She was still speaking with Harry about Dobby when Kyle appeared beside her, making as if he intended to sit in the empty seat next to her. No. That's Winky's seat for her master, she squeaked in alarm. Kyle sat down anyway, triggering a loud, piercing shriek from Winky that rang in everyone's ears. The noise instantly caught everyone's attention. Mr. Weasley turned and said, Kyle, you're in the wrong row. Our seats are in the front. Ah, sorry, Kyle replied, standing up and brushing off his robes. As he passed Winky, he accidentally nudged the chair across the narrow aisle, causing it to wobble dangerously. Sorry, I didn't mean to, he said, steadying the chair and giving it a light pat. Winky glared at him, her eyes bulging, but thankfully, the incident seemed to go unnoticed by most. After exchanging a few more words with Mr. Weasley, the Aurors soon left. Kanna, noticing, asked Kyle, is your foot all right? It's fine, Kyle replied, giving her a reassuring smile. Then, with a last glance at Winky, he returned to his seat in the front row, ready for the match to begin. Chapter 461, Fudge's Concerns. Over the next half hour, the top box where they were sitting gradually filled up. Mr. Weasley kept shaking hands with people who were clearly very important wizards, while Percy kept springing up from his seat repeatedly, as though his stool had suddenly sprouted a row of porcupine quills. The last person to enter was Cornelius Fudge, the Minister of Magic, and everyone stood up to greet him. But Fudge did something unexpected. He strode over to the front row as if he'd spotted an old friend and extended his hand warmly from a distance. Percy looked ecstatic. With the adults on the other side and only a few children around, he felt distinctly important. Bill and Charlie were abroad, the others still attended Hogwarts, and he was the only one working at the Ministry of Magic. Could it be? Percy's heart began to race wildly, and he bowed, subconsciously extending his hand. He bent over too far, and his glasses slipped, tumbling to the ground. But in the next moment, Fudge walked right past him, as if Percy were nothing more than a roadside statue or a telephone booth, without even sparing him a glance. Oh, Kyle. So glad to see you here, Fudge exclaimed. He casually placed a hand on Kyle's shoulder and gave it a firm pat, his tone much warmer than he'd used with others. How was your holiday? He asked kindly. Great, Kyle replied, catching his breath. The Quidditch World Cup was very exciting. Yes, I even reserved tickets for you, but Arthur got there first, Fudge chuckled, casting a playful look at Mr. Weasley. Mr. Weasley managed a stiff smile, feeling caught off guard. He had indeed mentioned Kyle's name when asking Ludo Bagman for the tickets, but Bagman hadn't said anything about it. But anyway, Fudge continued, I was waiting all holiday for Albus's owl, and you didn't write me a single letter. Do you know what he's been up to lately? And that potion, you know the one I mean, the one that can turn that rat back. Potion. Kyle quickly understood that Fudge was referring to the Mandrake Restorative Draft, which could restore Peter Pettigrew's animagus form. No wonder Fudge was so enthusiastic. With the Quidditch World Cup, Crouch's international reputation had skyrocketed, and it seemed that Fudge was feeling a bit threatened. Don't worry, Mr. Minister, Kyle replied with a smile as he pieced it together. As far as I know, the Mandrake Restorative Draft was brewed a month ago, and there's plenty of it. It's all been used on the rat, so there shouldn't be any issues. I'm relieved to hear that. Albus has never let me down, said Fudge, though his expression quickly hardened. But you should have kept me informed. I thought I made it clear that the Ministry would do everything it could to assist you in this matter. Perhaps Professor Dumbledore didn't want to trouble you, Kyle suggested. It's no small feat to organize an event for 100,000 wizards. Albus is quite something, Fudge muttered, pretending to be annoyed. True, things have been rather chaotic, but I've been setting time aside for him, even canceling several important meetings to wait for his owl. Meetings. More like parties, Kyle thought, though he kept his expression neutral and joined Fudge in lightly criticizing Dumbledore's distant attitude, which seemed to put Fudge in an even better mood. Then Fudge introduced Kyle to the Bulgarian Minister of Magic, who was nearby in an elaborate velvet robe trimmed with gold. Unfortunately, the Bulgarian minister didn't appear to understand a word Fudge was saying, even as Fudge used hand gestures to emphasize youngest recipient of the Order of Merlin. However, the Bulgarian minister's gaze eventually fell on Harry's forehead, and his eyes lit up as he pointed excitedly at Harry's scar, muttering rapidly in his native language. "Oh yes, Harry Potter," Fudge said, moving over to shake Harry's hand warmly, almost like a proud father. "You know, he's the boy who survived you-know-who's attack." The Bulgarian minister said something else in his language, leaving everyone baffled, and Harry felt utterly bewildered, unsure why he had been pulled over at all. "I'm not very good with languages," Fudge whispered to Harry and Kyle. "Usually in these situations, you'd have Barty Crouch to help. But he's not here right now, though I see his house elf has saved his seat." Thoughtful of him. "Ah, here comes Lucius." At that moment, 3 more people entered the box, Lucius Malfoy, his son Draco, and a woman. "Minister Fudge," Lucius greeted, coming forward and extending his hand. "This is my wife, Narcissa, and our son, Draco." "Hello," Fudge replied, smiling and nodding toward Mrs. Malfoy, then introducing them to the Bulgarian Minister of Magic. However, the language barrier made the interaction a bit awkward, as the two could not understand each other. Lucius then noticed Mr. Weasley nearby and, as though seeing something absurd, sneered, "Well, Arthur, what did you have to sell to secure seats in the top box? Surely your limited means couldn't cover this." "I nearly forgot, you two know each other," Fudge said cheerfully. "Lucius recently made a substantial donation to St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries, Arthur. He's my guest of honor." "Oh, that's wonderful," Mr. Weasley replied, barely concealing his distaste. Lucius's gaze then drifted to Hermione, and he whispered something to Narcissa. Mrs. Malfoy instantly looked disgusted, as though she'd caught a whiff of something foul. Her reaction mirrored her earlier disdain when she had seen Winky, as if Hermione, being Muggle-born, was on the same level as a house elf. However, in the presence of the Minister of Magic, neither Malfoy dared say anything inappropriate, and they took their seats in silence. Draco made a half-hearted attempt to greet Kyle, but Narcissa quickly pulled him back, while Lucius looked on approvingly. "What a nuisance," Ron muttered as he, Harry, and Hermione turned back to the arena, diverting their attention with their newly bought omnioculars to study the crowd across the stadium. Then Ludo Bagman burst into the box, his round face beaming like a giant ball of cheese. "Is everyone ready?" he asked. "Minister, shall we begin?" "Whenever you're ready, Ludo," Fudge said eagerly. "I'm looking forward to a good match." "You won't be disappointed," Ludo replied, drawing his wand and pointing it at his throat. "Sonorous," he intoned, and his voice boomed across the stadium, echoing off the packed stands. For a moment, his amplified voice filled the entire stadium. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Chapter 462, Vilas and the Gold Coins." As Ludo Bagman's voice echoed to every corner of the stadium, the crowd erupted into cheers and applause, with thousands of flags waving in unison, creating a vibrant, electrifying atmosphere. Kyle barely paid attention to Bagman's well-worn opening speech, his eyes drifting back toward Winky, the house elf. The top box was now fully occupied, except for the seat beside her, which was still empty. He had checked it earlier, and it had been just an empty seat. Could Winky have saved it for Barty Crouch? But if that were true, where was he now, with the match about to start? It didn't seem like Barty Crouch to hold a reserved seat and not show up. Could he really be capable of such an oversight? "Oh!" A thunderous cheer came from the right side of the stadium, drawing everyone's attention. Kyle turned his gaze back to the field. "Please allow me to introduce the mascot of the Bulgarian national team." Ludo's voice boomed. Mr. Weasley craned his neck in curiosity. "I wonder what they've brought. Ah, Vilas. What are VE?" Harry began, but his question trailed off as 100 Vilas glided onto the field. The moment he saw them, he fell silent. They were breathtaking, their skin glowing softly like moonlight, with their long hair flowing behind them as if lifted by an unseen breeze. Harry's gaze went hazy. He had wanted to keep his composure, hoping to appear mature in front of Cho, but that resolve vanished. As the music began and the Vilas started to dance, his mind went completely blank. Their movements grew faster and more entrancing, and, without realizing it, Harry stood up, threw one leg over the partition wall, as if preparing to leap. Hermione, unable to stand it any longer, shouted, "Harry, what are you doing?" Just then, the music stopped. Harry snapped back to his senses, suddenly aware of his leg draped over the wall. Realizing what he'd almost done, he heard the girls behind him laughing. Their laughter felt like a dozen bludgers, striking him repeatedly. Shame flooded over him, and his face turned crimson, so much so he felt like leaping off for real just to escape the embarrassment. Hermione made a loud, exasperated sking sound, though she didn't mock him, there was no need. All around, others had been equally captivated. Beside Harry, Ron stood on his seat with his arms outstretched as though he were about to dive. Fred and George clung to each other, appearing as if they were in the middle of a dance. Even Cedric seemed affected, flexing his muscles as though putting on a show, his face pale as a ghost. Cho, watching Cedric's antics, looked away, scoffing softly. Kyle was wide-eyed, mesmerized by the Velas. Hermione let out another TSK, feeling a pang of disappointment. She had thought Kyle might be different, unaffected like Mr. Weasley, Bill, and Charlie had been. Only Connor seemed to notice something unusual, casting Kyle a suspicious glance. She remembered seeing the same expression on his face when he'd first encountered the dragon Norbert, and again when they'd visited the Forbidden Forest to observe the mooncalves. As the music died down and the Velas left the field, the stadium echoed with angry shouts from the crowd, begging for more. Mr. Weasley helped Harry back into his seat, where he tried to curl up, hoping to disappear. Malfoy's mocking laughter rang out behind him, but Harry barely registered it. All he noticed was the look of disappointment on Cho's face. Was she disappointed in him? He wasn't sure, but if he could, he wished he were somewhere else in the stands, anywhere but here, where he felt so exposed. Meanwhile, Ron, Fred, and George were still swept up in the excitement, hooting along with the crowd, desperately calling for the Velas to return. "There's a match coming up," Mr. Weasley reminded them, patting Ron on the shoulder. "And believe me, it's much better than the Velas." Ron muttered, barely paying attention, his eyes still fixed on the Velas as they lined up on one side of the pitch. "And now." Ludo Bagman's voice boomed like a great bell. "Please raise your wands into the air, and welcome the mascot of the Irish national team." With a sudden whoosh, something that looked like a blazing comet shot into the stadium. It circled the pitch, then dispersed into a glowing, enormous shamrock that soared high above. The crowd erupted in a collective wow of awe. Moments later, a golden rain began to fall from above. "Fantastic!" Ron exclaimed, immediately forgetting about the Velas as he whipped off his hat to catch the falling coins. Kyle looked up at the giant clover, made up of countless tiny figures, each one dressed in a red vest with a mustache and holding a green or gold lantern. They were Irish leprechauns, about the size of Cornish pixies but much cleverer and unique to Ireland. Kyle couldn't help but grin. If it had been any other mascot, it would have been hard to compete with the Velas' allure. But now, people were no longer chanting for the Velas to return, instead, they were cheering, diving under seats, and scrambling to catch the golden coins. "Are these real?" Connor asked, examining a coin she'd caught. "Of course not, the Irish aren't that generous," Kyle chuckled. "It's leprechaun gold, it'll disappear in a few hours." "So it's worthless?" Connor asked, a bit disappointed. "Pretty much, but it's an incredible effect. Where else do you see a golden rain like this?" Kyle said, waving his wand to gather up the coins around him, thinking he'd let his niffler play with them later. A few minutes later, the giant shamrock dissolved, and the leprechauns floated down to the field, settling opposite the Velas and sitting cross-legged to watch the match. "And now, ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm welcome to the Bulgarian national Quidditch team." Ludo's voice echoed. "I present to you Dimitrov." A figure in red shot through the entrance and sped into the stadium, flying so fast that Harry had to slow his omnioculars 3 times to catch a proper look. Ivanova. A second red-clad figure joined him, then a third. Bagman announced each player's name, and the applause from the stands was continuous, surging louder with each new player. And now, last but not least, Krum. The stadium seemed to explode with sound. Deafening cheers and shouts filled the air, ringing in everyone's ears, and even Irish supporters joined in. Kyle looked over, studying Victor Krum. The Seeker was dark-haired and thin, with a large hooked nose and thick, bushy eyebrows that made him resemble a fierce eagle. His expression was perpetually grim, making him look closer to 30 than a student yet to graduate. Then, the Irish national Quidditch team took to the field, welcomed by another round of enthusiastic applause. Though their star chaser, Moran, couldn't quite match the thunderous cheers for Krum, he still received plenty of support. The two teams flew on their broomsticks, each side eyeing the other with intense focus, ready for the match to begin. Chapter 463, Chapter 463, this ticket was worth every canute. After introducing the players, Ludo Bagman turned to announce the match referee, the president of the International Association of Quidditch, a short, wiry wizard. Amidst loud cheers, he strode onto the pitch, a large wooden case clutched under his arm. As he took his position, the crowd fell silent, holding their breath. The referee mounted his broomstick, nudged the case open with his foot, and with the blow of his whistle, the match began. "They're off." Bagman's voice boomed. "Mullet with the quaffle." "Passing to Troy." Back to Mullet. Then to Moran. In the top box, Harry forgot his earlier embarrassment, pressing his omnioculars tightly against his glasses to keep up with the players' lightning speed. Kyle, too, was riveted to the game. The professional players moved incredibly fast, with the chasers passing the quaffle between each other as if it were about to explode. The three Irish chasers charged down the pitch in a synchronized formation, the quaffle flashing between them in quick succession, leaving even Bagman at a loss. Eventually, he gave up trying to announce each name individually, shouting, "Ireland is in their Hawkshead attacking formation, it's their specialty. Bulgaria doesn't know who to mark, oh. The Porskov ploy, Moran has drawn off Bulgarian beater Ivanova, passes to Troy. Goal for Troy." Bagman's shout echoed across the stadium, which shook with the roar of cheers and applause. 10 o'clock, Ireland takes the lead. That was amazing. "This is nothing like the school matches," Hermione said, waving her Irish flag excitedly. "But, are the bludgers moving faster than usual?" She frowned, her mind racing. In school games, she could easily follow the bludgers, but now, they were only two blurs zipping across the pitch. "These are tournament-standard bludgers," Cedric explained. "With all the players on firebolts, the old bludgers wouldn't keep up. So, the International Association of Quidditch adjusted both the bludgers and the golden snitch a few months ago, increasing their speed." "I see," Hermione nodded, refocusing on the game. As the pre-match predictions had suggested, Ireland's exceptional chasers quickly took control of the match, scoring twice more in the first 10 minutes to make it 30-0. Mr. Weasley couldn't contain his cheers, while Harry, Ron, and Charlie, rooting for Bulgaria, managed polite but strained smiles. Luckily for the Bulgarian supporters, their team found an opening a few minutes later. Two Bulgarian beaters forced the Irish chasers to spread out, disrupting their formations. Taking advantage, Ivanova broke through, dodging the Irish keeper to score Bulgaria's first goal. "Quick, cover your ears, the Velas are going to start dancing again," warned Mr. Weasley. Without needing to be told twice, Harry immediately lowered his head and shut his eyes, determined not to make a spectacle of himself again. But the celebration didn't last long for the Bulgarians. Ireland dominated the game, scoring 5 goals in quick succession, widening the lead to a lopsided margin. Bulgaria seemed stunned by the relentless Irish offense. Meanwhile, Victor Krum performed a daring Wronski feint, faking a dive for the snitch. Ireland's seeker, Lynch, took the bait, following Crum's plummet only to realize too late that the snitch was nowhere near. Lynch hit the ground with a heavy thud that echoed across the stadium, followed by gasps and groans from the Irish supporters. A healer rushed onto the field to assess Lynch's injuries, while Krum hovered 100 feet above, scanning the stadium with sharp, focused eyes. He was using the delay to his advantage, searching intently for the golden snitch without competition, hoping for a quick end to the match. "That was brilliant," Fred said, barely able to contain his excitement over the impressive feints and classic Quidditch maneuvers. "I hope this match goes on for a long time. It'd be amazing if it lasted 5 whole days, like last time," George added eagerly. "Oh. I don't think so," Percy raised his voice, sounding as if he wanted everyone in the box to hear him. "If I'm away from work for 5 days, my in-tray will be piled high with paperwork again. Just thinking about it makes me shiver." "Yeah, and someone might send you dragon dung in an envelope again," Fred said with a smirk. "That was a fertilizer sample from Norway." Percy protested, his face turning red. "Not for personal use." "Sure it was." Fred whispered to Kyle with a grin, "We sent it to him ourselves." His voice was so low that, with the noise from the crowd, only Kyle could hear him. Finally, Lynch climbed back onto his firebolt and, to the cheers of Irish supporters, took off into the air once more. The Irish chasers regrouped almost instantly, working together so seamlessly that the Bulgarian defense looked as exposed as the grounds in front of Hogwarts. 20 minutes later, Ireland had scored 5 more goals, increasing their lead to 130-10. The Bulgarian team, desperate and scoreless, was beginning to lose their composure. The game was taking on a more aggressive tone. Zograf, the Bulgarian keeper, couldn't resist throwing an elbow at Mullet as she got close to the goalposts, but the referee quickly called it out, awarding Ireland a penalty. After that, the Bulgarian beaters turned into ruthless bludgeoning machines, swinging at anything in their way, be it bludger or player. At one point, Moran was nearly knocked off her broom by their wild swings, and Bulgaria earned yet another foul. The leprechauns, hovering in the air to celebrate, took the opportunity to make rude gestures at the Velas, taunting them. Enraged, the Velas could no longer hold back. Instead of dancing, they soared up and hurled handfuls of fiery objects at the leprechauns. Their enchanting faces twisted into bird-like heads with sharp, pointed beaks, and scaly wings sprouted from their shoulders. They no longer looked beautiful, now they were ferocious and frightening. "You see, children, that's what Velas really look like," Mr. Weasley's voice rang out above the din, chuckling. "That's why you should never judge a book by its cover." Harry and Ron nodded in agreement, still wide-eyed. Meanwhile, Kyle's eyes lit up with interest, and he instinctively reached for the moleskin pouch containing his enchanted suitcase. As the conflict between the mascots escalated, Ministry officials hurried into the field, trying to separate the Velas and Leprechauns with minimal success. The skirmish below was now almost as fierce as the match above. Although the Leprechauns couldn't throw fireballs, they retaliated by flinging handfuls of gold coins, which, when hurled with enough force, could still leave a mark on the Velas. The stadium was alive with Vela screeches, the popping sounds of spells from Ministry wands, and the cheers of supporters from both teams. The audience was thrilled. No one had told them they'd get a second show for the price of one, and they savored every second of the chaos. Kyle was constantly shifting his gaze, trying to keep up with the Quidditch match above and the fierce squabble between the Velas and Leprechauns below. He found himself wishing he'd bought a pair of omnioculars before the match. Chapter 464, Celebration. Fred and George's hope for a 5-day match wasn't to be. About an hour into the game, Lynch from the Irish team spotted the golden snitch, and so did Crumb. The tiny, golden-winged ball hovered just 5 feet above the ground. Both seekers accelerated, diving at breakneck speed. "They're going to crash," Hermione cried. "No chance," Ron said confidently. "Crumb's the best seeker out there." "But Lynch might beat him to it," shouted Harry, Cedric, and Charlie almost in unison. They were right. Lynch hit the ground hard for the second time, crashing spectacularly. The Velas shrieked with excitement, and several rushed toward the Leprechauns, laughing wildly. Crumb, however, managed to pull up at the last second, skimming the ground before rising smoothly into the air. He raised his fist triumphantly, the snitch's golden glow visible between his fingers. "Crumb's got the snitch. The game's over," Harry shouted. The scoreboard updated with a flash, 170 to 160. "Ireland wins," Bagman announced, though his voice held a note of confusion, as if the sudden end had caught him off guard. Crumb caught the snitch, and Ireland won. I don't think anyone expected that. He wasn't alone in his bewilderment. Many Bulgarian supporters seemed equally puzzled. In their eyes, Crumb should have stalled, allowing his teammates a chance to narrow the score gap. After all, in previous tournaments, losing teams often stretched games for days to prevent the other team's seeker from ending the match. But Crumb. Many thought he'd been foolish to catch the snitch with Ireland so far ahead. Maybe he knew they couldn't close the gap, Kyle suggested, noticing Ron's look of disappointment. The Irish chasers were unstoppable, and Crumb was right to end it when he did. Losing by only 10 points was regrettable, but it kept the defeat respectable. If the game had continued, Bulgaria might have lost by hundreds, maybe even 1,000 points. Not only would that have been humiliating, but it could have tarnished their reputation. For Crumb, it was the perfect moment to concede. Kyle glanced around the stadium. The Leprechauns were darting through the air, overjoyed, while the Bulgarian players gathered around Crumb, looking disheartened. A short distance away, the Irish team, reveling in their victory, was dancing with their mascot, who showered the crowd with gold coins once more. The Velas had returned to their beautiful forms, but each of them looked defeated, their earlier glow dimmed. "We fought bravely," a heavy voice behind Kyle murmured. It was the Bulgarian Minister of Magic. "Yes, of course," Fudge replied absently, before pausing in sudden realization. "Wait, you understood me all along. And you let me stand here drawing pictures all day." The Bulgarian minister shrugged, smiling. "It was entertaining, wasn't it?" Fudge fumed, and even as he awarded the trophy to the Irish team, he looked anything but pleased. Meanwhile, the Bulgarian minister beamed as if they'd won. Bagman raised his wand to his throat once more, muttering quietus to soften his voice. "I dare say this match will be talked about for years," he said hoarsely. "What a twist, shame it didn't last longer." He glanced down from the box. The game had ended, and spectators began to make their way out. Yet some people, instead of heading toward the exits, were making their way toward the top box. They were all clad in shamrock-themed gear, chatting animatedly. Bagman noticed them too, and his face tightened, a look of unease flickering across it. "Sorry, Arthur," Bagman said hastily, cutting his conversation short with Mr. Weasley. "I've got a few things to take care of. See you next time." With that, he quickly left the box and disappeared into the crowd in a flash. Mr. Weasley led the group downstairs. "Hey, Arthur," called a bearded wizard as they neared the exit, "have you seen Ludo? I heard you were in the top box just now." "He left right after the minister handed out the trophy," Mr. Weasley replied. "Is something the matter, Ogden?" "Oh, nothing," the bearded wizard said with a cheerful grin. "Just that generous Ludo owes me for the tickets. Ireland won, and since the game didn't drag on, he lost 50 galleons to me." "Then congratulations are in order," Mr. Weasley chuckled. "Haha," the other wizard laughed, waving as he went. "I'll go hunt down Ludo. See you next time." "See you next time." By the time Mr. Weasley, Kyle, and the others finally returned to the campsite. It was late at night. But the hour did little to dampen anyone's spirits. The rough sounds of singing echoed through the night sky, with leprechauns darting overhead, waving their lanterns. Laughter and cheers filled the air. "Can we head back now?" Kyle asked, glancing at the starless sky thick with the sounds of revelry. "I'm afraid not, Mr. Weasley shook his head. No one expected the match to end so soon, and it'll take a while to set up the portkeys again. "What about apparition?" Kyle suggested. "That's out too," Mr. Weasley said. "There are anti-disapparition jinxes around the campsite, and the ministry's keeping watch. Only the field where we arrived is open for it, see?" He pointed to a line of people in the distance, stretching endlessly back to the entrance of the camp. Kyle frowned. "What's wrong?" Mr. Weasley asked. "Just that it's so noisy here," Kyle replied. "I doubt I'll get any sleep." "Oh yes, I suppose you're right," Mr. Weasley muttered. "Good thing I'm off duty, otherwise, I'd have to try and quiet them down." He considered Kyle for a moment, then said, "All right, you've got a point. It's not exactly peaceful. I'll go find Arnold and see if we can apparate just outside the camp boundary." With that, he stepped out of the tent. Kyle stood in the doorway, watching as Mr. Weasley disappeared into the bustling campsite. Across the camp, the singing and odd clanging noises continued, growing louder, as if the revelers planned to keep celebrating Ireland's victory all night long. 20 minutes later, Mr. Weasley returned, his face grim. "What?" Kyle began, but Mr. Weasley quickly ushered him into the tent. "Quick, wake everyone else up," he ordered urgently. "I just saw someone attacking Arnold." By the time I got there, he was already down, struck from behind by someone in a hood. "Who was it?" Bill, who hadn't gone to sleep, drew his wand immediately. "I couldn't see their face," Mr. Weasley replied, shaking his head. "I've alerted the Aurors, and until they find whoever's behind this, we'd better stay in our tents." "That's what Scrimgeour wants as well." "It must be those Bulgarian supporters," Bill muttered angrily. "They lost the game and now they're trying to cause trouble to vent their frustration." Mr. Weasley didn't respond, though he seemed inclined to agree. He quickly roused everyone, instructing them to dress, pack their things, and wait inside the tent. The attack on Arnold left him with a growing sense of unease, worried that any pent-up anger from the game could lead to further disturbances. He was prepared to leave as soon as the Aurors located the culprits. "Honestly, what do those people want, and why now?" Ron grumbled, barely awake. He slumped at the small table, head nodding in drowsiness. "Aren't they afraid of the Aurors?" He didn't get to finish, because suddenly Kyle noticed a different sound coming from outside. The singing had ceased, replaced by frantic screams and the sounds of people running. Arthur, one of the Aurors who had been in the top box earlier, burst into the tent, his face tense. "It's worse than we thought, there are too many of them. Be careful." With that, he dashed out again, wand at the ready. "Let's go." Mr. Weasley decided instantly. "We need to get out of here now." Chapter 465, The Killing Curse. The group, already packed, burst out of the tent at Mr. Weasley's command. The once jubilant camp was now filled with panic screams and utter chaos. The sky seemed darker than before, as if a thick, oppressive fog had swallowed the stars. In the distance, people were fleeing toward the forest, chased by a group moving slowly but menacingly behind them. Each of these figures wore a hood and a mask, concealing their faces entirely. There was no mistaking their intent. Anyone who prowled around in the middle of the night wearing a mask and torching tents was clearly up to no good. Anything in their path was destroyed without hesitation. "You, into the forest!" Mr. Weasley shouted. "Bill, keep an eye on them, don't let them get separated." But before he could finish, he noticed Bill, Charlie, and Percy running toward the approaching mob, wands drawn. Mr. Weasley hurried after them, calling over his shoulder, "Go into the forest. The Aurors cleared it, it's safe there. And remember, stay together." Nodding, the group dashed into the woods. Once they ducked under the cover of trees, they looked back to see the mob had grown even larger. It wasn't just the hooded figures now, other spectators, including foreign wizards, had joined in, paying no heed to the ministry's warnings. Many of these new rioters didn't even bother hiding their faces, brazenly looting and causing mayhem. The mob was so overwhelming that the small number of ministry staff on site couldn't keep up. Soon, the riot spiraled out of control, with people storming into empty tents, looting what they found, or dragging the tents away altogether. "No, we have to help Dad," Fred and George exclaimed, staring at the growing mob with mounting anxiety. They tried to rush back, but Ginny held them back firmly. "No way," she said fiercely. "They're all adult wizards, you'll only get in the way." "Who says?" Fred struggled to free himself. "We may not be fully trained, but we've got dung bombs and bulbadox powder." George nodded in agreement. Trust us, sometimes these things work better than magic. Oh, there you are. Their argument was interrupted as a figure stumbled toward them from the shadows. Kyle and Cedric immediately raised their wands, ready to defend themselves. It's me, Arthur sent me to look after you all. The men stepped out of the shadows, wearing a tweed suit and rubber boots. You're that ministry official, aren't you? Basil, right? Cedric asked, recognizing the men from when they'd arrived. Yes, that's right, the men replied. I ran into Arthur, he told me those people are after Harry Potter and asked me to look after you all. What? After me? Harry said, baffled. He had done nothing but watch the Quidditch match, why would anyone be after him? They're Death Eaters, the men replied, a sense of urgency in his voice. They're here to avenge the Dark Lord's downfall. He reached out his hand. The Aurors need to see you, Harry. Come with me, I'll take you to Scrimgeour. Hearing Dark Lord made Harry involuntarily shudder as memories of the face on the back of Quirrell's head flashed through his mind. Unthinkingly, he took a step forward. Then, in a blur. Stupefy. Avada. A brilliant light exploded, and the man was blasted 10 feet into the air, landing on the ground with a dull thud, unmoving. The green light that had just started to form at his wand's tip flickered out. The entire group froze, stunned. It had all happened so quickly that no one had had time to react. What just happened? Harry took a few stunned steps back. Obviously, someone wants you dead, Kyle said, lowering his wand and scanning the area intently. But wasn't he ministry staff? Harry asked, his voice filled with confusion. Let's just say he was, Kyle replied. Polyjuice potion, Imperious curse, it wouldn't be difficult for someone to borrow his identity. How'd you know he was a threat? Cedric asked, stepping forward and picking up the fallen wand. Truthfully, he hadn't suspected a thing until the men cast the killing curse. It's simple, Kyle explained. If people were really after Harry, Mr. Weasley would have come himself, not sent a low-ranking ministry employee we've only met once. And this guy isn't even an Auror, sending him to protect such a dangerous target doesn't make sense. Cedric opened his mouth to reply, but found himself at a loss, and the others looked equally stunned. No one else had thought of that. Thank you. Harry said, still shaken. You saved my life. Don't mention it, Kyle said, shaking his head. Right now, the priority is to get out of here. Before he could finish, a blinding green flash lit up the night, illuminating half the camp. Everyone froze, they recognized the light immediately. It was the killing curse, the same one that had nearly hit Harry moments before, but this time, it was directed somewhere back in the camp. They turned to look, and the once chaotic crowd suddenly fell silent. Then, as if ignited, the camp erupted in bedlam. The cries of panic and pain were deafening, and magic shot in every direction as spells flew wildly across the grounds. In the distance, a few distinct shouts could be heard over the uproar. Damn you, Ministry of Magic! Using the killing curse on us. The riot became a frenzy. Some tried to flee, while others, overwhelmed by fear or anger, began attacking blindly. A barrage of colored spells now lit up the camp like fireworks. Fred and George instinctively moved to run toward the fray, but this time both Ginny and Cedric grabbed their arms, pulling them back. Kyle stared at the chaos, a sinking feeling growing within him. A ministry official had tried to assassinate Harry, and now the killing curse had appeared again, supposedly cast by the ministry against the rioters. Something was very wrong. This is deliberate, someone's framing the ministry. Kyle muttered, his mind racing. Whoever was behind this clearly intended to incite a massive conflict, and it seemed they'd succeeded. Boom. A summoning charm exploded nearby, sending dirt and debris spraying across the forest. Bits of rock and soil rained down on them. Are the Death Eaters preparing to attack the ministry? Kyle's heart pounded. If this was more than just an attempt to cause chaos, and people were using deadly curses, even someone like Fudge wouldn't let it slide. If the ministry didn't respond decisively, it would be disastrous. Boom. Another spell exploded closer to them. Without hesitation, Kyle reached into his moleskin pouch, pulled out his enchanted suitcase, and pressed his fingers against the latch. You, all of you, get in, he ordered, opening the suitcase. What? Ron looked at the small opening skeptically. Kyle, you're joking, right? How are we supposed to fit into a suitcase? Don't waste time. Kyle barked. He grabbed Ron's shoulders and gave him a shove, causing Ron to stumble forward and fall into the open suitcase. What the? Ron's protest was cut off as he vanished, followed by a metallic clang and a groan, as if he'd hit something. Hurry, next! Kyle shouted. Hermione, quicker to understand, remembered that Kyle had used this very suitcase to pull out a devil's snare and capture Professor Lupin when he'd transformed into a werewolf. He'd mentioned then that the suitcase was a bit roomier than it looked. Still, she hadn't imagined it could fit an entire person. Chapter 466, you were having a great time just now. Although Hermione more or less understood the situation, she hesitated, holding back from entering the suitcase. Instead, Kana stepped forward as the first volunteer. I won't be any trouble, she said with a smile. Besides, I'm curious about what's inside this suitcase of yours. Just don't wander off once you're in, Kyle warned. And try not to be alarmed by anything you see. I promise, as long as you stay in the main room below, you'll be safe. Kana gave Kyle a curious look, her instincts telling her there was something extraordinary inside. But with time running out, she held back her questions and climbed in. Wait for me, Cho said, following quickly behind. Fred and George exchanged a glance, and despite Ginny's protests, they promptly shoved her into the suitcase as well. Kyle then looked over at Harry and Hermione. I can help, Harry said quickly, trying to stay above the fray. No, the one who needs hiding is you, Kyle replied firmly. Don't forget, you almost got killed just now. If something like that happened again, I can't promise I'd get to you in time. Kyle's right, Hermione sighed, looking at Harry. They're after you, and it was close, too close. But, Harry started, frowning, still determined. But Hermione had already taken his arm, guiding him to the suitcase. After what had just happened, she knew they'd be safer hidden away. If Kyle hadn't spotted the danger, Harry might have been killed, and she wasn't willing to risk another close call. Come on, we need to keep an eye on Ron in there, she said. It's safer. Besides, no one would pay attention to an old suitcase, would they? Harry glanced reluctantly at the suitcase, his recent brush with death fresh in his mind. After a moment's hesitation, he followed Hermione inside. Nearby, Kyle's eye twitched. An old suitcase. Although his suitcase had been in use for 3 years and was a bit worn, he'd taken great care of it. There wasn't even a major scratch. It certainly wasn't shabby. Tactless Gryffindors, he thought with a sigh. Now only 3 of them remained. Fred and George, catching Kyle's look, immediately shook their heads, a firm refusal in their eyes. They weren't about to be confined inside a suitcase under any circumstances. All right, then, Kyle said, gathering up the suitcase. Let's go check on the campsite. Yes. Fred and George nodded enthusiastically. We'll grab our backpacks first. Got dung bombs in there. As they turned, Kyle raised his wand and gave Cedric a quick wink. Cedric got the hint immediately. Stupefy. Petrificus totalis. Without any surprise, Fred and George dropped to the ground, immobilized. Kyle reopened the suitcase and unceremoniously shoved the unconscious George headfirst inside. I've got a feeling, Cedric said, hoisting the petrified Fred over his shoulder, we won't be living peacefully for at least the next half-year. Probably not, Kyle replied with a shrug, but that's tomorrow's problem. You go ahead and get inside. And remember to keep an eye on everyone. There are some pretty dangerous things in there. All right, Cedric said, peering into the suitcase. But you're not planning on joining this fight, are you? It's too dangerous, especially with them using unforgivable curses. Don't worry, Kyle said, giving him a reassuring nod. I've got help, it's hard to explain, but you'll understand soon enough. Just then, a rustling sound came from the trees nearby. Who's there? Kyle called, raising his wand and creating a translucent barrier in front of him. 2 witches hurried past, glancing briefly at him before disappearing into the trees. Kyle didn't lower his wand until they were out of sight. He then picked up the suitcase and sprinted toward the camp. By now, the camp was in utter chaos. Cries and screams filled the air as spells of every color ricocheted wildly, casting flashes of light across the disordered grounds. Kyle pushed on, heading straight for the thickest part of the fray. Finding Mr. Weasley was easier than he expected. Even in a chaotic battlefield, the distinctive red hair of the Weasley family stood out. Soon, Kyle spotted him in the middle of the camp. Mr. Weasley, along with Bill and Charlie, was standing protectively around a group of children in pajamas. A group of 7 or 8 hooded wizards surrounded them, not in attack but in amusement, taunting the Weasleys like cats toying with mice. They leisurely fired curses at the terrified children, clearly entertained by the scene. Mr. Weasley was attempting to shield the group, but his efforts only seemed to amuse them further. That's enough fun for now, one of the hooded figures said, his voice low and rough. The Ministry's backup will be here soon. Let's get on with the real business. Another figure chuckled darkly. Maxime will be so surprised to find so many Beauxbatons students in the mess. That dim-witted giantess, she'll be licking my boots after this. Do what you want then. The hooded figures raised their wands, ready to unleash a more serious attack. Then, from behind them, a voice rang out. Stupefy. At that exact moment, several round objects rolled silently toward their feet. Cruci, one of the hooded wizards screamed, dropping his wand and collapsing as a fierce, stabbing pain tore through his shin. His scream was so loud it could have been mistaken for the Cruciatus curse itself. Another scream followed, and the remaining hooded figures began to fall to the ground, one after the other. Only now did they notice that their legs were being attacked by round, chomping plants. Chomping cabbages latched onto their limbs with sharp, relentless bites. Blasted chomping cabbages! Why are they here? One of them yelled in panic. The wizard struggled to pull the cabbages off, but Mr. Weasley and his son seized the opportunity. Stupefy! Stupefy! Incarcerus! In an instant, the situation had shifted dramatically. The group of hooded wizards, once confident with their numbers, was reduced to a single figure. He had been the quickest to react, pulling back just in time to evade the chomping cabbages' attack. But now, he was alone, facing the furious Weasleys. Bill held his wand steady, a vengeful satisfaction flickering in his eyes. Had a good laugh, haven't you? He sneered. Well, go on, don't stop now. The remaining wizard cursed under his breath and turned to flee. But before he'd made it more than a step or two. Stupefy! The wizard dropped with a dull thud, sprawled out and motionless. His wand, which had slipped from his grasp, rolled a few feet away. It was distinct from the others. At the end was an elegant metal snake's head, and 2 emeralds set in the eyes sparkled ominously in the firelight. Chapter 467, Chapter 467, Maxime's Slap. The situation had changed so swiftly that, in the blink of an eye, the hooded wizards who once held the advantage were now sprawled across the ground, utterly defeated and incapable of fighting back. Mr. Weasley, along with Bill and Charlie, felt as if they were in a dream. Did reinforcements arrive? Charlie asked, turning his head to look around in bewilderment. Mr. Weasley remained silent, his gaze fixed on the spot where the last hooded wizard had fallen, his brow furrowed slightly. Just then, the air around them rippled, and Kyle, having lifted the disillusionment charm, waved at them and asked, "How are you? Nobody's hurt, I hope. Why did you come here?" Mr. Weasley said sternly. "It's dangerous, go back to the forest." Dangerous? Kyle glanced at the 7 squirming wizards on the ground. "I don't know, looks to me like there's no problem." "You did all this?" Bill asked, incredulous. "Call it luck." "They were dreadfully unprepared," Kyle replied with a nod, bending down to gently pry the chomping cabbages from the wizard's legs. Thanks to Mr. Weasley's swift intervention, the wizards had been knocked out with little resistance, leaving the chomping cabbages relatively undamaged, only causing minor abrasions. Not bad at all, good enough to use again next time. Mr. Weasley watched Kyle's movements, his mouth twitching slightly. While Chinese chomping cabbage isn't classified as a non-tradable substance like venomous tentacula, it isn't something just anyone can cultivate. It requires a great deal of paperwork and registration with the Ministry of Magic. Tossing 7 or 8 of them around casually, as Kyle had done, is, strictly speaking, definitely not allowed. But, seeing as there was no one else here to witness it, Mr. Weasley simply turned his head and pretended not to notice. Bill and Charlie followed suit, and the 3 of them lowered their heads in unison and began gathering the wands scattered across the ground. A rope materialized and securely bound the unconscious wizards together. When they picked up the last wand, the one with the snakehead decoration, Mr. Weasley's eyes brightened. He recalled that only one person used such an ostentatious wand design. He quickly moved to remove each captive's hood and mask. Yaxley. Crabbe. Rookwood. Mr. Weasley called out their names one by one. Goyle, and Malfoy. When he reached the final name, a triumphant smile broke across his face, despite the fact that the crisis wasn't entirely over. "Let's see you try and wriggle out of this one," he said with satisfaction. He had suspected from the start that Lucius Malfoy was among them, but until now, he had lacked the proof. Caught in the act, Malfoy was as good as done. Mr. Weasley hadn't felt such elation in ages. If only the timing were better, he'd be inviting some friends over to celebrate this moment. Thud, thud. At that moment, a heavy footfall echoed nearby, and a towering figure over 3 meters tall approached at a run. With each step she took, Kyle could feel the ground tremble slightly. Gabrielle. Nova. Caslow, thank goodness you're all here. Headmistress Maxime. The young wizards, who had been huddling together in terror, suddenly came alive at the sight of the arrival. They rushed to Maxime, hugging her legs, chattering in French, and frequently glancing at Kyle and Mr. Weasley. Maxime then guided the group over to join them. "Thank you," she said sincerely. "I am Olympe Maxime, headmistress of Beauxbatons Academy of Magic. Thank you for saving these children." "It's nothing, really, anyone would have done the same," said Mr. Weasley, stretching his neck. Truthfully, when Mr. Weasley first saw Headmistress Maxime, he couldn't help but wonder if she was related to Hagrid. She was enormous. Though he was quite tall himself, standing next to her, he barely reached her waist. "Oh, I hadn't noticed." Maxime's gaze shifted to Kyle. I had thought we'd meet again, but I didn't expect it under these circumstances. I heard everything Gabrielle said. Thank you for protecting them. No, that was mostly Mr. Weasley's doing, Kyle replied with a smile. I only happened to arrive in time to lend a little help. That's very admirable, said Madame Maxime, her tone tinged with irritation. Unlike some people who are usually so arrogant they can't handle anything unexpected, even if it means abandoning their classmates. I should have brought Fleur, at least she wouldn't have brought disgrace to Beauxbatons. As Maxime spoke, her anger visibly grew, and before anyone could react, she vented it on the tied-up group. She delivered a slap to one of the men's faces. You can imagine the consequences of a slap from a half-giant. The powerful blow sent the bound men flying, and after landing, they toppled a nearby tent and rolled a good distance away. Oh. Merlin. Mr. Weasley rushed after them. My apologies. Maxime said, looking more composed. Don't worry, I know my strength. They won't die. Kyle glanced at a few teeth scattered on the ground, feeling somewhat skeptical of her assurances. But he shrugged it off and asked casually, didn't Fleur come to watch the match? She's otherwise occupied, preparing for another major event, Maxime replied with a smile. But you'll see her soon enough. Kyle nodded. Maxime didn't stay long, she needed to get the children to safety. After thanking the Weasley family once more, she departed. The chaos around them continued. Mr. Weasley found an empty tent and tossed the bound wizards inside, instructing Charlie and Kyle to keep an eye on them. As for him, he had to return to help elsewhere. With at least 200 rioting wizards, the ministry's manpower was spread far too thin. Wait. Kyle tried to call after him, but Mr. Weasley didn't pause, disappearing from sight as he ran out of the tent. Charlie wanted to help as well, like Bill, but he didn't feel right leaving Kyle alone. He stood by, clearly anxious. Kyle, however, appeared far more at ease. After glancing outside the tent, he relaxed. If Charlie had observed the scene more closely, he might have noticed that the surrounding battle was starting to lose intensity. Fewer spells flew through the air, and the scattered groups of rioters seemed disorganized. The absence of leadership had turned a coordinated assault into a chaotic scramble. And as for who the leader had been, Kyle glanced toward the tent, where the bound wizards were lying. The answer was obvious. Even more crucially, backup from the ministry had finally arrived. Not far off, a large number of hit wizards and aurors were charging into the camp from every direction. At the forefront was Auror Office Director Scrimgeour, who looked like an enraged lion, his wand raised high as he advanced. The aurors and hit wizards behind him followed suit, casting a flurry of stunning spells and disarming charms, subduing the remaining rioters who dared to resist. Chapter 468, Chapter 468, The Dark Mark. The voices of the aurors outside reached them in the tent. Charlie let out a sigh of relief, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and couldn't resist lifting his foot to give Malfoy a swift kick. A rare opportunity. Charlie said to Kyle with a grin. This guy was laughing the hardest just now, and he was also the first to use the Cruciatus Curse. I've been wanting to do that for ages. Cruciatus Curse. Kyle's expression darkened. So you all. Oh, don't worry about it, Dad handled it. Malfoy was lucky he got away with it. Twice, Charlie muttered, growing angry again as he raised his foot once more and delivered another kick to Malfoy's stomach. Malfoy stirred, showing faint signs of waking up, but Charlie quickly hit him with a stunning spell and continued his kicks for good measure. Kyle approached, holding a potion bottle in his hand. The commotion outside began to quiet down, and the flashes in the sky faded, the chaos settling as the night grew still. About an hour later, Mr. Weasley returned with a group of stern-faced aurors. As they stepped into the tent, their gazes fell on the bound figures in the corner. By Merlin's beard, one of the aurors exclaimed, clearly recognizing the captives. They're all from prominent pureblood families. Arthur, are you sure there's been no mistake? Absolutely certain, Dawlish, Mr. Weasley replied, pointing to the pile of hoods and masks nearby. These were all on them. Madame Olympe Maxime, headmistress of Beauxbatons Academy, can testify to this. Maxime. Dawlish looked surprised. Olympe Maxime was highly respected and influential in France. It was unexpected to find her entangled in this situation, especially involving foreign students. These men tried to capture the Beauxbatons students earlier, Mr. Weasley explained. It seems they intended to use them to coerce Maxime into some kind of compliance. Despicable tactics, Dawlish sneered, waving his wand to levitate the tied-up wizards and drag them from the tent. Thank you for your hard work, Arthur. Once they were led out, Dawlish chuckled, turning to Mr. Weasley. You took down 7 of them. I never knew you had it in you. You ought to consider becoming an auror. Oh, no, it wasn't just me. Mr. Weasley began to explain, then hesitated as he recalled the questionable legality of the Chomping Cabbages, deciding to hold his tongue. The kids helped a great deal. 4 against 7, and you managed to catch them all unharmed. That's impressive, Dawlish said approvingly. Really, you should consider the Auror path. It's got to be better than that little office they've tucked you into. It really wasn't my doing, Mr. Weasley said, flustered, but as he glanced at the cabbages, he realized any explanation would lead straight back to them. His face reddened as he fumbled for words. All right, I understand. It seems you're quite committed to your work, Dawlish replied with a smile. But we've got to get going. Still plenty to handle tonight. I'll see you at the ministry, Arthur. All right, Mr. Weasley replied, nodding helplessly. After the Aurors had left, Mr. Weasley wiped the sweat and mud from his face with his sleeve. He looked at Kyle and, after a moment of hesitation, said, "That chomping cabbage. I got it from the school greenhouse," Kyle explained. "For brewing potions." "I don't doubt that for a second," Mr. Weasley replied, shaking his head, "but it's against the rules, and if anyone holds a grudge, this could come back to bite you." "It's all right, Dad," Bill said, stepping over and patting his chest. "Just say I gave Kyle the chomping cabbage. As a cursebreaker, it's normal to carry some magical plants for defense, especially when working somewhere as dangerous as the pyramids." "No, it makes more sense to blame me," Charlie added, stepping forward as well. "Chomping cabbage is one of the Chinese fireball's favorite treats. Since I work at the Romanian Dragon Reserve, it's only logical I'd keep some dragon snacks around, right?" "Thanks, but I don't think that'll be necessary," Kyle replied with a grin, shaking his head. "The wounds from the chomping cabbage are easy to treat. I've already applied a special potion and healing charms. By now, they should be almost completely healed." "That's good," Mr. Weasley said with relief. "If that's the case, it'll save us a lot of trouble." Bill raised an eyebrow, a thought dawning on him. Earlier, he'd been too tense to think about it, but now. Disillusionment charms to sneak up on dark wizards, a potion to erase bite marks from chomping cabbages. Kyle's plan had been flawless. What exactly had he been learning at school these past few years? But Mr. Weasley didn't dwell on that. He was about to ask Kyle if he'd seen Harry or Ron when a new round of gasps erupted outside the tent. "Oh, for Merlin's sake, is it not over yet?" Mr. Weasley muttered, running outside. But as soon as he stepped out, he froze, captivated by a strange sight in the sky. It was an enormous green skull with a serpent slithering from its mouth. Mr. Weasley's eyes widened in shock. He knew that symbol well, as did any older wizard. "By Merlin's beard." He breathed, his voice tinged with disbelief. "Why is the dark mark here? Malfoy's already been captured, hasn't he?" He had been so sure Lucius Malfoy was the mastermind behind the night's chaos, but now it seemed clear that others were involved, perhaps even more brazen and dangerous than Malfoy himself. In the wizarding world, casting the dark mark was no small act. Ever since Voldemort's fall, even a reckless display of it was a crime nearly on par with using an unforgivable curse. Bill and Charlie, who had followed him outside, looked up and saw the ominous mark flashing against the dark sky. "Seems there are still some Death Eaters on the loose," Charlie said grimly. "Dad, should we go take a look?" Mr. Weasley wanted to go. The dark mark hadn't appeared in over a decade, and he was deeply curious about what, or who, could be behind it. But before he could make a decision, a series of loud pops echoed all around them. The anti-apparition wards on the camp had apparently been lifted, and as soon as they saw the dark mark, nearly half of the Aurors and Hit wizards rushed in the direction of the mark, almost 50 of them. "Forget it." Mr. Weasley shook his head, glancing back at Bill and Charlie. "There are plenty of people on it already. Even if we went, we couldn't do much more than what they're already handling." Chapter 469, What Dragon? "I have no idea." Mr. Weasley decided against joining the commotion near the dark mark and instead led everyone back to their original tent. Luckily, since it was located at the camp's edge, it had remained untouched by the rioting crowd and was still intact. As they approached, Percy nervously poked his head out of the tent. When he saw Mr. Weasley, he relaxed somewhat, though he was clutching his arm with a sheet that was slowly soaking with blood. He looked as though he'd been seriously injured. "Where were you?" Mr. Weasley hurried over to him, concern etched on his face. "How's your arm? Is it bad?" "It's nothing," Percy replied, his face contorted with pain but still sporting a look of satisfaction. "Mr. Crouch saw me get it, my heroic stand against that dark wizard." Right. Charlie muttered, giving Percy a sharp look. "Maybe tomorrow he'll promote you to Deputy Head of International Magical Cooperation, the heroic Percy Weasley." There was an edge to Charlie's voice that he couldn't hide. Only a short while ago, they'd been ambushed by the Malfoys and barely escaped. If Kyle hadn't shown up when he did, there was no telling what would have happened to them. They might have survived, but they'd certainly have been tortured by the Cruciatus curse. Even Kyle, upon sensing the danger Mr. Weasley was in, had come to help. But Percy? He'd been busy impressing Crouch with his supposed bravery. If they hadn't had other witnesses around, Charlie would have been sorely tempted to take a swing at him. Beside him, Bill's expression mirrored his own displeasure. Unfazed by the tension around him, Percy continued, still gloating. "You're just joking around, that's not possible." He didn't seem to notice Charlie's sarcasm, nor did he care that Fred and George had been mispronouncing his name in jest for days. He was so accustomed to it by now. "I just hope Mr. Crouch will assign me some more challenging work after this. This was almost too easy." Charlie scoffed under his breath, rolling his eyes and deciding not to respond. Instead, he took a long drink of water to calm himself down before heading for the tent door with Mr. Weasley, intent on looking for Harry, Ron, and the others. But just as they were about to leave, a group entered from outside, Cedric in the lead, followed by Cho, Conna, Harry, and, bringing up the rear, Fred and George. All of them had returned, not one of them missing, but their faces were pale and they looked as though they'd been through quite a fright. "Thank goodness, you're all safe," Mr. Weasley said in relief. "I'm sure you're shaken, but it's over now. Come in, have some water, and then we'll head home soon." The group remained silent, their eyes collectively turning toward Kyle as he entered behind them. They were indeed shaken, but it wasn't the riots that had terrified them, it was Kyle's suitcase. At first, when they discovered the suitcase was actually a small room, everyone was stunned, and even their nervousness eased a little. But then, driven by curiosity, Ron opened the door. And that's when they saw it, a dragon nearly tens of feet tall. The dragon lay curled up in the doorway, and as soon as the door opened, they could feel the heat from its nostrils. It was like coming face to face with a dragon, no words could capture that feeling. Ron, who was closest, fainted on the spot. So they stood there, frozen in a silent standoff with the dragon. No one knew how long it lasted, maybe a minute, maybe half an hour, until Conna finally gathered the courage to step forward and close the door. Even so, they were too petrified to move, standing rooted in place, barely daring to breathe, fearing any sound might disturb the massive creature outside. Even Fred and George, who'd been on the verge of a heated argument about leaving, had fallen silent. The group simply waited, paralyzed, until Kyle returned to check on them. "Tell me that wasn't real, right?" Cedric asked through gritted teeth as Mr. Weasley brought over some water. "What?" Kyle replied, looking confused. "The dragon." Ron exclaimed beside him, his face red as if he'd been struck. "Oh, you mean Norbert," Kyle said, catching on. Yes, of course, it's fake. There was no dragon in the suitcase at all. You must have imagined it." Everyone's faces darkened immediately. That was a blatant lie, they'd all heard Kyle call the dragon by name just moments ago. And if one person had imagined it, could all of them have been wrong? That was impossible. And that name? Norbert. In the crowd, Hermione lowered her head, deep in thought. That name stirred a memory. Oh, of course. She suddenly remembered the Norwegian Ridgeback Hagrid had hatched in their first year, a dragon he'd named Norbert. Kyle had been there too, and mysteriously, the dragon had disappeared. No one knew what had happened to it, and Hagrid hadn't said a word. Could it be? Hermione glanced at the suitcase again. Now she understood what Hagrid might have meant when he said that, it was taken care of. "Believe me, you really have the wrong suitcase," Kyle insisted, sounding entirely confident. "How could I not know my own suitcase? If you don't believe me, I can show you again. There's really nothing inside." "What are you talking about?" Mr. Weasley, who had just come over with water, bread, and sausages, looked at him questioningly. "Dad, Kyle's." Ron began, but then he noticed Kyle watching him with an intense expression. For a moment, Ron felt his heart skip, then his mind cleared as if by instinct. "It's nothing, Dad," he said, quickly changing the subject. "We were just a bit shaken. Those guys were horrible. They pretended to be from the Ministry earlier and tried to kill Harry." "What?" Mr. Weasley gasped in horror. He rushed to Harry, checking him over thoroughly until he was certain he was unharmed. Mr. Weasley, still shaken, patted his own chest and asked, "Tell me, what happened?" "Well, it's like this, Mr. Weasley." Ron started, but Cedric stepped in, volunteering to recount the story. Likely aware that Kyle had released them just outside the tent, Cedric didn't mention the suitcase, he simply explained they'd hidden in a secure place. While they were talking, Conna stood nearby, her gaze fixed on Kyle with a curious intensity. Feeling her stare, Kyle shrugged uncomfortably and said, "All right, if you're that interested, why don't you come take a look inside my suitcase? I can even be your tour guide. But it might be too late tonight. How about after school starts?" "Sure," Conna replied with a smile. Just then, the tent door burst open again. It was Creature, the house elf who'd come with Conna. He ran in, sobbing loudly and sniffing as he went. Chapter 470, An Acquaintance. The past hour or so had been tough for Cedric and the others, cooped up in the suitcase with the dragon. But that ordeal was nothing compared to what Creature had endured. The poor house elf had only stepped out to fetch water, unaware that when he returned, everyone in the tent would be gone. Then chaos erupted in the camp as witches and wizards began dueling, and all sorts of dangerous spells were flying around. When the killing curse appeared, Creature had nearly fainted from fear on the spot. It wasn't that he was particularly attached to Kana, but Regulus still needed Snape's help, and to ensure Regulus looked more like himself again and less like a creature, Kana couldn't come to any harm, not even a scratch. So, despite his terror, Creature had frantically started searching, calling for Kana as he went. For more than an hour, he checked nearly every tent, even fending off a dozen witches and wizards who got in his way. The poor house elf, nearly in despair, was on the verge of overturning the entire camp when he finally heard Kana's voice. Overwhelmed with relief, Creature wasted no time. He immediately operated Kana out as soon as he re-entered the tent, determined to keep her safe from any further dangers. The whole thing happened so quickly that Kana didn't even have a chance to say goodbye. The others exchanged uncertain glances, still processing what had just happened. "Well, we should probably head back too," Mr. Weasley said. "A dark mark has appeared over the camp, and I'm sure news will spread quickly. It's best we get home as soon as possible, so your parents don't worry." With that, Mr. Weasley stood and headed out of the tent. "I'll see if I can arrange an early port key. You all stay here." "The dark mark?" Harry asked, puzzled, after Mr. Weasley had left. "Is that the skull in the sky?" "What exactly is that?" "It's the mark of you-know-who," said Bill. "A decade ago, it was the thing people feared most. Wherever the dark mark appeared, it meant you-know-who had been there." "But you-know-who is dead," Harry said. "Yes, but the Death Eaters are still around," Bill replied, thinking of the Malfoys and others. "What we saw tonight must have been from the remnants of his followers. Somehow they escaped justice and weren't sent to Azkaban." "But that's the end of it for them," Charlie chimed in with a grin. "They were caught red-handed with undeniable evidence, and with Headmistress Maxime as a witness, no less." "Ha." Charlie took a hearty gulp of water. He would have preferred a drink, but with no options other than water, he had to make do. "Thank goodness you weren't in the forest," Bill added, gathering his long, disheveled ponytail. "The Death Eaters are cruel and merciless. If you'd been there when they conjured the dark mark, it would have been horrible." "But, why would a Death Eater even conjure the dark mark?" Hermione asked slowly. "I mean, what would be the point, just to scare people?" "Who knows," said Bill with a shrug. "Maybe they'd had a bit too much to drink and thought it'd be funny. They used to do things like that before Voldemort fell." His face twisted in disgust. Harry didn't hear the rest, his mind was buzzing. He wandered out of the tent, his gaze lifting to the skulls in the sky as he stood lost in thought. About half an hour later, Mr. Weasley returned. He wasn't alone, accompanying him were Fudge, Crouch, Bagman, and several other ministry officials. They strode quickly into the tent and immediately pulled Harry aside for a flurry of questions. Earlier, Mr. Weasley had let slip that Harry Potter had nearly been killed, causing Fudge's face to go ashen. He'd never been so terrified, not even upon seeing the dark mark. If Harry had been killed by a Death Eater right under the Ministry's nose, Fudge knew he'd be flooded with furious letters. Fudge was followed closely by Crouch, who seized Harry by the shoulders. His face was pale as chalk, and both his hands and his toothbrush mustache were twitching. "Where is the person who tried to kill you?" Crouch demanded. "In the woods," Harry answered. "Do you still know the way?" Crouch pressed. "Yes," Harry replied. "Good. Take us there." The group followed Harry to the part of the forest they had been in earlier. There, the ministry employee responsible for registration, the one Kyle had knocked unconscious, was still lying under a tree. At the sight of the men, Crouch's demeanor shifted, his tense expression relaxed, and he returned to his usual meticulous self. Scrimgeour, the head of the Auror office, stepped forward to examine the men. After a moment, he pulled out a small vial and splashed its contents onto the unconscious man's face. "It's not polyjuice potion," Scrimgeour informed Fudge and Crouch. "Feels like the Imperious Curse." "Let's not jump to conclusions," Crouch said curtly. "Wake him up and take him back to the ministry for questioning." A few hit wizards moved in and carried the men away. "Minister," Mr. Weasley said, "it's far too dangerous for Harry to stay here. I'd like to take him back immediately, if possible." "No," Crouch replied, frowning. "We need more details. He can't leave just yet." "Barty, I think this can wait until we get to the ministry," said a witch wrapped in a woolen dressing gown. The boys in shock. "Letting him calm down might help him remember more." Yes, you're right," Fudge muttered, fiddling with his hat. Understanding the hint, one of the officials brought over an old tire. Fudge took it and handed it to Mr. Weasley, then turned to Harry. "Now, lad, don't forget to come to the ministry afterward. How about tomorrow? In the meantime, try to recall as many details as you can." Still a bit confused, Harry looked to Mr. Weasley, who nodded in reassurance. Harry agreed with a nod of his own. Though clearly dissatisfied, Crouch could say nothing more. Fudge had made his decision. With a final cold glance, Crouch turned and left. The others followed suit, leaving only a few Aurors to guard the area. Before departing, Fudge reminded Mr. Weasley once more not to forget to bring Harry to the Ministry the next day. Mr. Weasley promised, and they all gathered around the tire, preparing to portkey back to Stoched Hill. While they waited, Kyle glanced toward the portkey distribution point nearby. The line was even longer than before, with people streaming in from every direction, eager to leave as quickly as possible. If they'd waited in that line, they wouldn't have been able to leave until noon. 10 seconds, everyone ready? Mr. Weasley called. Everyone placed their hands on the tire. As the countdown began, Kyle glanced back at the camp. Now that the danger had passed, more and more people were returning to check on their tents, hoping they hadn't been destroyed. Just then, Kyle spotted a familiar figure in the crowd, a head of golden hair, a bright peacock blue robe, and a set of dazzlingly white teeth that somehow still gleamed in the dark. Gilderoy Lockhart. Kyle rubbed his eyes, trying to get a clearer look, but with a soft pop, the portkey activated, and the familiar face vanished from view. Chapter 471, The Dedicated Rita Skeeter. When the group returned to Stoched Hill, the noise of the crowd faded away, leaving only the sounds of chirping insects. Cedric, who lived on the other side of the village, parted ways with them at the bottom of the hill, and the others continued on. In the cool moonlight, they walked through St. Catchpole village, chatting as they made their way along the damp path toward the burrow. You said you saw Gilderoy Lockhart? Harry asked, glancing at Kyle in surprise. I only caught a glimpse, so I'm not sure, Kyle replied. But that person's teeth were incredibly white and shiny, and he had blonde hair, just like Lockhart. You must have been mistaken, Ron said. Lockhart is still at St. Mungo's Hospital for magical injuries. There's no way he'd be at the Quidditch World Cup. Actually, no, Mr. Weasley, walking ahead of them, chimed in. If I recall correctly, he was released about a week ago. Fudge mentioned it after a visit to St. Mungo's. And when he came back, the ministry received a generous donation. Lockhart donated it. Ron asked, sounding skeptical. Not exactly to the ministry, Mr. Weasley explained. Apparently, Lockhart had a change of heart and decided to use the fortune he'd accumulated from his book sales to compensate the people whose memories he stole and to help fund their treatment. He even handed over all rights and royalties to his books to support others in St. Mungo's who needed memory restoration. The 2 people in the ward with him were the first beneficiaries. All his fortune, plus all his book royalties. Ron gasped. His books aren't cheap. How much is that going to cost? Can Lockhart even afford it? I'm not really sure, Mr. Weasley replied, but that's how it was arranged. His books can be sold again, except now the names of the real people who performed those deeds have replaced his. So, Lockhart's fine now? Harry asked. Oh, definitely, Ron said with a grin. Think about it, last year, everyone at Hogwarts had to buy 7 of his books, and that's tens of thousands of galleons right there. Adding his earlier savings, he's sitting on a mountain of galleons. With that much gold, I think most people would be inclined to forgive him. But it's not right. Hermione protested, frowning. He should be properly punished. No, I think this is punishment enough, Ron argued. Losing tens of thousands of galleons all at once, just the thought of it made Ron wince. Mr. Weasley didn't comment. He had originally shared Hermione's view, but knowing the Longbottoms had benefited softened his stance. It was a coincidence that after Lockhart was admitted to St. Mungo's, he ended up in the same ward as the Longbottoms, making them among the first to benefit from his donation. Kyle nodded thoughtfully. It seemed likely that Lockhart, not wanting to spend the rest of his life in St. Mungo's or face Azkaban, chose to pay his way out. The fact that he could still attend the Quidditch World Cup suggested he hadn't given up all his wealth entirely. His books remained popular, and as long as his donation was large enough to impress, he could keep a bit for himself without raising complaints. Chatting as they walked, the group soon passed through St. Catchpole village. They turned the corner at the end of the path, and the burrow came into view. A shout came from up the path. Oh, thank goodness, thank goodness. Mrs. Weasley, who must have been waiting anxiously, came running toward them in her slippers, pale and visibly shaken. Clutching a crumpled copy of the Daily Prophet, she threw her arms around Mr. Weasley. Arthur, I was so worried. Thank goodness you're all right. She hugged him tightly, and the newspaper slipped from her hands, fluttering weakly to the ground. Kyle picked it up, glancing at the headline. Horror at the Quidditch World Cup. The bold title was accompanied by a large photo showing a scene of chaos at the campsite, with panicked witches and wizards fleeing in all directions. So soon? Kyle asked in disbelief. It only just ended, and they're already reporting it. The owl delivered it half an hour ago, Mrs. Weasley replied, shaking her head. I wondered why it arrived at such an odd time. I never imagined something so awful had happened. By Merlin's beard, the dark mark. Kyle opened the newspaper, and everyone crowded behind him, eager to read it too. The edition was noticeably thinner than usual, clearly rushed to print to catch the breaking story. The articles covered the Quidditch World Cup incident from every angle. Ministry in a panic, security lax, dark wizard at large, gross negligence, shameful. Ginny read aloud, sounding irritated. Did the person who wrote this not see that even people on vacation like Dad were out there handling it? She wouldn't have seen it, and even if she did, she'd never write it, Charlie said, pointing to the byline. Look who it is, Rita Skeeter. She practically invents her stories. That woman's nothing but a thorn in the ministry side, Percy grumbled. And she must have known nearly everyone from the ministry was at the camp because she published this overnight. Harry tilted his head to see the byline, spotting Rita Skeeter's name. He recalled her article from the previous year about his flying car incident. She certainly knew how to spin a story. Well, never mind that. As long as you're all safe, Mrs. Weasley said, guiding them toward the house. In the cozy, crowded kitchen, she made hot cocoa for everyone, while Mr. Weasley opted instead for a glass of aged fire whiskey. 10 minutes later, Mrs. Weasley returned with a plate of sandwiches, made as quickly as possible. But no one seemed interested in eating. After all they'd been through, the dragons, the riots, everyone was exhausted. Now, in the familiar comfort of the burrow, they finally began to unwind, feeling heavy with fatigue. Sensing this, Mrs. Weasley didn't press them for details. Once everyone had finished eating, she sent them all upstairs, leaving Mr. Weasley alone in the kitchen. Kyle went back to his own house. The lights were on, but no one was there. On the table sat a plate of hot omelets and bread, along with a copy of the Daily Prophet, the same edition he'd seen at the burrow. It seemed Chris and Diana must have received the news and rushed back to the ministry that night. Kyle imagined the Ministry of Magic would be swamped over the coming days, thanks to Rita Skeeter's sensational report. But what puzzled him was why Chris and Diana, with one working in the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures and the other in the Department of Mysteries, would need to return to the ministry over a riot that seemed unrelated to their fields. Could it be that the disturbance involved Veelas or leprechauns? Chapter 472, before the start of term. Kyle didn't find out why Chris had to rush back to the Ministry of Magic overnight until the following evening. In short, the ministry was severely understaffed, and the few employees in the Department of International Magical Cooperation couldn't manage the influx of work. Nearly everyone who could be spared had been called in to assist. Even Mr. Weasley wasn't exempt. For an entire week, he left at dawn and didn't return until late at night. During this time, Kyle had most of his meals at the Weasleys' house. Each time he went, Fred and George would snicker nearby, unable to resist teasing him. They'd been like this since their return from camp, all because of the time Kyle and Cedric had conspired to stuff them into a suitcase. Cedric escaped their teasing since he lived farther from the burrow, leaving Kyle to endure their constant jibes. Finally, fed up, Kyle promised to take them on a proper tour inside the suitcase when school began. This managed to quiet them down, at least for a few days. Around this time, a major row broke out between Percy and Mrs. Weasley. The cause was another article by Rita Skeeter, who somehow got wind of the rumor that Mr. Weasley had supposedly focused only on helping a few French students to curry favor with the Beauxbatons headmistress, ignoring the deaths of a dozen wizards. Anyone with common sense could tell it was a fabrication, but Percy took it at face value and even criticized Mr. Weasley's judgment over breakfast, much to the irritation of Bill and Charlie. Mrs. Weasley, furious, gave Percy a scolding he wouldn't soon forget, while Charlie demonstrated exactly what a dragon keeper could do. Percy fled to the Ministry of Magic mid-meal, sporting a pair of black eyes. Don't pay him any mind, Bill told Harry and the others afterward. Rita Skeeter never writes anything good about anyone. She's got a knack for twisting facts, and unfortunately, too many people without any brains believe her. Before Harry knew it, the last day of the holidays had arrived, but he still hadn't received any letters from Sirius or Lupin. That morning, Kyle made a trip to 12 Grimmauld Place, but it was empty, and the house elf was nowhere to be found. There had been no updates from the ministry, either. Evidently, Sirius's retrial had been put on hold. Fudge seemed reluctant to take on Crouch just yet, especially with the ongoing fallout from the Quidditch World Cup. It made sense, though. The ministry was in turmoil, and every day, the Department of International Magical Cooperation received an influx of angry letters. If it weren't for Crouch as a public scapegoat, all the letters complaining about the lack of safety at the World Cup and demanding compensation would likely have been directed straight to Fudge's office. The last thing Fudge wanted was to spend his days sorting through shouting letters. By the time Kyle returned to St. Catchpole Village, it was almost noon. Chris had dropped by briefly, but then hurried off with Charlie, who'd been called to Romania for an urgent assignment. With only one day left in his holiday, Charlie knew he could save travel time by using the ministry's port key. Mr. Weasley, on the other hand, didn't return home until late that night, looking utterly exhausted. "Things are getting out of hand," Mr. Weasley said, sinking into an armchair by the fireplace and listlessly pushing a bit of cauliflower around on his plate. "Rita Skeeter's been snooping around all week, looking for more ministry drama to report, and her articles are stirring up endless trouble for us." "And Malfoy, Dad?" Bill asked. "What happened to him? Was he sent to Azkaban?" "I wish," Mr. Weasley sighed. "At the trial, he insisted it was just a momentary loss of composure after his team lost. Claimed he hadn't realized it would cause such a stir." "Momentary loss of composure?" Bill said angrily. "They used the Cruciatus curse." "I know, but we've got no way to prove it," Mr. Weasley replied. "And remember, his spell didn't work, so we can't use prior incantato to reveal it." A number of jury members also decided to believe Malfoy's story. He claimed that the real mastermind was an escaped Death Eater who either used the Imperius curse on him to try to kill Harry or was the one who cast the killing curse and conjured the dark mark. And conveniently, Malfoy had already been arrested by the time the dark mark appeared, supposedly proving he wasn't involved. "That's rubbish." "And Headmistress Maxime, did she agree with that story?" Bill asked. "The Ministry is still in negotiations with her," Mr. Weasley explained. "That's why Malfoy and his lot haven't been released yet." Even though he donated a large sum of gold and offered to cover all the damages, Headmaster Maxime brought in the French Minister of Magic, demanding an official explanation. She even threatened to withdraw from certain events if she didn't get it. Mr. Weasley paused, then added, "Both Headmaster Maxime and the French Minister of Magic are standing firm, and it's giving Fudge a major headache." "I get it," Kyle nodded. "He doesn't want to harm his international standing, but he doesn't want to miss out on Malfoy's gold either." "Exactly," Mr. Weasley said, pouring himself a small glass of fire whiskey. "But either way, Malfoy's in for it this time. I've heard the amount he's pledged in compensation is no small sum. He's also got to face Beauxbatons. Word is the Malfoys are already selling off some of their shops in Diagon Alley. He deserves Azkaban." Ron said furiously. "I'd love to see Draco Malfoy try to act so arrogant then." Mr. Weasley didn't respond immediately. He knew that if the Cruciatus curse had been proven from the start, Lucius Malfoy wouldn't have a chance to wriggle free. But as it was, years of careful scheming, and plenty of galleons, had paid off for him. Malfoy always had someone ready to defend him, as long as he hadn't made an irredeemable mistake. And the sudden appearance of the dark mark had given him the perfect excuse to slip away from direct blame. "I think you should all go upstairs and check if you've packed everything," Mrs. Weasley interjected, breaking up the conversation. "Go on now, stop talking about Malfoy and give your father a rest." "All right." Everyone took their things and began heading upstairs. Kyle had been meaning to ask if there was any news about Sirius from the Ministry, but seeing the exhaustion on Mr. Weasley's face, he decided to hold back. Chapter 473, The Irritable Tonks. Early the next morning, everyone gathered in front of the burrow, ready to head to King's Cross Station. Soon, a blue Ministry car approached. Normally, these cars were hard to come by, but when Fudge heard Harry was staying with the Weasleys, he ensured they got the best one. It was his way of returning a favor. Since Harry had kept silent about the assassination attempt after leaving the Ministry, it saved them significant trouble. Lending a car to get to the station seemed like a fair trade, and besides, it was safer this way. The Ministry had confirmed that the employee who tried to kill Harry had indeed been under the Imperius curse. To prevent any further incidents before Harry returned to Hogwarts, Fudge even assigned an Auror to drive them. However, the chosen Auror, Tonks, didn't inspire much confidence. With her fiery red hair and clearly foul mood, Tonks spent the entire drive muttering or outright cursing. She even berated Bill for not helping her shout at a driver who cut them off. Ginny, sitting right behind her, hugged her arms and shivered, barely daring to breathe for fear that Tonks might turn on her next. No one spoke much on the way. Starting school again was bittersweet enough without a grumpy driver. The car remained eerily silent until, at last, they pulled up at King's Cross Station. Tonks was the first to hop out, and the moment she opened the door, her hair shifted from red to a bright bubblegum pink. "We're here," she said, smiling as she tapped the car door. "Everyone out, don't forget your luggage." Without a word, they all climbed out, retrieved their trunks from the boot, and made their way toward the station. Not a single person spoke, not even Fred and George, usually the loudest of the bunch. It wasn't until they'd passed through the barrier and were safely on platform 9 3/4 that Fred let out a deep breath of relief. "By Merlin's beard, I swear I'm never riding with Tonks again," he exclaimed. "If it happens again, I'll walk from home." George agreed. The others nodded in emphatic agreement. "All right, let's go," Mrs. Weasley said, laughing lightly. "Tonks is a good person, provided she's not driving," she muttered under her breath. Mrs. Weasley had never realized how fierce Tonks could be behind the wheel. She tried several times to remind Tonks to keep her temper in check, but whenever she spoke up, Tonks was too caught up in her irritation to hear her. In the end, Mrs. Weasley had just sighed and let it go. On the platform, the Hogwarts Express gleamed in the morning light, ready to depart. "Ah, I almost wish I could go back to Hogwarts this year," said Bill, hands in his pockets, gazing at the familiar red train with a wistful look. "Why?" George asked. "Oh, you'll have an exciting year," Bill said, his eyes twinkling. "I might even take some time off to come watch part of it." "Part of what?" Fred demanded, growing impatient. It had been this way all summer. Mr. Weasley, Bill, Charlie, Percy, they all seemed to know something they weren't telling. But whenever Fred or George tried to press for details, Bill would just chuckle and say nothing. Kyle, however, had an idea what it was, a classic wizarding prank, like the mysterious freshman house sorting ceremony. He figured it was just the Triwizard Tournament. What was all the fuss about? When George glanced at him with an expectant look, Kyle shrugged and said, "Don't look at me, I don't know anything either." Just then, the whistle blew, signaling the train's departure. They quickly boarded and leaned out the windows to say goodbye to Mrs. Weasley and Bill. "Thank you for letting us stay, Mrs. Weasley," Cho called, waving. "Oh, my pleasure, dear," Mrs. Weasley replied warmly. "I'd invite you to Christmas at our house, but, well, I'm guessing you might have other plans." She gave a knowing look. Ron tried to ask something, but his words were swallowed up as the train began to pull away. Mrs. Weasley waved at them with a smile, then operated away with Bill before the train rounded the bend. Back in their compartment, Fred and George resumed grumbling about everyone keeping secrets from them. Cedric smirked, turning his head to hide a laugh. He obviously knew what was going on too but wasn't about to let them in on it. After the train had traveled a short distance, it began to rain. Heavy raindrops spattered against the glass, making it hard to see the passing landscape. "Where's Kanna?" Cho suddenly asked. "Didn't she get on the train?" "She's probably in another carriage," Cedric replied, giving Kyle a look. "Go on, take it out, we should go find her soon." "Take out what?" Fred asked, suspicious. Then he saw Kyle pull an envelope from his pocket. Ding. As Kyle opened it, a round object rolled onto the table. "Oh no," Fred and George groaned, faces twisted as if they'd just eaten a handful of liver-flavored Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. It was a prefect badge, an all-too-familiar sight that Percy had flaunted proudly over the past 2 years. "Oh, it's wonderful to have another prefect in our midst," George muttered, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "No, it's actually 2, Cho said, smiling as she pinned her own badge on her robes. Fred and George's expressions turned an unfortunate shade of liver. They had always sworn they'd never want to be prefects. But now they were surrounded, every other member of their group was wearing a prefect badge. As if to rub it in, Kyle, Cho, and Cedric kept their badges on, letting them gleam in the light as they casually moved around the compartment, just to drive the point home. Finally, fed up, Fred and George grabbed their bags and pushed open the compartment door to find Lee Jordan. "Prefects, huh?" Fred muttered on his way out. "Guess they're too important for us now." The moment they left, laughter filled the compartment. "Was that a bit much?" Cho asked, giggling but looking slightly guilty. "Don't worry, they'll get over it," Kyle replied with a grin, patting his suitcase. "I've got a plan that'll make them forget all about today, and they'll be calling us prefect gladly." Still laughing, the 3 of them headed toward the front of the train, where the prefect's compartment was. Sure enough, Kanna was there. She relaxed a little when she saw Kyle and Cho, though she still looked nervous. "What took you so long?" she asked. "Oh, we were busy surprising Fred and George," Kyle said, smirking. "You should have come with us. It would have made the whole thing even better." "What do you mean?" Kanna looked puzzled. Cho leaned over and whispered the story in her ear. Soon, Kanna burst into laughter, too. "Aren't you worried they'll change your title to Big Head Boy?" Kanna teased, grinning. "Just like they did with Percy." "Not a chance," Kyle said confidently, waving it off. "They'll never get the chance." Chapter 474, New Business Opportunity. To be honest, if Kyle had a choice, he wouldn't have wanted to be a prefect. On the train to school, he'd much rather have stayed in the compartment chatting or playing a few rounds of wizard chess instead of pacing around on prefect patrol. Fortunately, the students were cooperative. Apart from Fred and George, who seemed intent on causing a bit of mischief, most were pretty quiet. Finally, by evening, the Hogwarts Express slowed and came to a halt at the dark Hogsmeade station. The doors opened just as a rumble of thunder echoed from the sky, and icy rain poured down in torrents, drenching everyone almost immediately. Kyle clipped on his waterproof badge, which kept him and his belongings dry, and the others did the same or conjured umbrellas for themselves if they didn't have similar charms. In short, everyone had their own way of keeping dry, except for the first years, who had to follow Hagrid across the Black Lake by boat. They were quickly ushered off the platform. Oh, taking a boat in this weather isn't exactly ideal, Cedric shivered, glancing at the first years. I hope this doesn't spoil their first impression of Hogwarts too much. Moving with the crowd, Kyle made his way to the carriages and climbed into the nearest one, with the others following. A few moments later, with a rough jolt, the carriage started along the path to the castle, splashing through puddles as it went. They soon arrived at the castle and quickly climbed out, hurrying up the stone steps into the warm, torchlit foyer. Just as they stepped inside, Kyle caught sight of a large water balloon dropping from the ceiling, exploding with a splash over Ron's head. One after another, more water balloons fell from above, splattering the crowd below. Screams and laughter filled the air as students pushed each other, trying to dodge the relentless onslaught. Peeves, shouted an angry voice. Get down here right now. Professor McGonagall strode out of the Great Hall, looking furious. The floor was so wet that she slipped slightly, and to keep from falling, she instinctively grabbed the person nearest her, who happened to be Hermione. Ouch. I'm sorry, Miss Granger, she said, catching her balance. Ahem, it's all right, Professor, Hermione replied, rubbing her throat, wide-eyed. Peeves, get down here this instant, Professor McGonagall demanded. I'm not doing anything. Peeves cackled, tossing a few more water balloons down onto a group of second years. They're already soaked. Hey, kids, no running. I'm warning you, Peeves. Professor McGonagall's voice grew sharper as her patience wore thin. But Peeves merely stuck out his tongue, lobbed the last few water balloons into the air, and zipped up the marble staircase, giggling maniacally as he disappeared from sight. All right, everyone, hurry inside, Professor McGonagall said, holding open the Great Hall doors and urging the drenched students forward. She muttered, half to herself, I don't know where Peeves gets all those balloons, he never runs out, not even over the holidays. Kyle stifled a laugh as he walked past Professor McGonagall and entered the Great Hall. The room was just as grand as ever, decked out for the start of term feast. Above them, the enchanted ceiling showed a turbulent storm, complete with lightning and thunder that made a few younger students squeak in surprise. Kyle and the others made their way to the Hufflepuff table and sat down. Soon, students from all houses filled the other tables, chatting excitedly about their summer adventures and the interesting events they'd encountered. Unsurprisingly, the Quidditch World Cup was the main topic of conversation. Those who hadn't attended were curious to hear first-hand accounts, eager to know if the matches, and the chaos afterward, had been as thrilling as the newspapers claimed. I wonder who the new Defense Against the Dark Arts professor is this year, Cedric said, eyeing the empty seats at the teacher's table. Maybe they couldn't find anyone, Mikkel replied. Everyone knows the position is cursed, no professor has lasted a full year. Oh. His eyes suddenly brightened. Have you noticed? Professor Snape isn't here either. Could it be that, in addition to Defense Against the Dark Arts, we'll have a new potions professor, too? Oh, this would be amazing, he added hopefully. Or, maybe he's just running late, Kyle said with a bit of optimism. Snape was probably tied up with ministry affairs after Regulus's death and couldn't attend the start-of-term feast. Oh, can't you let me be happy just this once? Mikkel sighed. Just then, the doors to the Great Hall swung open, and the chatter fell silent. Professor McGonagall entered, leading a group of wide-eyed, drenched first-year students into the hall. They're in a bit of a state, Cedric whispered. The new students looked as if they'd swum across the lake rather than taken the boats. Kyle rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Perhaps he could propose to Dumbledore that he enchant the boats with protective runes. By engraving a certain pattern, he could create an invisible canopy to shield the students from rain. That way, first years wouldn't arrive looking so miserable every time the weather turned foul. He leaned toward Kanna, sharing his idea in a whisper. That might not be possible, Kanna whispered back. Professor Babbling could do it, but the boats haven't changed in all these years. Well, maybe Professor Babbling is just too lazy, Kyle suggested. She's always trying to merge classes to get more time to travel. Kanna nodded, realizing it was true. Every year, Professor Babbling proposed combining all 5 years of ancient runes into one class so she could go on research trips. She definitely didn't seem like someone who'd spend her free time carving runes onto boats. Besides, Kyle continued, we have the board of directors' support. I'm sure Dumbledore wouldn't mind if it didn't cost the school anything. Kanna was convinced and nodded. When should we ask Professor Dumbledore? No rush, Kyle replied. The new students have already arrived for this year. How about we wait until Christmas or Easter break? Good idea. Kanna agreed. At that moment, the Sorting Hat's song came to an end. I was never wrong. In judging which house you belong to. The Great Hall broke into applause, and Kyle, who hadn't listened to a single word of the song, joined in politely. Professor McGonagall unfurled a large roll of parchment. When I call your name, please put on the hat and sit on the stool, she instructed the first years. Stuart Ackerley. A small, shivering boy stepped forward, either from nerves or the cold. Ravenclaw, the Sorting Hat announced after barely a pause. Applause erupted from the Ravenclaw table as Ackerley hurried over. Chapter 475, the lowered age limit. The Sorting Hat worked with impressive efficiency, and within about half an hour, the sorting was complete. Finally, with Kevin Whitby sorted into Hufflepuff, the ceremony came to an end. Dumbledore stood up, his eyes twinkling as he surveyed the students. Eat, he said simply. Instantly, the empty plates before them were piled high with food. Mikkel served himself a generous helping of mashed potatoes, shaking his head in wonder. I've seen it so many times, but it still amazes me every time the food just appears like that. Hogwarts tradition, Kyle said, grinning as he piled steak and ham onto his own plate. As they dug into the delicious meal, they continued their conversation about enchanting the boats, even drafting a rough price list, 100 galleons per boat. It was a steep figure for students who hadn't even graduated, but they could always negotiate if it came to that. When the main meal ended, Kyle helped himself to a Yorkshire pudding from the dessert options. Unlike the syrup-laden pies, it was just the right amount of sweetness, perfect for a final bite. After the feast, the remaining food vanished, and the plates magically cleaned themselves, gleaming once more. Dumbledore rose to his feet, and the hall gradually quieted, all eyes on the headmaster. As usual, Dumbledore ran through a few standard rules, like reminding first years that the Forbidden Forest was off-limits. His list of banned items was a little longer this year, including new additions from Zonko's joke shop, such as nose-biting teacups, ever-bashing boomerang, and biting quills, all products that had come out the previous year. The total count of forbidden items had now reached a staggering 437. It was hard to deny that Fred and George had a hand in that number. Conservatively speaking, they were responsible for at least 100 entries on the list. And now, Dumbledore continued, I regret to inform you that there will be no Quidditch matches this year. The hall erupted in disbelief and outrage, with students loudly voicing their complaints and looking at Dumbledore in shock. But before Dumbledore could explain, the doors to the Great Hall suddenly burst open. A man appeared in the doorway, leaning heavily on a long walking stick and limping toward the teacher's table. Every eye in the hall turned to watch him as he made his way forward, each of his steps echoing through the room with a hollow thud. A flash of forked lightning streaked across the enchanted ceiling, illuminating his face. Gasps rippled through the Great Hall. The man's face was a network of scars, so dense that hardly any unmarked skin remained. But it wasn't his scars that drew the most attention, it was his eyes. One eye was a normal, piercing gaze, but the other was enormous, round like a coin, and bright blue. Oh, it's Mad Eye, someone whispered instinctively as the scarred man entered. Almost immediately, the blue eye in the man's head swiveled upward as though it had heard the speaker and was looking directly at them, even from behind. The student shrank back, eyes wide. The man continued his limping journey to the teacher's table, where he leaned in to speak quietly with Dumbledore. After a brief exchange, he settled into an empty chair. Dumbledore turned to the students with a smile. Allow me to introduce our new defense against the dark arts professor, Professor Alastor Moody. But the announcement was met with an uncomfortable silence. No applause came from the students, save for a few half-hearted claps from Dumbledore and Hagrid. The atmosphere was even colder than the year Professor Lupin had been introduced. At the Hufflepuff table, Kyle discreetly glanced down at the Marauder's map in his hands. From the moment Moody entered the hall, Kyle had opened the map, but to his surprise, Moody's name didn't appear on it, and none of the markers moved to indicate his presence. It was as though Moody didn't exist on the map, or more precisely, as if he'd used a spell to make himself unplottable. Kyle was aware that the wizarding world held several charms related to making one's name untraceable, most famously used by Voldemort. For an old auror as cautious as Moody, it wasn't surprising that he might use something similar to keep himself off the radar. If anything, seeing Moody's name absent from the map reassured Kyle that it probably was the real Mad Eye, just as paranoid as ever. Satisfied, Kyle put away the map and looked back toward the teacher's table. Dumbledore, noticing the uneasy silence, decided to move things along. Now, let us continue with our previous topic, Dumbledore said. The reason we have cancelled the Quidditch matches this year is that, in the coming months, we will be hosting an event that has not been held for over a century. I am pleased to announce that this year, the Triwizard Tournament will take place at Hogwarts. For a brief moment, stunned silence filled the hall, only to be shattered by an explosion of chatter and excitement. You're joking. The Triwizard Tournament. Here. Oh, by Merlin, that's incredible. Older students excitedly explained to the younger ones what the tournament entailed. The Triwizard Tournament, exclusive to Europe's biggest wizarding schools, was a historic event that even the Quidditch World Cup couldn't match in grandeur and mystique. Students buzzed with anticipation, practically bouncing in their seats. Dumbledore chuckled softly. I'm not joking. For those who may be unfamiliar, the Triwizard Tournament is a friendly competition between Europe's 3 largest wizarding schools, Hogwarts, Beauxbatons, and Durmstrang. He went on to explain the origins of the tournament and its often perilous history, noting the many dangers and the number of past deaths. Most students listened eagerly, undeterred by tales of mortal peril. When Dumbledore announced the prize, 1,000 galleons for the winner, the excitement hit a fever pitch. Students shouted with enthusiasm, nearly rattling the enchanted ceiling overhead. I know many of you would love to represent Hogwarts, Dumbledore continued. However, the Ministry of Magic and the participating schools have agreed that there will be an age restriction for this year's competitors. Only students who have reached the age of 15 will be permitted to sign up. He raised his voice as groans of protest spread through the hall. This decision is necessary. Despite every precaution, students younger than 5th year are not likely to have the skill or experience to handle the challenges. This is for your safety. Oh, come on, groaned a boy at the Hufflepuff table, pounding his fist in frustration. I'm only a few months short, couldn't they push back the cutoff to December? Ha, lucky for me, McGonagall said cheerfully. My birthday's in March, so I'll just make it. Kyle, you must be 15 by now, right? Kyle, momentarily distracted by the buzz around him, looked up. What? Oh, yes, I turned 15 last month. Chapter 476, the scene is too beautiful. They can't do this. Ron grumbled as they made their way to the doors after the feast. I'll be 15 in March, why can't I give it a go? Yeah. Harry added wistfully. He'd love the chance to compete too, but his birthday was in July, even later than Ron's. Hermione, on the other hand, kept her head down, saying nothing. There's nothing you can do, Ron, said Fred, appearing suddenly behind them with a wide grin. It's a rule set by the school and the ministry, and you've got to follow it. Yep, be a good spectator, said George, popping up on the other side. Just remember to cheer us on. Huh. Ron scoffed, rolling his eyes. Fred and George claiming they had to obey rules was the funniest thing he'd heard all year. Why are you two allowed to sign up? Ron asked sourly. Fred gave him an incredulous look. I always thought you were slow, but I didn't know you were this thick. We're allowed to sign up because we're old enough. 16, which is a year older than the minimum, George added. You haven't forgotten our ages, have you? That'd just break our hearts. I haven't forgotten, Ron snapped. I just don't think it's fair. That's 1,000 galleons. You'd still have to win first, Fred pointed out. Got any O's in Transfiguration or Charms? Ron's cheeks turned a bit pink, but he jutted his chin out stubbornly. The Triwizard Tournament isn't an exam, it's not about grades. Maybe I could just win by luck. George let out a loud laugh. Oh, if only. But sadly, you're too young for that stroke of luck, Mr. Future Champion. Fred and George left him behind, chatting loudly about how they'd be the first to sign up. Ron, meanwhile, continued to sulk, muttering that it was unfair and that everyone should be allowed to participate. But you heard Dumbledore say that a lot of people have died in the tournament, Hermione whispered as they stepped outside the foyer. That's why it was suspended for a century. Yeah, Ron replied dismissively, but that was ages ago, right? And Dumbledore also said they'd worked hard to make sure no one's life would be at risk this time. So if it's safe for 15-year-olds, then why not us? Hermione, surprisingly, didn't argue. She remained silent, her head down as she continued to think, clearly preoccupied with something else entirely. Ha ha ha. Hermione suddenly heard laughter coming from the Hufflepuff group nearby. McGonagall was waving his hands animatedly. Who do you think will be Hogwarts champion? Kyle or Cedric? It'll be Kyle, he's practically filled the trophy room with special awards for services to the school, someone chimed in. No, it's got to be Cedric, a 6th year shook his head. He's in his 6th year, so he's got the age advantage. But Kyle has an Order of Merlin, 2nd class. Another voice pointed out. Ho ho. A different voice cut through their conversation with a mocking tone. I think the Hogwarts champion should come from Ravenclaw, of course, said Roger Davies, stepping forward with a smirk. After all, we're the smartest students at Hogwarts, not you, mediocre Hufflepuffs. The lively discussion came to an abrupt halt, as if someone had doused it with cold water. While people once thought Hufflepuff represented mediocrity, the house's recent winning streak in the Quidditch Cup and House Cup had mostly put that stereotype to rest. Few voiced such opinions openly anymore, though some might still think it privately. McGonagall looked at Davies with a raised eyebrow. Oh, I thought it was someone else. Isn't this Davies? He shrugged and added, I won't deny that most Ravenclaws are intelligent, but I just have one question for you. Have any of you ranked first in your year for 5 consecutive years, like Cedric? Or scored full marks and won 3 special awards for services to the school? No. Just one would do. At this, laughter rippled through the crowd, and Roger Davies' face turned red. Well. Rob was top of his year in 7th year. A few nearby Ravenclaws nodded in agreement, backing him up, suggesting that Rob would be a better choice for the Hogwarts champion. They were clearly eager to see a Ravenclaw in the spotlight, viewing the Triwizard Tournament as an opportunity to finally best the Hufflepuffs. If Rob could secure the position and stand out as Hogwarts champion, it would prove to them that Ravenclaw was superior. "Oh, I thought you were going to say yourself, Davies. You're over 15, aren't you?" Ryan laughed. "Come on, don't deny it, you want to be a champion too. Unfortunately, maybe if you'd won the Quidditch Cup even once, you'd have something to show by now." Davies, speechless and even redder in the face, looked as though he wanted to retort but couldn't find the words. Finally, he spat out, "We'll see who becomes champion in the end," before spinning around and storming up the stairs. In his hurry, though, he forgot about a tricky step halfway up and tripped, sinking right into it. Laughter erupted again around him, even from the nearby armor, which clanked and creaked as if it, too, found the scene hilarious. "Shut up," hissed a few Ravenclaw students, who rushed forward to pull Davies out and usher him quickly up the stairs. Meanwhile, in the Hufflepuff common room, Kyle, who had escorted the first years back early, was still pondering why the age requirement for the Triwizard Tournament had been lowered so significantly. It took Cedric calling his name 3 times to snap him out of his thoughts. "Sorry," Kyle said, turning to the freshmen and instructing them to head to their dormitories on their own. Then he looked back at Cedric. "I was a bit distracted, what did you say?" "I asked if you're planning to enter the Triwizard Tournament," Cedric repeated. "Oh, definitely," Kyle replied. Even though he couldn't quite figure out the reason behind the age change, he saw no reason to pass up such an opportunity, especially given something else in the tournament that intrigued him. He glanced over at Cedric. "You're entering too, I take it." "Of course," Cedric said, grinning. "I feel like I stand a good chance. Honestly, it's a bit mean to say, but I don't think I have that much competition. Ravenclaw's Rob, you, Conna, Cho, and that's about it." Kyle smirked. "Fred and George won't be too pleased if they hear you're not counting them as competitors." "Oh, I haven't forgotten them," Cedric replied, trying to hold back a laugh. "But, well, it's hard to picture the Hogwarts champion setting off dung bombs during the Triwizard Tournament." "That would be quite a sight," Kyle chuckled. "And I don't think Professor McGonagall would survive the shock." Chapter 477, Defense Against the Dark Arts. The next morning, the storm that had raged on since their arrival finally cleared. Kyle and Conna headed to the Great Hall for breakfast and to review their new schedules. "Hey, look. We don't have potions for a few days," Mikkel exclaimed, as if he'd stumbled on the best news of the year. "Neither do we," Cedric added, spreading out his timetable. My first potions lesson isn't scheduled until next Wednesday." "Same for us," Hannah chimed in. "We don't have potions until next Friday." Cedric stood up in confusion and walked down the long Hufflepuff table, comparing schedules with other students. To his surprise, he discovered that not a single year group had potions this week. His was the earliest, and that was still a full 8 days away. This seemed strange for all 7 years, Cedric mused. He turned to Conna and lowered his voice. "Do you know anything about this? Is Professor Snape not at school?" "He has other matters to attend to and might not be able to teach for a few days," Conna replied. Not long after the holidays started, Professor Dumbledore came to see him. "Since then, he's hardly left his home, and he hasn't allowed me in, so I don't really know what's going on." She glanced briefly at Kyle, who was quietly sipping his pumpkin juice. She had a feeling he might know something about Dumbledore's visit to Snape, especially since Kyle had seemed unusually well-informed during the Quidditch World Cup, particularly when it came to the house elf, Creature. But Kyle simply continued eating in silence, so Conna left it alone. As for the other students, the idea of having a week off from potions was enough to keep them satisfied, and no one seemed too bothered about Snape's absence. Mikkel happily raised his pumpkin juice like it was champagne, reveling in the unexpected reprieve. Just then, a flurry of wings filled the hall as hundreds of owls swooped through the open windows, delivering the morning mail. A brown owl dropped the Daily Prophet in front of Kyle, who poured it some cornflakes before unfolding the newspaper. The front page was once again focused on the aftermath of the Quidditch World Cup. Former Ministry of Magic employee Yaxley sentenced to Azkaban for use of unforgivable curses. The article included several photos from the trial. In one, Yaxley appeared wild-eyed and disheveled, his perfectly combed hair now sticking up like a neglected school broom. Another showed him being dragged away by Aurors. "Ha! I knew it, they weren't getting away with that," Cedric said from beside him. "I heard Bill mention that someone cast 2 Cruciatus curses on Mr. Weasley. It had to be him." "Yeah, no doubt," Kyle agreed, folding up the newspaper and glancing across the hall toward the Slytherin table. Malfoy sat there, his face paler than usual, reading the Daily Prophet with a grim expression. Crabbe and Goyle, normally focused only on their breakfast, were similarly fixated on the newspaper, barely touching their food. After breakfast, the group left the Great Hall and headed to their first class. Defense against the Dark Arts. Conna mused. I wonder what Professor Moody is like. He can't be that bad, Cedric said as they walked. Professor Moody's a legendary auror. They say he put half of Azkaban's inmates behind bars. A man like that has to have real skills. I hope so, said Mikkel doubtfully. After Lockhart, he wasn't putting too much faith in anyone's reputation. He figured they'd see soon enough in the classroom. Cedric parted ways on the third floor, heading to Transfiguration, while Kyle and the others continued to the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. Though class hadn't started yet, a good number of students had already arrived, eager to see what Professor Moody had in store. Kyle found an empty row of seats at the back, and they took out their copies of The Dark Forces, a guide to self-protection while they waited. Soon, they heard the unmistakable stomping footsteps approaching from the hallway. The chattering immediately died down, and the room went silent. Before the bell even rang, Professor Moody strode into the room, his electric blue magical eye swiveling around in every direction. He looked as intimidating as he had the night before. Put away your books, he said in his gruff voice. I went through them last night, and there's nothing in there you'll need. They're fine for younger years, but not for you. Everyone quickly stashed their books, some clearly thrilled. They'd learned from experience that when a professor ditched the textbook on the first day, the course usually turned out to be intense and interesting, like Lupin's lessons the previous year. Moody walked to the front, took out a roll call sheet, and began taking attendance. His normal eye scanned the list while his magical eye whirled around, scrutinizing each student as they responded. All right, he said when the last student had answered. Before I arrived, I got a letter from Professor Lupin explaining the status of this course. Moody's lips twisted in a frown. I don't mean to disparage him, but I don't see why Lupin wasted a year teaching you about dark creatures. That's second-year material, if you ask me. After all, dark wizards don't carry around dangerous animals. They have wands. Kyle rolled his eyes, muttering to himself, not everyone needs a wand. Tell that to Newt Scamander's face. Oblivious, Moody continued, now that I'm here, it's my duty to prepare you for what happens when wizards turn their spells on each other. So, let's talk about dark magic. Specifically, curses. Everyone immediately sat up, intrigued. Most of them had had their fill of lectures on dark creatures and were more than ready for something new. Let's get started, then, Moody said with a dry chuckle. Spells come in many forms, varying in power. Some are legal, others, like curses, are not. These we call dark magic. Can anyone name a curse? A Gryffindor raised his hand. The Cruciatus Curse? Ah, yes, Moody said, his voice dropping to a dangerous tone. The unforgivable curses, the most evil curses of all. Use one of these on another wizard, and you're looking at life in Azkaban. Moody flashed a menacing grin. I imagine some of you read about this curse in the paper this morning. The student nodded, wide-eyed. Precisely, Moody sneered. That idiot claimed he was under the Imperius Curse. Such a weak excuse, I wouldn't even have to be there to know he was lying. And speaking of which, the Imperius Curse is another unforgivable curse. He turned to a Gryffindor girl. Miss Marianne, I imagine you've studied this. Can you tell us the name of the third unforgivable curse? Chapter 478, The Shield Charm. Marianne, who had been fiddling with a new hair clip, was startled by Moody's sudden question. She looked up to find his unsettling magical eye fixed on her, as if it had been watching her for some time. She stood up, trembling slightly, her face flushed. I've heard of it. I think it's the killing curse. Very good. Sit down. But next time, keep that little trinket away during class, Moody replied, his normal eye turning back to the class while his magical eye lingered on her. Yes, the killing curse, Avada Kedavra, the most feared of curses. But that's a lesson for 6th years and above. We'll focus on other curses for now. Moody's gaze swept across the room again. Now, does anyone know of any more common dark magic? Several hands shot up. He nodded at Kanna. There's the corrosion curse, she said, her voice a bit hesitant. Ah, yes. Standard dark magic, Moody confirmed, nodding approvingly. Corrodes flesh and bone, a favorite of dark wizards everywhere. He drew his wand and gave a quick flick toward the lectern. Instantly, a purplish sludge oozed across its surface, causing the wood to bubble and melt as if it were being poured over with acid. Students in the front row leaned back, looking apprehensive. Another wave of Moody's wand restored the lectern to normal. Anyone else? Any other curses? Moody asked. More hands went up, and he pointed to a student at random. Horn-growing hex, the student offered. Barely dark magic, Moody replied. It's more of a restrictive jinx and technically not illegal if it doesn't cause harm. I know one, Professor, another student called out. Fiendfire Curse. A solid choice. Nasty stuff, Moody said with a nod. Swelling head jinx. Very good. The classroom buzzed with excitement as Moody encouraged more contributions. The students seemed to forget their initial fear of his scarred face, eagerly raising their hands to show off their knowledge of dark spells and curses. However, some of these students really knew the answer, some had heard it from others, and some just made up a spell on the spot, but Moody saw through them immediately. When he sensed the timing was right, Professor Moody clapped his hands to signal everyone to put theirs down. All right, back to business, he said. These dark magics, without exception, can cause serious trouble. By rights, I should be teaching you a variety of counterspells now, as both the Ministry of Magic and your textbooks recommend. But I disagree. In my view, the best counterspell is to stop your enemy's dark magic from hitting you in the first place. So, for this first lesson, I've decided to teach you the simplest and most practical defensive charm. He turned to the blackboard and began writing with a flourish, but everyone knew that his magical eye was undoubtedly keeping an eye on them through the back of his head. No one dared to whisper, they all sat up straight. Soon, Moody finished writing and turned around, pointing at the board. The shield charm, the most effective defensive charm, he said. A wizard proficient in the shield charm can fend off 90% of dark magic. It's also a basic requirement for anyone wanting to become an Auror. If any of you are thinking about becoming an Auror after graduation, remember this, only those who master the shield charm are even allowed to sit for the Auror exams. Otherwise, regardless of how many qualifications you have, you'll be turned away. Some students immediately took out their quills and began to take notes seriously. Professor. One student raised their hand and asked, can the shield charm block the killing curse? Moody's magical eye rotated to lock onto the student. In theory only, he replied. But the killing curse is unique. It's not just magic, it carries the malice within a person's heart, that's what gives it its true power. And this malice is far more terrifying than raw magical force. To block the killing curse with the shield charm often requires many times the magical power of the attacker. The gap in power is like you trying to use the killing curse against me. To be blunt, that wouldn't just be pointless, it'd be downright foolish, because you never know if your opponent is as weak as they appear. So, when facing the killing curse, the best response is to avoid it, not to resist it. The sound of quills scratching against parchment filled the room. Although this information was typically taught only to advanced students, Moody didn't stop anyone from taking notes, instead, he waited quietly. When they had all finished, he waved his wand, and lines of small, glowing text appeared on the blackboard along with a diagram of wand gestures. The lines pulsed with energy, showing the precise motions required for casting the shield charm, including the directions and angles of wand movements. This is your homework, Moody said. It's also my summary of shield charm techniques. I expect you to write it all down. We'll do practical exercises next lesson, and if anyone's theory is lacking. He grinned, his scars twisting, making him look even more menacing. Trust me, you'll regret it. Of course, I know some of you won't bother, but that's fine. I'll just inform the hospital wing to have a few beds ready in advance. Silence fell over the classroom. For the remainder of the lesson, everyone was too busy copying down the notes from the blackboard to utter a single word, right up until the bell rang. Moody limped out of the classroom, the clunk of his wooden leg growing fainter and fainter until it vanished. The moment he was gone, chatter erupted from every corner. Aside from a few students who looked worried, most were thrilled and could hardly wait for Friday, the only day they'd have their second defense against the dark arts lesson. He's amazing, isn't he? Said Mikkel as he left the classroom, glancing at his parchment covered in notes. He knows all kinds of dark magic inside and out. I made up a spell so convincingly, but he saw through it. Not everyone can be a fraud like that, Lockhart. Kyle looked at him for a moment, debating whether to tell Mikkel that the spell he had invented already existed. It was actually called the vanishing spell. After all, making objects disappear on contact is exactly what the vanishing spell does. Just as the transfiguration spell can't conjure food, the vanishing spell doesn't work on anything living. It wouldn't have taken Moody to spot that. Any wizard with a hint of sense would know that spell was made up. Otherwise, the killing curse would have been dropped down to second place on the list ages ago. After all, in terms of sheer practicality, it's a rather inefficient spell. Chapter 479, True Vanishing Spell. During lunch, Cedric eagerly asked how Professor Moody's lesson had gone. It was fantastic. Mikkel couldn't wait to chime in. I have a feeling defense against the dark arts will be way better this year than it was before. Even Lupin. Of course, I don't mean Professor Lupin wasn't good, but compared to learning spells, dealing with dark creatures was a bit dull. Oh. I can't wait to see for myself. Cedric said, feeling an itch of excitement at Michael's description. But no, he reminded himself, they wouldn't have defense against the dark arts until Friday, and now he had to head out for herbology. Cedric hurried off downstairs, and Kyle walked into their next classroom to get their textbooks organized. When class began, Professor McGonagall arrived promptly. Rather than starting the lesson, she spent the first 15 minutes stressing the importance of the OWL exams. "You must understand that this exam can shape your future for years to come," she declared, her expression stern as she stood at the front of the class. "But I have every confidence that each of you is capable of achieving an OWL in Transfiguration, provided you dedicate the time and effort required." First emphasizing the importance of the exam, then affirming the student's abilities. Very typical of Professor McGonagall. After 15 minutes, she finally stopped and picked up her textbook. "Today's lesson is critical, and I expect you all to give it your undivided attention. We're going to learn the most challenging spell on the OWL exam, the Vanishing Spell." She demonstrated it for the class, successfully making a snail disappear from the lectern. Aha! Before Professor McGonagall could continue, Mikkel let out a strange laugh, sounding as though he'd accidentally taken the wrong potion and was overly excited. "Mr. Derek." Professor McGonagall's voice cut sharply. "If you find something amusing about this lesson." "Sorry, Professor McGonagall, I apologize," Mikkel said quickly, though he couldn't completely hide the triumphant look on his face. "It's just. In the last class, Professor Moody asked us to name dark magic spells, and I said vanishing spell, but he told me there was no such magic, which, obviously, was wrong, wasn't it?" For once, Mikkel felt ecstatic, thinking he'd managed to outsmart a professor, and a famous one at that. Professor McGonagall seemed slightly puzzled, so she leaned down and asked Kyle, who was sitting nearby, to explain what had happened in Moody's class. After listening, she stood back up and looked at Mikkel. "I'm afraid Professor Moody was right, Mr. Derek. The vanishing spell is not classified as dark magic." "What?" Mikkel blurted out, clearly taken aback. "But the snail just now." Before he could finish, Professor McGonagall waved her wand again, and the snail reappeared on the lectern as if it had never vanished. "First, you need to understand why the vanishing spell is part of Transfiguration," Professor McGonagall explained. "It doesn't make objects disappear in the same way as the spell you mentioned, for instance. Instead, it transforms the object into a state of nothingness, which you might also think of as an invisible ghost or air. But the object itself still exists, and as long as you know the correct counterspell, such as the reversal spell or the untransfiguration spell, it can be brought back." "Huh." Mikkel stood there, stunned, his mouth agape. "All right, sit down," said Professor McGonagall, motioning for him to take his seat. "I won't deduct points this time, but next time, I hope you'll be more diligent and look into the proper definition of dark magic. And remember, that's your job to research in your own time, not during Transfiguration class." With that, she handed each student a snail to use for practice. Kyle looked at the snail on his desk, feeling thoughtful. Recently, his focus had been on interspecies transformations and complex transformations. With everything that had happened over the holidays, he hadn't thought much about the vanishing spell in Transfiguration. Everyone began attempting the spell, and Kyle picked up his wand, pointing it at the snail as Professor McGonagall had demonstrated. However, instead of disappearing, the snail changed from its original taupe color to an off-white. Only after waving his wand again did he manage to make the snail vanish with an evanesco. It took him 2 tries to get it right, and Kyle realized that the vanishing spell was almost as challenging as performing a 5th-level transformation. Professor McGonagall, who had been observing nearby since the students began practicing, couldn't help but nod approvingly after seeing Kyle's progress. "Very good, someone has already finished," she called out, drawing everyone's attention. As a reward, 10 points to Hufflepuff. The class showed little surprise. When they heard it was Hufflepuff and saw Kyle standing beside her, they just went back to their own work as though it were a routine occurrence. After all, Kyle's classmates had grown accustomed to this over the past 5 years. Professor McGonagall didn't linger on the announcement and was about to move on to check on the others when Kyle suddenly called out, "Professor McGonagall, I have a question." "Oh," she turned back, raising an eyebrow. Kyle hesitated briefly before asking, "Can the vanishing spell be used on oneself?" Ever since Professor McGonagall had explained the principle behind the vanishing spell, he had been considering the implications. The spell essentially transformed objects into a state of nothingness without fully erasing their existence, a concept tantalizingly close to true intangibility. If one could use the vanishing spell on themselves, they could theoretically move about unseen and undetected, almost invincible, untouchable by curses, fiend fire, and many forms of detection. It would be an incredible feat. Professor McGonagall's eyes glinted with interest as she looked at him. "When I first encountered the vanishing spell, I had the same thoughts," she admitted. "In theory, it is possible, but it's an incredibly difficult task. Far more difficult than you might think. Even I cannot do it." "You can't either." Kyle frowned. "Is it really that hard?" "The difficulty of the vanishing spell increases with the complexity of the object being vanished," Professor McGonagall explained quietly. Snails and caterpillars are among the simplest forms, yet most students require a long time to master the spell even at that level. Many won't be able to vanish a creature as complex as a mouse until around Christmas, or even Easter. By 7th year, students who can vanish an iguana will easily pass their NEWTS in Transfiguration. She paused, studying Kyle's expression. And there's more to it. A wizard's own magical power plays a considerable role in performing the vanishing spell on oneself. The stronger the wizard, the greater the resistance the spell faces. Our bodies instinctively reject such a transformation on a deeply subconscious level, making it nearly impossible to control. So, does that mean it's outright impossible for a wizard to vanish themselves? Kyle asked, frowning. Humans are far more complex than iguanas, he reasoned. Attempting the vanishing spell on oneself would require a staggering foundation of magical power. But paradoxically, the more power one has, the more resistance they would encounter, a self-defeating cycle. No, it's not entirely impossible, Professor McGonagall said with a small smile. I just haven't succeeded yet myself. But I would be thrilled to see you accomplish it one day. Chapter 480, A Novel Experience. Kyle and Professor McGonagall's exchange was overheard by many students. Yet for those still struggling to vanish a simple snail, the conversation might as well have been in another language. They weren't equipped to join in such a high-level discussion, and they couldn't understand it anyway, so they focused on their battles with the snails in front of them. The 2 Transfiguration classes flew by, and by the end, only Kyle and Connor had completed the task. As a reward, Professor McGonagall gave both of them a 10-point boost for their house and excused them from homework. Only those 2 were spared from the task. Everyone else had to practice the vanishing spell overnight and turn in a 5-foot essay by the following afternoon. The classroom erupted in groans of protest. For most, this was a staggering load. Many were only just realizing the true intensity of 5th-year coursework. Last year, assignments had been 3 feet long at most, and now they were facing 5-foot essays, nearly double the workload. Mikkel and Ryan, in particular, looked crestfallen. It wasn't just the amount of work, it was that Kyle didn't have to do it, which meant they'd lost their best reference for the assignment. Later in the afternoon, they had 2 back-to-back charms lessons. Like Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick began with a serious reminder of the importance of the 5th-year exams, telling them that they'd need to work harder than ever to meet their potential. When the lesson ended, the students watched him anxiously, half dreading what was to come. Professor Flitwick didn't disappoint, assigning a sizable load of homework. Thankfully, since the next charms class was the very next morning, the assignment was shorter, just 3 feet. But this still didn't lift the spirits of the weary students. By dinner that evening, the 5th years were notably quiet. Even Mikkel, usually the life of the table, ate without a word, quickly finishing his meal and then dashing off to the library. With a total of 8 feet of homework to get through, no one could afford to waste time. Cedric observed their silent determination with a knowing expression. Having gone through it all himself, he recognized the struggle. But, like Kyle, he had often found himself exempt from extra assignments, lightening his workload. And this was only the first day. In the days that followed, the 5th-year students came to fully grasp the realities of their OWL year. 10 feet of homework each day became the norm, alongside a constant stream of spells and charms they had to master. Even divination, which was supposed to be light, turned into a chore when Professor Trelawney required them to record their dreams and make detailed prophecies from the Dream Oracle, at least 3 times a week. Their time in the library grew with each passing day, and their favorite games of wizard chess and exploding snap were left untouched. Once, Kyle heard one of the chess pieces in the common room muttering angrily from the corner, complaining about the dust that had gathered from lack of use. In fact, so many students were recording dreams about assignments in the library that nearly half of their divination work started to sound strikingly similar. While his classmates toiled, Kyle appeared almost relaxed. With so many homework exemptions, he actually visited the library less and less. Kana did the same. In the common room, they were the only 2 5th-years who could afford a quick round of exploding snap, and many students looked on with thinly veiled envy. One Saturday, Kyle awoke to an empty dormitory. Mikkel and Ryan had left early to work in the library, leaving only their made-up beds behind. He couldn't believe he was the last to wake up, and for a brief moment, he felt a twinge of guilt. Leaving the dormitory, he saw Kana already waiting for him in the common room, seated in an armchair with a high stack of exploding snap cards ready on the table. After breakfast in the Great Hall, the 2 of them headed up to the room of requirement on the 8th floor together. "Are you ready?" Kyle asked, opening the suitcase. "I've been ready for ages," Kana replied, and without hesitation, she jumped into the suitcase. The room inside was familiar, but this time, it felt different. With Kyle by her side, she didn't have to worry about running into any dragons unprepared. The space wasn't large, and she'd seen most of it last time, so her gaze went straight to the door. "Follow me," Kyle said, reading her thoughts, and led the way. In the next instant, Kana froze, stunned. She'd expected that any place housing a dragon would be spacious, but she hadn't anticipated that the room would be this enormous. She stood on tiptoe, but still couldn't see the end of the space. "You didn't bring the forbidden forest in here, did you?" she asked, half-jokingly. "No, no." Kyle shook his head. "It's a bit smaller than the forbidden forest, maybe half the size." As he spoke, he extended an arm to grab the Niffler, who was attempting to snatch something from his pocket, and casually tossed the little creature back into the bushes. But Kana was too captivated by the landscape before her to notice. To her surprise, the room contained several distinct climates. Directly ahead was a lush forest, but next to it stretched an endless desert, and across from that, a snowy landscape with fresh snow falling. Each zone was separated from the others by narrow paths, like distinct sections of a wizard's chessboard. Just then, a shadow passed overhead, casting the two of them into sudden shade. Kana looked up and gasped. A massive dragon, several dozen feet long, was swooping down from the sky, landing gracefully in front of them. It was Norbert, the same dragon that had scared Ron senseless earlier. Kana felt a jolt of instinctive fear, but Norbert didn't even glance at her. Instead, the dragon lowered his massive head, roughly the size of a small table, towards Kyle in a familiar, almost affectionate gesture. Kyle braced himself, but even so, he was still knocked back several meters from the impact. "Oh dear," he muttered, rubbing his chest, as Kana struggled to hold back her laughter. "I've warned him about this, but he never listens. You'll want to be careful when you're here on your own, it's no fun getting hit by him." Kana laughed, a mix of nervousness and amusement, eyeing the enormous creature with lingering apprehension. She made a mental note that she'd never venture here alone without Kyle. "Is this really a dragon?" she couldn't help but ask. "What else would it be?" Kyle replied with a grin, patting Norbert on the head. "It's certainly not a tabby cat." Well, if it could shapeshift, maybe, Kana mused to herself. After all, who would expect a dragon to be this friendly? Kyle noticed her hesitant curiosity and smiled. "Do you want to pet him?" "Can I?" Kana's eyes lit up. She'd never had the chance to touch a dragon before. "Of course, go ahead, don't worry." Encouraged by Kyle's reassurance, Kana took a deep breath and reached out, gently placing her hand on Norbert's side. The dragon's scales were rougher than she'd imagined, and pleasantly warm, like a wall next to a roaring fireplace. Kyle then led her around to Norbert's back. Climbing on, Kana's face broke into a wide smile. The sensation was completely new to her, exhilarating and a little surreal. Norbert, however, was less pleased. He snorted, releasing a small puff of flames, and though he remained still with Kyle there, he expressed his displeasure by swishing his tail, thudding it against the ground with a loud, rhythmic bang. Chapter 481, The Clever Weasley Brothers. For Kana, this was her first time being so close to a dragon, a completely new experience. But Norbert, clearly unfazed, felt no such novelty. The moment the two disembarked, Norbert straightened, turned his back to them, and took off without so much as a backward glance. Almost deliberately, he gave his tail a hard flick, aiming to splash Kyle with dirt as a parting gesture. Unfortunately for Norbert, he didn't exactly have the skill set of a chaser. The clod of dirt sailed in a wide arc and, rather than hitting Kyle, landed directly on the head of the Niffler, who had just crawled out from a nearby bush. The poor creature, bewildered and unaware of what had hit it, was flung back into the bushes with a series of disgruntled squeaks trailing behind it. "Oh, with that much dirt, I hope it's okay," Kana said, looking concerned. "Don't worry," Kyle replied, noting the spirited sounds coming from the Niffler. "Not only will it be okay, but it's also probably cursing us out by now." With that, he brushed off any concern for it and continued onward with Kana. Kyle's suitcase, though quite large, was primarily designed for Norbert's comfort, allowing the dragon more space to move about freely. In terms of other magical creatures, however, his collection was sparse. Over the years, he had managed to gather a few bowtruckles, mooncalves, and flippers from the Forbidden Forest, but with them scattered across the vast area, the place still felt rather empty, especially the snowy zone, which had no residents at all. Kana, however, was undeterred. Everything in the suitcase seemed to captivate her. She soon noticed a wide clearing up ahead, filled with rows of round cabbages neatly planted in the soil. "Is this food you've prepared for the mooncalves?" she asked curiously. "Growing these must have been quite a chore." "It was," Kyle admitted, "but these aren't for the mooncalves." He added, "And be careful not to go running in there. In a way, those cabbages are even more dangerous than the dragon." To demonstrate, he picked up a fallen branch and tossed it at one of the cabbages. The cabbage, which had looked perfectly ordinary, suddenly split down the middle, revealing a wide mouth bristling with sharp teeth. It chewed the branch into bits, making a loud crunching noise as it did. "Is that chomping cabbage?" Kana asked, wide-eyed. "Exactly," Kyle nodded. "So be cautious when passing by. See that vine hiding behind the rock? That's a venomous tentacula. And over there in the row of planters. Those hold mandrakes. Oh, and watch out for the devil's snare nearby. To its left, those yellow flowers. That's belladonna. Don't touch them, if the pollen gets on you, you'll be miserable for days. As Kyle listed off the plants, Kanna's expression grew increasingly perplexed. There didn't seem to be a single harmless plant here, everything was either toxic or dangerously aggressive. In this context, the patches of dittany and rue nearby seemed oddly out of place, as though they'd been planted just to reduce the area's overall threat level. And then there was the dragon. Kanna blinked, unable to resist asking, "You're not preparing for the Triwizard Tournament, are you?" She mulled over the idea. If all these creatures and plants were unleashed at once, it would create obstacles few could overcome, unless the competition involved a duel with Professor Dumbledore himself. After all, a single dragon alone could turn the entire tournament on its head. The Triwizard Tournament? No, of course not. I just like growing plants, it's purely a personal hobby. Kyle shook his head. Besides, I'm not even sure if I'll get selected as a champion. And there are some things in here I can't exactly show off, like the dragon and venomous tentacula. If word got out that I had them, the Aurors would be knocking on my door at the Ministry of Magic. You know. Kanna muttered. Kyle, however, remained unconcerned. This place was so well hidden that no one else could possibly find it, making it perfectly secure. And even if someone did find out, he wouldn't be too worried. After all, Newt had plenty of experience in these matters, and Kyle could easily borrow a few of his solutions if needed. Kanna stayed in the suitcase until noon before finally leaving. During her time there, she sketched a rough map on a piece of parchment. Wary of losing it, she kept her notes simple, using different colors to indicate each area's level of danger. The safer zones, like the bushes and the patches of dittany and rue by the entrance, were shaded in pale yellow and pinkish white, marking the Niffler's territory and the flower beds. A circle in the sky-colored area was drawn in red, which Kyle guessed represented Norbert. The zone with the chomping cabbages and venomous tentacula, however, was marked in solid black. The parchment was a chaotic blend of colors, and her drawing style was so abstract that it resembled something out of the Dream Oracle. Kyle was sure that if anyone else tried to decipher it, they'd have no clue what it was meant to depict. They returned to the small room by the entrance, where Kanna carefully stashed her parchment before following Kyle out of the suitcase. The two then headed to the Great Hall for lunch. Kanna hadn't eaten much that morning, and after trekking around inside the suitcase, she was starving. If not for her hunger, she probably would have stayed in there all day. As they walked from the 8th floor down to the foyer, they reached the entrance to the Great Hall, only to be ambushed by Fred and George, who jumped out from either side, blocking their path. "You must have been in the suitcase," declared George, looking quite sure of himself before Kyle could even say a word. "How'd you know?" Kyle asked, a bit surprised. "Because we went looking for you," replied Fred. "But you weren't in the common room. Or the library, or Hagrid's hut. And the room of requirement was locked." George finished with a knowing grin. "So, naturally, you must have been in there with Kanna, looking through the suitcase without anyone else finding out." All right, you caught me," Kyle said with a shrug. "It's the weekend, after all, so I had some extra time." "Kyle, don't tell me you're forgetting what you promised us," Fred said, narrowing his eyes. "George, I think we need to give this forgetful gentleman a little reminder." "I couldn't agree more, Fred," said George, grinning wickedly. The twins cracked their knuckles, then pulled out a handful of dung bombs from their pockets. There were over a dozen, all from Zonko's latest and improved batch, with a more potent aroma than before. If they let them all off, the entire Great Hall would be practically uninhabitable. "All right, let's not be hasty," Kyle said, raising his hands in surrender. "It was just a quick tour of the suitcase, of course, I remembered. But you weren't in the Great Hall this morning, so I couldn't exactly grab you. The room of requirement is right next to our common room," Fred said, eyes narrowing further. "You could have come to get us." Kyle smirked. "Would you believe me if I said I just forgot?" Fred gave a dry chuckle. "What do you think?" "All right, how about this afternoon?" Kyle suggested. "I'll take you there after lunch." Fred and George exchanged glances, then finally lowered their arsenal of dung bombs. "All right, you said it," they agreed in unison. Chapter 482, Serious Retrial. After promising Fred and George he'd take them to the suitcase after lunch, Kyle finally managed to get some peace and quiet. Not wanting to risk Kyle sneaking off, the twins opted to stay close, foregoing the Gryffindor table to sit with him at Hufflepuff instead. Having been at the Hufflepuff table many times before, Fred and George casually took seats on either side of Kyle, greeting everyone nearby with familiar ease. They felt confident that their plan was foolproof, but plans, as it turned out, could change. Just as Kyle finished his last bite of tortilla, Dumbledore appeared unexpectedly in the Great Hall and headed straight for the Hufflepuff table. "Kyle, could you come with me for a moment, if you're done eating?" he said. Certainly, Professor, Kyle replied, waving goodbye to the stunned Weasley twins before following Dumbledore out of the Great Hall. I've just received some news, Dumbledore said as they strode briskly toward the doors. Sirius's retrial has been set for 1 o'clock, and Cornelius has invited us to attend. We can go together, if that's agreeable to you. Of course I'll go, Professor, but can I actually attend? Kyle asked hesitantly. Yes, Dumbledore assured him. Fudge specifically mentioned you. He said that as the one who first uncovered the evidence, you have every right to be there. He also noted that today's date was chosen because Hogwarts is closed for the weekend. Kyle shrugged, unconvinced. He doubted Fudge would go out of his way for such a trivial reason. If timing were the concern, wouldn't it be more convenient to hold the retrial over the holidays? He probably wants a witness, Kyle muttered, to add legitimacy. Cornelius is very thorough, Dumbledore replied, neither confirming nor denying Kyle's suspicion. After all, we have you to thank for this discovery, and your presence will make the proceedings less controversial. Furthermore, as a second-class Order of Merlin recipient, you hold a place in the Wisengamot, even though you've yet to graduate. The Wisengamot? Kyle said, surprised. Does that mean I get a vote, too? Dumbledore didn't answer directly, offering only a polite smile. Right, I get it, Kyle said. Apparently, his say was quite literal, as in, being able to greet the others, but little more. Dumbledore didn't head for the school entrance but instead stopped in a field near the edge of the Black Lake. Extending his arm, he said, there's less than 10 minutes until the retrial begins, so I think we'd better hurry. Kyle took his arm, and in a dizzying whirl, he opened his eyes to find himself standing in a grand hall. Kyle didn't bother asking Dumbledore how he was able to apparate within Hogwarts grounds. It wasn't necessary. For wizards of Dumbledore's caliber, such limitations had little effect. And as headmaster, he could easily grant himself temporary permissions when needed. Oh, Professor Dumbledore, you're finally here, said a tall figure approaching from across the hall. I can hardly believe it. Black might actually be innocent. It's been 12 years since his case was settled. I was as surprised as you were when I heard the news, Kingsley, Dumbledore replied, shaking his hand. So, what happens now? Are we on time? No, the retrial will start promptly at 1 o'clock. We're just in time, Kingsley confirmed, casting a glance at Kyle. He didn't question why Dumbledore had brought a student, clearly having been informed ahead of time. Come with me. The retrial will be in courtroom 3. Kingsley led the way, with Kyle following close behind. Exiting the hall, they entered another grand chamber packed with wizards, likely a few hundred, all moving hurriedly. This way, Kingsley said, as they merged into the crowd. With Dumbledore behind them, the throng parted politely, many stepping aside to make room. They soon passed a table labeled security check, where wands were being inspected, and a long queue had formed. However, Kingsley walked right past it without stopping, and the wizard inspecting wands pretended not to notice, turning instead to handle the wand of the next person in line. Oh, why are they allowed through without inspection? Asked a man with a thick accent from the middle of the line, pointing to Kyle. That child. It's obvious he's not an employee. The previously quiet line erupted with murmurs, and people craned their necks to get a look at the speaker, speculating on which distant corner of the world he must be from to ask such an oblivious question. Couldn't he see who was with the boy? The wand inspector looked up with a smirk and replied lazily, if your name is Albus Dumbledore, feel free to go through now. A burst of laughter followed. By this time, Kyle and Dumbledore had crossed the hall and entered an elevator. It was already crowded, but the occupants greeted Dumbledore warmly. Long time no see, Albus. I suppose you're here because of Black, said a bald wizard holding a cardboard box. Yes, Ackerley, Dumbledore responded. It's incredible, said the wizard, whose name was apparently Ackerley. Everyone in the ministry eligible to attend is here, and I'd bet it'll be on the Daily Prophet's front page for the next month. If Black's conviction is overturned, it'll stay there even longer. At that moment, a cold female voice announced. Level 7, Department of Magical Games and Sports, including the headquarters of the British and Irish Quidditch Leagues, the official Gobstones Club, and the Ludicrous Patents Office. The elevator doors opened to a cluttered corridor lined with various Quidditch posters. Oh, this is me, said Ackerley, stepping out. See you next time, Albus. Until next time, Dumbledore replied as the doors slid shut again. The elevator continued, passing the Department of Magical Transportation and the Department of International Magical Cooperation. After that floor, they were the only 3 passengers left in the lift. They went on past the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, and the Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes, nearing their destination. Finally, the voice announced, the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, including the Office for the Prevention of Misuse of Magic, or headquarters, and the Wisengamot. We're here, said Dumbledore. Following Kingsley, they stepped out of the lift and entered a hallway lined with doors. Come quickly. We need to hurry, Kingsley said, turning left and leading them down another corridor. They passed Auror headquarters, its walls covered with portraits, before finally stopping at a heavy wooden door. This is courtroom 3, Kingsley said. Someone suggested using courtroom 10, but thankfully the minister didn't agree. It's been abandoned for ages, and it's so far down that even the lift doesn't reach it. This room is much better, at least it's brighter and doesn't smell musty. You can go in now. Kyle approached the door, and even through the thick wood, he could hear the rumble of voices inside. Chapter 483, Chapter 483, The Retrial Begins. Kingsley escorted them to the door, then returned to Auror headquarters. Dumbledore turned the iron handle, and he and Kyle entered the courtroom. The moment the door opened, the noise swelled around them. Kyle took in the scene. The walls of the courtroom were made of black stone, with narrow windows high up near the ceiling. The dim light filtering through cast a somber atmosphere over the room. On either side, rows of benches rose in tiers, filled with people whispering intently. Albus, you've come at last, Fudge said, hurrying over. Here's the problem, I'm not sure if the owl reached Black. If he doesn't show up, this retrial will be a complete farce. Don't worry, Cornelius, Dumbledore said calmly. He's already here. What? Fudge looked behind Dumbledore in surprise. With a flash of flame, Fawkes the Phoenix appeared, flapping his wings as he materialized on Dumbledore's shoulder. Alongside him, transported by Fawkes, stood a gaunt, pale man, Sirius Black. He looked exactly as he had in prison, with tangled hair and a scruffy beard, clothed in worn and dirty robes. His face was ashen, and he swayed unsteadily on his feet, looking as if he might collapse at any moment. Kyle understood Sirius's condition. Anyone who experienced Phoenix-assisted apparition for the first time often felt shaken. Seeing Sirius, Fudge let out a sigh of relief. He had been anxious that Black might not appear, which would have turned the retrial into a mockery. Thankfully, he had made it. Fudge cast a bewildered glance at Dumbledore, then turned and headed back to his place on the steps. Without Fudge blocking the view, the entire room caught sight of Sirius. A swell of murmurs filled the space, reminiscent of the roar of a Quidditch stadium. Kyle even heard someone shout, "Aurors, arrest the fugitive," as if they didn't grasp the purpose of this gathering. Silence. Fudge commanded. Everyone is finally here. Let us begin. Instantly, the courtroom fell silent. Sirius drew a deep breath and, under the scrutiny of hundreds, walked slowly to the central chair, his gaze steady despite his weakened state. "I don't understand, Minister," came a cold voice from the benches. "You've captured the fugitive. Just toss him back in Azkaban or hand him over to the Dementors. Why waste time on a retrial?" "Patience, Barty," Fudge replied slowly. "I have received substantial evidence that Black may, in fact, be innocent." A murmur rippled through the courtroom once again. "Rubbish." Bartemius Crouch retorted, his face reddening with indignation. 12 years ago, an entire street witnessed that he'd betrayed the Potters and killed Peter Pettigrew, who confronted him. But as I understand it, Fudge replied smoothly, people only heard someone shouting accusations. No one actually saw what happened. And what would you say if I told you Peter Pettigrew is still alive? That's impossible. Crouch exclaimed. Nothing is impossible, Fudge said, ignoring Crouch's intensifying scowl. He raised his voice toward the door, bring him in. The door opened, and Dawlish entered, all eyes following him. But as they realized he was alone, attention shifted to the cage he held, bound in chains. Crouch's expression darkened as Dawlish opened the cage and tipped out a half-dead rat onto the floor. Don't tell me this is Peter Pettigrew. Crouch demanded coldly. Fudge said nothing, glancing at Dumbledore as if seeking confirmation. Allow me, Dumbledore replied, stepping forward and drawing his wand. Show yourself immediately. A blue light cascaded over the rat, which immediately began twisting and growing, limbs and a head taking shape. Moments later, a short man stood before them, his thinning hair askew, with a large bald patch on top, a pointed nose, and small, greenish eyes that still hinted at his time spent as a rat. A collective gasp went through the crowd, and several witches and wizards shrieked, leaping to their feet as they recognized Peter Pettigrew. This can't be. He's supposed to be dead. What in Merlin's name is going on? Crouch also rose, his face drained of color. Meanwhile, a group of Aurors approached to verify Peter's identity. Kyle noticed that, the moment Peter transformed back, Sirius's fists clenched, his eyes flaring with deep-seated hatred. He was breathing heavily, as if he could barely restrain himself from lunging at the men who had betrayed him. Yet somehow, he managed to hold himself back. Everyone. Auror Director Scrimgeour's voice boomed as he put away an empty vial. This is indeed Peter Pettigrew. Excellent. Fudge said, deliberately avoiding Crouch's gaze as he went through the formalities. With all parties present, I hereby declare the commencement of the retrial of Sirius Orion Black, accused of murdering 12 muggles, betraying the Potters, and causing the explosion on a London street in November 1981. Inquisitors: Cornelius Oswald Fudge, Minister of Magic; Amelia Susan Bones, Director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement; Bartemius Crouch, Director of the Department of International Magical Cooperation; and Gilbert Wimple, Court Scribe. Witness: Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. Dumbledore was announced, rising to his feet. As Kyle hesitated, unsure if he, too, should stand, he felt a subtle but firm pressure on his shoulder, as if an invisible hand were reassuring him to stay seated. Kyle glanced at Dumbledore, sensing his silent message, and remained still. Fudge shot a brief look in Kyle's direction but didn't comment. He nodded at Dumbledore. Then please, Witness Dumbledore, state your testimony. When did you learn that Peter Pettigrew was still alive? Thanks to the remarkable perception of a keen student, who noticed an animagus hiding in plain sight. Dumbledore replied, gesturing subtly toward Kyle. For a moment, Kyle felt all eyes on him, but the focus quickly returned to Dumbledore, as the crowd waited to hear his explanation. Dumbledore recounted the details he'd previously shared with Fudge, explaining how Peter had been the Potter's secret keeper, betraying them to Voldemort, and framing Sirius. As he spoke, the reactions from the Inquisitors and the assembled wizards varied. Some looked shocked, others angry, but many appeared skeptical. When Dumbledore mentioned that Peter had been the secret keeper, Crouch abruptly stood again. "Where is the proof?" he interrupted rudely. "Peter may have hidden his survival due to fear of Death Eater retaliation, but that doesn't make him guilty of everything." Crouch's gaze shifted to Peter, as if expecting him to offer a defense. But he was disappointed. Peter remained motionless on the floor, silent, not responding even when addressed directly. Chapter 484, Caught Skipping School. Peter's unusual behavior quickly drew attention. His vacant, almost dazed state struck many as unnerving, not to mention suspicious. If Scrimgeour hadn't already verified Peter's identity, some might have assumed Dumbledore had conjured him with a transfiguration spell, or even controlled him with the Imperius Curse. Though that idea seemed absurd, it wasn't entirely out of the question. Scrimgeour soon approached Peter again. As an aura rather than a healer from Street Mungos, he was unsure how to address Peter's unresponsiveness, so he cast a few standard diagnostic spells. "No issue," Scrimgeour concluded, shaking his head. "He's probably in shock, unable to process the situation, which explains his behavior." Fudge exhaled in relief. The scenario he'd feared had not come to pass. "I propose we temporarily adjourn the retrial," Crouch announced abruptly. "Clearly, Pettigrew is unfit to be questioned in his current state. I suggest we send him to St. Mungo's, and resume once he's capable of coherent communication." Immediately, several voices on the benches behind him echoed in agreement. "I agree. Yes, send him to St. Mungo's first." There was a considerable show of hands in support of Crouch's proposal. Fudge's eyes narrowed. "Barty, I don't believe that's necessary," he said icily. The entire point of holding this retrial was to blindside Crouch. Agreeing to delay would undermine his strategy. Turning to a stern-looking witch with glasses beside him, Fudge asked, "Amelia, if I'm not mistaken, under these circumstances, we're permitted to use Veritaserum, correct?" Amelia Bones, Director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, hesitated a moment, then nodded. "Yes, that's correct," she affirmed. While Veritaserum was not standard in trials, it was permissible if the subject refused or was unable to cooperate. Moreover, it was often used in cases with high stakes, and Peter Pettigrew's case met both conditions. "I object." Crouch's voice was sharp with anger. While Director Bones is well versed in the Wisingamot Trial Act, we must not forget that a majority vote from the judges is required to authorize the use of Veritaserum. Therefore, I call for a vote. I believe Peter Pettigrew should be sent to St. Mungo's. Crouch raised his hand, and others quickly followed suit. However, at first, only about a third of the assembly supported his proposal. Then, a voice from behind Crouch spoke up. "Remember, Veritaserum has its drawbacks. If Pettigrew's memory has been tampered with, his testimony could be unreliable. Sending him to St. Mungo's would allow us to verify his memories as well." This argument swayed more judges, and slowly, more hands rose in agreement with Crouch. A quick glance was enough to confirm that the opposition now outnumbered those in favor of Veritaserum. Fudge's confidence wavered as he glanced repeatedly at Dumbledore, looking for support. But Dumbledore and Sirius Black remained silent, watching the proceedings unfold. When the tally was complete, 59 of the 100 judges present had voted against using Veritaserum. "The opposition has the majority," said Amelia. "The proposal to use Veritaserum is rejected. The trial will proceed." Fudge's panic deepened. He had been so sure of his plan: publicly reveal Peter Pettigrew's staged death, use Veritaserum to expose the truth, and then deliver a powerful blow to Crouch. But now, without Veritaserum, things were unraveling. If Pettigrew was sent to St. Mungo's for treatment, who knew when, or if, he would be fit to testify? It could take months, or even just a few days, but any delay would give Crouch ample time to prepare, rendering Fudge's well-laid strategy completely useless. Fudge glanced at Dumbledore again, hoping for support, but Dumbledore continued to look impassively. Meanwhile, a smug voice broke the silence. "And let's not forget Black's escape," said a wizard with satisfaction, as if eager to exploit the situation further. But he was trying to prove his innocence, an elderly witch protested. Dumbledore already explained that Black recognized Pettigrew's animagus form in the paper and tried to. Before she could finish, the men interrupted coldly. Intentions aside, Black's escape severely damaged the ministry's reputation. "Because of him, we receive at least 3 howlers every week." He paused before continuing. "I propose that while Pettigrew undergoes treatment at St. Mungo's, we prioritize extracting a confession about how he managed to evade capture all these years. And, as a precaution, he should be returned to Azkaban under Dementor supervision." Though he hadn't directly accused Dumbledore of deception, the implication hung in the air, hinting that Dumbledore might be guilty of tampering with Pettigrew's memory or even perjury. The accusation was bold, and many in the room looked uneasy. Even Crouch's face twitched with disapproval at the insinuation, though he said nothing, opting instead to proceed. "Then we shall move to a second round of voting. Shall we suspend the retrial and send Pettigrew to St. Mungo's for a full memory examination?" "Oh, pardon me, please, just a moment." Dumbledore, who had remained silent until now, finally stepped forward. He moved calmly to the front of the room, drawing every eye. "Mr. Bezetta," he said in a mild tone, "I understand your concerns. You are, of course, correct. Without an authoritative examination, I have no way to prove that I haven't tampered with Peter's memory." Hearing these words, Bezetta's initial flash of panic quickly faded. He looked relieved, assuming Dumbledore had conceded. Without absolute confirmation that Pettigrew's memory was intact, the trial could not resume. Not even Dumbledore, with his reputation and influence, could override the Wisengamot's authority without damaging its integrity. Fudge's heart sank, as he realized his plans were slipping through his fingers. But just when everyone thought the retrial would end hastily. "However, we do not necessarily need Veritaserum," Dumbledore said calmly. "Any magic leaves a trace, especially magic involving the soul, such as the Fidelius charm. When a wizard conceals a secret within their soul, that secret remains a part of them for life, it cannot be erased." "What are you getting at?" Bezetta asked, sounding impatient. "If you're trying to teach a lesson, perhaps you'd best get that student back to Hogwarts." "Oh, you misunderstand," Dumbledore replied with a slight smile. "I simply wanted to explain that no matter how securely a secret is hidden by magic, traces of it can be found if one knows where to look. The Fidelius charm, too, leaves a trace." "That's impossible," Crouch interjected. "To my knowledge, there is no means of breaking the protection of a Fidelius charm." "Ordinarily, that's true," Dumbledore agreed. "But if a secret keeper deliberately goes against their role, exposing the very secret they were meant to protect, the magic weakens. Fortunately, I happen to have a friend who is skilled in detecting traces of such magic. She has agreed to assist us with a small task." He turned to Fudge with a cheerful expression. "Cornelius, would you mind inviting her in? I believe she's waiting just outside the door." "Oh, of course, no problem," Fudge replied, relieved, and gestured to the guard. The heavy doors swung open once more, and a figure stepped into the room, a person in a long black robe with intricate golden patterns around the cuffs and hood. "This uniform. That's an unspeakable," someone whispered in awe. Kyle's eyes widened as his heart began to race. He never expected that the friend Dumbledore was talking about was Diana, his own mother. "I'm grateful you could join us," Dumbledore said warmly. "I'll leave the rest in your capable hands." "Gladly," Diana replied with a nod, casting a meaningful glance at Kyle, who instinctively ducked his head, suddenly feeling very small. Though the headmaster himself had brought him here, Kyle couldn't shake the uneasy feeling of being caught out of bounds by his own mother. Chapter 485, The Fidelius Charm. Fortunately, Diana's gaze did not linger on Kyle. She turned her attention directly to Peter Pettigrew. "Is that him?" she asked quietly. "Yes," Dumbledore replied, nodding. "From here, I leave it to you, Diana. I trust you'll reveal the truth, if indeed he is the one who betrayed Lily and James." "I'll do my best, if he truly is the traitor," Diana said softly. "But I need one more component." "Ah, there it is." She looked toward the doorway, where 2 more unspeakables entered, both wearing black robes similar to hers. They were guiding a large, floating tank filled with an ink-green liquid. Although the tank seemed no bigger than a small suitcase, the 2 unspeakables handling it were visibly struggling, sweat beading on their foreheads and hands trembling as they held their wands. A few younger wizards exchanged puzzled glances, wondering why such seasoned unspeakables appeared exhausted by a task that seemed trivial. If only they understood the weight of the object. The 2 men approached Peter Pettigrew and carefully set the tank down with a heavy, echoing thud, revealing the true density of the object within. That was tough, one of them panted, wiping sweat from his brow. You have 30 minutes of use. That should be enough. More than enough, Diana assured him. Thank you, bowed Croaker. Happy to help, replied Croaker, a blonde-haired wizard, waving a hand dismissively. Truthfully, I graduated from Gryffindor a year behind Lily. She was remarkable, a great person, gone too soon. With a heavy sigh, he stepped back, leaving Diana to proceed. Diana wasted no time. She drew her wand and tapped it lightly against the surface of the tank. Immediately, ripples formed on the surface of the dark green liquid, as if something was rising up from the depths. Kyle leaned forward, watching intently. Gradually, a pale white object emerged, suspended in the liquid. It looked like a brain, but with long, delicate tendrils extending from it, a jellyfish-like structure that seemed alive. This is from the brain room in the Department of Mysteries, someone whispered. I saw it once when I was there to deliver documents. Crouch looked as if he were about to protest, but Dumbledore stepped forward before he could speak. I believe we all wish to know the truth, and this is our most reliable means of uncovering it, Dumbledore said, his voice calm yet resolute. Memories can be manipulated, but not the soul itself. I give you my word as a recipient of the Order of Merlin, First Class, Headmaster of Hogwarts, and Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot. The courtroom fell into complete silence. After what felt like an eternity, Fudge finally regained his composure, tapping his gavel on the table. I, too, give my word on this matter. And I, Madam Bones added solemnly. Anyone at the Ministry holding a director-level position or higher knew something of the Department of Mysteries and its secrets, although these mysteries were bound by powerful, unbreakable constraints against full disclosure. The nature and purpose of the Department of Mysteries could be hinted at, but never fully explained. Now, let's vote, Fudge announced, tapping his gavel again. Do you agree to allow the unspeakables to examine Peter Pettigrew's soul? I agree, Fudge said, raising his own hand. Madam Bones followed suit, and, one by one, more wizards raised their hands in agreement. Within moments, the number in favor exceeded the halfway mark, quickly solidifying the majority needed to proceed. Many of those who had initially supported sending Pettigrew to St. Mungo's had only done so out of a desire to confirm the integrity of his memory and uncover the truth. Now that a more direct and authoritative option was available, they offered no objections. Those like Crouch and Bezetta sat in tense silence, unable to alter the outcome. 67 in favor, Madam Bones declared. Then let us begin. Diana nodded. With a deft flick of her wand, the jellyfish-like brain rose from the tank and hovered over Peter Pettigrew's head. The entire room fell silent, each person holding their breath and watching her movements with rapt attention. Even within the Ministry, few had ever seen an unspeakable perform magic involving the soul, and the rarity of this sight filled the crowd with an uneasy curiosity. As Diana prepared to proceed, a dense, dark blue mist suddenly materialized around her, enveloping both her and Peter and obscuring them from view. What's going on? Whispered several voices, while others rose in alarm. A few even drew their wands, ready to dispel the mist. Calm down, everyone, Croaker said firmly. This is a protective measure. When dealing with matters of the soul, it's crucial to guard against magical interference or unintended effects. The mist ensures precision and safety for the spell. But how are we supposed to know what's happening in there? Someone demanded, their voice laced with suspicion. There's no need to worry, Croaker assured them, gesturing toward the tank. All you need to do is watch here. At that moment, a long, translucent tentacle extended from the fog and connected to the tank, causing the dark green liquid within to shift and swirl. The liquid turned a pale, sky-blue color, resembling an oversized, cloudy crystal ball. All eyes were on the tank as the mist within it slowly coalesced, and after a few tense moments, an image began to form in the ethereal blue haze. Peter Pettigrew appeared in the image, looking younger and far healthier than his present state, kneeling with an expression of reverence. Then, another figure materialized beside him, sending a chill through the room. Though 12 years had passed, everyone recognized the figure immediately, Voldemort, his pale face and snake-like, scarlet eyes unmistakable. A collective gasp rippled through the audience as they watched. But just as suddenly as it appeared, the image of Voldemort dissolved, as though someone had stirred the fog with an invisible wand. The mist reformed, displaying a new image, this time, a shimmering golden inscription. It read, I, Peter Pettigrew, voluntarily conceal Potter's residence at number 17, Godric's Hollow, within my soul, and vow to keep it secret, to never speak of it again. Chapter 486, Charges dismissed. Upon seeing the thin line of golden text, nearly all the older wizards in the courtroom rose instinctively. Their eyes, filled with undisguised anger, fixed on the spot still shrouded in dense fog. As people who had lived through those chaotic years, they recognized it instantly, the Fidelius charm. When the charm was cast, these words would transform into golden runes and hide within the caster's soul. Many of those present had narrowly escaped death by relying on this magic and understood its implications all too well. It was now certain Peter Pettigrew, not Black, was the real secret keeper. Damn it. Outbursts of anger erupted throughout the room. Crouch's face darkened. Despite Dumbledore's testimony, he hadn't truly believed in Black's innocence until now, or rather, he had clung to the notion that Fudge had somehow duped Dumbledore with an elaborate ruse. Back then, everyone knew that Potter and Black were inseparable. By all logic, the secret keeper couldn't have been the cowardly and timid Peter. They had trusted without a second thought, as though their common sense had been swapped out and given to someone else. Traitor. Crouch muttered, clenching his fists so tightly that the quill he held snapped in half. The murmurs in the courtroom grew louder. The thick fog lifted quickly, revealing Diana as she stepped forward. Professor Dumbledore, I'll leave the rest to you. Of course, that's why we're here, Dumbledore replied with a smile. Thanks to you, or else Sirius would be facing real trouble. I only came to help Lily, not some arrogant fool, Diana said, pointedly ignoring Black. Besides, Headmaster, if I remember correctly, isn't there a rule at Hogwarts that says fifth-year students can't leave on weekends? Dumbledore's smile faltered for a split second, though he replied smoothly, indeed, but as it was the minister's invitation, and Kyle insisted on coming, well, there wasn't much I could do. Really? Diana glanced toward the corner. Kyle, who had been hunched over, trying to make himself invisible, shivered and cautiously looked up just as Diana and the two other unspeakables were leaving the courtroom, taking the tank with them. Phew. He sighed with relief, sitting up straighter. After that, the trial proceeded far more smoothly. Faced with undeniable evidence, those who had initially voiced objections fell silent. Some still raised concerns about Sirius Black's escape from Azkaban, but Fudge deftly postponed any detailed discussion with his polished diplomatic skills. He was curious himself about how Black had managed to escape the fortress-like prison, but now was not the time for that inquiry. They would investigate it later, they had all the time in the world. Finally, to expedite the trial's conclusion, Sirius volunteered to take Veritaserum or undergo legilimency to prove his innocence. Fudge accepted, and since this was a voluntary offer, no further vote was required. Soon, Scrimgeour returned with a small vial in hand. I think one drop should be enough, said Dumbledore. We don't need to ask too many questions. I understand, replied Scrimgeour. As the single drop of Veritaserum touched Sirius's tongue, his features softened, and his gaze drifted blankly toward the ceiling. Can you hear me? Asked Scrimgeour. Sirius's eyelids fluttered a few times. Yes, he murmured. I want you to tell us, Scrimgeour said in a steady voice, who was the secret keeper for the Potter family 12 years ago. Sirius took a few shaky breaths before answering in a flat, detached tone. Peter Pettigrew was the secret keeper. Why did you choose him? Sirius's eyelids twitched. I thought it would be safer if I was out in the open, acting as bait, so that no one would suspect the timid Peter. And who blew up the Muggle street afterward? Scrimgeour pressed on. Peter Pettigrew. Under the Veritaserum's influence, Sirius recounted the entire story of how he'd arranged for Peter to be the secret keeper instead. To be honest, as the full story unfolded, most people in the courtroom didn't react with sympathy. Instead, they found themselves with the same thought as Crouch. Black really had made a foolish decision. If anything, he ought to have asked the unspeakables if they could lend him a brain. What should have been a straightforward solution had turned needlessly complicated. After their internal criticisms, however, everyone let out a collective sigh. Regardless, Sirius had paid a heavy price for his error, spending 12 years unjustly imprisoned in Azkaban. He had paid for his foolishness many times over. When Sirius finished, Scrimgeour looked at him with a mixture of feelings, then held a vial to his lips, administering the counter potion. He'd been considering recruiting Sirius into the Auror office once he was officially exonerated, but now, he decided it merited further thought. Aurors required more than just strength. As the potion took effect, the dazed look faded from Sirius's eyes, and he blinked, shaking his head slightly as he regained clarity. I think the matter is settled, Fudge said from the platform, clearing his throat. So, all in favor of declaring Sirius Black innocent, please raise your hands. One by one, hands rose around the courtroom. In moments, more than half were raised, including Crouch's. 95 votes. Madame Bones called out in a firm voice. Very well, Fudge said, standing with a broad smile. On behalf of the Ministry of Magic, I hereby declare that all charges against Sirius Orion Black from 1981 are officially dropped, his arrest warrant nullified, and he will be released today, fully exonerated with his wand privileges restored. The courtroom erupted in applause as everyone stood, clapping with enthusiasm. Sirius sat motionless, stunned, his gaze drifting over the crowd before falling on Peter, still lying on the ground. A wave of unreality swept over him. Was he truly free? He drew several deep breaths and then looked up at Dumbledore, his expression almost pleading for confirmation. What are you waiting for? Dumbledore smiled warmly. If you have enough galleons with you, would you like to take a stroll down Diagon Alley? It's changed quite a bit since you last saw it 12 years ago. And I've heard Ollivander hasn't left his shop today. He should be able to help you pick out a new wand. Of course, Professor Dumbledore, Sirius said, his voice catching as his eyes grew misty, a laugh breaking through his tears. I've dreamed of going back to Diagon Alley. Chapter 487, Every glass is an elixir of euphoria. With Dumbledore's help, Sirius finally rose to his feet and slowly made his way toward the door. As the retrial concluded, word of what had happened spread through the ministry like wildfire. By the time Sirius emerged from Trial Chamber 3, the corridor was packed with people, all watching him, applauding. Sirius wasn't even sure how he managed to walk down the long corridor and into the elevator, through the lobby, which was also filled with people clapping for him. It felt as though minutes had passed, or perhaps hours, and when he finally became aware again, he was standing on the bustling streets of London, surrounded by strangers and free at last. He lifted his arms to the sky and simply stood there, soaking in the feeling, oblivious to the puzzled glances of passers-by. Behind him, Dumbledore and Kyle took their time following. Kyle was mulling over whether he should stop by Diagon Alley for some shopping, but when he glanced up, he noticed Dumbledore looking at him with a strange expression. There was a fleeting look of apology mixed with pity, but it vanished as quickly as it had appeared. Seeing Dumbledore's usual gentle smile, Kyle brushed off the moment, figuring he was just a little light-headed from the dim, stuffy courtroom. After all, Dumbledore had done so much to secure Sirius Black's acquittal, what could he possibly feel sorry for? Kyle looked again toward Sirius, who was still standing with his arms outstretched, as though he could remain that way forever if no one urged him to move. At that moment, a man in a suit, mistaking Sirius's stance for some kind of performance art, hurriedly dropped a coin onto the step in front of him before scurrying away. A few minutes later, an owl flew overhead, and suddenly, Dumbledore had a copy of the Daily Prophet in his hands. He sat down on a nearby bench like an elderly gentleman enjoying a peaceful stroll and unfolded the paper. The headline on the front page read in bold print: Sirius Black, Traitor or Tragic Hero. Below it were two photos, one was his infamous wanted poster, and the other showed him in the courtroom, surrounded by people applauding. The article painted Sirius as a tragic figure who had endured 12 years of darkness to avenge his friend. When did they take that photo? Kyle asked, surprised. I don't remember anyone bringing a camera into the courtroom. Clearly someone did, though we didn't notice, Dumbledore replied with a chuckle. These reporters are remarkably clever. Once, someone even published a photo of me as a child in a duel, claiming it was proof of my lifetime of deception. If I could, I'd buy that photo myself. Enough of that, he said, standing up and brushing off his robes. Let's head to Diagon Alley. I'm rather in the mood for hazelnut and peanut ice cream. Sirius opened his eyes just then, lowered his aching arms, took in a few deep breaths of London air, and then turned to join them, walking toward the leaky cauldron. After taking a few steps, Sirius turned back, bent down, and picked up the coin from the ground, carefully wiping the dust off of it. This is a Muggle coin, isn't it? Kyle leaned over for a look. 7-sided, yes, that's a 50-pence piece. In Gringotts, it'd be worth about 2 sickles. I'll keep it as a souvenir, Sirius said with a smile, tucking the coin into his pocket. The three of them continued on to the leaky cauldron. The lively noise inside immediately fell silent when Dumbledore, leading the way, pushed open the door. Every pair of eyes turned to Sirius. Someone began clapping, and soon, a few people approached to welcome Sirius back with hugs. Oh, Black, said Tom, the barkeep, coming over with a large glass of butterbeer. Hope you'll forgive me for keeping your wanted poster up. This one's on the house. Thanks, Tom, said Sirius, accepting the glass and draining it in one gulp. He had tasted many butterbeers before, including those Lupin had snuck him over the past few months, but none had ever tasted as sweet as this one. Now that, he said, licking his lips, was fantastic. Tom, I suspect you added a dash of elixir to induce euphoria. Tom chuckled. From now on, every drink'll taste like elixir to induce euphoria. The room broke out in laughter. After thanking the crowd and politely declining more offers to drink, Sirius followed Kyle and Dumbledore out the back entrance to Diagon Alley. How does it feel? Kyle asked. It couldn't get better than this, Sirius replied, grinning. Tom said he'd buy me drinks for a month. I'm coming back tomorrow and staying all day, can't wait to see the look on his face. Kyle grinned, choosing not to say more. Sirius didn't seem to realize just yet that he was currently the talk of the town. His presence alone would bring crowds to the leaky cauldron, and old Tom would be thrilled with the business. It was a win-win situation. They rounded a corner and stepped onto the main street of Diagon Alley. Sirius, looking like a first year before the start of term, wanted to explore every shop. Before long, his arms were laden with gifts from shopkeepers who insisted he accept them free of charge. Thanks to Sirius's popularity, both Kyle and Dumbledore found themselves with complimentary hazelnut and peanut ice creams as well. Their first stop was Madame Malkin's, where Sirius received a brand new set of robes. Next was Ollivander's, where he purchased a new wand for 15 galleons. New Hogwarts students typically paid 7 galleons, so perhaps his wand had been given the full retail price, or perhaps new students got theirs at cost. As they passed quality Quidditch supplies, Sirius offered to buy Kyle a firebolt as a thank you gift. "Don't be modest," Sirius said, patting his chest. "It's just a few galleons. I got Harry one, it's no big deal." But Kyle politely declined. "No, really. I wouldn't be able to use it anyway." With no Quidditch season at Hogwarts this year, Kyle had little need for a firebolt. Besides, who knew if a newer model might be released next year? He could always wait. The three of them spent the afternoon visiting nearly every shop on the street, well, almost every shop. Flourish and Blots remained untouched. It seemed that Sirius had cast a banishing charm on the bookstore in his mind. He didn't pause or even glance at it as he jogged past. The shopkeeper, who had been standing in the doorway with a stack of books to gift Sirius, could only watch as he hurried away. Chapter 488, The Portraits Game. By the time Kyle returned to Hogwarts, evening had fallen. Sirius, in his jubilant return to society, had splurged on an enormous pile of goods from Diagon Alley, some for himself and some for Harry, then asked Kyle to carry it all back. Kyle couldn't shake the feeling that Sirius's extravagant spree was a kind of revenge spending, a way to celebrate finally being able to live openly again. Who spends over 2,000 galleons on Diagon Alley in one go? And that solid gold cauldron, was it really meant for potions? One scratch and you'd feel guilty forever. But there was no talking Sirius out of it. He had to have it, no questions asked, he was a true spendthrift. Just as they had left, Kyle returned by apparition, reappearing in the headmaster's office. Ha ha ha. A loud, gleeful laugh filled the room as Kyle arrived. It was shrill and almost strangled, like a goose caught in a fence. "Dumbledore, I heard it all from the old hag," said Phineas Black's portrait, wearing a smug expression. "My great-grandson acquitted." "Haha, I knew it. There could never be a traitor in the Black family. The Ministry of Magic is getting worse by the day. Those buffoons couldn't see an obvious setup if it slapped them in the face. But at least the minister has some sense." The other portraits gave Phineas a wide berth, looking at him with a mixture of pity and mild annoyance. "Oh, do shut up, Phineas," said a bearded wizard, rolling his eyes. "You might fool others, but don't kid yourself. Need we remind you of what you said about Sirius Black? Should we refresh your memory?" "Yes." A nearby witch chimed in with a smirk. "You were the loudest voice condemning him back then. Now you're blaming everyone else. Shameful." "Nonsense, you must have misheard," Phineas replied, stretching his neck in defiance. "I've always said, how could I possibly doubt a Black?" At this, the other portraits let out a collective scoff. At that moment, a tall, slender witch with jet black hair snuck up behind Phineas, holding a heavy, round shield she'd acquired from somewhere. With perfect timing, she swung it down and smacked Phineas on the head. "Who exactly did you just call an old hag?" she demanded. Phineas, stunned, collapsed onto the ground, looking thoroughly dazed. Without missing a beat, the other portraits swarmed him, launching a barrage of punches and kicks. For no particular reason, it had somehow become a favorite pastime among the portraits to pummel Phineas, purely out of habit. The headmaster's office echoed with the sounds of fists and feet and Phineas's indignant yelps, filling the room with banshee-like shrieks. "Professor, you must lead a very thrilling life," Kyle said, laughing. "Ah, indeed," Dumbledore replied with a smile, picking up a piece of flannel from his desk and moving toward the ruckus. "But at times, they're simply too noisy. Oh, and don't you have to find Harry," he added. "Better hurry along, the Gryffindor password should still be Balderdash." "Right." Kyle nodded, heading toward the door. "Well, goodbye, Professor, and Fawkes." The headmaster's office wasn't far from Gryffindor Tower. All Kyle had to do was follow the corridor, take a turn at the end, and he'd be right there. "Password," the fat lady called out dutifully. "Balderdash," Kyle replied. Instead of opening the door, however, the fat lady gave him a suspicious look. "You're not a Gryffindor. I don't think I've seen you before." It seemed she had become a bit more cautious since Sir Cadogan's removal the previous year. "I suppose you just found a scrap of parchment with the password on it somewhere and thought it would be amusing to try it out," she asked pointedly. "Not quite, I'm a Hufflepuff," Kyle replied smoothly. "But the headmaster himself gave me the password. I just came from his office, and I need to see Harry Potter." "Headmaster?" The fat lady's expression softened slightly, though she still looked doubtful. "Fine, but don't go breaking any rules. Or you won't be getting through this door again." "Don't worry," Kyle assured her with a grin, "I'm a model student, not a record breaker when it comes to rule breaking." Oh, and by the way, he added with a smile, the headmaster's portraits are currently having a lively go at Headmaster Black, so if you hurry, you might catch it. The fat lady's eyes sparkled. My dear, I take back what I said, you must be a remarkable young wizard. With that, she slipped out of her frame, and the door swung open, allowing Kyle entry. He stepped through the portal and followed the short corridor into the Gryffindor common room. Being a weekend, the common room was busy with students. Kyle scanned the room and soon spotted the familiar trio seated around a table in the corner. Hermione was absorbed in her homework while Ron and Harry were engrossed in a game of wizard chess, animatedly discussing ways to make themselves appear a year older. I think the aging potion might work, Ron was saying as he captured one of Harry's pieces. Fred says he could whip up a potion that'd age you by a year. Bit pricey, though, 10 galleons. 10 galleons. Harry repeated. That's not exactly cheap. But I'm their brother, Ron said smugly. They'll give it to me for 5 galleons. Fred says that's just covering the ingredient costs, no profit for them. And honestly, it's the only surefire way, checkmate. He directed his knight to Harry's king, a victorious grin on his face. Now if only I had the 5 galleons, Ron added, sighing. I'll cover it, Harry said, moving his king a square over with a quick move. But don't expect a Christmas gift from me this year. Fair enough, Ron chuckled. Or maybe if I win the Triwizard Tournament, I'll pay you back out of the prize money, that's 1,000 galleons, easy. Yeah, Harry sighed wistfully. Imagine if we could both be champions. That's impossible, Hermione interjected, glancing up from her book. There's only ever one champion from each school. It's right here in Hogwarts, a history. Oh, Kyle. What are you doing here? Come on, Hermione, Ron said, setting down his chess piece. I know Kyle's smart and all, top of his year and everything, but that doesn't mean he's a sure bet for the tournament. I still have a shot. Hey now, Harry cut in with a grin, giving Ron a good-natured nudge. He put down his chess piece and turned to Kyle, who was now walking over. Welcome to the Gryffindor common room, Kyle. Are you looking for Fred and George? They've been in the entrance hall on the first floor since after lunch, they haven't come back up, so you might want to check there. Chapter 489, all of this was gifted by my godfather. Were Fred and George really in the entrance hall all afternoon? Kyle thought to himself after hearing Harry's words. He quickly guessed that the twins must have been waiting there for him. Too bad he hadn't come through the main entrance. I'm not here to see them, Kyle said, shaking his head. Sirius Black asked me to bring you something. Sirius? Harry's eyes widened. Is he here at Hogwarts? No, that's too dangerous. I'll go find him right now. He started rushing toward the common room door, but Kyle stopped him just in time. No, he's not here. And even if he was, it would be perfectly safe. The Ministry just finished his retrial, and he's been officially cleared of all charges. Harry blinked, and then his face lit up with sheer joy. He grabbed Kyle's arm, his voice filled with excitement. Really? You're not joking. Why would I joke about that? Kyle said, smiling. The whole story's complicated, so it's better if you just read about it. There was a special reprint of the Daily Prophet this afternoon. By now, loads of people should have seen it. Harry looked around at his classmates, hoping to spot someone with the latest paper, silently regretting that he hadn't subscribed himself. Don't worry, Kyle reassured him, your copy's already on its way by owl. In the meantime, how about you check out the things Sirius sent? Reaching into a moleskin pouch, Kyle began pulling out items one by one, a top-tier wand maintenance kit, gold-edged parchment, siren brand ink, feather quills, dragon's blood, dragon's liver, a sapphire-encrusted astrolabe, a massive tub of sweets, another filled with chocolates, and, finally, a solid gold cauldron. Each new item made Ron's jaw drop further. He recognized these as some of the most lavish and expensive goods from Diagon Alley, the sorts of things usually flaunted by the wealthiest Slytherins, like Malfoy. Never in his life did he expect to see them here, in the Gryffindor common room, intended for Harry. When Kyle took out the gleaming sapphire astrolabe and the solid gold cauldron, the entire common room seemed to sparkle. The warm, golden glow drew a crowd of onlookers, all staring in awe. Kyle clapped his hands once the last of the items was displayed. That's everything. All of this is for me? Harry asked, still a bit stunned. Partially, Kyle replied, thinking for a moment. Sirius did want you to share some of it, stationery, sweets, chocolates, with your friends. He bought way more than you'd ever use alone. That had been Sirius's exact thought, in fact. He had purchased 20 quills with feathers, which even Harry would be unlikely to use up in a decade. Unless, of course, he suddenly developed an overwhelming interest in his studies, but somehow, that didn't seem very likely. Harry hadn't fully processed everything, but as he noticed the eager, sparkling eyes around him, he pushed the items forward. Oh, right, help yourselves. Bless you, Potter. Potter is our hero. The crowd erupted with gratitude, each person picking out their favorite quills and handfuls of sweets. However, the more exclusive items, the sapphire astrolabe and the solid gold cauldron, were respectfully left untouched. Ron was grinning ear to ear as he carefully chose a red feather quill, some gold-edged parchment, and a sizable stash of sweets. He couldn't imagine ever using the elegant parchment for homework, it would be a waste. Hermione, meanwhile, tucked the gold-edged parchment neatly into a large book, saving it for a special occasion, perhaps for a future letter to the Ministry of Magic. With about a dozen students in the common room, everyone managed to get something, and there were still a few quills and ink bottles left, along with half a bucket of sweets. Harry set them aside, planning to share them later with Ginny and Neville, who hadn't arrived yet. While the group was busy divvying up the goods, Kyle quietly slipped out of the common room. His task was done, and if he lingered much longer, he'd likely get roped into an endless string of questions. Better to let Sirius handle the follow-up, this kind of interaction was a rare gift. Just as he closed the door, Kyle noticed someone standing awkwardly in the corridor. Neville. Kyle said with a grin, "Did you forget the password again?" "No, I've got it this time, Balderdash." Neville replied, holding up his hand, where the password was written. He looked a bit frustrated. "But the fat lady isn't here." Kyle glanced at the empty portrait frame, mumbling, "Are they still beating up Phineas? Seems like they've been at it for a while." "Huh." Neville tilted his head, looking confused. "Oh, nothing." Kyle smiled. "I just meant the fat lady might have popped over to another portrait. Hurry up and get in while the door's still open." "Thanks," Neville said gratefully, slipping inside. Once the door shut, he let out a relieved sigh. Good thing Kyle was here, or who knows how long I'd be stuck out there. "Wait, Kyle." Realizing something, Neville looked around the familiar golden-red common room, the soft chairs and tapestries just as he remembered them. But wasn't Kyle in Hufflepuff? Why had he been in Gryffindor's common room? Neville. Just as Neville was puzzling over this, Harry hurried over to him. "Did you just see Kyle?" "Yeah, he's the one who opened the door for me," Neville replied. "When was that?" "Just a minute ago." "Oh." Harry sighed in disappointment. "I didn't get a chance to ask him all my questions." "What's going on?" Neville asked, curious. "Why was Kyle here?" "He came to give me something," Harry said, smiling as he handed a quill and ink to a bewildered Neville. He also offered him a handful of sweets from the large bucket. "You're just in time. Help yourself. These are from my godfather." "Oh, thank you," Neville said, still a bit dazed, as he accepted the gifts. Chapter 490, Who is the Godchild, after all? Neville had always thought that Harry only had an aunt and uncle, people Harry had described as mean enough to deny him even a Hogsmeade permission form. Hearing now that Harry had a godfather came as a complete shock, even more surprising than seeing Kyle emerge from the Gryffindor common room. "You have a godfather?" Neville exclaimed, wide-eyed. "I've never heard you mention it before." "I only found out recently myself," Harry replied with a grin, stuffing sweets into Neville's pocket. Before, he'd had no choice but to keep Sirius's existence a secret due to his fugitive status, but now that Sirius had been acquitted, he could finally share the good news openly. Harry kept his excitement in check, though. Since he hadn't yet read the official news or received a letter confirming it, he avoided mentioning Sirius's name directly. Hermione, watching Harry's excitement, felt a wave of happiness for him. She knew how much he had been hoping for this day. But, she lowered her head thoughtfully, as if something was troubling her. Harry, meanwhile, was preoccupied with the candy bucket he'd set down on the table, dividing his attention between the sweets and the window. Each time an owl flew by, he leapt up expectantly, only to sit back down with a disappointed sigh when it wasn't his. "Don't you find something odd about all this?" Hermione asked suddenly. "What's odd?" Harry murmured, distracted, his eyes still fixed on the window. "Kyle," Hermione replied firmly. "What about him?" Ron asked, still fiddling with his new quill. "Haven't you noticed?" Hermione's gaze shifted between them, her frustration clear. How exactly did Kyle know that Sirius was acquitted? "The newspaper, obviously," Ron said, shrugging. "He said the Daily Prophet rushed out an extra edition just because of it." "And these?" Hermione gestured at the golden cauldron on the table. "These things were all bought by Sirius in Diagon Alley. If he wanted to send them to Harry, why didn't he just use an owl? Why did he go out of his way to have Kyle deliver them?" Ron looked up, and Harry stopped watching the window. They exchanged a glance, each thinking the same thing. If this was all meant for Harry, why had Kyle been the one to bring it? Had Sirius accidentally sent it to the wrong person? But that didn't make sense, both he and Kyle were here at Hogwarts. "Don't you see?" Hermione continued, exasperated by their blank expressions. It's simple. I'd bet anything that Kyle was with Sirius. He was in Diagon Alley, too. What? Ron said, taken aback. But, that's impossible. How would he have gotten back without the Hogwarts Express? There must be other ways, Hermione reasoned. And remember, at lunch today, Professor Dumbledore called Kyle to his office and didn't come back until just now. You think? Harry frowned. Dumbledore already knew about the retrial and took Kyle outside the school. That's my guess. The three fell silent, struggling to understand why Dumbledore had chosen to tell Kyle before anyone else. Harry felt a pang of frustration. He was Sirius's godson, yet he was the last to know. Just as he was lost in thought, he felt a sharp peck on his hand. Ow. He looked down and saw a bludger-sized owl aggressively pecking his hand, a letter fastened beside it. Oh, it's from Sirius. Harry said excitedly as he tore open the envelope, with Hermione and Ron immediately crowding in to read over his shoulder. Meanwhile, news of Sirius Black's acquittal had spread like wildfire through Hogwarts, thanks to the Daily Prophet. Those with subscriptions had eagerly shared the front-page news, and now students across the castle were abuzz, even setting aside talk of the Triwizard Tournament. The legendary tale of a man who had endured 12 years in Azkaban, only to emerge to right his wrongs, had captivated the entire school. For a castle full of enthusiastic teenagers, Sirius's story had all the elements of a thrilling epic. By dinner, nearly everyone in the Great Hall was talking about it. Fred and George, who had initially been intent on questioning Harry about a mysterious suitcase, had shifted their focus entirely to Sirius. Harry, in his excitement, had let slip that Sirius was his godfather, and word had quickly spread throughout Gryffindor. Now, his housemates, and students from other houses, were desperate for any details that hadn't been printed in the paper. Around the tables, the speculation was rampant. I'll bet Black did it on purpose, declared Mikkel at the Hufflepuff table. He probably volunteered to be locked up in Azkaban just so he could go after the Death Eaters in there. That'd be tricky, though, someone countered. The Dementors wouldn't make it easy for anyone, even him. Exactly why he took 12 years, Mikkel replied confidently. And don't forget, he's the only person who's ever escaped. He must have figured out a way to deal with the Dementors. His theory found plenty of eager supporters, nodding along as he explained. After all, if he'd managed to escape, surely he'd discovered a method to resist the Dementors. It made perfect sense. After he dealt with all the Death Eaters, he could finally get out, find the real traitor, and clear his name. Genius. Michael's eyes sparkled with admiration. Imagine if Professor Dumbledore invited him to teach defense against the dark arts. No offense to Professor Moody, of course. I just mean, for next year. The infamous curse on the defense against the dark arts post at Hogwarts was well known among the students. They'd seen 5 different professors in 5 years, with none lasting beyond a single term. Even with Moody's legendary reputation as an Auror, they weren't holding their breath. After all, Gilderoy Lockhart had been famous too, and look how that turned out. The students weren't the only ones caught up in the news. In the staff room, the teachers were also deep in discussion. Dumbledore had managed to keep the whole matter under wraps, so most of the professors had only just learned of Sirius's innocence that day. Hagrid, in particular, was staring at the newspaper in astonishment. He'd spent months grumbling about Black, more than once declaring that if he ever caught him, he'd make him spend a miserable night dining in the dungeons, or else he'd turn himself into a flobberworm. But now, everything had changed. Sirius was innocent, and the true traitor was someone else. What am I supposed to do now? Hagrid muttered to himself, feeling torn between his pride and the desire to avoid eating his words, or becoming a flobberworm. Chapter 491, Has Nicholas Run Away? The next morning, Fred and George were waiting outside the Great Hall as soon as it opened, eager to dive back into Kyle's suitcase. This time, they had brought along Cedric and Cho, making for a much livelier group compared to yesterday, when it had been just Connor exploring the mysterious world inside. The moment Fred took in the vast expanse within the suitcase, he announced, "Adventure time," and dashed off with George toward the forest. Kyle simply watched with amusement as the two sprinted away, disappearing among the trees. "Are you sure it's safe?" Cedric asked, looking a bit concerned. "They won't run into anything dangerous, will they?" "Nah," Kyle reassured him with a wave. "The only risky area is that clearing we saw earlier." Cho, overhearing, shuddered at the thought of the massive field of chomping cabbages they'd glimpsed earlier. She made a mental note to steer clear of that clearing for the rest of her life, just as Kana had. Cedric, on the other hand, seemed intrigued by the unusual plants. Whether it was because Professor Sprout, their herbology instructor, was also Hufflepuff's head of house, or just his own curiosity, he even mused about growing a devil's snare himself someday. By noon, the Weasley twins returned from their adventure. The disappointed expressions on their faces made it clear they hadn't found quite what they'd hoped for. "So, no dragon?" Cedric teased, raising an eyebrow. Fred sighed. We saw one when we first came in, a real dragon. But it took off when it saw all of you with Kyle and didn't come back. We thought it might still be in the forest, so we went looking. They had spent hours roaming through the suitcase's landscape, hoping for another glimpse of Norbert, but to no avail. As they left the suitcase, Fred and George continued talking animatedly, trying to convince each other that they could still find a way to see a dragon up close without putting their lives at risk. Unfortunately, Norbert didn't seem interested in meeting them, and there wasn't much Kyle could do to change the dragon's mind. But soon, thoughts of dragons and adventures faded into the background, as on Wednesday morning, Snape returned to Hogwarts. He strode into the Great Hall, his black cloak billowing in his cold, piercing gaze sweeping the room. At the sight of him, many students groaned inwardly. They had dared to hope that Snape might be gone for good this year, and more than a few hadn't even bothered with their holiday potions homework, including Fred and George. The Slytherins, however, were delighted, standing up with loud applause to welcome back their head of house. Kyle watched Snape as he crossed the hall to speak briefly with Dumbledore. Snape's presence here meant Regulus's situation must have been resolved. For Sirius, this news would likely bring as much relief as his own hard-won freedom. Not everyone, however, shared in the happiness. Mikkel and Ryan, Hufflepuff students, spent every free moment that morning scrambling to complete their potions assignments. During their first class, History of Magic, no one paid them much attention as long as they stayed quiet, so they were able to work undisturbed. But Transfiguration was a different story. Professor McGonagall caught them red-handed, confiscated their hastily completed potions homework, and assigned them an additional 3 feet of Transfiguration work on top of the original 5. The two of them looked ready to cry. By the way, Professor McGonagall added after doling out their punishment, turning to Kyle. The headmaster would like to see you. The password is Pepper Imps. I understand, Professor, Kyle replied with a nod, unsurprised by the summons. After leaving the classroom, he parted ways with Kana and headed alone toward the headmaster's office on the 8th floor. Inside, the office was unusually quiet. The portraits lining the walls were covered with thick velvet drapes, and Dumbledore sat behind his desk, waiting. I think you already know about Regulus, Dumbledore began. He's no longer the creature we encountered at first. I figured as much when I saw Professor Snape return this morning, Kyle replied. Dumbledore nodded softly. Yes, it took over 2 months, and it was far more complicated than I'd anticipated. But, at last, it's been resolved. Kyle hesitated, then asked, so what's going to happen to him, to Regulus? That, I don't know, Dumbledore admitted, shaking his head. Sirius intends to take responsibility for his brother's future. He wants to arrange everything himself, at least, until that person is completely eradicated. We don't need to take any further action until then. Is that so? Kyle murmured. He understood that Dumbledore was referring to Voldemort. Though he couldn't fully grasp why Sirius would make such a decision, he didn't press further. You have saved 2 innocent souls, Kyle, Dumbledore said, standing up and smiling warmly. Helping Sirius regain his freedom and uncovering the truth about Regulus are noble accomplishments. As an old wizard who once fought Voldemort alongside them, I am grateful for what you've done for them. But as headmaster, I can't grant you extra points for these deeds, as they happened outside the scope of school. It's all right, Professor, Kyle replied, shaking his head. He understood that these events had taken place over the holidays and weren't directly related to Hogwarts, so extra points would be out of place. But Kyle paused, considering his words carefully. There is one request I'd like to make. Go on, Dumbledore encouraged, his eyes twinkling. But let me warn you, if it's to learn that charm I used earlier, choose another. I've already promised to teach it to you and have no plans to change my mind. It's about something else, Kyle clarified. I'd like your permission to handle the object Regulus took and replaced. Kyle had suspected that Dumbledore had more on his mind than just offering congratulations. He was certain it had something to do with the locket. Dumbledore had shown surprising restraint in not pressing about it until now, but when Kyle mentioned it, his expression turned serious. After a pause, Dumbledore asked, do you know what it is? Yes, it's like the diary, Kyle replied. But I think I have a solution. He couldn't help but think of Nicholas Flamel. They had agreed that he would return the diadem to Kyle within 6 months, but nearly a year had passed with no word from him. At this point, Kyle couldn't help but wonder if Flamel had absconded with the artifact. Yet there was nothing he could do. Flamel's estate was clearly protected by more than just the Fidelius charm, and though Kyle had visited once, he couldn't recall the address. For now, all he could do was wait for Flamel to get in touch. Chapter 492, Contract Magic. The headmaster's office was so quiet that the faintest sound would have been deafening. Dumbledore studied Kyle, hesitant, holding back his words several times. Initially, he'd assumed Kyle planned to use the basilisk to destroy the locket, so he hadn't pressed the issue. But after hearing from Newt that Kyle hadn't visited the basilisk during the holidays, and from Kyle's own words indicating that the locket remained intact, Dumbledore realized there was more to the story. With a light tap of his fingers on the desk, he finally broke the silence. "You've certainly given me a difficult puzzle, Kyle. Can you assure me that this item won't affect you?" "I can, Professor," Kyle said firmly. "The Slytherin pendant is unique. As long as it remains unopened, it's completely harmless, even if someone wears it around their neck." At the mention of the name, Slytherin pendant, Dumbledore's mouth twitched slightly. Kyle had handed over the original diary Horcrux without any reluctance, even passing it off to Lucius Malfoy without a second thought. But this locket. Kyle guarded it closely, even avoiding showing it to Dumbledore. Dumbledore knew exactly why. The locket held a distinct historical prestige, as revered as the Gryffindor sword. After a moment's pause, Dumbledore sighed. "Very well. I can allow it, but I must insist you destroy it as soon as possible. And remember, Kyle, no treasure, no matter how precious, retains its worth once tainted by dark magic. It's not worth risking your life for." "I understand," Kyle replied with a smile. In truth, he had no intention of using the locket before Voldemort's Horcruxes were all destroyed. Like the diadem, the locket was locked safely away. But then, a thought struck him, and he glanced at Dumbledore. "Professor, how about we set a contract magic?" Dumbledore looked at him with curiosity. "A contract magic? It's a type of binding spell," Kyle explained. "For example, if I ever get the notion to use a Horcrux, the magic would prevent me from acting on it. I think you're familiar with this kind of spell." "Ah, yes," Dumbledore said thoughtfully, "I am familiar with a few such enchantments. But truly, Kyle, I trust you, just as I trust myself." "Still, it would give me peace of mind," Kyle said, smiling. "Think of it as a safeguard, for me. If a Horcrux were to ever sway me, it might just save my life." Dumbledore considered Kyle's point. The mysterious nature of Horcruxes held even him at a disadvantage. An extra layer of protection could indeed prove wise. "If you're certain, then let's proceed. Ready your wand." Kyle took out his wand and extended his arm, as Dumbledore directed. Standing before him, Dumbledore did the same, and they pressed the tips of their wands together. "Just a moment, Professor," Kyle said suddenly. Dumbledore paused, sensing hesitation. "Is something wrong? If you've changed your mind, we can stop here." "No, nothing like that," Kyle replied. "It's just, since it's a contract spell, shouldn't both parties uphold a fair bargain?" Dumbledore blinked, momentarily surprised. But he quickly regained his composure, smiling with interest. "You're absolutely right. I fully agree. So you'd be open to a two-way contract?" Kyle pressed. "Certainly," Dumbledore replied with a chuckle. "I've no intention of meddling with a Horcrux myself, so a mutual spell is quite acceptable." He held out his wand again. "Prepare yourself, then. Don't resist." The two wands touched once more, and Dumbledore began a long, intricate incantation, weaving the terms of the contract. His words were soft and rhythmic, as though setting the magical conditions with care. After a few minutes, as he completed the spell, a fine golden thread shimmered where their wands met. The thread divided, winding down each wand and along their wrists, forming delicate, bracelet-like bands. Kyle felt a brief, intense heat on his wrist, but it faded as quickly as it came. He looked down to see a circle of tiny runes glowing in golden light. They vanished before he could make out their meaning. "There," Dumbledore said with a satisfied smile, "this won't affect you in any noticeable way. And if ever you wish to remove it, you're welcome to come to me. I can't remove it myself. With a finite incantatum." "No," Dumbledore explained, "contract magic is more complex. Both the activation and the removal require the presence of all parties involved." Kyle nodded, glancing down at his wrist one more time. "I know I may be repeating myself," Dumbledore continued, putting his wand away, "but please remember to destroy the locket as soon as possible. I may be able to help repair any damage done to the Slytherin pendant itself, assuming, of course, that you don't employ something as extreme as the Fiendfire curse." "I'll do my best," Kyle assured him, though he didn't mention a specific timeline. That, after all, depended on the return of Nicholas Flamel, or if he hadn't, indeed, vanished with the diadem. At that moment, Kyle caught a whiff of roasted meat, and he turned to see that a full, delectable spread had appeared on a table behind Dumbledore. "Oh! Honey-glazed pork chops, my favorite," Dumbledore exclaimed delightedly. "Shall I have the house elves prepare a plate for you as well? Or would you prefer to dine with your friends in the Great Hall?" "No, thank you, Professor," Kyle said with a grin, backing toward the door. "I'll just join everyone in the Great Hall." He turned and quickly made his way out. Dumbledore settled down at the table, though his thoughts drifted back to the Slytherin locket. The alchemist in him couldn't resist the allure of such a historical artifact, a relic linked to Salazar Slytherin himself. "No," he thought, "I must find a way to Borrow it for a few days. But what pretext should I use? Kyle's far too perceptive. Dumbledore gazed at the honey-glazed pork chop on his plate, deep in thought. Perhaps, an exchange involving one of Fawkes's feathers. At that moment, Fawkes, perched on a nearby branch, stirred from his nap, fluffing his feathers and casting a wary eye around the room as though he sensed himself being discussed. Chapter 493, Obsession and Mood Swings. For a while, the hottest topic at Hogwarts was Sirius Black. The Daily Prophet featured a full page of news on him nearly every day, and waiting for the morning all delivery had become a daily thrill for some students. Adding to the excitement, Harry was receiving packages almost every morning. They contained everything from sweets and clothes to strange novelty items, all sent by his newly free and doting godfather. But for fifth-year students, the mounting schoolwork left little time to indulge in gossip. Their professors seemed determined to outdo one another in pushing them to the limit, piling on increasingly difficult assignments. Even Kyle, despite his skills, found himself caught up in the relentless workload. Some professors, such as Snape in potions and Moody in defense against the dark arts, never excused him from assignments. After 2 weeks of practicing the shield charm, Professor Moody announced a test. Initially scheduled for the previous week, the test had been delayed due to disastrous results. Students had fumbled incantations, hesitated in casting, and blanked out on the spell gestures entirely. Moody had been so exasperated that he postponed the test, giving everyone an extra week to prepare. This time, I'll be using the leglocker curse, Moody warned from the lectern, his magical eye swiveling across the room. If you can't successfully block it, then you'll be spending the rest of your day hopping like frogs. Nervous murmurs spread across the classroom, though a few students looked unfazed. Some of you are probably thinking, it's just the leglocker curse, easily undone, and if I can't block it, no big deal, right? Moody grinned, his scarred face contorting, making his expression even more unnerving. But clear that thought out of your heads now. This isn't your average leglocker curse, it's designed for aura training. The usual counterspell won't work. With that, he instructed the students to line up along the sides of the room, calling them forward one by one to face the curse. As the test began, Kyle noticed that the extra practice seemed to have paid off. Professor Moody was casting at a slowed pace, which helped. The first 2 students managed to deflect the curse with a sturdy shield charm, sending it bouncing back in a shimmering arc. However, the 3rd student stumbled. Likely overcome with nerves, he blanked on the incantation entirely, and his legs immediately snapped together. Forced to hop back to his spot, he tripped, nearly taking a face-first dive into the floor. When it was Kyle's turn, he stepped confidently into the center of the room. Professor Moody raised his wand, and this time he didn't utter the spell out loud. A sudden flash of white light shot toward Kyle without warning. Protego. Kyle called, his shield charm springing up instantly. The white light rebounded off his shield, flying straight back at Moody, who dodged it with a quick sidestep. Excellent. That's exactly right. Moody praised. Deflecting the curse right back at your opponent is the shield charm's true purpose. All that chaotic bouncing just shows you haven't mastered it. Very good, 10 points to Hufflepuff. Kyle accepted the 10 points with a smile, though he'd been hoping for a homework exemption instead. One by one, the rest of the class faced their tests, but the overall success rate remained low. Only about half the students managed to cast the shield charm effectively, leaving the unlucky ones to exit the defense against the dark arts classroom hopping like rabbits, much to the amusement of their classmates. Listening to the way he talked, you'd think we were about to be ambushed any minute, Mikkel grumbled, limping up the stairs. He'd failed the shield charm test at first, only managing to pass his makeup attempt just before the end of class, stumbling numerous times in the process. Yeah, the way he's so paranoid. Ryan muttered, casting a wary glance over his shoulder to make sure Professor Moody was nowhere in sight. I heard no one in the ministry likes him much, they say he's too twitchy. Even if you just walk past him normally, he thinks you're out to get him. Maybe Professor Moody is a bit intense, Cho chimed in, but it's good to be prepared. The shield charm is important, after all. I get that, Ryan sighed, but with everything else we have to do, where are we supposed to find time to really master it? It's not even on the OWL exams. It would make more sense in 6th year, when we don't have quite as much homework. Yawning, Ryan stumbled and nearly tripped, but Kyle caught his arm just in time. Need me to lift the curse for you? Kyle offered. As Professor Moody had warned, the usual counterspells didn't work on the modified leglocker curse, though a powerful countercurse spell or a general counterspell should have some effect. Ryan hesitated, then shook his head. Thanks, but I'll pass. Moody's got those magical eyes of his. Who knows if he's watching from somewhere? Besides, it's the weekend tomorrow, so I'll just stay in the dorm and keep out of sight. Ryan seemed oddly content with his predicament. He planned to stay in the common room all day catching up on homework anyway. For now, though, he still had to get through the last potions class of the week. The dungeon was freezing, colder than usual, and the heavy door groaned on its hinges as it opened. Quiet, Snape commanded, his voice cutting through the air like a blade. Not that he needed to say anything, Snape had a natural, silencing effect. The students immediately fell silent, holding their breath as he swept his gaze over them. Today, we will be brewing the draft of peace, he announced. A potion to calm and soothe anxiety, and a common topic on exams. His tone was even, but his eyes gleamed with an unsettling intensity. However, he continued, let me remind you that potions is a serious discipline, and no cauldron, no matter how costly, can compensate for an empty mind. He surveyed their desks as if expecting to find something offensive. After a moment, he nodded, satisfied, and turned to the blackboard. With a wave of his wand, instructions for the draft of peace appeared in neat, precise handwriting. You will find the preparation method here. Memorize it thoroughly. Any sloppiness in brewing will result in the potion causing a deep, and sometimes irreversible, sleep. Another flick of his wand opened the storage cupboard near the door. Gather your ingredients. You have an hour and a half. Begin. Chapter 494, Chapter 494, Snape's Favoritism. As soon as the storage cupboard opened, students surged forward, though a few struggled to hop along with legs bound tightly together. Mr. Baggins, cease these idiotic antics in my classroom. Snape's voice cut sharply across the room, targeting Ryan, who was stuck at the edge of the crowd, still trying to inch his way forward despite his bound legs. Tell me, Mr. Baggins, Snape sneered, is it truly possible that in your 5th year you cannot even lift a simple leglocker curse? If so, I suggest you spare both Hogwarts and yourself any further embarrassment by going home now. Without giving Ryan a chance to explain, Snape waved his wand. But to his shock, Ryan's legs remained firmly stuck together. Snape's eyes narrowed, first assuming Ryan was putting on a show, but after yanking the boy's legs himself, he realized that Ryan's binding was genuine. What nonsense is this? Snape's expression grew even darker as he tried again, casting a stronger counter-curse. This time, an orange light shot from the tip of his wand, and Ryan's legs finally separated. 10 points from Hufflepuff, Snape said icily. If I catch you pulling this foolishness again, it'll be 50. Sorry, Professor, but it wasn't my choice, Ryan said. Professor Moody used the curse in class to test our shield charms. Alastair Moody. Snape's face froze momentarily, his dislike for the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor evident. Why didn't you say that sooner? You didn't give me a chance to, Ryan muttered. But thanks for releasing me, Professor Snape. Otherwise, I'd have been hopping around like this all day. Ryan felt a smug satisfaction. Unlike Moody, Snape was no supporter of the curse staying in place for the whole day, so he had no qualms about finally being freed from it. Snape, meanwhile, fumed silently. He and Moody had never been on good terms, and now he'd released one of Moody's spells, no doubt the paranoid aura would see it as a personal slight. Snape watched Ryan retreat toward the storage cupboard, almost reconsidering binding his legs again, only to realize that he hadn't learned the particular modified leglocker curse that Moody had used. Damn it, Snape muttered under his breath. He should have probed more before dispelling the spell. The other students, who had been stuck hopping along as well, now clustered around him with hopeful looks in their eyes. Back to your potions. Now. Snape snarled, sending the students scattering back to their cauldrons. And let me warn you, I'll be choosing someone at random to drink their draft of peace at the end of class. If anyone messes up even a single step. He added, I'll personally arrange the most comfortable bed for you in the hospital wing. The atmosphere in the classroom shifted to one of immediate focus. Snape's fury had cowed everyone, leaving them grumbling quietly about how unfair it was for Ryan's curse to be lifted while they were left to suffer. Across the room, Kyle watched the unfolding drama, his shoulders shaking with silent laughter until Connor nudged him, prompting him to compose himself. Ahem. I was just laughing at how Ryan's lack of a chance to speak was, well, rather ridiculous, Kyle explained, feigning innocence. Nothing to do with Professor Snape. Really? Connor raised an eyebrow, not entirely convinced, but let it go. With the episode behind them, it was time to start brewing the draft of peace. As one of the trickiest potions featured on the OWL exams, the draft of peace required absolute precision in every aspect, from ingredient preparation to flame control. The timing, stirring method, and even the flame temperature had to be followed precisely to avoid disastrous results. For over an hour, the classroom was silent. Every student was tensely focused on their cauldron, eyes glued to each step of the brewing process. Your potion should now be emitting a silvery white vapor, Snape announced, his voice cutting through the tense silence as he began making rounds through the classroom with less than 10 minutes remaining. Urquhart, tell me what this is. Adrian, I'd recommend reviewing line 3 of the instructions. Stir clockwise 3 times, not 7. Snape moved down the rows, his scornful comments leaving students shrinking in their seats as he ruthlessly highlighted every mistake. But when he passed by Kyle and Kanna, he said nothing, merely continuing on with a glance of reluctant approval. He stopped in front of Michael's cauldron with a bemused expression. If Kyle and Kanna's potion was faultlessly prepared, Michael's was its polar opposite. Though his cauldron emitted the required silvery steam, the contents looked more like a bubbling, gray-brown sludge that resembled melted quaffle. After a brief stare, Snape, rather than his usual derision, just sighed. Never mind. 5 points from Hufflepuff, he muttered, as though he'd given up trying to understand Michael's results. As class ended, Kyle carefully decanted his potion into a bottle, sealing it with a cork. Beside him, Mikkel scraped his own mixture into a container with a paring knife, the sludge reluctantly dropping into his vial, thick as jelly. Kyle held his breath, worried that even a drop of Michael's concoction could have unintended consequences, but Mikkel managed without incident. The bell rang, and everyone hurried out, excitedly anticipating the weekend ahead. But as they reached the foyer, they found their way blocked by a large crowd gathered around the notice board near the marble staircase. "It's just a Hogsmeade weekend," Kanna said, confused. "Why are they all so worked up?" "No, it's something else," Kyle replied, using his height to peer over the crowd. He caught sight of a prominent notice and read it aloud to her. "The Triwizard Tournament. The representatives of Beauxbatons and Durmstrang will arrive at 6 p.m. on October 30th, afternoon classes will end half an hour early. Everyone is expected to gather in front of the castle to welcome our guests and then attend the welcome banquet." "The Triwizard Tournament," Kanna exclaimed. "I'd almost forgotten about it." "Kyle, Kanna," Cedric called, making his way through the throng with a bright grin. "There's only a week left. I can hardly wait. I really hope I'll be chosen as a champion." "Not a bad ambition," came Fred's voice from behind, as he and George materialized out of nowhere. "But I'm afraid you'll be disappointed," Fred added with a mock-sympathetic shake of his finger. "Oh, right. Because I'm obviously going to be the champion," George said, giving Cedric a cheeky grin. "You can cheer for me from the stands, yeah." "No way, it's my turn," Fred objected, frowning. "You've got a long way to go, Fred." "Oh, big talk coming from you." Before Kyle or Cedric could get a word in, the twins were deep into a playful, yet intense argument over who would be the best choice as Hogwarts champion, each claiming to be the superior candidate. Voices growing louder, they seemed on the verge of a duel, drawing stares from the surrounding students who watched with amused anticipation. Kyle, sharing an exasperated look with Kanna, decided to make a quick escape. Silently, he turned and walked toward the Great Hall with her, pretending he didn't know the pair. Chapter 495, The Approaching Guests. News of the Triwizard Tournament swept through the castle like wildfire, and within a single night, the excitement over Sirius had completely faded. The tournament became the sole focus of conversation for the entire week. One of the hottest topics was the selection of champions. Each house had its own candidate in mind. Slytherin's top pick was Adrian Pusey, Ravenclaw's was Robert Andrews. In Gryffindor, the frontrunner was Angelina Johnson, despite Fred and George repeatedly insisting that they were the true contenders for the honor. In reality, however, the twins' combined support was less than half of what Angelina had gathered. Hufflepuff was the only house with two leading contenders, as support was split evenly between Kyle and Cedric. The rest of the Hufflepuffs couldn't decide, constantly switching sides between the two. Despite this, there was no animosity in Hufflepuff. For them, it would be a joyous event regardless of whether Kyle or Cedric was chosen as champion. Over the weekend, Fred and George made an early trip to Hogsmeade, returning with armfuls of items from Zonko's. They claimed these were their secret weapons for the Triwizard Tournament. Kyle strongly suspected that the dung bombs would play a major role if either twin somehow managed to become the champion. It was amusing to imagine Professor McGonagall's reaction if that ever came to pass. As the days went by, excitement within the castle grew steadily. Everyone was eager to see what the students from the other two schools would be like. In preparation for their arrival, the castle was thoroughly cleaned. Dusty portraits were scrubbed spotless, and the suits of armor in the hallways gleamed so brightly that they almost hurt to look at in the mirrored reflection. Kyle often spotted suits of armor sprawled on the floor, as if trying to gather some dust back up, only for Filch to come by within minutes with a fresh piece of flannel to polish them again. Filch, already notorious for his sour disposition, had become even more insufferable, snapping at anyone whose shoes bore even a trace of dust. The professors, too, seemed unusually tense. Hosting the finest students and headmasters from the other two schools was a first for them, even after so many years at Hogwarts. In this charged atmosphere, the week flew by. When Kyle headed down to breakfast on the morning of October 30th, he found the Great Hall newly decorated. Enormous silk banners draped from the walls, reminiscent of the House Cup ceremonies, but this time, all 4 house banners were on display. Above the guests' table hung a banner bearing the Hogwarts crest, with the lion, eagle, badger, and snake surrounding a grand letter H. No sooner had Kyle and Kanna taken their seats than students began approaching, asking how they were and if they felt prepared. Kyle patiently explained, over and over, that today was simply for welcoming the guests from the other two schools, and that the champion selection would happen later. By the time breakfast was underway, he had already repeated himself at least 20 times since waking up. I've never seen anything like it. Connor poured Kyle a glass of pumpkin juice. It's as if the whole castle is on edge. Deanne spent an hour picking out hair accessories last night, and then got up again in the early hours of the morning to choose them all over again. Well, it's an event that hasn't been held for a century, so it's only natural that everyone's a bit excited, Kyle replied, taking a sip of his juice. It was much the same in his dormitory. Mikkel and Ryan had kept him up until 2 in the morning, which they usually only did when cramming for homework at the start of term. Good morning. Cedric greeted them as he arrived. He yawned widely as he sat down, a clear sign he hadn't gotten much sleep either. Kyle, do you know much about bows batons and Durmstrang? He asked. I think so, Kyle replied after a moment's thought. Crumb is a student at Durmstrang, isn't he? We met him at the Quidditch World Cup. I'd bet he'll be back for the tournament, and I wouldn't be surprised if he's chosen as a champion. Oh, right, Crumb. Cedric looked up, a bit taken aback. Victor Crumb's Quidditch achievements were so impressive that it was easy to forget he was still a student who hadn't yet graduated. Still, Cedric wasn't particularly concerned when Kyle suggested Crumb might be a champion for Durmstrang. So what if he was a Quidditch star? The Triwizard Tournament wasn't about who could fly a broomstick the best. And what about bows batons? Cedric continued. I've seen the school before, but it was during the holidays, so there was no one there. I know the headmistress of bows batons, Madame Maxime, said Kyle. The headmistress of bows batons. Cedric's interest was piqued. What's she like? Is she similar to Headmaster Dumbledore? A lot younger, Kyle said, adding an egg to his toast. I bet you'll be surprised when you see her for the first time. Is she very powerful? Kana asked curiously. She must be. She's the headmistress of bows batons, after all, Kyle said. But I'm not talking about her power. I mean you'll be surprised when you see her. Cedric and Kana's curiosity only grew, but Kyle wouldn't give them more than that. You'll see soon enough, he said with a smile. It'd spoil the surprise if I told you now. A classic Hogwarts tradition, to keep people guessing. Cedric, though, was impatient with such teasers, and he finally understood how Fred and George had felt on the train. Waiting for a reveal was harder than it looked. That day, concentration was elusive for everyone in class. The air was charged with anticipation, and even the professors seemed distracted. In Transfiguration, Professor McGonagall had them review previous lessons, rigorously correcting everyone's mistakes. This is fourth-year material, and some of you are still making these mistakes, she scolded, practically shaking with frustration as class came to an end. She couldn't bear the thought of the bows batons and Durmstrang students questioning her teaching abilities. Charms class was also a review. Professor Flitwick went over a few practical charms commonly used in everyday life, and had them practice throughout the double period. The only subject seemingly unaffected by the day's atmosphere was, unsurprisingly, history of magic. That class was as steady as ever. Not even a Triwizard Tournament could alter Professor Bin's agenda. Even if Voldemort himself were to descend upon Hogwarts that very afternoon, they'd still be expected to recite the dates and locations of the giant wars so long as it wasn't a holiday. Chapter 496, Chapter 496, A Visitor from Afar. A History of Magic was the last class of the afternoon, and with the promise of an early dismissal, everyone was out of their seats the moment the bell rang, eager to escape the monotony of the lesson. Kyle and Kana made their way back to the Hufflepuff common room, where they donned their formal cloaks, the same ones they typically wore only for the Christmas feast. Once ready, they joined the other students gathering in the entrance hall. Professor Sprout was waiting in front of the Great Hall, arranging the students in a line by year, with the first years at the front. Next to her stood Professor McGonagall, who was inspecting everyone's attire with her usual sharp eye. Weasley, straighten your hat. Finnegan, button up your cloak. Patil, take that ridiculous thing off your head. Once all the students had gathered, Professor McGonagall glanced at her watch before leading them out of the castle and to the front entrance. The moon hung high over the Forbidden Forest, casting a silver glow, and many younger students stood there shivering, unsure if it was from excitement or the brisk evening air. Out of the professor's sight, whispers broke out among the crowd as students speculated about how the bows batons and Durmstrang students might arrive. I'm betting on apparition, Fred whispered. Just picture it, a whole group of them popping into the school grounds in an instant. It would be brilliant. I doubt it, Cedric replied, shaking his head. Apparition is forbidden at Hogwarts. And they can't just stroll through the front gate, either. I think they'll arrive on broomsticks. Remember, Victor Crumb from Durmstrang is a Quidditch star. Flying in on a broom would be perfect for his image. Do you know how far Durmstrang is from here? George replied dramatically. Only a fool would ride a broom that far. I'm sticking with apparition. Maybe Dumbledore's lifted the restriction just for tonight. George's voice had risen slightly, drawing a sharp look from Professor McGonagall, and he quickly fell silent. If I'm not mistaken. Dumbledore, standing nearby, exclaimed just then, the representatives from Beauxbatons have arrived. Kyle looked up and spotted a massive, powder blue carriage gliding above the forbidden forest. It was impossibly large, like a small house, and was drawn through the sky by a team of 12 enormous, winged Abraxans. Unlike Hogwarts Thestrals, the Abraxans looked like towering silver stallions, their size more akin to elephants. With a thundering crash, the carriage landed. Up close, the Abraxans appeared even more immense, the first rows of students barely came up to the horses' knees. Then, the carriage door swung open, and a boy in a pale blue uniform hopped out, unfolding a golden spiral staircase beneath the door. A glossy black high-heeled shoe appeared at the top of the steps, and Cedric gasped. Oh! By Merlin! He finally understood what Kyle had meant. Madame Maxime, the headmistress of Beauxbatons, descended from the carriage, towering at an astonishing height of about 3 or 4 meters, one of the few people at Hogwarts who could match Hagrid's stature. Dumbledore began to applaud, and the students quickly joined in, though some couldn't help staring in awe. People exchanged glances, wondering if Beauxbatons was filled with similarly massive students. How would Hogwarts fare in a competition with opponents towering 2 or 3 meters high? To everyone's relief, none of the students who emerged from the carriage matched Madame Maxime's size. As they exited, one student wrapped in a scarf scanned the Hogwarts students gathered near the castle entrance, as though searching for someone. Spotting Kyle, she broke into a wide smile and waved excitedly. Kyle waved back, though surrounded by students in the back rows, he could only raise his arm as a greeting. You know her. Kanna blinked in surprise. Kyle nodded. Remember that friend I told you about from France? Kanna thought for a moment. The one who sent you those French chocolates? Yes, that's her, Fleur Delacour, Kyle said. We met at Nicholas Flamel's house. Madame Maxime hinted back then that Fleur might attend the Triwizard Tournament. Kanna tried to get a better look, but by now, the Beauxbatons students had gathered around Madame Maxime, blocking her view. Look, over at the Black Lake. Someone suddenly called out, just as the two headmasters were exchanging greetings. Everyone's gaze shifted to the lake, where the calm surface suddenly erupted with a huge splash. Something's coming out of it. George muttered, eyes wide. Looks like Karkaroff's here, too, Dumbledore observed with a smile. Just in time. Madame Maxime gave a nod. She had been about to lead her students to the castle to warm up, but with Durmstrang's arrival, she held off. From the lake, a black mast rose, followed by the outline of a majestic ship breaking through the water's surface. It looked weathered and spectral, as if it had recently been hauled up from the depths of a shipwreck, almost like a legendary ghost ship. Yet, it exuded a captivating charm, and Fred and George were transfixed. It's incredible, Fred whispered to George. What do you think about designing the Weasley joke shop to look like a ghost ship? Ha! I was thinking the same thing, George replied with a grin. Oh, look over there, someone shouted, and the crowd stirred with even more excitement. By Merlin's beard, it's Krum, someone exclaimed eagerly. As the most famous Quidditch player of his time, Victor Krum had countless admirers among the students, and he was instantly recognized the moment he stepped off the ship. All eyes turned to him, and in the commotion, no one seemed to notice the figure leading the way. Karkaroff, the headmaster of Durmstrang, was tall and thin, with cropped white hair and a pointed goatee that gave him a shrewd look. Welcome, Headmaster Karkaroff, Dumbledore greeted him warmly, stepping forward. Dumbledore! Karkaroff exclaimed, throwing his arms open for an embrace. My dear old friend, how are you? Excellent, Dumbledore replied, hugging him back. Karkaroff then turned to Madame Maxime, offering her a gallant kiss on the hand. The three headmasters shared a lively conversation for a few moments before Dumbledore led them, and the assembled students, into the castle. Chapter 497, The Goblet of Fire. Even after returning to the castle, everyone continued to glance at Krum, who was standing beside the Durmstrang headmaster. I can't believe it. I'm actually this close to a legendary player. Kyle heard Lee Jordan exclaim excitedly beside him. Does anyone have a quill? This would be the perfect time to get an autograph. Along with Lee, Ron, Seamus, and a group of older students were also searching for someone who might lend them a quill. No way. George shook his head. Who would carry something like that when they're not in class? Not us, that's for sure, Fred said with a smile. They were just as thrilled as the others, though perhaps not quite as fanatical. After parting ways with the Weasley twins, Kyle made his way to the Hufflepuff table and sat down. He noticed that the students from Beauxbatons were also approaching after exchanging a few words with Madame Maxime. Hello, said a little girl, around 11 or 12, as she ran up to Kyle. She stretched out her neck and stammered, I remember you, from the match, you saved us. She had a slight accent, and it took Kyle a moment to understand what she was saying. "This is my sister, Gabrielle Delacour," said Fleur as she walked over at that moment. She looked at Cedric and asked, "Hello, may I sit here?" "Huh." Cedric glanced between Fleur and Kyle, as if something had just dawned on him, and he nodded vigorously. "Oh, of course, please sit." He quickly shuffled to the side, making room for her. "Thank you," Fleur said with a polite smile. She sat down and removed the scarf covering her head, revealing long, silvery hair cascading over her shoulders and an impossibly delicate face. The young wizard sitting across from her flushed a deep red. At that moment, the Hufflepuff table, which had been bustling with chatter, went silent. Even the glances at Krum were now split, with half of them fixed on Fleur. But after a moment of quiet, the chatter resumed, even louder than before. Kyle felt as though he had stepped into a scene from a legendary wizarding gathering, listening to grandiose tales of strange and thrilling adventures. For instance, McGonagall was loudly recounting how he had once ventured alone into the dangerous Forbidden Forest during his first year to rescue a group of dragons. Of course, this was utterly false. Hogwarts didn't have any groups of dragons, and even if he had entered the Forbidden Forest as a first year, Hagrid would have assigned him detention for half a month. But no one seemed to care, and they eagerly joined in. One claimed he earned 100 bags of gold per year. Another said he specialized in hunting dementors. One even boasted he could become the Minister of Magic as soon as he graduated. The tales grew more outlandish by the minute, and as they shared them, they would occasionally glance over at Fleur, as if hoping to catch her attention with their stories. However, Fleur's expression remained entirely unchanged. She had encountered far more outrageous claims at Beauxbatons and had long since learned to stay unruffled. Fleur looked calmly at Kyle and continued, "Madame Maxime told us that some dark wizards tried to attack Gabrielle and the others, but thanks to you, they escaped unharmed." "No, you've got it wrong," Kyle shook his head, explaining, "it was mainly thanks to Mr. Weasley, along with Charlie and Bill. I only arrived toward the end." "But," Fleur replied with a smile, "that's not what Mr. Arthur Weasley told Madame Maxime. He said it was you who helped repel the dark wizards." "It was two different situations," Kyle insisted. "By the time I got there, it was already over. If it hadn't been for them, everyone would have fled before I even arrived, right?" "Yes, you're right," Fleur nodded. "Are they at the school? If possible, I'd like to thank them in person." "Unfortunately, Mr. Weasley works at the ministry, and Charlie and Bill have already graduated and work abroad," Kyle replied. A hint of disappointment crossed Fleur's face. "But they'll probably come to watch the tournament. This is the first Triwizard tournament in a century, no one wants to miss it." Kyle smiled and added, "Oh, and let me introduce you." He gestured to Cedric. "This is Cedric Diggory, my friend and a top candidate to be Hogwarts champion." "Champion?" Fleur looked over, extending her hand politely. "Hello, Fleur Delacour. Nice to meet you." "Hello, nice to meet you." Cedric replied, reaching out to shake her hand, though he barely brushed her fingers. "The one bragging over there is McGonagall, my roommate. He's great, just, sometimes his brain doesn't quite work right," Kyle teased. Eager to be part of the conversation, McGonagall immediately tried to make his way over, but Kyle quickly pulled him back by the shoulder. After all, with Fleur being part Vila, he was a bit worried McGonagall might get swept up and make a public scene, or, worse, a spectacle of himself. "This is Ryan, another of my roommates. And that's Grace, a top chaser and my teammate." "You like Quidditch too?" Fleur asked with interest. "Very much," Kyle said. "I might even join a professional team after I graduate." "Then you'll be even better than Krum," Fleur said with a smile. "I'll come to cheer you on." "That's just a possibility," Kyle said, waving it off. However, Fleur's comment seemed to stir some irritation around them. A few older girls from the Slytherin table were glaring at her resentfully. The Ravenclaws nearby were eyeing her too, though with more jealousy than anger. Fleur, noticing the attention, gave them an indifferent smile and simply brushed it off. Once the introductions were nearly complete, Kyle turned to the last person at the table, Kanna, who was seated a little farther down. But before he could speak, "Hello, Kanna Prince." Kanna smiled and extended her hand so quickly that she nearly clipped Kyle's chin. Fleur looked at the outstretched hand, her expression shifting slightly for the first time, her usual polite smile softened just a little. A subtle smile curved her lips as she took Kanna's hand. "Fleur Delacour. I must say, you are the most beautiful girl I've ever seen." "I should be the one saying that," Kanna replied, a bit embarrassed. "None of the boys have ever said anything like that to me. It's different." Fleur shook her head. She knew that the boys' strange reactions were only because of her Vila heritage. Chapter 498, The Head of Department. Though Kanna and Fleur had only exchanged a few simple words, their relationship began to blossom at an astonishing rate. Within minutes, Kyle found himself, quite unceremoniously, nudged out of his seat, the very seat that every boy at the table had been envying. Now, he was relegated to sitting with McGonagall instead. As he watched Conna chatting animatedly with Fleur, Kyle couldn't help but notice a slight shift in Conna's usual demeanor, her expression subtly more affected than usual. However, Kyle chose to ignore this and kept his head down, focusing on the freshly served steak and the aromatic French fish soup on his plate. He knew full well that if he dared to make even the faintest comment on the matter, he'd be in for a rather unpleasant experience. So, wisely, Kyle decided to simply enjoy the meal. The French-style dishes were, in fact, quite delicious, and the fish soup reminded him of the one he'd tasted at Nicholas Flamel's home. Perhaps there were French house elves in the kitchen. He wondered if he might persuade them to add this dish to the regular menu. It would be a welcome replacement for the usual corn chowder. Besides the fish soup, the desserts were also intriguing, with several he hadn't seen before. He had his eye on a delicate French vanilla almond milk pudding, but just as he was about to take it, Conna slid the plate over to Fleur. "This is for the guests. I thought you preferred Yorkshire pudding." Fleur only smiled, graciously accepting the offering without a hint of hesitation. "All right, best not to argue." Kyle sighed and picked a different dessert at random. About 20 minutes later, as the golden plates cleared themselves to a sparkling finish, Dumbledore rose once more, prompting a wave of anticipation and excitement to ripple through the Great Hall. "The moment has finally arrived," Dumbledore announced cheerfully. "The Triwizard Tournament is about to begin, and I would like to explain a few things before." Bang. The doors to the Great Hall swung open abruptly, and two figures entered, one leading the other. "I hope we're not late, Dumbledore," came a voice that Kyle immediately recognized. He stared blankly as Chris Chopper, his father, walked in, and he couldn't quite wrap his mind around what was happening. "What a pity you missed a marvelous feast," said Dumbledore with a slight smile. "The French cuisine was exceptional." "Oh, I'm afraid I had no choice," Chris replied ruefully. "The ministry's been in a bit of a frenzy lately. I was only informed 10 minutes ago that I was expected here." "I understand entirely," Dumbledore nodded. "But I'm glad you made it in time for the most important part." He then turned to address the hall. "Allow me to introduce our two guests, for those who may not know them. This is Mr. Chris Chopper, Director of the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures at the Ministry of Magic." Applause erupted in the Great Hall, led enthusiastically by Fred and George. Ginny and Ron looked as though they might leap onto the table in excitement. "He's Kyle's dad," Ron explained to Hermione and Harry beside him. "A really easygoing guy. He remembers everyone's birthday. He's the only one who ever got me a new set of robes." Harry nodded, intrigued. He knew that Kyle's father worked at the ministry, but he hadn't known he held the title of director, a very high-ranking position indeed. "This is Mr. Ludovic Bagman, the director of the Department of Magical Games and Sports," Dumbledore continued. Meanwhile, Kyle was bursting with questions. Director? Had he been promoted? But that couldn't be right. Replacing a director at the ministry, especially in the Department of Magical Games and Sports, was a big deal, second only to electing a new minister. The Daily Prophet would have covered it for sure. He'd been keeping up with the recent issues and hadn't seen any mention of such a change. Or maybe Dumbledore was simply introducing him this way to add a sense of dignity. While Kyle puzzled over it, Dumbledore finished introducing the panel of judges, Chris, Ludo, and the three headmasters, including himself. At that moment, the side door of the Great Hall opened, and Filch entered, carrying a large, jewel-encrusted wooden chest that looked ancient. Every eye was fixed on the box as Filch placed it on a table in front of the guest of honor. "This year's champion competition will consist of 3 tasks," Dumbledore explained, "to be held at different times throughout the school year. They will test our champions in various areas: magical skill, courage, reasoning ability, and, of course, the capacity to overcome danger." The hall fell silent, everyone seemingly holding their breath. Dumbledore continued, "The one responsible for selecting the champions is an impartial judge, the Goblet of Fire." With 3 taps of his wand on the chest, Dumbledore summoned forth a rough-hewn wooden goblet, ablaze with flickering blue and white flames. Any student who wishes to be a champion may submit their name to the Goblet of Fire, which will choose the champion it deems most worthy of representing each of the 3 schools on All Hallows' Eve, tomorrow. Of course, I mean only those who meet the age requirements. I will be drawing an age line around the goblet to prevent younger students from attempting to enter. Dumbledore's tone grew serious. "Finally, let me remind you that the Triwizard Tournament is no laughing matter. It comes with deadly risks, and once a name is chosen by the goblet, the decision is binding. The champion must see the tournament through to the end." But rather than dampening spirits, Dumbledore's warning only seemed to spark more excitement. The crowd grew more animated, with many students already itching to jot down their names and toss them into the goblet. This energy persisted until the end of the banquet, when everyone dispersed to their common rooms. Fleur, deciding to return to the Beauxbatons carriage for the night, parted ways with Conna at the entrance to the Great Hall. Kyle, on the other hand, slipped over to the side entrance of the hall and waited. After about 20 minutes, Chris finally appeared. "I knew you'd be here," he said, smiling. "Surprised?" Kyle nodded. Beauxbatons is in France, Durmstrang in Northern Europe, so this really seems like something for the International Magical Cooperation Department. Yes, it was supposed to be Barty. Chris paused, but he's in a bit of trouble and couldn't come. Because of Sirius Black? Kyle asked. Exactly, Chris replied. After Black was acquitted, someone filed a complaint against Crouch, claiming he'd had Black sentenced without a trial 12 years ago. This was a serious oversight that affected a lot of people. So, now these individuals have to be investigated to ensure there were no ulterior motives back then. Until that's resolved, Barty has to remain at the ministry. Kyle thought it over. A lot of people. Then your role as a judge. Oh, it's just temporary, Chris said, sounding dismissive. He clearly wasn't eager to discuss ministry affairs and gave only a vague explanation. Once everything's sorted, I'll hand judging responsibilities back to Barty. He glanced at his watch. Sorry, but I've got to get back to the ministry. I just hope the investigation wraps up quickly. No one told me being a judge for the Triwizard Tournament would be so hectic. By Merlin's beard, I've got 8 reports to write tonight alone. With a sigh, Chris hurried off toward the castle. Chapter 499, The Weasley Brothers' Surprise. Kyle thought to himself, it's really good news that Crouch can't come. At that moment, Dumbledore and Bagman emerged from the side door. Oh, Kyle, why haven't you gone back to rest yet? Dumbledore asked with a smile. As I just mentioned, the Triwizard Tournament is no joke. I suggest you think it over carefully and come back tomorrow morning. Then, Albus, I'll be off. Bagman said, his face drooping. Working overtime all night, and I don't even know if I'll get any extra pay. Goodbye, Ludo. You've worked hard, Dumbledore replied kindly. Once Bagman left, Kyle turned to head back to the dormitory. However, after taking a few steps, he suddenly stopped, turned back to Dumbledore, and said, Professor, I think you should have the professors pay more attention to the Goblet of Fire. Oh. Dumbledore looked at him curiously. Well. Kyle hesitated. As you probably know, someone tried to kill Harry during the Quidditch World Cup. Dumbledore's expression became serious. What are you getting at? Kyle elaborated cautiously, well, the person who cast the dark mark hasn't been caught yet, right? And you've also said that the champions' lives are in constant danger. Kyle didn't spell it out, but Dumbledore clearly understood his implication. I will consider your suggestion, Dumbledore said, his tone thoughtful. However, I don't believe this scenario is very likely. I was just mentioning it, Professor. Maybe I'm overthinking things, Kyle said with a shrug. Still, he couldn't shake the feeling that warning Dumbledore was a wise move, even though he wasn't entirely sure whether Barty Crouch Jr. had infiltrated Hogwarts yet. In the distance, the echo of Filch's footsteps could be heard. Kyle touched the Marauder's map tucked in his pocket, bade goodnight to the headmaster, and returned to the Hufflepuff common room. The next day was Saturday, and while most students typically slept in and went to breakfast late, today was an exception. Early in the morning, Kyle was jolted awake by his 2 roommates. Wake up, Kyle. Everyone's already gone to the Great Hall. How can you still be sleeping? Mikkel exclaimed, pushing open the window. A blast of cold wind rushed into the room. Kyle groaned and sat up in bed. There's no need to hurry. The champions won't be announced until tonight. But Mikkel and Ryan weren't interested in listening. They seemed convinced that submitting their names earlier would somehow increase their chances of being chosen. Kyle had no choice but to drag himself out of bed, wrapping a heavy robe around himself to ward off the chill. When they arrived at the Great Hall, they found dozens of students crowded around, all eagerly examining the Goblet of Fire, which had been placed in the center of the room. A thin circle of golden lines had been drawn around the goblet, creating a radius of about 10 feet. Conna stood near the doorway alongside Fleur, Madame Maxime, and Professor Sprout, observing the growing crowd. This isn't actually allowed, Kyle overheard Madame Maxime say in her deep, authoritative voice. But Fleur, well, if everyone agrees, I don't see why not. After the 2 professors walked away, Kyle approached Conna, his curiosity piqued. What were you talking about? Nothing, Conna replied with a laugh. Fleur mentioned that since she's planning to stay here until the end of the school year, she can't keep living in the carriage. So, we thought we'd try to let her stay in our dormitory for a while. We talked about it last night, and everyone agreed. So, Fleur will be moving into the Hufflepuff dormitory today. Kyle asked. And Gabrielle, Fleur added with a nod. But it's not permanent. They will have to go back to the carriage when the tournament gets closer. That's Madame Maxime's condition. Kyle nodded, noting that this tacit approval from the headmistress likely hinted at Fleur's confidence in becoming Beauxbatons champion. What about the other Beauxbatons students? Kyle asked. Won't they mind you living here? You all came together, after all. If they care, Fleur said with a nonchalant shrug, they can say something. Her indifferent attitude left Kyle with nothing more to add. At that moment, Fred and George came downstairs. Spotting Fleur, they halted abruptly before adopting a dramatic and exaggeratedly casual walk toward her. Good morning, my dear friends, Fred greeted, his tone overly saccharine. So delightful to see you here, George added, sounding as if he were describing Percy at work. Will you behave? Kyle interjected, visibly unimpressed. We are behaving, Fred replied, pinning a homemade prefect badge to his chest. It read, Big Head Boy. These two are Fred Weasley and George Weasley, Kyle said, introducing them to Fleur. Weasley. Fleur blinked, her gaze shifting between the identical boys. Yes, they're the younger Weasley children, Kyle clarified. He noticed Fleur's hesitation, as if she wanted to greet them but wasn't sure how. Oh, you don't need to know much about them, just call them by their names. They'll help you out if the time comes. Hey, that's not fair. Fred objected, frowning. Exactly. I'm completely different from him, George chimed in. Everyone says I'm the better-looking one. Absolute nonsense, they're talking about me, Fred retorted. The twins launched into a heated argument, grappling at each other's necks as if on the verge of a full-blown scuffle. Excuse us for a moment, Kyle muttered to Connor and Fleur, grabbing Fred and George by their arms and dragging them out of the Great Hall. Once out of sight of Fleur, the twins seemed to snap out of their odd behavior. No way. Fred exclaimed, letting go of George and shaking his head. Kyle, there's something wrong with that girl. We don't usually act like this, George said, frowning. But just now, it felt like we had to show off. It's so familiar. It's just like the Quidditch World Cup, Fred finished. The Bulgarian mascots, the Velas. She's a Vela. George rasped, his voice hoarse with revelation. Kyle rolled his eyes. Don't be ridiculous. Velas can't use wands, no matter where they're from. Then she must be part Vela, George insisted. This time, Kyle didn't argue. He simply waved dismissively. Don't make such a fuss. If people see you acting like this, they'll think we Hogwarts students are ignorant. Amazing, Fred murmured, his grin wide with astonishment, his earlier embarrassment forgotten. George, still intrigued, leaned over to peek back into the hall. He quickly withdrew, his expression thoughtful. There's no one like her at Hogwarts, right? I bet she's a shoo-in to become a champion. Chapter 500, Aging Potion. When the three of them returned to the Great Hall, Fred and George were notably more cautious. Having realized Fleur was of Vela descent, the intense, inexplicable attraction they had initially felt seemed to diminish slightly, though not entirely. Still, they were careful not to linger near Fleur for too long. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they quickly found an excuse to leave and joined Lee Jordan, who was standing by the Goblet of Fire. Has anyone put their name in yet? Fred asked. Not yet, wait, Crumb's here, Lee said, suddenly pointing toward the door. The Durmstrang students had just arrived, crossing the field and entering the Great Hall. Their imposing headmaster led the way, and beside him strode Victor Crumb. The Hogwarts students surrounding the Goblet of Fire instinctively moved back, clearing a path and watching in anticipation as the Durmstrang students approached. A dozen Durmstrang students lined up and, one by one, stepped across the age line. Each threw their parchment into the Goblet of Fire, and each time the parchment entered, the blue and white flames inside flared red for a brief moment, accompanied by a faint sputtering noise. You know. George leaned closer to Kyle and whispered, what do you think would happen if the Goblet of Fire thought someone was, like, really unworthy and just spat their name out? Maybe crumple it up and toss it right back at their face. The mental image made Kyle chuckle. If that happened, the whole school would laugh about it for the rest of the year. Both of them instinctively glanced at the Goblet of Fire. But nothing like that happened. Each Durmstrang student's parchment was accepted without incident. Fred looked slightly disappointed. Probably because they're all old enough, George mused after a moment's thought. The twins then wandered off, heads together, clearly hatching some sort of plan. Don't mind them, Connor said to Fleur. Do you have your parchment ready? Yes, Fleur replied, tearing her gaze away from the twins. But I need to wait for Madame Maxime. Oh, here she is. As Fleur spoke, the Beauxbatons delegation entered the Great Hall. Fleur hurried over to join them, and under Madame Maxime's watchful eye, she and the other Beauxbatons students took turns stepping up to the Goblet of Fire and placing their slips of parchment into the flames. Each name caused the same brief flare of red within the goblet. Fleur seemed reluctant to leave, but Maxime had something to discuss with her. After a brief pause, Fleur nodded and followed her headmistress out of the hall, leaving the space occupied solely by the Hogwarts students. Am I late? A familiar voice asked from behind. Kyle turned to see Cedric Diggory approaching. As long as it's before evening, you're not late at all, Kyle replied. Have you written your name yet? Actually, I did it last night, Cedric said, holding up a neatly trimmed piece of parchment. Written on it in neat, bold handwriting was, Cedric Diggory, Hogwarts. Kyle glanced at the slip, recognizing the precise format. The template had been posted on the common room door for all interested students, making it easy for them to copy it down exactly. And you? Are you ready? Cedric asked Kyle. We could put our names in together. Before Kyle could respond, a loud bang echoed through the hall, drawing everyone's attention. Near the goblet of fire, a figure shot through the air in a wild arc, as though playing with a quaffle, before landing in an ungraceful heap 10 feet away. Ouch! Ron groaned, rolling on the ground and clutching his arm. To make matters worse, a scraggly white beard had sprouted from his chin, eliciting a chorus of laughter from the students nearby. Even Harry, who had rushed over to help Ron up, couldn't suppress his laughter. I told you so, Hermione said, crossing her arms as she looked down at Ron, who was now covering his face in embarrassment. Professor Dumbledore would obviously account for things like the aging potion, but you just wouldn't listen. Harry, feeling a rush of relief, casually slipped a small bottle back into his pocket. He had hesitated earlier, and now he was glad he hadn't tried his luck, otherwise, he might have been lying on the floor alongside Ron. It seems age doesn't matter after all, Fred and George chimed in as they appeared, grinning widely. Their demeanor left no doubt that they had been involved in Ron's mishap. Ron bought 2 bottles of aging potion from us last night, Fred explained, clearly delighted. George smirked. We figured he'd try to sneak his name in, but we didn't think he'd do it this early. Although we didn't see the goblet throw his name out. Ron with a beard is just as good, Fred finished, and the two of them burst into laughter. When Cho Chang entered the Great Hall shortly after, Cedric seemed to take this as his cue. Let's go, he said eagerly, turning back to Kyle. I've been waiting for this, Fred declared, striding toward the goblet of fire. George, Cedric, Cho, and Kana followed, with Kyle bringing up the rear. As they approached, the surrounding students parted to give them room, just as they had for the delegations from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang earlier. Fred was the first to step over the age line, his confidence unshaken. George followed, then Cedric, Cho, and Kana. Finally, Kyle crossed the line and tossed his parchment into the goblet of fire, watching as the blue and white flames momentarily flared red. Cheers erupted from the Hufflepuffs, who were particularly loud in their support of Kyle and Cedric. Why isn't anyone shouting our names? George grumbled. Are all the Gryffindors still asleep? The Gryffindors in the hall conspicuously turned their heads, pretending not to hear. Their loyalty seemed firmly reserved for Angelina Johnson, who had yet to arrive. Only Lee Jordan showed a bit of solidarity, offering a half-hearted cheer. However, when Angelina finally walked into the Great Hall, Lee's enthusiasm escalated dramatically, drawing a roar of applause. This blatant favoritism left Fred and George fuming. Traitor! Fred yelled, chasing after Lee with George close behind. At that moment, Ron, who had been lying on the floor pretending to be an ostrich, was also pulled to his feet. Harry was preparing to take him to the hospital wing to see if there was any way to remove the beard that had sprouted on him. Hermione, trailing behind them, suddenly hesitated. After a moment's pause, she turned around and started walking toward the goblet of fire. Harry noticed her movement and called out in alarm, "Wait, Hermione. You're not thinking of getting a beard too, are you? This isn't funny." Before he could finish, he froze in shock. His mouth hung open as he watched Hermione step calmly across the age line and confidently drop her name into the goblet of fire. Ron, staring in disbelief, erupted angrily, "You cheated the age line and didn't even tell us. What, did you think it was funny watching me make an idiot of myself?" "I don't think breaking the rules is funny at all," Hermione replied with a serious expression. "I turned 15 just last month." "What?" Ron blinked, stunned. He distinctly remembered that Hermione's birthday was on September 19th, while his was in March. Even he couldn't cross the age line, so how could Hermione? In fact, Hermione continued evenly, "I'm a year older than both of you. If I'd been born just 20 days earlier, I'd be in 5th year now." Harry and Ron exchanged wide-eyed looks. They had always assumed Hermione was younger than they were. A flicker of envy crossed Ron's face. "That's brilliant, you can compete in the Triwizard Tournament." "Don't be ridiculous," Hermione said briskly. "I don't think I'll be chosen. I just didn't want to miss the chance to participate in some way. Putting my name in the goblet is a way to be part of it, isn't it?" "Come on," Harry interjected, trying to steer the conversation back to their immediate concern. "Let's get to the hospital wing. Hopefully, Madame Pomfrey can get those beards off you before the Halloween feast, unless you're planning to show up with them." It wasn't just Hermione, though. Many students seemed to share her sentiment. By Saturday, nearly all of the 5th years and above at Hogwarts, and even a few daring 4th years, had dropped their names into the Goblet of Fire. Chapter 501, Chapter 501, 3 Champions. For the first time, everyone realized how unbearably long a Saturday could feel. Time dragged on relentlessly, even wizard chess and exploding snap, usually the highlight of their free hours, lost their appeal. Every now and then, they would glance up at the sky, hoping it had darkened, only to be met with the unchanged light of day. Morning crawled into noon, then stretched tortuously into afternoon. By the time the sky finally dimmed, it felt as though an entire month had passed. When the moon rose, a palpable wave of anticipation rippled through the castle as everyone hurried to the Great Hall. Despite the lavish feast laid out, undoubtedly due to back-to-back celebrations, the food didn't receive the attention it usually would. Most students picked at their plates, barely taking a few bites before setting their utensils down. Restlessness filled the air as heads turned repeatedly toward Professor Dumbledore, wondering if he had finished eating yet. "Sit down," Hermione finally snapped when Ron stood up for the 3rd time. "The Goblet of Fire needs time to decide. Even Headmaster Dumbledore can't announce the results before it's ready." "And how exactly do you know that?" Ron challenged. "Did the goblet whisper the timeline to you when you put your name in?" "Of course not," Hermione replied with an exasperated sigh. "Have you ever read Hogwarts, a history? It's all in there." Ron muttered under his breath, "I don't think many people read a book that thick." Noticing Hermione's irritated glare, he hastily added, "Okay, fine. Could you kindly tell us what time it's supposed to decide?" Their little exchange had drawn the attention of nearby students, all of whom turned to Hermione. "The book states the Goblet of Fire extinguishes itself after 1 day," she explained, her tone clipped. "It was only brought out at the end of last night's feast. Based on that, the decision should happen around 7:30. Ron checked the clock. It was only 7:10. He groaned inwardly. Another 20 minutes. With a sigh, he grabbed a plate of pudding, prodding at it half-heartedly with his fork. "So, who do you think will be the Hogwarts champion?" he asked irritably. Harry scanned the hall and spotted Fred and George sitting at the far end of the table. "I hope it's Angelina," he whispered. "I'd like it to be Fred," Ron declared. "Then I'd be the brother of a champion. Maybe Krum would even sign an autograph for me." Hermione let out a derisive snort. "But it might be you, Hermione," Harry offered suddenly, recalling with a pang that she'd also put her name in. "You scored higher final marks than Angelina." Hermione blushed, a rare sight, and attempted to act nonchalant. "That's just because I took all the subjects last year. It made it look like I did better overall." "No, Harry's right," Ron said earnestly, surprising both Hermione and himself. "You're always the first to finish assignments, and even Snape can't find faults in your work." Hermione turned to Ron, her expression one of genuine astonishment. She had expected his discomfort after learning she'd entered her name into the Goblet of Fire. His silence since that morning had made that clear. She certainly hadn't anticipated a compliment. Oblivious to her reaction, Ron poked at his pudding again and continued, "If you do get picked, though, do you think you could ask Krum for his autograph?" Whatever warmth Hermione might have felt vanished instantly. Her face turned frosty as she grabbed the heavy book beside her, Evolution of Runes in the Middle Ages, and hurled it onto the table in front of Ron with a loud thud. Ron jumped, nearly dropping his fork. "What's wrong with you?" "That almost hit me," he barked, glaring at her. Hermione didn't answer. She turned her head away, refusing to look at him again. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the last of the desserts vanished from the tables. Dumbledore rose from his seat, and a hush fell over the Great Hall. "Well," he began, his voice carrying a note of excitement that mirrored the room's tension, "the time has come for the Goblet of Fire to make its decision." With a wave of his wand, he extinguished half the candles in the hall, leaving only the glow of jack-o'-lanterns to illuminate the room. In the semi-darkness, the Goblet of Fire blazed brighter than ever, its blue and white flames shining brilliantly. At the Hufflepuff table, Cedric Diggory was visibly tense, sucking in deep breaths. "I've never been this nervous," he murmured. "It's almost time," said Mikkel, who had been keeping an eye on the clock. At exactly 7:30, the flames in the goblet turned a vivid red. Sparks erupted violently, crackling like a volcano on the verge of eruption. A tongue of fire shot high into the air, carrying with it a small, charred piece of parchment. The great hall fell utterly silent. No one so much as breathed as the piece of parchment fluttered downward. A large hand reached up to catch it. "The champion of Durmstrang," Dumbledore announced in a resounding voice, "is Victor Krum." "Yes. Krum." No surprise there. The great hall erupted into applause and cheers, sweeping across the room like a wave. Victor Krum rose from his seat at the Slytherin table, his expression calm yet confident. Ludo Bagman promptly stepped forward, beaming as he guided Krum toward the side room designated for the champions. "Brilliant, Victor," boomed Karkaroff's proud voice, his hands clapping enthusiastically. The applause eventually quieted down, leaving the hall in a hushed anticipation as the goblet of fire's flames turned red once more. A second parchment shot out, gracefully landing in Dumbledore's hand. The champion of Beauxbatons, he declared, is Fleur Delacour. A delicate yet undeniable presence, Fleur rose from her seat next to Cana. She walked with effortless grace, her light footsteps taking her between the Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw tables. The applause this time was more subdued, as many students stared at her in quiet awe. Ron, for one, sat slack-jawed, utterly entranced. By the time most had recovered their composure, Fleur had already disappeared into the next room. Now, the great hall was silent once more, but this time the air was alive with barely contained excitement. All eyes were fixed on the goblet of fire, waiting for its decision on Hogwarts champion. When the third piece of parchment emerged, the tension was nearly unbearable. It floated gently into Dumbledore's hand. Many students had already risen to their feet, eager to hear the result. The champion of Hogwarts. Dumbledore's voice carried through the hall, his eyes scanning the name on the parchment. A smile spread across his face. It's Kyle Chopper. For a moment, Kyle felt as though a swarm of billywhigs had taken up residence in his head. A loud buzzing filled his ears, drowning out all other sounds. Not that it mattered, no one could hear anything in the hall, as the cheers erupted like an overwhelming tidal wave, shaking the very walls. I knew it. Before Kyle could process what was happening, he found himself engulfed in a tight embrace. It was Cana, practically bouncing with excitement, her ears flushed a deep red. Don't you care about my feelings when you say that? Cedric said with a mock pout, though his grin betrayed his true emotions. He quickly pulled Kyle into a hug as well. That's brilliant. I knew you could do it. Cho, Fred, and George joined the celebration, crowding around Kyle in a flurry of congratulations. Their enthusiasm surrounded him, leaving him both exhilarated and overwhelmed. I hate to interrupt, Dumbledore's voice interjected politely, though it carried a firm undertone, but the other champions are still waiting. You'd best let him through. The group quickly parted, clearing a path for Kyle. From the VIP box, Chris smiled warmly and gestured for Kyle to head toward the side door. Karkaroff, standing nearby, let out a low chuckle upon hearing Kyle's name. After the rules for the Triwizard Tournament had been finalized, Karkaroff had made it a point to investigate the Hogwarts students. Kyle had naturally been at the top of the list, especially as the youngest recipient of the second-class medal of the Order of Merlin. But to Karkaroff, the achievement was hardly impressive. A hulking 3-meter-tall figure working alongside Sylvanus Kettleburn, a renowned expert in magical creatures. With those two, even a muggle could have survived a werewolf encounter. To him, Kyle's medal seemed less an extraordinary feat and more a product of good fortune, generous allies, and Dumbledore's influence. What intrigued Karkaroff more was Kyle's age. Barely 15, he had just managed to scrape past the age line. By contrast, Krum was 18, practically an adult. In Karkaroff's eyes, the 3-year difference was insurmountable. It was as if Hogwarts had handed the championship to Durmstrang on a silver platter. Durmstrang is going to win, he thought smugly. As Karkaroff reveled in his confidence, Dumbledore turned toward him, catching his gaze. Albus, Karkaroff said with a sly smile, he's the youngest recipient of the Order of Merlin, isn't he? Hogwarts certainly has a way of producing talent. Igor, if we're speaking of talent, Dumbledore replied smoothly, Durmstrang boasts the most celebrated seeker in the wizarding world. The two wizards locked eyes, then, almost simultaneously, they broke into genuine smiles. Chapter 502, front page headline. Kyle passed through the side door behind the main guest seating area and entered a small room adorned with portraits of wizards lining the walls. Among them, he noticed Fleur standing behind a house sign, accompanied by another wizard, peering around curiously. I heard your name earlier, Fleur said, walking over from the fireplace. What a cheer. I didn't realize you were so famous at Hogwarts. Just the home field advantage, Kyle replied. If you were at Beauxbatons, you'd get far more cheers than me. I don't know about that, Fleur said, shaking her long, silver hair. Kyle glanced over at Krum. The legendary seeker looked exactly as he had in every match Kyle had ever watched. Krum gave Kyle a simple nod before resuming his position by the mantelpiece, hunched over and deep in thought. His demeanor suggested that being a champion brought him little joy. Outside, an indiscernible conversation carried on, accompanied by prolonged cheers that refused to subside. During this time, no one else entered the room, neither Dumbledore, Chris, nor Bagman, as if the three of them had been completely forgotten. Krum remained silent by the fireplace, his brooding posture unchanged. Fortunately, Fleur and Kyle, being on familiar terms, managed to strike up a conversation to pass the time. After about 10 minutes, the door finally opened again from the outside. A figure darted in, clearly panicked, drawing everyone's attention. What's going on? Fleur asked, her gaze fixed on the thin figure. Do they want us to go back to the Great Hall? Oh, yes. After a moment's hesitation, Harry stammered, quickly looking away from Fleur's face and nodding. The Daily Prophet is here, and the Headmaster's been talking to them. Oh, and the Minister of Magic, he asked me to tell you to return to the Great Hall. Cornelius Fudge. Fleur frowned. Kyle, meanwhile, studied Harry's face. Congratulations, Kyle, Harry said with a smile. Fred and George said they're planning to make a 100-foot banner, and we'll all be cheering for you during the match. With that, Harry waved and hurried out of the room. Fleur stood and began walking toward the door with visible reluctance. Kyle, realizing he'd been lost in thought, shook his head and followed her. You don't seem to like Fudge very much, Kyle said. You haven't met him before, have you? No, but Madame Maxime has mentioned him to me. Because of your sister Gabrielle? Yes, Fleur nodded. Has it been resolved? Kyle asked, curiosity evident in his tone. Sort of, Fleur said, her voice tinged with frustration. There were 6 of them involved, but Fudge pinned the blame on just one and decided to send him to your wizard prison. Of course, that was expected, he used the unforgivable curses, but our demand was for everyone to face punishment. Instead, Fudge kept evading the issue. As they spoke, they arrived at the Great Hall, greeted by a wave of cheers. Kyle noticed that the goblet of fire, which had previously burned with intensity, had now extinguished completely. The sight of the crowd invigorated Fleur, her earlier displeasure giving way to a composed expression. She was well aware that handling the Minister of Magic was Madame Maxime's responsibility, not hers. At most, she would allow herself a few private grumbles. Welcome, champions, Fudge said warmly, his voice carrying across the hall. He approached them with a broad smile, his rosy cheeks and slightly heavier frame a stark contrast to the last time Kyle had seen him in the courtroom. Fudge eagerly shook each champion's hand, gripping Kyle's hand twice as firmly as the others. Well done, my boy, I knew you could do it, Minister Fudge said warmly, beaming at Kyle. Ka-chow. A loud pop accompanied the purple flash of smoke from the Daily Prophet photographer's camera. The man with the camera, a short and excitable fellow named Bad Doc, grinned widely. Front page material, Minister, he exclaimed eagerly. No, Bad Doc, Fudge replied, shaking his head thoughtfully. I think I'll save the front page for the champions. How about a group photo instead? Very thoughtful, Minister, Bad Doc said, snapping to attention. He wasted no time, bustling forward to pull the 3 champions, Kyle, Fleur, and Crumb, into the center of the Great Hall. Madame Maxime, though visibly displeased at being displaced, reluctantly stepped aside. Don't move, this. Madam, Bad Doc stammered nervously, clearly intimidated by Maxime's towering height. This is a group photo, after all. You may stand next to the champions, but, please try not to block them. Maxime's expression darkened further, and she glanced sharply at Dumbledore. Well, of course, Dumbledore said kindly, stepping behind Kyle. How about this? Perfect, Bad Doc said briskly. Maxime and Karkaroff joined in, positioning themselves behind their respective champions. Soon after, Fudge, Chris, and Bagman stepped forward to represent the Ministry of Magic, completing the arrangement. When everyone was finally in place, Bad Doc surprised the room by darting over to the Gryffindor table. Without a word, he grabbed Harry by the arm and dragged him to the forefront. What are you waiting for? Cheer for the champions. Amidst raucous applause and cheers from the students, Bad Doc finally pressed the shutter. With the group photo complete, the feast came to an end. The students dispersed, making their way back to their common rooms. Meanwhile, Kyle, Fleur, and Crumb returned to the small chamber they had been in before, now joined by the headmasters, Fudge, Chris, and Bagman. I do hope that our little get-together has fostered some camaraderie, Dumbledore began with a smile. The Triwizard Tournament is undoubtedly a rigorous and challenging competition, but it also provides a wonderful opportunity to forge friendships. I've always believed that gaining a like-minded friend can be even more rewarding than earning a champion's title. Crumb's lips twitched slightly, though he said nothing. All right, Albus, let's not drag this out, Karkaroff interjected, his tone impatient. Victor has been feeling a bit under the weather and could use an early night. Of course, Dumbledore replied graciously. May I suggest Madame Pomfrey in the Hogwarts hospital wing? She's one of the finest healers I've ever known. That's high praise indeed, Karkaroff muttered. Now, let's move along, Bagman said, clapping his hands together enthusiastically. Time to explain the tasks, wouldn't you say? Exactly, Fudge agreed, smiling broadly. Chris, would you do the honors? Of course. Chris stepped forward and addressed the room. The first task is designed as a test of your courage, so we won't be telling you what it entails, he explained. Facing the unknown is a critical part of a wizard's growth. What I can reveal is that it will challenge you. There are 3 stages to the task, each reflecting the character of one of the participating schools. Only by completing them all will you obtain a clue for the second task. That's enough, Chris, Bagman interjected with a chuckle. Any more, and you'll ruin the mystery. You're right, Chris conceded with a small smile. Kyle, Fleur, and Crumb exchanged looks, their expressions far from friendly as they cast wary glances at Bagman, who patted his stomach contentedly, unbothered by their reactions. Now, regarding timing, Chris continued, clapping his hands for emphasis. The first event will take place on November 30th. You'll be judged by a panel on your performance. After that, you'll be on your own, no help from professors or outside sources. Your only tool will be the wand in your hand. Chris placed particular emphasis on the word wand, his tone almost a warning, though none of the others seemed to notice. Additionally, he went on, to ease the pressure, champions are exempt from the school year exams. You'll have a full month to prepare for the competition, free from academic distractions. He turned to Dumbledore. That should cover everything, don't you think? Yes, I believe so, Dumbledore agreed. Then, with a twinkle in his eye, he added, how about a celebratory drink later? I have an excellent bottle of fire whiskey I'd like to share. Chris hesitated. It's the busiest time of year at the Ministry, Albus. I'm afraid I'll have to pass. Oh, come now, Fudge chimed in, winking. Surely you can spare time for a quick toast. You've earned it. Well, all right, Chris relented with a nod. Splendid, Dumbledore said warmly. He turned to invite Maxime and Karkaroff to join them, but they were already retreating, guiding their champions out of the room without so much as a glance back. Chapter 503, Don't Understand, but Respect. When Kyle left the room and stepped into the Hufflepuff common room, the roar of noise that greeted him was so overwhelming it nearly knocked him off balance. Before he could take a single step inside, a dozen hands grabbed him and yanked him into the room. Judging by the space, or lack thereof, at the door, there were probably dozens more hands itching to do the same. Pop, pop, pop. The sound of confetti canisters exploding filled the air. Brightly colored paper rained down as the entire common room erupted in cheers and joyous laughter. The volume of their celebration was deafening. Welcome, champion of Hogwarts, someone shouted. Kyle turned toward the voice and spotted none other than Fred and George, somehow infiltrating the Hufflepuff common room. They looked absolutely thrilled with themselves, each holding a streamer launcher, one of which they seemed ready to fire again. You're something else, Cedric said, appearing through the excited crowd. Professor Sprout was here earlier, and she was dancing with joy. I've never seen her so thrilled. We've got everything ready, Fred said, grinning ear to ear. Seriously, having the kitchen so close is a game changer. And butterbeer. George added enthusiastically. The house elves grabbed 3 massive barrels of it from Hogsmeade in just 5 minutes. Before Kyle could respond, he was swept up by the crowd and deposited at a table someone had set up in the center of the room. It was piled high with food, enough to rival the Hogwarts feast from earlier. Beside the table were the promised butterbeer barrels, towering almost as high as Kyle himself. Kyle opened his mouth to protest. He had already eaten his fill at the feast and wasn't the least bit hungry, but his words went unheard. The crowd's energy was unstoppable. Butterbeer was shoved into his hands, and every voice around him clamored for details about the Triwizard Tournament. What's the first task, Kyle? Do you know what you'll have to do? Is it dragons? I bet it's dragons. Kyle raised his hands to calm them down. I don't know, he said loudly, though his voice was barely audible over the din. They haven't told us anything. All I know is that it starts on November 30th. This explanation satisfied a few people, but others hadn't heard him and kept asking the same questions. He repeated himself over and over, realizing for the first time just how many people could actually fit inside the Hufflepuff common room. Hours passed in a blur of cheers, chatter, and an endless supply of butterbeer. Finally, as the celebration began to wind down, Fred and George, leaning heavily on each other, made their exit with satisfied grins. Kyle seized the opportunity to escape the crowd. He slipped away from the table and darted toward the dormitory stairs, his head spinning. He had never drunk so much butterbeer in his life, and he swore he couldn't handle another drop. He wasn't sure how late they had celebrated, but when Kyle woke up on Sunday morning, the common room was nearly empty. Only a few people lingered. The mess of the previous night, crumbs, spilled drinks, and scattered decorations, had all been cleaned up, leaving no trace of the revelry. You're awake. Do you want something to eat? Kana asked, placing a tray on the table. It held a few slices of bread, some ham, and a jug of pumpkin juice. Breakfast is over. I got this from the kitchen just now. Thanks, Kyle replied. He began to eat, stuffing the bread and ham into his mouth. However, he avoided the pumpkin juice entirely. Its resemblance to butterbeer made his stomach churn just from looking at it. Do you want to go for a walk? He asked. Worried about being cornered into more conversations, he decided some fresh air would do him good. Okay, Kana agreed. The two of them exited through the barrel door and walked down the corridor toward the castle grounds. Outside, Durmstrang's grand ship floated on the black lake, swaying gently with the waves. Kyle wondered how anyone on board could possibly rest properly at night. "Where are we going?" Conna asked. "How about Hagrid's?" Kyle suggested after a moment of thought. "It's been a while since we last visited his cabin." "Good idea." They strolled across the grass, heading toward the edge of the forbidden forest. As they neared Hagrid's hut, Conna suddenly stopped and sniffed the air. "Do you smell something?" she asked. "It smells like alcohol," Kyle said, scanning the area. His eyes quickly settled on the source, a makeshift paddock not far from the hut. Hagrid was busy hauling large barrels into the enclosure. As if sensing their presence, Hagrid turned and spotted them approaching. Finally, he called out, feigning irritation. "I thought you lot had forgotten where I live." "Of course not," Kyle replied. "We've just been really busy. You know, OWL year, tons of homework." "That's a rare complaint coming from you," Hagrid chuckled. "By the way, congratulations on being chosen as a champion. I knew it had to be you." "Thanks," Kyle said. "What are you doing?" "Getting breakfast ready for the Abraxans," Hagrid replied, gesturing toward the massive, winged horses in the paddock. "They only drink pure malt fire whiskey. I went to Hogsmeade early this morning to stock up. But it's worth it, eh? Aren't they beautiful?" "Yes." Kyle leaned against the fence, staring at the majestic creatures. Hagrid was right, the Abraxans were stunning. Unfortunately, they belonged to Beauxbatons, and there weren't many of them. Kyle shook his head and forced himself to look away. By then, Hagrid had finished unloading the last barrel. He opened it with a loud pop, releasing a strong, heady aroma. "That's that," Hagrid said, brushing off his hands. "Enough fire whiskey to keep them happy all day." "Do they only drink fire whiskey?" Conna asked. "Course not," Hagrid said. "They'll graze on the grass here too. And in the evening, I'll give them fresh rue leaves, that's what Madame Maxime recommended." For some reason, Hagrid chuckled to himself. "What's so funny?" Conna asked, eyeing him curiously. Something about him seemed off today. His hair was unusually shiny, as if he'd slathered it in some kind of oil or polish. The effect was difficult to describe, so Conna decided not to comment. Nothing, Hagrid said hastily. "Come inside for some tea." He led them back to his hut. Inside, everything looked as they remembered it, the enormous plank bed with its patchwork quilt, the oversized wooden table and chairs, and the roaring fire in the hearth. As Hagrid busied himself making tea, Kyle's attention was drawn to something hanging on the wall. It was Hagrid's best, and ugliest, outfit, a shaggy brown overcoat paired with a yellow and orange striped tie. Conna noticed it too. They exchanged a glance but didn't say a word. There was no need, they both remembered it vividly. Last year, when Hagrid had first become a professor, he had worn that very outfit. Kyle had even suggested that he visit Gladrag's Wizardwear for something more suitable. The shopkeeper there had a knack for finding the perfect style for anyone. But despite all that, this ensemble remained Hagrid's favorite. He always dug it out for special occasions. What could they say? They didn't understand it, but they respected it. Besides, there was probably a reason for it. Hagrid, who stood over 3 meters tall, rarely encountered anyone of comparable size. Madame Maxime of Beauxbatons, however, was an exception. She was even taller than Hagrid by half a head. Perhaps their shared perspective extended to aesthetics as well. Maybe, just maybe, they both thought that outfit looked good. It wasn't entirely impossible. Chapter 504, Blast-Ended Scroots. It started raining suddenly around 10 in the morning. Kyle and Conna were sitting comfortably, drinking hot pine needle tea and chatting with Hagrid, the sound of raindrops tapping against the window creating a cozy backdrop. The conversation soon turned to the Triwizard Tournament. "How does it feel to be a champion?" Hagrid asked curiously. "I'm not sure yet," Kyle replied. "But it's going to get really crazy from here on out. Everyone's so enthusiastic, I felt like I'd drunk 2 pints of butterbeer last night." "Of course you did, you're representing Hogwarts after all," Hagrid said with a smile. "But you need to work on your drinking. 2 pints of butterbeer. That's not good enough." Hagrid said it so casually, as if it were a matter of course. After all, when he usually went to the 3 Broomsticks for a drink, he always started with 3 pints. "I drank it after the dinner," Kyle said, trying to explain to Hagrid that it wasn't that he couldn't drink, but that he really couldn't drink any more than that. To be honest, a drink like butterbeer could only get a certain someone, who had already graduated as a prefect, drunk. But Hagrid didn't seem to care what Kyle said. "Look what you said, I wouldn't go to the 3 Broomsticks on an empty stomach either." He placed a copper pot on the fire. "It's okay, it's not a shame to have a poor drinking capacity, and I won't tell anyone else. Kyle opened his mouth but, in the end, gave up on the idea of explaining. It didn't matter, Hagrid wouldn't listen anyway. After that, the conversation quickly shifted back to the Triwizard Tournament. The competition is going to be amazing. I never thought I'd live to see the Triwizard Tournament resume, Hagrid said with a grin. You'll see things you've never seen before. The first event is so exciting, I shouldn't say. I shouldn't. Go on, Hagrid, Kana urged. What's the first event? But Hagrid just shook his head. I don't want to ruin the fun for you, he said. This is not allowed. Before the start of the competition, all news about the tasks must be kept completely secret. And I don't think it would matter to Kyle if he didn't know. Kyle really wanted to tell Hagrid that he absolutely cared about the content of the competition, especially after Chris mentioned that the first task was to break through a barrier. Since it was a barrier, there couldn't be just one dragon involved, and the more you knew, the better prepared you'd be. But Hagrid didn't give him that chance and immediately changed the subject to the Abraxans in the paddock. Kana listened for a while, feeling a bit bored, and then began looking around at the other things in the hut. She noticed a large wooden box under Hagrid's bed and heard a faint crackling sound coming from it, as if something was inside. Hagrid, what's in there? Kana asked curiously. Does it have something to do with the Triwizard Tournament? What? Hagrid turned his head and then smiled. Of course not, but I feel they're as beautiful as the big guy in the project. Beautiful big guy. Kyle raised his eyebrows, feeling like he had stumbled upon some hidden information. The only things Hagrid would describe as beautiful were probably magical creatures with sharp teeth and claws. However, Hagrid didn't realize he had let anything slip. He had already stood up and was carrying the wooden box out from under the bed. The little ones that were born yesterday, Hagrid said excitedly as he opened the suitcase and placed it in front of Kyle and Kana. Kana's face visibly turned pale, and she subconsciously leaned back, trying to put some distance between herself and the suitcase. Inside was a group of slimy, grayish-white creatures. They resembled oversized lobsters that had shed their shells or slugs with legs. Occasionally, sparks shot out from their tails, creating a faint crackling noise as they hit the interior of the suitcase. What on earth is this thing? Kana's voice trembled as her face grew even paler. She couldn't help but think that, compared to these, a flobberworm seemed positively charming. Blast-ended scroots, I named them, Hagrid said proudly. I'm planning a big project where the students will take care of them. Kana's expression changed once again. She clearly didn't think this was a good idea but struggled to find the words to dissuade Hagrid. Instead, she turned to Kyle for support. Well. Kyle hesitated, then nodded. Hagrid, are you sure you want to do this? What? Hagrid asked, looking up from the blast-ended scroots. Of course. Don't you think it's a fulfilling experience, watching them grow up? I understand what you mean, Kyle said carefully. But I just have one question. These are new breeds of magical creatures, right? I've never seen anything like them before. That's right, Hagrid said, his chest puffing out with pride. They're the offspring of a manticore and a fire crab. Very impressive, new species, Kyle said slowly. But you haven't forgotten, my dad is one of the judges for the Triwizard Tournament, right? He'll be visiting Hogwarts a lot this year. I know that. But what does that have to do with blast-ended scroots? Hagrid's words suddenly trailed off, and he froze mid-sentence. It dawned on him. Chris, Kyle's father, wasn't just a judge, he was the director of the Department for the Control and Management of Magical Creatures. Refereeing for the tournament was just one of his responsibilities. And given the basilisk incident from a few years ago, Hagrid had already been summoned to the Ministry of Magic far too many times. Now, the blast-ended scroots, bred from two highly dangerous creatures, were bound to be just as illegal. Well, actually. Hagrid stammered, struggling to justify himself. I just put them together, didn't mean to, it was all a coincidence. I can keep your secret, Kyle said, but I can't speak for everyone else. If someone accidentally mentioned this to my dad, and he overheard us talking about blast-ended scroots, there'd be no way to contain the situation. Hagrid's face twisted in confusion and regret. Was he really going to have to give up the big project he had been so excited about? And, Kyle continued, even if you do want to introduce the blast-ended scroots, that's fine. But before doing so, I think it'd be better to study their habits thoroughly. Don't forget, they're part manticore, so they're definitely not going to be gentle. You don't want anyone getting hurt in your classroom, right? Of course not. Hagrid blurted out. Between the mention of Chris and the potential for student injuries, Kyle's words had struck a nerve. After hesitating for a moment, Hagrid let out a dejected sigh. Reluctantly, he shoved the suitcase back under the bed, abandoning the idea of introducing the creatures to his class, for now. Seeing this, Kana let out a long sigh of relief. Thankfully, they would finally be able to have a normal care of magical creatures class moving forward. Chapter 505, Chapter 505, Conflict. Kyle and Connor spent the entire morning in Hagrid's hut. When lunchtime rolled around, Hagrid enthusiastically invited them to join him. "Steak hash," he announced. "You'll never guess how delicious it is." At first, Connor was curious, intrigued by what kind of new dish Hagrid might have prepared. That was until she saw him throw an unknown large paw into the pot. Her decision was immediate. "I think I'll head back to the castle," she said quickly. Kyle made the same choice without hesitation. In Hagrid's so-called hodgepodge of steak, the only identifiable steak was a palm-sized piece buried beneath a chaotic mix of unrecognizable ingredients. The steak seemed to be included purely in name. Despite Hagrid's entreaties for them to stay, they got up and left the hut in a hurry, and they were immensely glad they had. Perhaps to celebrate the choice of the champions, the lunch served in the Great Hall featured a spread of brand new dishes: classic French beef stew, onion soup topped with puff pastry, and an unnamed crispy roll that was likely a Durmstrang specialty. It was delicious. "Thank goodness we came back," Connor said, ladling herself a bowl of onion soup. "I can't even imagine how that paw would have tasted stewed with the steak." "It's hard to imagine indeed," Kyle replied with a smile. Hagrid's sense of delicious was vastly different from theirs, not to mention his approach to aesthetics in food. However, returning to the castle came with its own challenges. The downside was that Kyle had to deal with overly enthusiastic students, who seemed a little too eager to show their support. During just one meal, Kyle found himself sitting next to a stack of thick books. They had all been borrowed from the library, offered by students who believed they might be helpful for the Triwizard Tournament. But when Kyle casually flipped through them, he realized he'd already read more than half of them. Over the next few days, this became a daily occurrence. Kyle spent a significant portion of his time graciously refusing these kind gestures and signing autographs. Kyle had never imagined that Hogwarts students would actually start asking him for autographs, much like they did with Victor Crumb. This was the first time he fully understood the fame attached to being a Triwizard champion. Even when he had become the youngest recipient of the Order of Merlin, no one had ever asked him for an autograph before. Meanwhile, the students from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang began attending classes alongside the Hogwarts students. Most of them were 6th or 7th years, with not a single 5th-year student among them. Of all the visiting students, Victor Crumb was undoubtedly the most popular. Wherever he went, whether attending class or simply wandering the castle, he was constantly surrounded by a group of admirers. Among the crowd around Crumb, one face appeared more often than the others: Malfoy. After 2 months of relative quiet, Malfoy had returned to his old arrogant self the previous week. He resumed picking on Harry and Ron at every opportunity, though this time, his focus was mostly on Ron. Whether it was during class or in the corridors, Malfoy made a point of mocking Ron. For the first time, Ron was enduring the same treatment Harry usually received. Ron was furious. On multiple occasions, he was ready to fight Malfoy, but he managed to hold back thanks to the intervention of others. This continued for a week. Then, on one Wednesday at lunch, Ron happened to overhear Malfoy speaking to Crumb as they walked toward the Great Hall. "That redhead has a screw loose," Malfoy said deliberately loud, ensuring Ron could hear every word. "He fawns over anyone famous. First Potter. That idiot with the scar on his head. I suppose he thinks if he hangs around Potter, he'll somehow move out of that house, whatever you call it. Victor, you must be careful not to get tangled up with him. That little toady. Malfoy." Ron shoved his way through the crowd, his face livid. "Do you want to say that again?" "Oh, I thought it was someone else," Malfoy sneered, looking Ron up and down. "Have you given up on sucking up to Scarhead Potter? Maybe he'll give you a decent set of clothes." "Get off, Malfoy," said Harry sharply, as he and Hermione each grabbed one of Ron's robes to hold him back. "Don't be angry, Ron," Hermione said, trying to calm him. "He just wants you to start a fight so Professor Snape has an excuse to punish you." "I don't care." Ron snarled, struggling against their grip. "I'll rip his mouth off today." "How frightening," Malfoy said mockingly. "And your father, oh, that old Weasley, what a disgrace his shabby appearance is to the Ministry of Magic." Ron's struggles intensified. "Ha, yes, your family dresses so decently," Malfoy added with a smirk. At that moment, Fred and George pushed through the crowd from the opposite side. Unlike Ron, they were calm, even amused. "George, do you remember the picture in the Daily Prophet the other day?" Fred asked, grinning. "Of course, Fred." "The well-dressed Mr. Malfoy made quite an impression," George replied, his smile matching his brother's. George cleared his throat dramatically and, while gesticulating wildly, began reciting the lines printed in the newspaper. "I don't know. Mr. Minister, they threatened me into doing it, I'm innocent." These had been Malfoy's words during his trial, printed alongside a humiliating photo of him. Fred joined in, pretending to wipe tears from his eyes in a mock imitation of Narcissa Malfoy. Together, they reenacted the scene as though they were performing in a stage play, earning laughter from the surrounding crowd. "How dare you?" Malfoy snapped, his pale face flushing as he drew his wand and pointed it at Fred and George. "I'll make you pay." "Fine, go ahead," Fred said calmly, drawing his own wand. "If you've got the guts, do it. And then, like the old Malfoy, claim you're innocent. Isn't that what your family does best?" Malfoy glared at Fred, his chest heaving with anger. The tension mounted, and then both moved simultaneously. Densajo. Protego. Malfoy's spell shot toward Fred, but it rebounded off the shield charm and hurtled back faster than it had come. The next moment, Malfoy was thrown backwards, landing awkwardly on the ground. His front teeth began growing rapidly, extending past his lips and toward his chin at an alarming rate. "What's all the ruckus?" a soft but dangerous voice asked. The crowd parted as Professor Snape appeared, his gaze falling on Malfoy, who looked like a confused and humiliated groundhog sprawled on the floor. "Professor, you're just in time. Come and see, I was so scared," Fred said dramatically, dragging out his words. "I was just practicing the shield charm when Malfoy suddenly collapsed." "What happened?" "Practicing the shield charm." Snape narrowed his eyes suspiciously. "Yes," George chimed in. "We really like this charm, so we practice it a lot." "That's right," came another voice. With a distinct thump, Professor Moody arrived, his wooden leg clunking as his magical blue eye swiveled between Snape and Malfoy. "Looks like he's been hit by his own charm," Moody growled. "Very interesting. Jinxing your classmates in public, Snape. What do you usually do in these cases?" Malfoy, still clutching his oversized teeth, didn't dare say a word. Snape's face twisted with irritation. "Slytherin loses 10 points, and Malfoy is confined to his dormitory," he said coldly, yanking Malfoy up by the robes and dragging him away without further comment. "Oh!" Fred exclaimed. "Praise the professor," George added, slapping Fred on the back, clearly enjoying their triumph over Malfoy. Chapter 506, Rita Skeeter. The events in the Great Hall at noon spread like wildfire throughout Hogwarts. Every Gryffindor student buzzed with excitement, thrilled that the castle finally seemed to have someone capable of intimidating Snape. Even Professor McGonagall couldn't make Snape deduct points from his own house voluntarily, and without so much as a word of protest. Professor Alastor Moody's fame among the Gryffindors skyrocketed, and soon, multiple exaggerated versions of the Weasley twins' exploits were circulating among the students. It wasn't long before the entire school had heard the story, and Gryffindor was largely responsible for the rapid spread of the tale. However, this fame came at a cost. Gryffindor's house points began to plummet, as if their scoring hourglass in the Great Hall had sprung a leak. In just a few days, they had lost more than half their points. The situation only came under control after Professor McGonagall intervened, sternly warning the students to stop creating trouble. The matter finally died down, for the time being. On a crisp weekend in mid-November, the second Hogsmeade trip of the school year arrived. This time, the students from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang were invited to visit the famous wizarding village as well. The shopkeepers, having received advance notice of the visitors, added a variety of international touches to their wares. Honeydukes had placed a row of dancing icing macarons and a bucket of flaming syrup apples prominently by the entrance, drawing crowds of curious students. Gladrag's wizardwear featured more long skirts with a French flair alongside exquisite fur cloaks, catering to Beauxbaton's elegance. At the Three Broomsticks, Kyle caught sight of Madame Maxime and Hagrid through the window. They were seated at the largest table in the shop, each drinking a kind of vivid blue wine from cups the size of small barrels. "Kyle, I think you need to stock up on these," Fred said as they browsed Zonko's joke shop. He handed Kyle an entire box of dung bombs. "Exactly," George agreed. "We don't know what the task is yet, but whether it's a duel or dealing with some creature, dung bombs are the ultimate weapon. Just one," Fred said, "is enough to incapacitate a dozen people. And the smaller the space, the more potent it is. Of course, don't forget to prepare in advance by casting the bubblehead charm on yourself," George added. Kyle picked up the suitcase, examined it briefly, and then placed it back on the shelf. "Forget it. The rules clearly state we can only use our wands during the tasks. These things won't even be allowed." "Huh." Fred frowned, looking annoyed. "That's ridiculous." Kyle, however, found the rule entirely reasonable. Sure, there were ways to work around it, using a summoning charm, for instance, but he doubted that resorting to such tactics would be worth it. The last thing he wanted was to go down in history as the most smelly champion. That was definitely not a legacy he wanted. When they returned to the castle that evening, Fred and George were still grumbling about the strict competition rules. They argued that banning the use of props made the tournament far less enjoyable. The next morning, after breakfast, Kyle headed to the charms classroom on the third floor as usual. "Before we begin today's lesson, let's review the summoning charm," said Professor Flitwick. Although this charm is very simple, it often appears on the OWL exam, and it is also essential in everyday life. His gaze lingered on Kyle for a brief moment before quickly shifting away. If you need something and don't have time to fetch it yourself, the summoning charm is an excellent solution. For the next 10 minutes, the students practiced the charm under Professor Flitwick's guidance, their voices echoing as they recited the incantation and focused their wands. Then, there was a knock at the door. It was Ginny Weasley, who slipped into the classroom. "What is it, Miss Weasley?" Professor Flitwick inquired. "Sorry, Professor," Ginny began. "Mr. Bagman asked me to bring Kyle downstairs. All the champions need to gather." "Of course," Professor Flitwick replied with a smile, his eyes turning to Kyle. "Go ahead. There's nothing new being covered in today's lesson." Kyle nodded, handing his textbook to Kanna, who was seated beside him. As he stood and walked toward the door, the eyes of his classmates followed him intently. "That's amazing, Kyle. You become a Hogwarts champion," Ginny said eagerly as soon as the door closed behind them. Mum was overjoyed when she found out. She said she'd absolutely be here for the tournament. Bill and Charlie even mentioned taking time off work to come. "The first task?" Kyle asked, slightly confused. "Mum will definitely be at all three," Ginny assured him. "But as for Bill and Charlie, I'm not sure. They live so far away. I think they'll only come for the final task." "Oh, here we are. Good luck," Ginny said brightly, stopping outside a room. Kyle nodded, knocked on the door, and stepped inside. The room was a relatively small classroom, its tables pushed to the sides to create a clear space in the center. 3 long tables were arranged at the front, draped in a luxurious piece of velvet. Ludo Bagman was seated nearby, chatting animatedly with a witch dressed in a striking magenta robe. Nearby stood Victor Crumb and Fleur Delacour, both already present. "Ah, the last champion!" Bagman exclaimed, rising to his feet. Come in, come in. There's nothing to worry about, just a quick wand inspection and a few photos. This is Rita Skeeter, she's writing a piece on the battle for the goblet for the Daily Prophet." This was Kyle's first encounter with the infamous Rita Skeeter. Her reputation preceded her, and Kyle recalled the frustration of Chris, who had also suffered under her pen. "Ludo, before we begin, might I have a word with Kyle?" Rita Skeeter asked smoothly, her smile sharp. "He's the youngest champion, after all, it would add a nice touch of color to the article." "Sorry, Miss Skeeter," Kyle interjected before Bagman could reply. "But I think it's best to proceed with the wand inspection first. I've still got a class to attend afterward." "Ah, yes, yes," Bagman said hastily, his voice booming. "Every lesson is critical before the competition begins." Rita Skeeter's smile faltered, her expression hardening as she fixed her gaze on Kyle. He, however, paid her no mind. "Good that you didn't accept her invitation," Fleur whispered as she stepped closer. "Madame Maxime warned me about her." "She was right," Kyle murmured in agreement. Moments later, the door opened once more, and Professor Dumbledore entered, followed by the other 3 members of the judging panel, Madame Maxime, Karkaroff, and Chris. Bringing up the rear was the renowned wand maker, Ollivander. "It seems we're all here," Dumbledore said warmly as he took his place behind the velvet-covered table. "Allow me to introduce Mr. Ollivander," Dumbledore continued, gesturing toward the elderly wand maker. "He will be inspecting your wands to ensure they are in optimal condition before the competition begins." Chapter 507, Chapter 507, Are You Really a Hufflepuff? Ollivander stepped into the clearing at the center of the room, his sharp eyes scanning the 3 champions standing before him. His gaze settled on Fleur Delacour. "Miss Delacour, would you mind going first?" he asked with a polite nod. As an expert on wands, Ollivander immediately recognized Fleur's as particularly unique, his curiosity piqued. "Okay," Fleur replied gracefully, stepping forward and handing over her wand. "Ah, very interesting," Ollivander murmured, holding the wand close to his eye and examining it with practiced precision. 9.5 inches, inflexible, rosewood, and the core is, Vela hair. "It's my grandmother's hair," Fleur explained softly. "Fascinating," Ollivander remarked. "Although I must say, wands with Vela hair cores can be a touch temperamental. But if it serves you well, that is all that matters." He gave the wand a delicate wave. "Orchideous." From the tip of the wand, a bouquet of flowers blossomed, their vivid colors bright against the muted room. Very good," Ollivander said approvingly. "Your wand is in excellent condition." He handed the flowers back to Fleur along with her wand. "Mr. Crumb, your turn," he called. Victor Crumb rose sluggishly, handing over his wand with a disinterested expression. Ollivander took it but was noticeably less enthused this time. "Ah, a Gregorovitch creation," Ollivander remarked with a hint of restraint. "Hornbeam, dragon heartstring core, 10.25 inches." He gave the wand a quick flick. "Avis." With a sharp pop, a small flock of birds burst forth from the wand, flapping briefly before disappearing. Very good, Ollivander said tersely, handing Crumb's wand back. And now for the last one. Kyle stepped forward, offering his wand. Ollivander's face lit up with genuine excitement. Ah, this is one of mine, he exclaimed, his enthusiasm unmistakable. Unlike before, his tone was no longer purely professional, it was personal. Yes, I remember this one very well. Ollivander said, his voice growing nostalgic. The wood is from an exceptionally tall cedar I found in the heart of the Black Forest. Negotiating with the Bowtruckles there took days, very protective creatures. And the core, a tail feather from a phoenix, an incredibly rare specimen. Ollivander's recounting was more detailed and drawn out than his examinations of the previous wands, as he seemed lost in the memory of crafting it. Nearly 5 minutes passed before he finally gave the wand a simple wave. Lumos. A soft, white light glowed warmly from the tip of Kyle's wand. Satisfied, Ollivander handed it back with a smile. Thank you all. Dumbledore announced, rising from the judges' table. You may now return to class, or, as the day is nearly done, perhaps go straight to dinner. The champions were then gathered for a group photo, followed by a series of individual shots. When the photography session concluded, the room began to empty. The judges made their way upstairs to the headmaster's office, while Kyle and Fleur headed downstairs toward the Great Hall for dinner. However, just as Kyle reached the top of the staircase, a claw-like hand seized his arm. What's the meaning of this, Madam Skeeter? Kyle asked sharply, his brow furrowing. Just a few little questions, dear, for the Daily Prophet, Rita Skeeter replied, her smile as fake as her saccharine tone. I believe I already made it clear that I won't be giving you an interview, Kyle said firmly. But Skeeter's grip tightened slightly, and her expression turned almost gleeful. Her crocodile skin handbag was open, revealing a lurid green quill that was busily scribbling away on a roll of parchment. The young and handsome champion has finally found his true love at Hogwarts. He is utterly captivated by Fleur Delacour's stunning beauty and seems to want to spend every moment near her. Forget the quill, Kyle, Rita Skeeter interjected smoothly. Can you tell me why you chose to sign up for the tournament? Let's go, Kyle. Ignore her, Fleur urged, her tone firm. Kyle hesitated briefly before a small smile spread across his face. No, I've changed my mind, he said. I've decided to accept Madam Skeeter's interview. The self-writing quill in his satchel sprang to life, its tip darting across the parchment. He is eager to boost his fame, and even the prestigious Order of Merlin cannot satisfy him. To achieve greater renown, he has sacrificed a date with Miss Fleur. Kyle took a deep breath, glad Fleur couldn't see the quill scrawling from her position. He exchanged a few reassuring words with her before stepping into an empty classroom with Skeeter trailing behind. Tell me how you feel about the competition, Rita Skeeter asked eagerly the moment the door closed. Are you excited? Nervous? A bit of both, Kyle replied as he sat casually in a chair. But mostly, I'm happy. I feel very lucky. Lucky? Oh. Skeeter tilted her head, intrigued. Because you were chosen. No, Kyle said, his tone turning mischievous. Because you're here. You've given me the perfect excuse. Excuse. Skeeter blinked, her professional confidence wavering for the first time. What do you mean? Kyle leaned back in his chair, his smile widening. An excuse for failure, of course. I've read your articles, Miss Skeeter, and to call them rubbish would be an understatement. You. Skeeter's face tightened, but Kyle waved her off, continuing unfazed. Relax. Don't worry, Miss Skeeter, just hear me out. As I said, your articles are rather lacking in credibility. But they have their uses. If I perform poorly in the tournament, I can tell everyone it's because I was so distracted by your article that I couldn't focus. Nobody will scold me then. Isn't that fortunate for me? Kyle chuckled lightly, amused by his own reasoning. Rita Skeeter laughed as well, though her tone was strained. You won't fail. You're an Order of Merlin. Oh, but I will, Kyle interrupted calmly. You said it yourself, I'm only 15, the youngest champion. Winning will be tough. But failure isn't the problem here, the issue is preserving my reputation. If Hogwarts performs poorly in the Triwizard Tournament, especially on its own turf, someone will need to take the blame. The school's pride can't handle such a loss without a scapegoat. Skeeter's crocodile skin handbag quivered as she clenched it tightly. Her quill, sensing the tension, stopped its frenetic movements mid-sentence. Kyle continued, his tone casual yet cutting, so, I've already thought of the perfect scapegoat, you, Madam Skeeter. Whether or not your article is truly at fault doesn't matter. People just need someone to point fingers at, and who better than you. He stood, offering a polite bow. Thank you again for your cooperation. Rita Skeeter's face darkened like a thundercloud. As someone well-versed in sensationalism, she understood better than anyone that the truth was secondary to public opinion. If Kyle followed through with his veiled threat, she could become the ultimate villain in the narrative surrounding Hogwarts' potential failure. Her breath came in short, sharp gasps. When Skeeter had arrived, she had expected to deal with a typical Hufflepuff, diligent, polite, and unassuming. Instead, Kyle had completely overturned her expectations. Looking at his calm, smiling face, she realized she'd been outmaneuvered. "Are you really a Hufflepuff?" she asked dryly. "As real as they come," Kyle replied, stepping toward the door. He paused and turned back, his grin playful. "Oh, and don't worry. I'll make it up to you after the tournament. Let's say, 100 galleons. Aren't you afraid I won't publish the article?" Skeeter asked, narrowing her eyes. "I'm confident you will," Kyle said with a shrug. "You're famous for defying authority, aren't you? Refusing to publish just because I rattled you would go against everything people believe about the bold and fearless Rita Skeeter." With that, he walked out, leaving Skeeter alone in the room. She stood motionless, her expression shifting between fury and grudging admiration. At last, she picked up the parchment filled with her quill's frantic scribbling and tore it to shreds, a mocking sneer curling her lips. "We'll see," she muttered to herself, her eyes glinting with determination. "You really shouldn't have told me this, Kyle." Chapter 508, The Gift. In the days following the wand inspection, Kyle's routine remained largely unchanged. Every morning, he awoke to find a towering stack of books on the table in the Hufflepuff common room. They were sent by well-meaning students and staff who seemed determined to help him succeed in the Triwizard Tournament, bringing in enough books to rival a small library. Even Madame Pants, known for her strict library rules, had relaxed her standards, no longer insisting that borrowed books be returned before new ones could be checked out. As a result, Kyle's collection of books grew rapidly, cluttering his dormitory. The desks couldn't contain the sheer volume, and the excess was stacked in corners, forming precarious towers of leather-bound tomes. Madame Pants assured him he could keep them until after the competition. Although Kyle appreciated the sentiment, the gesture was ultimately futile. There was simply no way to read or even skim through dozens of books in a single day. The surplus became a daily nuisance, but he didn't have the heart to discourage the support. A week later, during breakfast on Halloween morning, Rita Skeeter's much-anticipated article was finally published in the Daily Prophet. The owls delivered the papers promptly, and soon the Great Hall was filled with the rustling of pages and murmurs of discussion. The front page featured an elaborate story on the Triwizard Tournament. Dominating the page was a group photograph of the champions, the jury members, and Fudge. At the bottom right corner, the photographer had captured part of the Gryffindor table, where Harry could be seen clapping enthusiastically. The photo was widely praised, with many people cutting it out and keeping it as a collectible. Even Harry kept a copy, proclaiming it his way of participating in the Triwizard Tournament. Ron, meanwhile, was green with envy, regretting his absence from the photo op. While the previous issue of the Daily Prophet had focused on the history and origins of the tournament, this edition spotlighted the champions themselves. Victor Crumb, being the most famous of the four, occupied a significant portion of the article. A detailed account of his Quidditch career and achievements filled one section, while the rest was packed with juicy gossip. Tales of his frequent romantic escapades, altercations with teammates, and rumors about him forcing the previous captain out of the team made for scandalous reading. Rita Skeeter's vivid descriptions gave the impression she had been present for every event. Fleur Delacour's segment was comparatively smaller and lacked the same sensational flair. However, it wasn't flattering either. The article subtly hinted at her Vila heritage, mentioning comments from her Beaux Batons peers and sprinkling in some of Rita Skeeter's signature embellishments. Fleur's mixed-race background was used as a basis for veiled, snide remarks that bordered on slander. Fleur's anger was palpable as she read the article. Her breakfast sat untouched, and she scowled at the newspaper. "No wonder Madame Maxime told me to stay away from her," she muttered through gritted teeth, her gaze fixed on a particularly offensive paragraph. "It seems she wants to steal everyone's heart, and even the Hufflepuff girls have fallen into the trap she has woven. Am I some kind of evil sorceress?" she said, her tone sharp with indignation. "Oh, is there something about me in here?" Kanna, sitting beside her, leaned over curiously. Given the phrasing, she likely counted as one of the Hufflepuff girls mentioned. "Strange." Kanna mused, picking up the newspaper Fleur had tossed aside. She skimmed it, then looked up in confusion. "Kyle, why is there so little about you?" "I guess she thinks I'm just SOSO, Kyle replied with a shrug, "and there's nothing worth writing about." Indeed, Kyle's mention in the article was minimal, buried in an obscure corner and barely 3 lines long. It felt like an afterthought, akin to a free gift thrown in with a larger purchase. His classmates, noticing the disparity, voiced their support for him, expressing indignation at Rita Skeeter's apparent slight. Kyle, however, didn't share their concern. In fact, he considered it a blessing. When it came to Rita Skeeter, the less coverage, the better. After all, this was Hogwarts. He didn't need the daily profit to promote his name, his actions within the castle were more than enough to define his reputation. Bang. The sudden crash drew everyone's attention to the Slytherin table. Victor Crumb, typically stoic and expressionless, was visibly fuming. His face turned an alarming shade of red, and in his anger, he accidentally knocked over his plate. The spilled soup splattered across the table and landed directly on Crabbe's head, drenching him. Crumb didn't apologize, or perhaps he didn't even notice. He muttered something sharp in Bulgarian under his breath and stormed out of the Great Hall, leaving behind a stunned silence. Although no one understood exactly what he had said, Kyle had a strong suspicion it wasn't complimentary, likely a colorful remark on Rita Skeeter's ancestry. This latest issue of the Daily Prophet only fueled the school's excitement for the Triwizard Tournament. The anticipation for October 30th was palpable. Conversations buzzed in every corner of Hogwarts, with students speculating about the challenges. The mood among the champions, however, was noticeably different. While Kyle couldn't read Crumb's thoughts, Fleur's increasing anxiety was plain to see. As the countdown to the first task reached its final week, her nerves seemed to fray further with each passing day. At Madame Maxime's insistence, Fleur had moved back to the Beauxbatons carriage and stopped attending classes with the Year 7 Hogwarts students. When Kyle did see her on occasion, she seemed distracted, barely acknowledging his greetings before hurrying away. Friday arrived, only 2 days before the first event. From early morning, the castle was abuzz with energy, the atmosphere electric with anticipation. "So, are you nervous?" Cedric asked Kyle during breakfast, grinning as he slid yet another plate of eggs and bacon in his direction. The other Hufflepuffs seemed to have made it their mission to feed Kyle excessively, and they eagerly joined in, piling his plate until it resembled a towering mountain of food. "I'm not nervous," Kyle said, trying to push the plates away, "but could you all please act a little more normally? The first task isn't about who can eat the most bacon." His plea fell on deaf ears. Everyone laughed and continued piling food in front of him. Resigned, Kyle sighed and began eating faster, hoping to escape the overzealous display. As Kyle took the last bite of his sandwich, the morning's mail delivery swooped into the Great Hall. A flurry of owls descended, dropping letters and packages at nearly every table. Among them, 6 large long-eared owls drew the most attention. Together, they carried a long, narrow package that they deposited onto the Hufflepuff table with a heavy thunk. "Kyle, this is for you," someone called out excitedly, pointing to the package. "For me?" Kyle asked, swallowing the last of his sandwich and getting up to inspect it. "What did you order?" Cedric asked curiously. "I didn't order anything," Kyle replied, puzzled. "But it looks like a broom." The package's shape, a long cylinder that tapered at one end, was unmistakable. It was the signature packaging from Quality Quidditch Supplies. As Kyle moved closer, he noticed a card attached to the package. He pulled it free and read the neat handwriting. "Congratulations on becoming a champion. This is such a big surprise. I wanted to get you a present, but I didn't know what to choose. After much thought, I decided this was the most appropriate gift. I hope you like it. Sirius Black." Chapter 509, Chapter 509, Professor Lockneil. "Sirius gave this to me, it can't be." Kyle seemed to realize something and immediately tore open the package. Sure enough, just as he had suspected, inside was a beautifully crafted broom. Firebolt. The day Sirius had been acquitted, he had wanted to buy it as a gift for Kyle. But Kyle had declined at the time, pointing out that there wouldn't be any Quidditch this year. Yet here it was, a few months later, Sirius had still gone ahead and bought it. Firebolt. "Did someone give you a champion's gift?" Cedric exclaimed excitedly. "We've got a firebolt now, too." "Oh, wait, there's no Quidditch this year." Cedric's excitement wavered for a moment, his expression clouding briefly with disappointment. But he quickly shook it off. Well, it was still a firebolt. That alone was reason enough to celebrate. They could always use it next year. He wondered if the Gryffindors, especially Fred and George, would be so full of themselves when Hufflepuff showed up with a firebolt, too. Mikkel was equally thrilled. He leaned in close, carefully inspecting the firebolt as though it were some rare and precious artifact. "It's such a shame," he murmured, almost to himself. "If only we could use broomsticks in the Triwizard Tournament." Soon, word spread that Kyle had received a firebolt. However, with the Triwizard Tournament occupying everyone's minds and given that Harry had received a firebolt the previous year, the news didn't make much of a splash. The excitement quickly waned. Kyle glanced once more at the note from Sirius, but he didn't say anything. Instead, he put the firebolt away in his dormitory and headed to class as usual. What he didn't realize, however, was that the firebolt wasn't the only surprise in store for him that day. The last lesson of the morning was care of magical creatures. Hagrid had somehow managed to procure a large group of fire crabs, their gem-encrusted shells immediately capturing everyone's attention. As the class busied themselves feeding the fire crabs lettuce, Hagrid quietly moved closer to Kyle. Pretending to inspect the lettuce scattered on the ground, he leaned down and whispered in a low voice, "Meet me in my hut at midnight tonight. Don't let anyone see you." Straightening up, Hagrid boomed, "Very good, Kyle. You've mastered the technique of feeding fire crabs." He winked conspicuously and walked off. "Why did Hagrid tell you to find him?" Kana asked curiously. "I think he wants to show me something," Kyle replied. "We can go together tonight, if you're not too tired." "But is that okay?" Kana asked, a bit hesitant. "What if someone finds out?" "Don't worry," Kyle said with a grin. "This is the perfect time to use the invisibility cloak. Besides, I know the disillusionment charm, I can manage even without the cloak." Kana's eyes lit up, and she nodded eagerly. Later that afternoon, Kyle handed Kana the invisibility cloak. At 11:30, he used the disillusionment charm and slipped quietly out of the dormitory. Passing through the wooden barrel door of the common room, he stepped into the corridor outside. He waited for a few moments until the barrel door opened slightly, and a voice whispered, "It's me." A disembodied head appeared in the air. It was Kana, speaking a bit nervously. "How did it go? Did anyone notice you?" "No," Kyle replied. "They were up late with homework last night and went to bed early tonight." "Same here," Kana said before pulling the invisibility cloak back over herself. The two of them made their way through the dark castle, sticking closely to their plan. Outside, the night was quiet, and the light from Hagrid's hut guided them along the path. But they weren't the only ones out that night. The door to Hagrid's hut was slightly ajar, and Kyle could hear laughter and conversation from inside. "Oh no, someone's already there," Kana said nervously. "What should we do?" "Let's wait and see," Kyle whispered. They moved a few steps closer, staying hidden. Suddenly, Fong's loud bark echoed from the hut. The laughter and chatter inside stopped abruptly. Moments later, Hagrid stepped out, followed by another man. "Did someone come?" the man asked, looking around suspiciously. "No, no one," Hagrid said, his voice exaggeratedly loud. "Probably just a Kneazle. Fong loves playing with the Kneazles in the Forbidden Forest." "Kneazles? How fascinating." "I love the Forbidden Forest," the man said, tilting his head as he drained his glass. "Well, I've got to go now. Hagrid, it was a pleasure meeting you. See you tomorrow." "Wait, Lockneil," Hagrid called after him. "I've got something amazing to show you, something you've never seen before." "What is it?" "You'll see," Hagrid replied mysteriously. "But we've got to fetch Madame Maxime first." "I promised her." The two headed towards the Beauxbatons carriage, with Hagrid occasionally glancing back, as though checking on something. Kyle waited until they were out of earshot before tossing a small stone at Hagrid's arm. Startled, Hagrid turned back, but quickly picked up his pace to catch up with the other men. Kyle then dropped the remaining stones and turned to Kana. "That's Professor Lockneil from Beauxbatons. We've met before," Kyle said, recalling how he had sold Lockneil some heavily damaged dragon scales at a surprisingly good price. "Are there any other professors from Beauxbatons here?" Kana wondered aloud. "I thought it was just Madame Maxime." "He must have just arrived," Kyle replied. "After all, if he had been here from the beginning, he would have made an appearance in the Great Hall, but none of us have seen him before today." As they spoke, Madame Maxime emerged from the carriage. Before Lockneil could approach her, Hagrid stepped forward, his large hand extended to help her down the golden steps. The three of them, Hagrid, Madame Maxime, and Lockneil, then began walking around the paddock where the majestic Abraxan horses were tethered, heading into the shadowy depths of the Forbidden Forest. Kyle and Kana trailed behind at a cautious distance, straining to catch snippets of their conversation. "Hagrid, Lockneil, where are you taking me?" Madame Maxime asked, her deep voice tinged with curiosity. "I don't know, Headmaster," Lockneil replied with a shrug. "I was just about to head back to bed. Honestly, it's a lot colder here than at Beauxbatons." "If you go back now, you'll definitely regret it," Hagrid said in a husky voice, barely able to contain his excitement. "You'll like it, it's worth seeing, believe me. But, keep it a secret, all right? Don't tell anyone. You shouldn't even know about this." "Of course we won't tell," Madame Maxime assured him. "That's right," Lockneil agreed. The trio pressed on into the forest. Kana and Kyle kept up, their footsteps light on the leaf-strewn path. The minutes stretched as they wound deeper into the woods. Half an hour later, the forest had closed in around them, and neither Hagrid's hut nor the castle was visible anymore. "Did you hear something?" Kana whispered after another 10 minutes of walking. Her head tilted as she tried to catch the faint sounds in the distance. A few voices rang out, shouting unintelligibly. Then, cutting through the quiet night, came a shrill, deafening roar that sent a shiver down her spine. The three figures ahead quickened their pace, and Kyle and Kana followed suit, breaking into a brisk trot. They passed through a grove of trees and emerged into a clearing. Connor gasped aloud. Oh my god. The scene before them was breathtaking and terrifying. Fortunately, the surrounding commotion masked the sound of her voice. Connor quickly ducked behind a tree, whispering urgently to Kyle, "That's a dragon." Kyle nodded grimly, his eyes fixed on the enormous creatures. He had already seen them. In the middle of the clearing, two fully grown dragons stood chained within a sturdy enclosure made of thick planks. They roared and snorted, their scales gleaming in the dim light. Around them, a dozen burly dragon keepers wrestled with the chains, trying to control the massive beasts. "I hope the first task of the Triwizard Tournament isn't dealing with these dragons," Kana murmured, worry etched in her voice. "To be honest, I'm not sure," Kyle said, frowning deeply. While he had suspected that Hagrid's secretive trip involved dragons, something didn't add up. There were only two dragons here, a Swedish shortsnout and a Hungarian horntail. There isn't even a single dragon egg. But there are 3 champions. How are they going to divide 2 dragons? Chapter 510, a competition between headmasters. Hagrid's eyes were glazed as he stared at the dragon before him. It was as if he had forgotten there were 2 other people nearby. He unconsciously stepped forward, drawn to the creature, his awe palpable. "Stay where you are, Hagrid," shouted a wizard standing near the fence. With short, spiky red hair and a muscular frame, it was clear the speaker was Charlie. "This one can spit fire 40 feet, so you'd better keep your distance." "Oh, how beautiful," Hagrid murmured, his voice soft and soothing, reminiscent of the tone he used with young Fluffy, his 3-headed dog. After several tense moments, the dragon keepers finally managed to subdue the agitated dragons with stunning spells. Hagrid took another 2 steps forward, his gaze fixed on the Hungarian horntail. "Well, Hagrid," Charlie said, panting as he approached. "It was hard work getting them here. Thankfully, there weren't too many, or even 20 of us wouldn't have been enough." "Oh, yes." Hagrid replied absent-mindedly, his attention still locked behind Charlie. Charlie, catching the direction of Hagrid's gaze, understood exactly what he was thinking. But just as he was about to comment, he noticed the 2 figures standing beside them, Madame Maxime and Professor Lockneil. "I didn't realize you brought them along, Hagrid," Charlie said, frowning. "A champion shouldn't know what they're up against ahead of time. She must have told her students, hasn't she?" "Oh, I just thought they'd be keen to come along for the ride," Hagrid said vaguely, his eyes never leaving the dragon. Charlie shook his head. The group had already seen what they came for, and there was no point in sending them away now. Still, to keep the competition fair, Charlie resolved to take matters into his own hands. He could take a casual walk near the Forbidden Forest tomorrow, ensuring Kyle saw him by chance. He wouldn't need to say a word, just being seen should give Kyle the hint about dragons. That way, he wouldn't technically be breaking any rules. Deciding not to dwell on the situation further, Charlie turned to greet the newcomers. "Professor Lockneil, a pleasure to see you here," Charlie said warmly, extending his hand. "And you, young Mr. Weasley," Professor Lockneil replied with a smile, shaking his hand firmly. "You know each other?" Hagrid asked, surprised, just as he was about to introduce them. "Of course," Charlie explained. "A year ago, at the Dragon Reserve, Professor Lockneil was an enormous help to us." "A year ago, the Dragon Reserve?" Hagrid's face lit up with recognition as he pieced the information together. "Could it be during the dragon melee?" "That's right," Lockneil exclaimed, his face alight with nostalgia. "Dozens of dragon species in one massive melee, it's a memory I'll always treasure." "Oh." Hagrid let out a wistful sigh. When he looked at Lockneil again, his eyes were glassy with emotion. "You really should have invited me too, Charlie," Hagrid said, unable to keep the disappointment from his voice. "It wasn't up to me, Hagrid," Charlie replied with a shrug. "The Romanian Ministry of Magic handled the guest list. We were just there to manage things." "Okay," Hagrid sighed. Hagrid's gaze suddenly shifted to a large suitcase hidden in the shadows nearby. He squinted, curiosity sparking in his eyes. "Are there dragons in there too?" he asked, unable to resist. "Why is the suitcase sealed?" "That one." Charlie hesitated, glancing back at the suitcase before shifting his eyes to Maxime and Lockneil. After a brief pause, he shook his head. "Don't ask, Hagrid. I can't tell you. But I promise it's not a dragon. Those big guys wouldn't just sit quietly in a box like that." "But what about the missing one?" Hagrid asked, his eyes scanning the area as he voiced the very question Kyle had been dying to ask. "There are only 2 dragons here, but there are 3 champions. There's not enough to go around, is there?" "I don't know," Charlie admitted. "Our job was just to escort these 2 dragons and that, well, let's call it a special prop, to Hogwarts. Beyond that, we weren't told much. As for the missing one, maybe it's intentional. Perhaps they want the champions to draw lots, and whoever's lucky gets to skip the dragon entirely, winning that part outright." But if you ask me, whoever draws the Hungarian horntail is in for a rough time. It's by far the most dangerous of the dragons. Maxime glanced at the black dragon, then lowered her head, deep in thought. By the way, Hagrid, Charlie said, changing the subject, how's Kyle doing? Fine, Hagrid replied. He's been preparing for the Triwizard Tournament. Seems to be in good spirits. Glad to hear it. Charlie's gaze shifted back toward the pen where the dragons lay. When I was on holiday, I had a feeling Kyle might end up as a champion, but it was still a surprise to get the official news. Mum's thrilled, though, really proud. Not that I dare tell her what the first task is, she'd be a nervous wreck. Never mind that. Charlie grinned. Hagrid, want to get a closer look? Just be careful not to wake them. Oh, can I? Hagrid's eyes sparkled with excitement, though his body was already moving toward the unconscious Hungarian horntail. He crouched beside it, his gaze filled with awe and reverence as he examined the magnificent creature. Meanwhile, in the shadows of the nearby woods, Kyle and Kana were preparing to leave. They had seen enough. Knowing Hagrid, they figured he'd be there until sunrise and decided to slip away quietly. The two retraced their steps toward the castle, following the narrow path back to the edge of the forbidden forest. Just as they neared the boundary, a dark figure hurried toward them through the gloom. Kyle quickly sidestepped to avoid a collision, his hand instinctively moving toward his wand. It's Karkaroff, Kana whispered, catching a glimpse of the man's distinctive goatee. He's probably delivering a message, Kyle murmured. The Triwizard tasks are meant to be secret, but they always seem to leak. This might be part of the unspoken rivalry between the headmasters. The two continued their journey back to the castle. As they reached the front entrance, Kyle pulled out the Marauder's map and scanned it quickly. Good, Filch is still patrolling the 5th floor, he said, relieved. He nudged open a door that was slightly ajar, and they slipped inside, carefully making their way through the hallways toward the Hufflepuff common room. When they arrived, the common room was empty. Kana pulled off her invisibility cloak, her expression tense. I can't believe the first task is actually a dragon, she said, her voice heavy. Isn't that way too dangerous? Well, it's likely that only part of the first task involves dragons, Kyle replied, lifting the disillusionment charm. From what I've heard, there are 3 stages in the first event, each representing one of the 3 schools. The dragon is probably Hogwarts' contribution. I'd bet the headmasters have already tipped off their champions about what's coming, Kana said, frowning. So, has Headmaster Dumbledore told you anything? Like you said, the headmasters usually find a way to pass on some hints. Not yet, Kyle said, shaking his head. He hadn't seen Dumbledore much recently, let alone received any guidance from him. When it came to bending the rules to help their champions, Dumbledore seemed to lag behind Maxime and Karkaroff. Chapter 511, this isn't what was promised. Kana spent most of Sunday buried in the library, tirelessly flipping through books to help Kyle prepare for the upcoming Dragon Challenge. Despite Kyle's repeated reassurances that she didn't need to go through the trouble, she remained undeterred. I'm so nervous, I have to keep myself busy, Kana said firmly, plopping a hefty book on the table. Its cover displayed a fierce Hungarian horntail, its wings spread wide above a line of gilt script. She pored over the text, flipping through the pages with focused determination, searching for any weaknesses the dragon might have. I don't think the school will make you fight the dragons, Cedric offered, leaning back in his chair. You'll probably just have to walk past them. That's true, he continued. I think using a transfiguration spell might work. Turn something into a distraction, a dog or something, and then sneak past while the dragon's busy. Or something even simpler. Fred chimed in, lowering his voice conspiratorially. Just pop open that big suitcase they brought. Whatever's in there might do the hard work for you, and you'd breeze through the challenge. Kyle gave him a pointed look. Yeah, and then I wouldn't have to bother showing up for the second task, right? You're not secretly getting paid off by Karkaroff to help me lose, are you? Fred smirked. If the price were right, it wouldn't be the worst idea. Unfortunately, we're asking too much, George interjected with a grin. Even if Karkaroff sold Durmstrang, he couldn't afford us. A small discount might not hurt, Kyle replied dryly. If throwing the match got me ownership of Durmstrang, I'd consider it. Fred laughed. Oh, look at him, already weighing his options. At that moment, a sudden commotion erupted nearby. A low groan escaped Fred as he glanced toward the source. Here we go again, he muttered irritably. Can't Crumb and his Fen Club go somewhere else? The guy shows up, and suddenly none of us can get anything done. Kana raised an eyebrow at him. You're all the same. Don't complain about others when you're no better. If I had a book open in front of me, would you believe me? Fred asked with exaggerated innocence. At least we're not bothering anyone, George added. Kana rolled her eyes. So it's fine to bother me, then. Is that it? Of course not, Fred replied with a playful grin. But It's close enough. Kanna exhaled in exasperation. This is exactly why I'm saying it's not the same thing, she muttered. Come on, it's just a little dragon, Fred said. And don't forget, Kyle's got experience. Don't start bragging on my behalf, Kyle warned, giving Fred a pointed look. I only helped when Norbert hatched, and that's hardly the same thing. But it's still experience, George countered. Fleur and Crumb have never even been near a dragon before, not even Norbert. Another wave of noise echoed from across the library, drawing an annoyed glare from Kanna. Here we go again, she grumbled. Let's head back. As she stood, she thrust the book she'd been reading, Riding on Dragonback, into Kyle's hands. She then grabbed another nearby title, Basic Spells for Dealing with Hyperactive and Irritable Animals, tucking it under her arm. As they stepped out of the library, Hermione rushed past, her pace brisk and her face etched with irritation. Clearly, she'd had her fill of the racket inside. She muttered under her breath, her tone sharp with annoyance, why can't he just stay on that stupid big boat and read? Stupid. Why would she say that? Fred and George exchanged looks, their expressions a mix of disbelief and amusement. They'd always thought the boat was rather impressive, even cool. Later, back in the common room, Kyle found himself with little to do. He passed the afternoon reading with Kanna, the quiet companionship helping the hours slip by. Tomorrow loomed large, it was the day of the first project. That evening, despite his usual composure, Kyle felt a creeping unease. Restless thoughts kept him tossing and turning long into the night, and it was only in the early hours that he finally drifted off into a fitful sleep. The next day. From the moment Kyle woke up until lunchtime in the Great Hall, he was bombarded with encouragement from every corner. Then, Professor McGonagall appeared. Are you ready? She asked, her voice steady yet tinged with urgency. The champions must now go to the field, to complete the first task. Kyle stood, brushing off the lingering nerves. Okay. Good luck, Kanna whispered softly as he passed. Cedric gave his arm a reassuring pat. Go get M. You can take M. Mikkel added enthusiastically, his confidence in Kyle unmistakable. With a deep breath, Kyle followed Professor McGonagall out of the Great Hall. She appeared uncharacteristically anxious, her brisk walk and repeated reassurances revealing her inner turmoil. Don't be nervous, she said, though Kyle suspected the advice was as much for her own benefit as it was for his. We've got some wizards posted nearby to intervene if things get out of hand. And most importantly, Professor Dumbledore will be watching the entire match, so it will be fine. Professor, you should be more worried about the other two champions, Kyle said with a faint smile. I hope their headmasters are as reassuring as Professor Dumbledore. Professor McGonagall chuckled, her tense expression softening slightly. She placed a steady hand on Kyle's shoulder. Anyway, be careful. If all else fails, there's no shame in admitting defeat. Don't forget, you're only 15. Don't worry, Professor, Kyle replied, his voice calm. After leaving the castle, Professor McGonagall didn't lead him toward the Forbidden Forest as Kyle had initially thought. Instead, she headed for the Quidditch pitch. From the outside, it looked unchanged, but upon entering, a thick, swirling fog cloaked the interior, obscuring nearly everything from view. The only thing visible was that the stands had grown significantly larger, looming high above. Professor McGonagall guided Kyle to the entrance of the changing rooms. Go in, she said, her voice betraying a slight tremor. Bagman is inside too, he'll explain what to do next. Thanks, Kyle said, pushing the door open and stepping inside. Fleur was already there, perched on a low wooden stool. She looked pale, her hands clasped tightly together. How are you doing? Are you okay? Kyle asked. Fleur shook her head faintly. She glanced up at Kyle, opening her mouth as if to speak, but before she could say a word, Ludo Bagman's booming voice interrupted. Kyle, wonderful. Come on in, Bagman said, grinning broadly. Relax, relax, the competition isn't as terrifying as it seems. Kyle gave a small nod, stepping further into the room. All right, now that we're all here, Bagman continued, clapping his hands together, I'll give you the rundown. He pulled out 3 identical quills, holding them up for the champions to see. These are special portkeys that will take you to the arena once the audience has gathered. Your task is simple, do your best to overcome all the hurdles in front of you and make it to the end. Oh, and one more thing, he added, his voice lowering as if sharing a secret, red stones. They're extremely important and directly tied to your second task. Make sure to collect as many as possible. The room fell silent. Neither Fleur nor Kyle said anything, only nodding slightly to signal they understood. Well, that's about it. Bagman said cheerfully. Take a few minutes to calm yourselves down. He moved to distribute the quills. Hold on to these carefully. If you miss the start time and fail to enter the arena, you'll be disqualified. Wait a minute, Fleur interrupted suddenly, her voice cutting through the room's quiet tension. Bagman turned toward her, his brow furrowing slightly. What is it? Don't we need to draw lots? Fleur asked, her tone a mix of confusion and unease. Draw lots? Bagman repeated, puzzled. There's no need for that. All the events are identical, the only difference is each champion's starting position. But if you'd prefer to draw lots. He quickly retrieved a cloth bag, placed the 3 identical quills inside, and handed it to each of them in turn. Fleur drew first, her fingers hesitating slightly before pulling out one of the quills. She stared at it, her expression uncertain as she glanced between it and the others. What's going on? She wondered. There's no dragon, no bypass task. This isn't what Madame Maxime described to me. Chapter 512, the first task. The atmosphere in the changing rooms was tense, as if time itself had slowed to a crawl since the champions had been handed their quills. Ludo Bagman, ever the optimist, attempted to lighten the mood with a stream of jokes, but his words fell on deaf ears. Well, I can see you don't like jokes, Bagman remarked with forced cheerfulness, though it was clear he didn't particularly care. I'm stepping out for a bit, I need to explain a few things to the audience. Remember, don't let go of your quills, got it? Now. Mr. Crumb, can I have a word with you? Outside. Crumb looked up, his expression blank. Although he wasn't sure what Bagman wanted, the man was a judge in the Triwizard Tournament, so after a brief hesitation, he stood and followed him into the corridor. What could they want? Fleur muttered, frowning. Is there something else they need to tell us? Privately. Who knows, Kyle replied nonchalantly, though he was becoming increasingly aware of the noise outside. The laughter and cheering were growing louder, a vibrant hum filling his ears. Suddenly, a sharp whistle pierced the din. Kyle's focus snapped back to the quill in his hand. It was growing hotter by the second, and he felt a strange, forceful pull. Before he could react, the sensation intensified, his whole body was abruptly sucked into the quill. When he came to, Kyle found himself standing on the Quidditch pitch, surrounded by deafening cheers. He glanced around in confusion. The field stretched out vast and empty, with no sign of Fleur or Crumb. Weren't they supposed to compete together? Welcome to the Triwizard Tournament. Bagman's enthusiastic voice boomed from the stands. As you can see, the champions are already in position, but they've been placed in separate areas and cannot see one another. Of course, we can see them all, which leaves us with a delightful dilemma. Whom should we watch? Bagman chuckled at his own wit, though the joke fell flat. Kyle's thoughts raced. Separate positions. That explained the absence of the others. Before he could dwell on it further, Bagman continued. Now, for the first level. Bagman shouted. All champions must pass through this door to reach the next stage. Let's wish them all the best of luck. And, by the way, the little guardian of the key is quite the handful. Kyle's gaze followed Bagman's words, landing on an oak door standing incongruously where one of the goalposts had been. There was nothing around it, no walls or structures, just the door standing alone, as if dropped there without context. Approaching cautiously, Kyle examined it. The door seemed ordinary, and he could easily circle it, but the scenery around him remained unchanged. Clearly, simply walking past wasn't the solution. Alohomora, Kyle muttered, pointing his wand at the door. Before the spell could take full effect, a flash of blue shot towards him from out of nowhere. He jumped back instinctively. Creak. Long, jagged scratches appeared on the door's surface. Turning, Kyle saw the source, a cat, though it was far larger than any ordinary feline. Its eyes, glowing a vivid blue, were like twin luminescent stones. A Matagot. Hanging from its neck on a fine chain was a large golden key. Kyle's thoughts clicked into place. So that's why he had glimpsed Professor Lockneil at Hogwarts, this must be his doing. Professor Lockneil, a renowned magizoologist from Beauxbatons, was particularly fond of Matagots. He was rarely seen without one, even during their visit to the Dragon Reserve, where he had one by his side at all times. Kyle narrowed his eyes at the creature. Shackle, he whispered, calling the name of the professor's Matagot. The cat didn't respond, its intense blue eyes remaining fixed on him. Of course, Kyle realized with a pang of disappointment, it wasn't the same Matagot. The professor wouldn't have brought Shackle here, not with the stakes of the tournament at play. Allowing Kyle to interact with a familiar creature would have been too easy, especially since Fleur was the real champion of Beauxbatons. Aha, now everyone has met the little guy in charge of the keys. What are you going to do? A friendly reminder, don't use magic on Matagots lightly, because... Oh, Victor Crumb is such a hothead. If they had been more patient, they would have known that a Matagot will split into two if harmed by magic. Oops, now there are 3 of them. What is he going to do? Bagman's voice rang out, tinged with a mix of amusement and exaggerated concern. To be honest, Bagman's commentary revealed a bit more information than was probably fair, technically bending the rules. But no one in the audience seemed to care, caught up in the unfolding drama. Kyle, however, had known the characteristics of Madagots for a long time, and Fleur clearly didn't need the reminder either. The only one in the dark was Crumb, and even he had already stumbled into the mistake before Bagman's so-called hint. As far as Kyle was concerned, the extra information changed nothing at all. The audience erupted in a mix of exclamations and gasps. "Oh, look over there, what a clever girl!" Bagman continued to shout enthusiastically. "Oh, what a pity. I thought she had it in the bag. She should have been more patient." Kyle listened to Bagman's prattle for a moment before tuning it out. He didn't need to hear it to know what was happening. This task was clearly tailored for Beauxbatons. Fleur would likely breeze through. Crumb, on the other hand, would have a harder time. The split Madagots would only grow more aggressive and difficult to handle. Of course, that wasn't Kyle's problem. He turned his attention back to the Madagot in front of him. The creature hadn't moved, it remained standing there, its sharp eyes locked on Kyle, as if waiting for him to make a move toward the door. Kyle decided to change his approach. He slowly put away his wand and lowered his body until his hands touched the ground. He knew that Madagots were highly alert creatures, especially when confronted with a wand. His actions now were deliberately non-threatening in their eyes. This position had another advantage. By lowering himself, he ensured that the audience in the stands couldn't see his mouth. "Oh, well done." Bagman's voice came again, sounding genuinely impressed. "Our youngest champion has also found a way." Kyle ignored him. With his hands firmly planted on the ground, he observed the Madagot. The creature's arched back began to flatten, and its flicking tail slowed to stillness. Clearly, it was responding to his careful movements. Kyle moved forward cautiously, pulling the hood of his robe over his head to conceal his face as much as possible. The Madagot let out a low growl and arched its back again as Kyle drew closer. He froze immediately, his hidden lips moving in a soft murmur. "Don't worry, little one. I just want to borrow the key to open the door. I'll give it back to you soon." The Madagot's glowing blue eyes seemed to flicker with curiosity, though its low purr suggested it wasn't entirely convinced. "Is it your job to guard the key and keep strangers away?" "I understand. But I'm not a stranger. I know Shackle, a beautiful female Madagot." "Do you know her?" "Meow." The sound was almost questioning. "Oh, of course I know her," Kyle continued softly. "She has a small patch of missing fur on the tips of her hind legs. It happened when she accidentally stepped on a student's failed alchemy project." The Madagot let out a quiet trill, as if considering his words. "Right. See, I told you I'm no stranger. In fact, I'm on good terms with Professor Lockneil. He told me your favorite food is long-bearded barracuda, the kind with 2 long beards and 3 golden stripes on its body." Of course, Professor Lockneil had never said anything of the sort. Kyle was bluffing. But it didn't matter, he knew no cat, magical or mundane, could resist the allure of dried long-bearded barracuda. Even Wampus cats and Nundus couldn't turn their noses up at it. Unfortunately, the treat was hard to come by and notoriously expensive. 3 for 10 galleons, and that was on a good day. Chapter 513, The Golden Snidget and the Bludgers. From the start of the match until now, the Quidditch pitch had never been quiet. The crowd was a sea of cheering voices, punctuated by the rhythmic waving of colorful flags. Looking down from the stands, the original Quidditch pitch had been divided into 3 equal sections. There were no walls or visible barriers separating these areas, yet they remained distinct, as if magically insulated from one another. At this moment, an unusual scene was unfolding on the pitch. Crumb's section was a flurry of movement, drawing attention as 5 identical Madagots chased him relentlessly. Their pursuit turned his area into a spectacle, with countless eyes riveted to the chaos. Fleur's section was equally captivating, though in a different way. She seemed to be performing a peculiar, graceful dance, circling the Madagot near her. The creature made no immediate moves to attack but watched her intently. Occasionally, Fleur would stretch out her hand toward the golden key hanging around the Madagot's neck. Each time, it would spring to the side, adopting a defensive posture. Yet, when Fleur resumed her hypnotic dance, the Madagot would once again relax. Some in the crowd began to notice that the Madagot's reactions were slowing. It was becoming evident that if this continued, Fleur would eventually succeed in snatching the key. While her section was quieter than Crumb's, her unique approach held its own allure, keeping many spectators focused on her graceful movements. In stark contrast, Kyle's section was eerily still. There was no dramatic chase, no spellbinding dance, just Kyle and his Madagot, locked in an unmoving face-off on the ground, as if both were petrified. The initial attention directed at him had long since dwindled to near silence. "What on earth is Kyle doing?" Fred Weasley exclaimed, lowering his flag, which read, "Support Kyle, the Hogwarts champion." He flexed his aching arms after waving it for so long. "Can Madagots cast petrification spells?" George asked, his tone laced with confusion. No, they can't, Cedric Diggory interjected firmly. Madagots are known primarily for their ability to divide themselves. They can't perform any other magic. My father mentioned them once during that magical creature smuggling case a few years back. He said it was a nightmare trying to round up just 3 of them. I looked into Madagots after that and learned all about them. So what's he up to, then? George persisted. Cedric shook his head. I don't know. But Kyle must have a plan. Meanwhile, in the front row of the stands on the far right, the judges sat in their golden chairs, observing the match closely. Madame Maxime leaned back slightly, her expression contemplative as she whispered, "What is he doing?" Professor Lockneil, seated behind her, replied thoughtfully, "I'm not certain. But the boy is friendly with Scamander. Perhaps he's using some specialized method." "You think he knows how to calm the Madagot?" Madame Maxime's brow furrowed deeply. That possibility troubled her. If Kyle could indeed pacify the Madagot, Beauxbatons would lose a critical edge. "Perhaps," said Professor Lockneil after a thoughtful pause, casting a glance toward Dumbledore. As though making idle conversation, he continued, "Mr. Scamander is a remarkable magizoologist. I might be slightly more comprehensive than him in my studies of Madagots, but in every other regard, I must humbly admit I fall short. It's a shame he isn't here today." Madame Maxime nodded, understanding the implications. Although Lockneil's expertise with Madagots gave him a slight edge over Newt in this specific area, that advantage was significant, given that Madagots were central to this competition. Despite her earlier frustrations about being unable to stop the other champions during the first round, Maxime found some solace in the thought that Lockneil's insights might still give Fleur an advantage. "Ah, look." A cry of surprise snapped Maxime out of her thoughts. She instinctively turned her gaze toward the arena, and a pleased smile spread across her face. Fleur had secured the golden key from the Madagot's neck and was now sprinting toward the door. "Oh!" Another startled exclamation followed almost immediately. Maxime assumed something had happened in Crumb's area. Upon closer inspection, she saw him employing a clever transfiguration spell to distract the Madagot. While the spell was impressive, it wasn't extraordinary enough to warrant such a loud cheer. Puzzled, she turned her attention toward Kyle's section. "What?" Maxime abruptly stood from her seat, her expression one of pure shock. Kyle, who had appeared to be frozen in place moments ago, had suddenly sprung into action. Without warning, he lunged forward, catching both the audience and the Madagot off guard. Before anyone could react, Kyle deftly snatched the golden key from around the Madagot's neck, as effortlessly as if he were picking a baked potato off a plate. The contrast between Kyle and Crumb was striking. While Crumb was still being chased relentlessly by a determined Madagot, his robes reduced to tattered strips, Kyle had managed to retrieve his key with startling efficiency. Many spectators scratched their heads in disbelief, struggling to reconcile the disparity in their approaches. Having secured the key, Kyle leaned in close to the Madagot and whispered softly, "Now you hurry and chase me. That will count as completing the task. I'll leave dried long-whiskered barracuda for you by the forest at sunset. Look for the 3rd tree behind the cabin. Hurry, and don't let the Kneazle get to it first." With that, Kyle bolted toward the door. The Madagot, true to his word, sprang after him, leaping nimbly in pursuit. Kyle increased his pace, and the Madagot mirrored his movements, staying just inches behind. The chase was electric, drawing excited cheers from the crowd. "I knew it. I knew it." Fred cheered, waving his flag with renewed energy. Kyle must have been confusing the Madagot all along. "Look, it worked. Come on, Kyle, hurry," George shouted, leaning over the railing. Kyle reached the door and, with practiced precision, inserted the key into the lock. Behind him, the Madagot swiped, leaving 3 long claw marks down the back of his robe. Click. The lock disengaged, and Kyle pulled the door open. As he stepped through with one foot, the world around him seemed to shift violently. The Madagot vanished, and so did the door. The Quidditch pitch transformed dramatically. Like a puzzle being disassembled and reassembled, the field expanded outward, becoming vast and surreal. Then, the ground beneath Kyle began to crumble, starting from the far edges and rapidly closing in, until only a precarious 1-foot radius remained intact around him, as though he were perched on the edge of a towering cliff. The spectators watched with bated breath, their mouths agape. As the ground fell away, a dazzling golden light erupted from below the cliff. In a blur, it shot upward, leaving a shimmering golden trail in its wake. "Oh, a golden snitch," someone in the stands cried out. "No." Cedric corrected excitedly, lowering his omnioculars. "That's not a snitch. The snitch doesn't have a long beak. That's a golden snidget, a rare, protected magical species banned from trade worldwide. The golden snitch was actually created as a replacement for the snidget." Before anyone could respond, a heavy, iron-gray ball shot into the air, eliciting more gasps. "Look, a bludger," someone exclaimed. George leapt to his feet, his excitement palpable. Are they setting up a Quidditch match? Imagine a Quidditch game as part of the Triwizard Tournament, that'd be brilliant. In a sense, George was correct, but only partially. While a Quidditch game typically required 3 types of balls, the current scene featured only 2, one dazzling golden snitch and an alarming swarm of 29 furious bludgers. Chapter 514, this is a real flying broomstick. There was no mistaking it, this level had been designed by Durmstrang. Bludgers, golden snidgets, everything about this challenge screamed that it was tailor-made for Krum. And what's more, it was the kind of challenge that didn't even require much acting on his part. It seemed to have been designed with him in mind from the start. And then there was the broom. Kyle reached out and grabbed the broom that was hovering nearby. It was new, its surface gleaming with a protective layer of wax, but as soon as he lifted it, Kyle was taken aback by its weight. The broom felt almost as if it were made of stone. It was heavy, far heavier than any broom he had ever used. The firebolt was a feather compared to this, and even the school's Comet 260 felt lighter by comparison. He glanced at the end of the handle and saw a small line of gold text, Clean Sweep 1. Kyle blinked in disbelief. The first broom in the Clean Sweep series, a product that was over 70 years old. No wonder it felt so outdated. It was practically an antique. It was a challenge even for the Ministry of Magic to find these old brooms, and they were a rare sight even in the Room of Requirements thrift shop. After all, this model had long since been replaced by the Clean Sweep 7 in Diagon Alley's Quidditch shop. Despite its age, Kyle couldn't help but admire the craftsmanship. The Clean Sweep series was known for its durability, and even though this broom was slow and cumbersome to turn, it still had the stability you'd expect from a well-made broom. With a sigh, Kyle took a few steps forward and reached the edge of the cliff. To be honest, the sight of 29 bludgers whizzing through the air in a chaotic dance was rather spectacular. The bludgers moved in erratic patterns, their low hums vibrating through the air. As for the golden snidget, it had only made a brief appearance before vanishing, the glimmering creature gone in an instant. Well, let's give it a try, Kyle muttered to himself. He mounted the Clean Sweep 1 and gave it a gentle kick. The broom slowly lurched into the air, creaking with the effort. The Clean Sweep was sturdy, but slow, far too slow for Kyle's usual standards. He was used to the swift responsiveness of his Nimbus 2000, and this heavy broom felt like trying to steer a ship. But there was no time to adjust. The bludgers had already noticed him. With a rapid increase in speed, the bludgers, which had been flying in random patterns, suddenly locked onto their new target, Kyle. From all sides, they veered toward him, filling the sky with their rapid movement. They were blocking nearly every direction, a relentless barrage of whirring, angry balls. Thinking quickly, Kyle pulled sharply on the broom's reins and yanked it around, steering it back toward the only safe ground, the platform. He barely managed to land, his feet touching the 1-foot radius of solid ground just as the bludgers scattered. They no longer followed him, and the space above him cleared. Now, Kyle had a clear understanding of the situation. This was a unique kind of seeker training. He was supposed to catch the golden snidget, but the challenge wasn't just finding the snidget, he had to do it while avoiding the deadly onslaught of 29 bludgers. And the only safe place in this entire level was the tiny platform beneath his feet. Kyle walked to the edge and peered down. He couldn't see the bottom, but judging by how far the ground was receding below him, it had to be hundreds of feet. A fall from this height would be fatal, no question about it. Of course, Kyle knew the school would have safety measures in place to protect the champions, but he wasn't so sure they would go as far as to prevent him from being disqualified for failing to complete the task. If he couldn't score, this task might be over before it really even began. Luckily, they set an age line, Ron said, letting out a sigh of relief as he stared at Kyle's precarious position on the platform. Turning to Harry, he added, if I ended up where Kyle is right now, I'd probably just stand there until the game ended. Even from the safety of the stands, Ron could feel his legs trembling at the mere thought of standing on the tiny platform above what seemed like a bottomless pit. Yeah. Harry nodded in agreement. He enjoyed Quidditch and didn't mind flying 50 feet above the ground under normal circumstances, but this was far from normal. Watching Kyle soar over a 10,000-foot cliff while dodging dozens of bludgers was a completely different story. Harry knew he'd never have the courage to even take off in such a situation. Just then, Hermione's shout pulled their attention back to Kyle. Oh, look. Kyle's thrown his broom down. Harry's head snapped away from Fleur, who had been standing frozen on her platform ever since nearly falling off earlier, and back to Kyle. Sure enough, Kyle had placed the Clean Sweep 1 aside, letting it lie there on the platform. What's going on? Is he giving up? Ron asked, frowning. Definitely not, Hermione said with certainty. He must have thought of another way. She was right. Kyle had indeed come up with a new plan. In fact, he had more than one. This challenge, though daunting, was actually simpler than the first level, as long as he could conquer his fear of heights. After all, this was the Triwizard Tournament, not Quidditch. Magic was allowed, and with the right spells, Kyle could theoretically destroy all the bludgers and search for the golden snidget without any obstacles. But that method would likely cost him points, and Kyle preferred a more elegant solution. The clean sweep one's sluggish performance only solidified his decision. Raising his wand, Kyle cast a summoning charm. Firebolt, Accio. The air buzzed faintly, and moments later, a distant whirring sound grew louder. The firebolt that Sirius had given Kyle came streaking toward the Quidditch pitch, circling the field before stopping in midair beside him. The sleek, polished broom hovered confidently next to Kyle, radiating an aura of unmatched speed and precision. The crowd erupted into cheers. Bagman's voice boomed over the noise, though his exact words were lost to Kyle in the commotion. Kyle mounted the firebolt and took off gracefully. The difference was immediate. The firebolt was leagues ahead of the clean sweep in both design and performance, responding seamlessly to Kyle's every thought. Riding it felt natural, as though the broom were an extension of his body. Compared to this, the clean sweep one was better suited for display in a museum. Kyle spun through the air effortlessly, testing the firebolt's agility. Before he realized it, he had already flown beyond the platform's edge. The bludgers reacted instantly. But this time, Kyle didn't care. He lifted his hand slightly, and the firebolt surged upward, carrying him away from the incoming barrage. Moving with the grace of a swift, Kyle wove between the bludgers, dodging their erratic movements with ease. Bagman's voice rang out again, filled with excitement. What a magnificent move. He dodged an almost certain hit with a flawless backward dive. And now, a diagonal flight, incredible. I never thought I'd see a Hogwarts student flying with such finesse. He should join a professional team, he'd be perfect for England in the next Quidditch World Cup. The stands erupted with even louder cheers, accompanied by the crackle of fireworks exploding in the sky. The judges' reactions were equally telling. Karkaroff's face darkened with frustration, his expression grim. In contrast, Dumbledore was positively beaming. The Hogwarts headmaster clapped enthusiastically, clearly delighted with Kyle's performance. Not content to enjoy the moment alone, Dumbledore turned to Karkaroff, a mischievous twinkle in his eye. Karkaroff, do you have any recommendations for teams? What? Karkaroff blinked, clearly distracted by the display. I mean, Dumbledore continued, his tone conversational, if the boy is interested in joining a professional team, it would be a wise choice. Bagman is right, England hasn't made it to the Quidditch World Cup finals in a long time. He smiled warmly. But I must admit, I'm not an expert on the subject. That's why I'm asking for your input. If I recall correctly, you spent nearly a year scouting teams with Victor, didn't you? Karkaroff's goatee twitched under Dumbledore's pointed gaze. Madame Maxime, standing nearby, tilted her head in curiosity. She had heard whispers about Karkaroff's extensive efforts to promote Krum, but she hadn't realized the extent of it. The implication was clear, Krum had fallen behind in his studies to focus on professional Quidditch, and now he would have to delay his graduation. There was no other way, Karkaroff muttered, his fingers nervously twirling his goatee. He glanced at Maxime's increasingly amused expression. Victor is extraordinarily talented. As headmaster, it's my duty to help him find the most suitable team. Headmaster's duty. Maxime's eyes gleamed with barely concealed contempt, her lips twitching as though she wanted to laugh. But she said nothing further, merely turning her attention back to Fleur on the field. Chapter 5:15, Chapter 5:15, The Final Challenge, Dragons. On the far side of the arena, Kyle soon spotted a golden blur darting between the bludgers. The firebolt's superior agility and speed made tracking it far easier than it would have been otherwise. The golden snidget was hovering near the stands, its small, shiny black eyes fixed intently on Kyle. Its head tilted slightly, as though curious about the approaching figure. When the snidget finally realized Kyle was closing in, it flapped its wings in a panic and tried to flee, but it was too late. The firebolt's ability to rapidly accelerate for short bursts gave Kyle a decisive edge. Even with the ever-present interference of the bludgers, he managed to position himself directly behind the snidget before it could vanish again. With a swift, precise motion, he gently caught the delicate creature in his hands. The golden snidget felt soft, like a warm, fluffy dandelion resting in his palm. It didn't resist being caught, instead, it lay still, gazing up at Kyle with an inquisitive tilt of its tiny head. Puff, puff. As if on cue, the moment Kyle captured the snidget, the bludgers pursuing him disintegrated one by one, dissolving into fine dust that scattered into the air. When one of the bludgers disappeared, it revealed a glimmering red gemstone within, suspended momentarily before beginning to fall. Kyle acted quickly, darting toward the stone and catching it in his other hand. The gemstone was roughly the size of an egg, its dark red hue strikingly reminiscent of the Philosopher's Stone that had once been hidden at Hogwarts. Its purpose, however, remained a mystery for the time being. Kyle's curiosity about the gemstone was cut short as the scene around him shifted once more. The remaining platform vanished into thin air, and the entire Quidditch pitch began to spin wildly. The crowd in the stands seemed to shrink as if the entire space was expanding outward, growing larger by the second. The ground beneath him reformed into a different terrain, but Kyle didn't land. He gripped the firebolt tightly, staying airborne as the transformation continued. A low, rumbling sound filled his ears. In the blink of an eye, a towering mountain erupted from the ground, dominating the entire pitch. Its jagged peaks pierced the sky, and the air around it crackled with an ominous energy. Then came the roars. Kyle's breath caught as two massive dragons came into view atop the mountain, the Swedish shortsnout and the Hungarian horntail. These were the same dragons he had encountered before, and now they loomed before him once more, their scales glinting in the changing light. What is going on? Kyle muttered, disbelief evident in his voice. Both dragons in the same arena. Could this be the final challenge? Did it mean whoever reached the third level first had to face both of them alone? And what about Fleur and Crumb, did they even have a chance to compete now? Kyle's thoughts raced, his mind spinning as he tried to comprehend the situation. Around him, the stands erupted into a cacophony of cheers and gasps, the energy in the stadium reaching a fever pitch. The Hungarian horntail, seemingly startled by the noise, roared fiercely. Without warning, it unleashed a 40-foot torrent of flames aimed toward the stands. Ah! The crowd's cheers turned to screams as spectators scrambled to escape. For a brief moment, panic gripped the arena. But then it became clear, the flames did not reach the stands. Whether due to distance or protective enchantments, the spectators were safe. Don't worry, don't worry. Bagman's voice rang out, attempting to calm the crowd. The bleachers are completely secure. Please remain seated. Now, I must admit, this is unexpected. The Hogwarts champion has utterly dominated the first two levels, and now we're on to the final test. Bagman continued, his voice rising in excitement. Let me explain, this third level is shared by all the champions. That means the other two competitors will join this arena shortly. The task is straightforward, find all 3 red stones to pass the level. So, good luck. A level shared by all the champions. Kyle suddenly understood. No wonder, if he really had to deal with 2 dragons on his own, it would be a bit too difficult. He jumped off the firebolt, landing softly on the ground, and looked up at the 2 dragons towering over the mountain before Fleur and Crumb had arrived. He finally realized what had been in the suitcase he had seen that day, Firestone. A stone with dark red streaks, it was originally a highly dense ore, formed after being baked in a dragon's flames over a long period. It could continue to emit high temperatures, making it a favorite of dragons. They often collected firestones and placed them in their nests. Most dragon eggs were even hatched on these stones, their heat providing the ideal conditions. It was worth mentioning that the name of the Ashwinder, a magical creature familiar to most wizards, originated from this very type of stone. Now, these firestones were piled atop the mountain, lying directly under the dragons' bodies. Among the firestones, the kind of red stone Kyle needed to pass the level was also mixed in. The condition for passing this level was to collect 3 red stones. There had been none in the first level, and only 1 in the second. Perhaps there had been 1 in the first level too, but he simply hadn't noticed it. In any case, Kyle now needed 2 more to pass this final level. But how? He frowned, contemplating his options. Dragons were grumpy creatures by nature. On top of that, being the first champion to arrive at the 3rd level meant most people would now be paying close attention to his movements. If he tried to pass the level by trading with the dragons, it seemed unlikely he could avoid drawing attention. Kyle pondered for a moment and began to understand the meaning behind the 3rd level's design. 3 people, 2 dragons, this setup clearly encouraged teamwork. If 2 people actively distracted the dragons, the remaining person could collect the necessary stones without much trouble. But deciding who would distract the dragons and who would retrieve the stones was up to the champions themselves. They could cooperate harmoniously, allowing one person to gather all the stones and then divide them equally, or they could take turns distracting the dragons. In short, passing this level depended on each person's abilities and their ability to find the right method. If they worked together, it could be relatively simple. However, all of this was predicated on all 3 champions being present. Kyle alone would never be able to handle it. Should I wait for them? Kyle hesitated. If he waited for Fleur and Crumb, he would lose the time advantage he had built up in the previous 2 levels. But if he didn't wait, he would have to face both dragons alone. Caught in indecision, Kyle subconsciously took a step forward. Clatter. A few stones rolled down under his feet. Although the sound wasn't loud, the Swedish shortsnout heard it. It stood up, its dark golden vertical pupil swiveling slightly as it looked in Kyle's direction. Great. Now there was no need to think about it anymore. Kyle didn't hesitate. He jumped onto the firebolt and leapt into the air. A roar erupted behind him, and he could feel his back growing hotter and hotter. He instinctively bent down to avoid a blazing jet of flames. Glancing back, Kyle saw the Swedish shortsnout chasing him. Fortunately, or perhaps unfortunately, the Hungarian horntail hadn't moved. It kept its head low, as though on guard. This reduced some of the pressure Kyle was under, but it also meant he couldn't use the firebolt's speed to loop back and grab the stone. His attempt to test the situation had been far from successful. Shaking his head, Kyle soared higher into the air, preparing to shake off the short snout. As they crossed paths mid-flight, something caught Kyle's eye. The Swedish short snout had a long scar near its wing, one that even extended across its scales. Such scars were rare. Very few creatures could leave permanent marks on a dragon, unless the opponent was another dragon. And the placement of the scar, it looked familiar. Could it be? Kyle's memory snapped into focus. Back at the Dragon Reserve, he had seen this Swedish short snout before. At the time, it had been badly beaten, and he and Newt had worked together to heal its wounds. One of those wounds had been near its wing, a wound he remembered vividly because he had discreetly collected half a bottle of dragon's blood during the process. It had left a deep impression on him. Chapter 5:16. These 3 challenges were quite easy. After discovering the Swedish short-snout dragon, Kyle immediately abandoned his plan to stay hidden. He sharply turned his broom around, looped in the air, and stopped directly above the dragon. A blast of dragon fire shot past, but Kyle dodged just in time. "Hey, calm down," he called out, flying alongside the dragon's head to ensure it could see him clearly. "We've met before, remember? Come to think of it, I treated your wound back then, and you insisted we were meddling." The Swedish short-snout snorting came to an abrupt halt. The yellow, vertical pupil directly in front of Kyle shifted slightly, as though it was sizing him up. Then, the second ball of fire forming in its mouth gradually extinguished, leaving 2 thin streams of flame escaping from its nostrils. "It seems you do remember," Kyle said, his tense posture relaxing slightly. Fortunately, he hadn't mistaken the dragon. "How's your injury healing? It's rare to run into you again. If you've got any scrapes or bruises, I can help with those." As he spoke, Kyle adjusted the firebolt, positioning himself near the dragon's left side. He pulled back just enough to create the illusion, from the spectator's perspective, that he was locked in a daring chase with the dragon. Gasps of surprise rippled through the stands regardless. The short snout snorted again, this time emitting a low, rumbling whimper. Its speed slackened, as though it was growing bored and considering heading back to the cliff. "Wait. Don't go just yet," Kyle said quickly. The dragon's orange-yellow pupils shifted toward him. "Don't get me wrong," Kyle added hastily. "I just need your help with one small thing, really small, I promise." The dragon showed signs of impatience but refrained from returning to the cliff. It continued flapping its wings, following Kyle with an air of wary curiosity. "You probably haven't noticed yet," Kyle continued, "but someone has mixed something into your firestones. How about I help you sort it out?" The dragon eyed him warily, releasing a low growl. A burst of flame shot past the tail of the firebolt, drawing nervous screams from the spectators in the stands. "Don't worry, I'm not after your treasure," Kyle assured it, speaking quickly. "It's just a few stones, and I can guarantee they're not firestones." The man and the dragon soared through the sky, their conversation continuing as they left the stadium behind. They circled the castle before returning, only for the audience to witness the surprising sight of the dragon seemingly tripping over a castle spire. "The gap is widening," Fred shouted excitedly from the stands. Through his omnioculars, he could clearly see Kyle speeding toward the cliff. The dragon's at least 50 feet behind him, he might actually get the stones. "No, it's too dangerous," Cedric said nervously. "Don't forget there's still a dragon out there, the most dangerous one, the Hungarian horntail." "But Kyle's already going for it," George exclaimed, his eyes glued to the omnioculars. He watched as Kyle charged toward the cliff without hesitation. Suddenly, a tree-like shape loomed ahead and spat a ball of flames, which Kyle narrowly avoided. "Bravo!" George couldn't help but cheer. As the firebolt picked up speed, the tension in the stadium grew palpable, hearts pounding in unison with the broom's acceleration. Finally, the firebolt shot over the cliff, and Kyle leaned forward, gripping the handle with one hand while his other hand reached down, seemingly snatching something from the ground. Then, in that fleeting moment of pause, the dragon closed the gap. It was now just a few feet away. "Run!" Kanna stood up in the stands, trying to shout a warning. Before her voice could reach Kyle, it was drowned out by a deafening roar from the crowd. People screamed, shouted, and applauded wildly. Somehow, Kyle had slipped past the dragon and reappeared on the other side of the audience, near the referee's platform. In his hand, 3 red stones gleamed brightly. "What a bold strategy!" Bagman's voice boomed. "Exceptional courage. Yes, he's done it. It's incredible. Our youngest champion has overcome all the hurdles in record time." Kyle glanced up and noticed Dumbledore smiling warmly at him. Karkaroff and Madame Maxime were smiling as well, though their expressions were clearly forced. As Kyle exited the arena, the noise of the crowd hit him like a wave, their cheers and chatter reverberating in his ears. That was absolutely brilliant. Professor McGonagall exclaimed as she rushed to meet him. She was clearly shaken, her hands trembling slightly. You need to see Madame Pomfrey immediately, before the judges finalize the scores. She's in the changing rooms, over there. McGonagall pointed down the corridor. Kyle nodded, noticing her concern. You did it, Kyle, Hagrid said hoarsely, his eyes brimming with pride. You handled 2 dragons on your own, while the others haven't even reached the 3rd level yet. Thanks, Hagrid. Kyle interjected loudly, his voice cutting off Hagrid's praise. He glanced at Karkaroff and Madame Maxime, whose faces were already turning a deep shade of red. Professor, can I see Madame Pomfrey later? Kyle asked McGonagall. I'd like to watch the rest of the match. I understand, but no, McGonagall said firmly. Fine, Kyle sighed, reluctantly heading toward the changing rooms. He saw Madame Pomfrey waiting at the entrance, her expression tight with concern. Madagots, bludgers, dragons, she muttered in irritation as she pulled Kyle inside. The room was divided into small cubicles, resembling the hospital wing. Examining a scratch on his back, Madame Pomfrey continued her rant. What were they thinking, allowing so many dangerous creatures into the school at once? You're lucky it's just a scratch and not worse. Here, drink this. She handed him a bottle of smoky blue potion. Kyle recognized it as a calming draft, often used to ease tension, popular among students before exams. Though he didn't think he needed it, he downed the potion under Madame Pomfrey's watchful eye. Once she left the cubicle, Kyle stood up cautiously, intending to peek out the door. Before he could, a group of familiar faces burst in. You're the first to finish, the very first. Kanna exclaimed, her excitement contagious. You were absolutely amazing. You bet. Fred added, squeezing his way inside. I'm sure you'll get the top score. So, what's the situation? Kyle asked curiously. Not great, Cedric admitted. Krum got seriously messed up by the Madagot. He barely cleared the first level using a charm to harden his skin. And Delacour stuck on the second platform, he added. She's trying to destroy all the bludgers. That summoning charm of yours was pretty clever, Cedric continued. She never thought of it. It wouldn't have helped her anyway, Fred said with a grin. First, she'd need a firebolt. Chapter 517, Chapter 517, it's all a scam, just a scam. After spending some time in the changing rooms, Kyle and the others returned to the stands. Professor McGonagall had arranged for them to sit in a section adjacent to the judges' table. You'll need to wait a little longer, she informed them. The scores will be tallied once all the champions have completed the task. Kyle nodded in acknowledgement. Once Professor McGonagall left, he settled into his seat, now just another spectator enjoying the match. It felt oddly relaxing. Out in the arena, Krum and Fleur had both reached the 3rd level. But as Kyle watched, a realization struck him: his early completion had inadvertently made the competition far more difficult for them. With the 3rd level already cleared, the 2 dragons had no one left to distract them. Instead of one person creating an opening while the other retrieved the stones, Krum and Fleur were now forced to confront the dragons head-on. The challenge was compounded by their exhaustion. After the first 2 grueling levels, both champions were visibly worn down. Fleur was pale and panting heavily, while Krum clutched a firebolt in one hand, blood dripping steadily from a gash on his arm. Kyle couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt. He'd assumed their earlier levels would be less taxing. After all, each champion only faced one segment of the trial. But clearly, the task had taken a harsher toll than he'd anticipated. You're amazing, came a hoarse voice from behind him. Kyle turned to see Professor Moody, his magical eye swiveling animatedly as he approached. The scarred professor looked pleased, his expression bordering on proud. Your summoning charm, Moody began, that was clever, simple, efficient. Could have been even better if you'd used it during the 1st level. Madagots can't keep up with the speed of a firebolt, you know. He sounded as though he were evaluating Kyle's performance in a field exercise. But the 3rd level, now that was something. Bold, decisive, confident. If you're interested in joining the Aurors, I could recommend you straight into the Auror office based on this competition alone. Kyle was momentarily taken aback but quickly composed himself. Thank you, Professor, he replied. But I'm still a student. Let's talk about that after I graduate. The truth was, the bold, decisive attitude Moody praised had been carefully staged, a planned strategy. Still, it was gratifying that even Moody's magical eye hadn't seen through it. That meant no one else would either. Except, perhaps, Dumbledore. But Kyle was certain that wouldn't matter. Moody seemed to take the refusal in stride. He nodded once, offering no further comment, before leaning back in his seat. Kyle returned his attention to the arena. Oh, that was close, someone muttered nearby. Watch out, my goodness, I thought she'd had it. That looked bad, ouch. Another voice added, but Crumb's maneuver there was incredible. After about 10 minutes, the stadium erupted into cheers and applause once more. Both Fleur and Crumb, the most outstanding students from their respective schools, had overcome the challenges and made it through to the end. With their advanced knowledge of the dragons, it was no surprise they managed to prevail. Fleur had used a clever bewitched sleep charm to lull her dragon into a drowsy stupor. Kyle noted that this technique would probably interest dragon keepers, who typically needed 5 or 6 people casting stunning spells simultaneously to subdue a dragon. Crumb employed a strategy similar to Kyle's, using distractions to get close to the stone. However, he made the critical error of misjudging the Hungarian horntail. Just as he grabbed the stone, the dragon's tail lashed out, sending him flying. By the time Crumb emerged from the arena, he was so battered that others had to carry him to Madame Pomfrey. About 10 minutes later, Crumb returned, looking considerably less energetic but at least able to walk. "Now, do you believe me, Karkaroff?" Dumbledore said with a faint smile. "Madame Pomfrey will surely return your champion to good health." Karkaroff's tense expression softened slightly. While Crumb still looked far from lively, his condition was much improved. "Hogwarts has an outstanding healer," Karkaroff muttered, grudgingly conceding. With all the champions present, Bagman rose and announced enthusiastically, "And now, for the most exciting part, the scoring of the champions' performances. I'm sure you're all eager to see how they fared." The crowd leaned forward eagerly. "Each champion can earn a maximum of 10 points from each judge," Bagman explained. First up, Fleur Delacour. Raising his wand, Bagman sent a long, silver ribbon shooting into the air. 7 points. Next came Chris, who also awarded Fleur 7 points. Probably because she struggled on the second level, Cedric whispered to Kyle. She didn't do too well there. Dumbledore followed with an 8, and Madame Maxime, favoring her school's champion, gave Fleur a 9. When it was Karkaroff's turn, he deliberated briefly before raising his wand. "What?" George exclaimed incredulously. 2 points. That's way too low. She passed all the levels. Bagman, either ignoring or failing to hear George, moved on. Next was Victor Crumb. Bagman and Karkaroff each gave him a 10, boosting his score significantly. Madame Maxime, less inclined to favor the Durmstrang champion, awarded a 5. Finally, it was Kyle's turn. "There's not much to say about this one," Bagman said with a wide smile, waving his wand. 10 points, no question. Chris followed suit with another 10, grinning. The pattern continued with Dumbledore and Madame Maxime, both giving perfect scores. When it came to Karkaroff, however, he hesitated for a conspicuously long time, as though straining to find a flaw in Kyle's performance. At last, he raised his wand. 9, he announced flatly. "What?" Fred shouted in outrage before Kyle could react. "A 9. You're a lousy, biased judge, you don't deserve to be here." "You gave Crumb a 10, George added furiously. How was he better than Kyle? The audience quickly echoed their sentiments, their frustration building. While a 9 was objectively a high score, Crumb's 10 seemed unjustifiable in comparison. Kyle had clearly outperformed Crumb across all 3 stages. The favoritism was glaringly obvious, and the crowd wasn't having it. Yet Karkaroff didn't react, refusing to acknowledge the rising indignation around him. He remained stoic, his eyes fixed ahead. "Hey, catch," a voice suddenly called from the crowd. A crumpled ball of parchment flew through the air, aimed directly at Karkaroff's head. Throwing a paper ball, such a childish trick, Karkaroff muttered disdainfully, raising his hand to flick it aside. But the moment his hand made contact, the ball burst open with a loud pop, releasing a jet of gray-black liquid. The foul-smelling substance splattered across Karkaroff's face. For a moment, he froze, stunned. Then his face began to shift colors, green, purple, and finally an alarming pale shade. Everyone around him, including Dumbledore and Maxime, instinctively backed away, using bubblehead charms, windy spells, or covering their noses to block the smell. Karkaroff's expression darkened further as he realized some of the liquid had gotten into his mouth. Chapter 518, Charlie's Help. Because of a dung bomb that seemed to appear out of nowhere, the entire Quidditch pitch was instantly transformed into a revolting mess. Karkaroff frantically conjured water with his wand, repeatedly rinsing his mouth, but it did little to alleviate the horror. The new version of the dung bomb had brilliantly resolved its previous flaw of being easy to clean, boasting improved adhesion to its putrid taste. Even detergent struggled to remove it, making rinsing with mere water entirely futile. Karkaroff was beside himself with anxiety and fury, but every time he tried to speak, the overwhelming stench rendered him dizzy and speechless. His attempts at communication were reduced to fragmented grunts and gasps. "Oh, what did you say?" Dumbledore asked, stepping forward in what looked like a show of concern. Karkaroff clamped his lips shut, trying desperately to articulate his indignation. Yes, you're right, this is really too much, Dumbledore declared to the gathering, interpreting, or perhaps deliberately misinterpreting, Karkaroff's incoherent mutterings. He turned to the crowd and added, Professor Karkaroff asked me to remind everyone that dangerous magical items like dung bombs, which could explode in a crowd, are strictly prohibited at future matches. Woof, woof. Karkaroff sputtered indignantly, his neck craning in frustration. He had, in fact, tried to demand severe punishment for the culprit, but Dumbledore's version reduced his anger to a mild warning. Mr. Karkaroff, try this, a voice called out as someone pushed through the crowd. It was Filch, thrusting a large bottle into Karkaroff's hands. This is Mrs. Scour's all-purpose magical mess remover. Just the thing to clean your mouth. Clean his mouth with a mess remover. Karkaroff's eyes bulged with fury, his dignity thoroughly insulted. He trembled with anger, glaring at Filch, who seemed oblivious to the offense he had caused. It has a very fresh smell, Filch continued enthusiastically, and I always spray some in the bathroom. Works wonders. Karkaroff's face turned an even deeper shade of red. He hurled the bottle to the ground beside him, his trembling hand reaching for his wand. He intended to write down his demands, but just as he began, Dumbledore announced the end of the gathering. Everyone, leave in an orderly manner. No pushing. Dumbledore's voice rang out, effortlessly drowning out Karkaroff's stammered protests. And remember, guests go first. Oh, Minerva, would you kindly inform the kitchen? The first course was a tremendous success, and I think the occasion calls for a feast. Of course, Headmaster, Professor McGonagall replied smoothly. I'll see to it immediately. Under Karkaroff's incredulous glare, the students began filing out, their laughter and chatter filling the air. Fred and George were among the first to dart out, weaving through the crowd with practiced agility. I'd have thrown it right at him, Fred said with a grin as they left the Quidditch pitch. Who knew he'd actually open his mouth? George burst out laughing, his shoulders shaking. I don't think he'll be able to eat anything for days. Or a week. Fred quipped. The twins exchanged a glance and dissolved into fresh peals of laughter. Meanwhile, the champions, Kyle, Fleur, and Crumb, were escorted back to the changing rooms. The familiar space was waiting for them when Ludo Bagman entered, looking unusually preoccupied. Well done, all of you, Bagman said, though his distracted demeanor betrayed little enthusiasm. Now, I have just a few words. The second event will take place at 10 a.m. on February 27th, he continued. You'll have plenty of time to rest until then. However, we're leaving you with a riddle to solve. The clue to the next stage is hidden in the stone you received earlier. Work it out, and you'll be ready for the next challenge. Understood? Good. You're free to go celebrate now. Kyle left the changing rooms, stepping out into the cool evening air. Just outside the door, he spotted Madame Maxime waiting. Fleur emerged moments later, and without hesitation, led her headmistress away. Meanwhile, Crumb, looking worse for wear, was escorted to the hospital wing by one of the Durmstrang students, where he would need some time to recover. Kyle didn't have to go far to find Kanna. She was waiting nearby, and the two began walking across the field together, their conversation light and lively. As they entered the castle, the sound of hurried footsteps caught their attention. I can't believe how dangerous those tasks were, exclaimed Mrs. Weasley, rushing up to them. Her voice was shaky, and her expression still bore traces of alarm. Mum, Kyle handled everything perfectly, said Charlie Weasley, approaching with a reassuring smile. Don't forget, he's currently the highest-scoring champion, with almost full marks. Yes, you're right. Mrs. Weasley said, pulling Kyle into a warm hug. You did so well, I always knew you could handle it. But honestly, dragons. These tasks are far too dangerous. You're all just kids. Charlie hesitated, tempted to remind her that Kyle had worked with dragons long before entering the tournament, thanks to his time with Newt Scamander. But seeing how distressed his mother already was, he wisely chose to hold his tongue. Instead, he stepped forward to hug Kyle as well. I was hoping it might help, Charlie said with a sigh. What do you mean? Kyle asked, his brow furrowing. The Swedish short snout, Charlie explained. When they were deciding which dragons to use, I suggested the short snout, specifically the one you and Mr. Scamander rescued. I thought it might recognize you and make things a bit easier. Kyle's eyes widened in surprise. You chose the Swedish short snout on purpose. I just made a suggestion, Charlie clarified. They were leaning toward using the two horntails instead. But it doesn't matter now. From the way the short snout acted, it didn't seem to recognize you. Kyle glanced around cautiously, then lowered his voice. No, you're wrong. It was very effective. Oh. Charlie's eyes lit up with interest, but before he could press for details, the sound of voices echoed from the great hall as a group of people entered. Charlie straightened up, masking his curiosity. Congratulations on completing your first task, Kyle, he said, clapping his younger brother on the arm and shifting the conversation back to safer ground. "I'll try to be here for the second task if I can get the day off." Turning to Mrs. Weasley, he added, "Mum, I have to go." "Already?" Mrs. Weasley asked, her frown deepening. "Can't you stay for dinner?" "It won't take long." "I'm afraid not," Charlie replied, shaking his head. "The dragons are getting restless. They're highly agitated, and we need to get them back under control." As if on cue, a deafening roar echoed from just outside the castle. "Oh dear, that's my cue," Charlie said with a grimace. He gave a quick wave to his mother before dashing out of the castle, his hurried footsteps fading into the distance. Left in the entrance hall, Mrs. Weasley lingered for a moment to give Kyle a few last pieces of advice, her tone equal parts affectionate and anxious. Afterward, she bid him farewell and began heading upstairs, mentioning her plans to visit Ginny and Ron before leaving Hogwarts. Chapter 519, The New Professor. That night, the Hufflepuff common room was alive with another spirited celebration. The table was laden with an assortment of cookies, cakes, and jugs of pumpkin juice and butterbeer. However, for once, the tempting spread was not the center of attention. Instead, the crowd gathered tightly around a smaller table, their focus fixed on 3 red stones resting on it. "What on earth is this?" someone asked, their tone puzzled. "I don't know," Kyle admitted, shaking his head. "Bagman said the clue to the second task is hidden inside, but he didn't explain how to use it. We'll have to figure it out ourselves." "Maybe we should put them in the fire and roast them," Mikkel suggested. "Burn off the outer layer, and the clue will appear." "No," Hannah Abbott said quickly, shaking her head. "What if we burn the actual clue? It's too risky. I think we should use a Revelio charm instead." "I'll give it a try." Cedric drew his wand and tapped one of the stones firmly. "Revelio," he commanded. Nothing happened. The stone remained as it was, silent and unyielding. "Looks like the Revelio charm won't work," Cedric sighed, lowering his wand. "It's okay, it's only the first day," Kanna said reassuringly to Kyle. "You still have 3 months. You'll figure it out." Kyle smiled but didn't respond. Truthfully, he wasn't too worried about solving the clue ahead of time. While it would be helpful, it wasn't essential. They would explain everything on the day of the task anyway. After Kyle carefully placed the stones back on the table, everyone's attention returned to the previously neglected snacks. The biscuits and cakes were finally given their due, and the conversation shifted to Kyle's outstanding performance in the first task. Soon, the room was buzzing with cheerful chatter and laughter, the earlier puzzle temporarily forgotten. When Kyle finally made his way back to the dormitory with Ryan and Mikkel, it was well past 2 or 3 in the morning. Fortunately, this time, his housemates had refrained from pouring him butterbeer, sparing him a groggy morning. Despite the late hour, Mikkel and Ryan seemed full of energy and showed no intention of going to bed. Mikkel grabbed a wooden stick and fastened it to the door, pretending it was a makeshift broomstick. He and Ryan took turns reenacting Kyle's daring maneuver from the final round of the task, complete with dramatic dives and exaggerated commentary. Kyle stretched out on his bed, watching their antics with amusement. When Ryan inevitably tumbled off the stick, he and Mikkel burst into loud, unrestrained laughter. Not bad, from this angle, Kyle thought. As December settled over Hogwarts, the weather grew harsher by the day. Cold winds and sleet became a near-constant presence, and the once bustling Black Lake was now almost deserted. Only the large Durmstrang ship remained moored in the middle of the lake, rocking slightly in the frigid gusts. "It must be freezing in there," Mikkel commented as they made their way back to the castle after care of magical creatures. Most of the group had flushed faces and slightly unsteady gaits. Hagrid had taken to feeding the Abraxan horses pure malt fire whiskey daily, which filled the paddock with a powerful, heady scent of alcohol. With the wind carrying the smell to their lesson area, many students found themselves feeling a little queasy by the end of class. "I think there's magic in that boat," Ryan said, rubbing his reddened cheeks. "Otherwise, there's no way anyone could stand being on the lake in this weather." "Probably," Mikkel agreed. "I heard Durmstrang is even colder than Hogwarts, and they have fur cloaks as part of their uniform." The damp, icy wind from the lake pursued them all the way to the castle. Thankfully, by the time they stepped inside, the fresh air had cleared their heads. Kyle went up to the dormitory to put away his books just as Cedric walked in. "Kyle, I was about to come look for you," Cedric said. "What's up?" "The head boy told me Dumbledore has requested that everyone comes to the Great Hall for dinner tonight. I've already let the other year groups know, you were the last." "Dinner in the Great Hall?" Kyle asked, puzzled. "Has something happened?" "I'm not sure," Cedric admitted with a shrug. "I think the headmaster has something to announce." "All right," Kyle nodded. That evening, when dinner began, Dumbledore arrived at the staff table looking particularly cheerful. He was deep in conversation with Professor Moody, smiling as though he were enjoying a private joke. "What do you think he's going to say?" Kana asked Kyle, her curiosity piqued. Could it have something to do with the second task? Kyle considered the possibility but shook his head. I doubt it. If it were related to the Triwizard Tournament, all 3 headmasters would be here. Indeed, only Dumbledore and Madame Maxime were present at the staff table. Karkaroff had been conspicuously absent from the Great Hall ever since the first task. Dinner progressed as usual, and soon the plates were cleared. When the last traces of food vanished, Dumbledore rose from his seat, his presence commanding immediate attention. You're probably wondering why I asked everyone to join us for dinner tonight, he began, his eyes twinkling as he looked around at the gathered students and staff. There was a brief murmur of curiosity before the hall fell silent again. Dumbledore's smile widened. It's because I have an announcement to make. Come on in, he said, gesturing toward the side entrance of the Great Hall. All heads turned as a man walked in through the doorway. Oh. My, he is. Gasps rippled through the Gryffindor table, and Harry even stood up, his eyes wide with shock. Yes, I'm sure many of you have read about him in the newspapers, Dumbledore said with a warm smile, but I still need to introduce you to Sirius Black. There was a round of applause, scattered at first but quickly gaining momentum. Silence, silence, Dumbledore called, raising a hand to quiet the room. I think it's a little early for cheering. I am honored to announce that, as of today, Sirius Black will be our new Professor of Defense Against the Dark Arts. For a moment, the hall was stunned into silence, but it quickly gave way to thunderous applause and enthusiastic cheering. Professor, what about Professor Moody? Someone called out loudly, their voice cutting through the clamor. It was a reasonable question. Though Sirius Black's reputation was formidable, Professor Moody had proven to be a popular and highly effective teacher, and many students were attached to his classes. Please be assured that Professor Moody will continue to stay here, Dumbledore explained, his calm tone instantly restoring order. But, to be honest, he has complained to me many times, accusing me of overworking a retired old man by placing him in charge of 7 grades. So, Professor Black has graciously agreed to take on part of the burden. He will be teaching defense against the dark arts for years 1 to 4. Another round of applause followed, with more focused excitement from the younger students. Oh, why? Mikkel exclaimed, throwing his hands up in mock despair. Why can't we have him for the 5th year? Professor Moody's not bad at all, Cedric pointed out, trying to console him. I know, Mikkel said, shaking his head with exaggerated frustration. I mean, it's Sirius Black. The legend himself. Aren't you the least bit curious? Well, okay, I'll admit I am a little curious, Cedric conceded with a grin, but there's no changing it. He's only teaching the lower grades. I really envy them. Mikkel muttered, his eyes trailing to the younger students who were practically glowing with excitement. As the hall buzzed with chatter, Kyle's attention wandered. His gaze shifted to the staff table, where Snape sat stiffly. Unlike the rest of the room, Snape wasn't clapping. Instead, he gripped his fork tightly, his eyes fixed on Sirius with an expression of icy disdain. The fork in his hand was bent out of shape from the force of his grip, and his face betrayed his feelings as clearly as if he had spoken aloud. He looked utterly displeased, no, furious, like Dumbledore had just informed him he'd have to drink a potion brewed by Mikkel. Chapter 520, Sirius Transformation. Until today, Kyle had never imagined that Sirius Black would come to Hogwarts as a professor, let alone as the Professor of Defense Against the Dark Arts. No wonder he had become the first Gryffindor in the Black family. He truly had the courage for it. Kyle could only hope that by the end of the semester, Sirius wouldn't find himself back in Azkaban for some inexplicable reason. Then again, if that did happen, Kyle wouldn't be surprised. Defense against the dark arts was a notoriously cursed position in the wizarding world. Nothing about it could shock Kyle anymore. Professor Dumbledore struggled to find someone willing to fill the post each year, and the curse on the position had tarnished his reputation further in recent years. Still, Kyle quickly realized that Sirius had probably been on Dumbledore's list of potential candidates for a long time. If he hadn't taken the job this year, Dumbledore would likely have asked him again in the future. After all, it wasn't easy to recruit for such a dangerous role. And given Sirius's bold personality, there was a good chance he wouldn't have refused. After the introductions wrapped up, the welcome feast came to an end. Snape was the first to rise, striding out of the Great Hall with his usual dour expression. As he passed Sirius, an unmistakable sneer escaped his lips. Ha ha. Snape halted mid-step, turning sharply to glare at Sirius with cold disdain. Oh, if it isn't our hero, Snape said with a blank expression, his voice dripping with venom. I thought you'd be hiding at home, crying over the deaths you caused. But I see I was wrong, you don't seem to care much about Potter, after all. Sirius's expression turned icy in an instant. Shut up, Snavelis, he snapped. You know exactly who killed James and Lily. If you hadn't gone crawling to your master. Professors. Professor Dumbledore's calm yet firm voice cut through the tension as he appeared beside them. I don't believe the Great Hall is the best place for this discussion, he said with a weary tone. Perhaps you'd both care to join me for a cup of tea. I recently came across an excellent black tea I've been meaning to share. No, Snape replied with a sneer. I've no interest in tea with the meal of a Dementor. The stench alone would turn my stomach. Me neither, Sirius shot back without missing a beat. I'd rather drink tea with a Dementor than sit across from the likes of you. Dumbledore sighed heavily, rubbing his temple. He had anticipated some friction between the two, but he hadn't expected it to escalate this quickly, or this publicly. Thankfully, their voices were low enough that the surrounding chaos of the hall drowned them out for most of the students. Cedric, who was busy organizing the younger students into lines, glanced toward the teacher's table and whispered, Kyle, it looks like Snape and Black don't get along very well. That's hardly surprising, Kyle replied casually. Snape doesn't get along with any of the Defense Against the Dark Arts professors. Don't glare at me like that, Kanna, it's true. Just think about it, he continued. From Orin in our first year to Quirrell, Lockhart, Lupin. Hasn't it always been the same? Kanna stammered for a moment, searching for a counterargument, but eventually sighed in resignation. Kyle wasn't wrong. While Snape's relationships with the other professors could hardly be called warm, they weren't outright hostile, except when it came to the Defense Against the Dark Arts instructors. Snape never missed an opportunity to make biting remarks about them, and Kanna couldn't deny it. Fortunately, the conversation didn't continue much further. As the seats in front of them cleared, the trio escorted the younger students back to the common room. The next day. I watched your match that day, Sirius said, stopping Kyle in the entrance hall as he headed to breakfast. It was amazing. That old tortoise Karkaroff actually deducted a point from you. I'd like to teach him a lesson. You're a professor now, you have to be careful, Kyle reminded him. Yes, I'm a professor now, Sirius said, almost as if testing the words himself. I never thought I'd be back here again, and as a professor, no less. When Professor Dumbledore said yes, I thought I was dreaming. Dreaming. If it had been any subject other than Defense Against the Dark Arts, maybe. But for this cursed position, Dumbledore would have welcomed anyone willing to volunteer. An extra candidate was practically just a spare, waiting in the wings in case the current one didn't make it through the year. Kyle gave Sirius a quick once-over. He was dressed in a brand new robe, and his once untidy hair had been neatly combed back. After some time to recuperate, his complexion was much healthier, the waxy pallor replaced with a rosy hue that hinted at the handsomeness of his youth. Aren't you worried? Kyle asked. This position hasn't been held by anyone for more than a year. Not once. I've thought about that, Sirius replied confidently. But I'm joining midway through the year, and there's still Alastair Moody ahead of me. Even if the curse exists, it shouldn't fall on me. Besides, most of the previous professors had their own problems, they were the reason they left Hogwarts. That's not the case with me, or with Moody. The two of us are good at what we do. So, even if we run into trouble, like Death Eaters or anything worse, we'll be able to handle it. Seeing Sirius's confidence, Kyle decided not to press further. After all, even if he did, Sirius probably wouldn't listen. Best to let it go. Have you seen Harry? Kyle asked, changing the subject. Ah, yes, Sirius said, his face breaking into a smile. We talked for a long time last night. He even wanted to stay in my office. Of course, I was happy to let him, but my office is empty, I just got here. I couldn't let him sleep on a bench. By the way, he added, laughing, I never noticed before how old the Hogwarts furniture is. Those chairs look older than I am. It's always been like that, Kyle said with a shrug. That's the problem with Hogwarts. If something breaks, it's just fixed with magic, no need to buy anything new. And the governors aren't going to spend extra money on desks and chairs. The two walked together toward the Great Hall, casually chatting about various things, including the Triwizard Tournament. How's your search for the second clue going? Sirius asked. If you need anything, just let me know. But be discreet. The rules say professors can't help. There's still 3 months to go, so there's no rush, Kyle replied. Then, with a smile, he added, by the way, I haven't thanked you yet. That firebolt was a big help. If I'd had my old Nimbus 2000, there's no way I could have dodged all 29 bludgers, let alone escape the dragon. It's a funny story, Sirius said with a grin. I was going to give you a set of pure gold astrological decorations as a gift for being a champion, but Dumbledore told me you'd probably prefer a broom. And when I went to the Quidditch shop, they said the Nimbus 2000 was long out of date. Professor Dumbledore? Kyle said, surprised. He suggested you give me a broom. Ah, yes, Sirius said, shrugging. We met at the Ministry of Magic when I was helping with the Crouch investigation. Thankfully, he mentioned it, look how useful it turned out to be. Chapter 521, hurry up, run for it. Sirius was wildly popular at Hogwarts. When he entered the Great Hall, all eyes turned toward him, and the lively chatter quieted for a moment, only to be replaced by even more animated discussions. Harry, in particular, looked thrilled. Normally, he wouldn't get out of bed until after 8:30 a.m., but today he had broken his habit and arrived half an hour early. When he saw Sirius, he waved excitedly. But while many welcomed the new defense against the dark arts professor, not everyone shared the enthusiasm. A group of Slytherins snickered as they passed. "Are you happy, Potter?" Malfoy sneered. "You'd better start praying he lasts until next year." None of the previous defense against the dark arts professors had a happy ending. "Don't worry, Malfoy, he'll be fine," Harry shot back. "If your father can avoid trouble, I'm sure Sirius can handle the so-called curse." "Oh, speaking of which," Harry added, "I heard your family had to sell off your shop in Diagon Alley. Must have cost quite a bit to clear your father's name." Malfoy's pale face turned pink, and his hand instinctively reached for his wand. "How dare you talk about my father, Potter?" "You started it by talking about Sirius," Harry said, pulling out his own wand and mimicking Malfoy's tone. "What's going on here?" Sirius's voice cut through the tension as he approached. "Professor." Harry began quickly, "It's Malfoy. He was bad-mouthing you." "Oh." Sirius's gaze shifted to Malfoy. "Didn't Snape ever teach you not to speak ill of your professors behind their backs?" "I didn't," Malfoy protested, his neck stiffening. "It was Potter who insulted my father." "Disrespecting a professor?" Sirius interrupted, raising an eyebrow. 5 points from Slytherin. Malfoy's jaw dropped in outrage. "Now," Sirius continued, "if you don't want to end up in the dungeons, go back to where you belong." "You can't," Malfoy stammered, fuming. "I'll tell Professor Snape that you—" "You'd better go now," Sirius said, smirking. "Run along, Malfoy. Don't make me wait." Malfoy stormed off, his anger palpable. The Gryffindor table erupted into cheers the moment he left. Several students even stood on their benches, clapping and dancing in celebration. For years, Gryffindors had borne the brunt of any clashes with Slytherin, with Snape always ensuring they came out worse. But now, the tables had turned. Sirius had done to the Slytherins exactly what Snape often did to them, and Gryffindor students couldn't be happier about it. Though Sirius had already exited the hall, the conversation about what had just happened carried on energetically. "Don't talk to me," Ron whispered to Harry and Hermione, his face glowing with satisfaction. "I'm going to remember this forever. Finally, Hogwarts has a professor who's on our side." "Yeah," Harry agreed, grinning. He'd been Snape's favorite target for as long as he could remember. In any conflict with Slytherin, Snape always found a way to punish him, regardless of the circumstances. But not anymore. As Sirius's figure disappeared from view, Harry's chest swelled with a mix of admiration and relief. Hermione, however, remained silent. While everyone around her cheered and celebrated, she stared blankly at the plate of nachos in front of her, seemingly lost in thought. When Harry and Ron tried to include her in the conversation, she didn't respond. After this incident, excitement for Sirius's first defense against the dark arts lesson grew rapidly among the students. "We don't have defense against the dark arts until Wednesday," Ron grumbled, checking his timetable. His shoulders sagged. Why couldn't he have started a week earlier? Similar sentiments echoed across the Great Hall. However, none of this affected the fifth years. When their lesson began, Professor Moody entered the classroom as usual, his wooden leg clunking against the floor. It was as if Sirius Black's arrival had changed nothing in his world. "Disarming charm," Professor Moody began, his gravelly voice cutting through the classroom. "Does anyone know this charm?" Cho raised her hand. "It makes the opponent lose their wand." "Exactly," said Professor Moody with a curt nod. "I'd say this charm is no less effective than the killing curse. When a wizard loses their wand, they also lose their ability to resist, provided, of course, that the two are evenly matched. To tell you the truth, I could easily deal with most of you without my wand." His magical eye swiveled, lingering on Kyle for a moment before continuing. "The disarming charm, stunning spell, and incarcerous spell are the three most commonly used charms by Aurors and hit wizards. And I'll let you in on a little secret, the disarming charm will definitely appear on your OWL exams." The mention of exams had an immediate effect. Everyone straightened in their seats, their attention snapping into focus. The fifth years were already teetering on the brink of madness from their workload, dreaming of various scores every night. Even Professor Trelawney's prophecies had become an ominous topic of discussion, often involving students' imagined failures. Trelawney, thrilled by the reactions, had taken to predicting disastrous marks with greater frequency, unsettling her students more effectively than ever before. So, the idea of a guaranteed exam topic had everyone on high alert. "Speaking of the disarming charm," Professor Moody said, his magical eye glinting. "You were introduced to it in your third year. Let's see what you've learned." He withdrew his wand and gestured to the student in the front row. You, try it on me. A Ravenclaw boy stood up with an air of confidence. Haha, I remember the incantation. He jabbed his wand forward dramatically. Expelliarmus. Pop. A weak burst of sparks sputtered from his wand before fizzling out. Professor Moody's wand stayed firmly in his grasp. This is a wand, Mr. Thomas, Professor Moody said, his tone calm but laced with mockery. Not a one-handed sword. You weren't planning on poking me with it, were you? The class erupted into laughter as the boy's face turned crimson, and he slumped back into his seat. Next, Moody said without missing a beat. The second student, also a Ravenclaw, fared marginally better but missed his target entirely, blasting a hole in the window behind Moody. The laughter returned, louder this time. But the mood shifted when Moody abandoned the front row system and began calling on students at random. Those who had laughed the hardest quickly found themselves put on the spot, their own failures turning them into the new source of ridicule. I see I was wrong about you lot, Moody growled after testing roughly a third of the class. He stowed his wand with an exasperated sigh. How is it that you've all forgotten something so basic? The students exchanged awkward glances, unsure how to respond. None of them wanted to admit that their third-year lessons had been more about gawking at Lockhart's antics than actually learning the charm. And after the short-lived dueling club, no one had mentioned the disarming charm again. Well, I suppose that explains it, Moody muttered, as if reading their minds. All right. Everyone put down your wands, open your books to page 165, and start copying everything written about the disarming charm. Let me remind you again, this charm is critical, and it will be on your OWL exam. The room was soon filled with the sound of quills scratching against parchment as the students dutifully took notes. Moody stood at the front of the classroom, his magical eye roving across their desks, ensuring no one slacked off. He muttered to himself as he surveyed the class. That fraud Lockhart. The only worthwhile thing he did at Hogwarts was introducing them to this charm early. Probably the only useful thing he ever did. Chapter 522, the Yule Ball. In addition to defense against the dark arts, the fifth years had a transfiguration class that morning. The lesson continued their work on the vanishing spell, but instead of vanishing an animal like a snail, they now had to vanish a hamster. While it might seem like a small change, the difficulty had increased significantly. 2 full lessons had passed, and most students had made little to no progress. The atmosphere in Transfiguration had grown tense in recent weeks. Students were on edge, dreading the sight of Professor McGonagall's disappointed expression. This class was no exception. The room echoed with a cacophony of crackling and popping sounds as students, anxious to succeed, hurried through their attempts. The results were often disastrous. A few students were so flustered that their spells exploded, sending bits of desks flying. Everyone, stop for a moment, Professor McGonagall called sharply, waving her wand to repair a shattered table. You're all far too impatient. This approach will only make mastering the vanishing spell more difficult. Calm yourselves. She surveyed the frazzled group before adding, perhaps a bit of news will help ease your tension. The room stilled, all eyes on her. The Yule Ball is approaching, she announced. It's a traditional part of the Triwizard Tournament and an excellent opportunity to socialize with our foreign guests. Her words instantly transformed the atmosphere. The nervous energy in the room gave way to excited murmuring. Gryffindor girls who had been near tears moments ago now huddled together, whispering and giggling. Some even cast glances, intentional or otherwise, toward Kyle. Professor McGonagall ignored the chatter and continued. The ball is open to students in their 4th year and above. However, if you wish, you may choose a younger partner to accompany you. It will take place on Christmas Eve at 8 p.m. in the Great Hall. Remember to wear your dress robes, it's a rare chance to unwind and enjoy yourselves. More laughter rippled through the class, the announcement clearly lifting everyone's spirits. Just then, the bell rang, and the students scrambled to pack up, eager to spread the news. The classroom emptied in moments, but Kyle found himself lingering behind. As is customary, Professor McGonagall said, addressing him directly, the Yule Ball will be opened by the champions and their partners. Do you understand what that means? Of course, Professor, Kyle replied, glancing toward the door. He noticed Kana standing by the railing, waiting for him with 2 books in her hands. Professor McGonagall's gaze followed his, and she let out a soft chuckle. I'm glad you understand. But I must remind you that you'll need to practice your dancing in the coming weeks. As the opening dance sets the tone for the ball, many people will be watching. If you make a mess of it, you're sure to be the subject of endless gossip. Kyle's face twisted into a peculiar expression. The problem was, the only dances he knew were not exactly ballroom appropriate. He had mastered the Mooncalf's courtship dance, thanks to Newt, who had taught him at age 10, and the Erumpent's peculiar mating dance. But neither of those would suit the Yule Ball. There wouldn't be music for them, and Dumbledore certainly wouldn't allow him to bring a Mooncalf as a partner. Noticing his discomfort, Professor McGonagall's expression shifted. "You don't know how to dance, do you?" she asked, her tone laced with skepticism. Kyle stiffly nodded. "Surely your father," McGonagall began, then stopped, frowning. "Chris never took you to a ball." As Deputy Director of the Department for the Control and Management of Magical Creatures, Chris frequently hosted or attended formal events with foreign wizards. Such occasions were common in his line of work, and family members were often invited to attend as well. It was surprising, then, that Kyle hadn't learned something as basic as ballroom dancing. "I've never been to one," Kyle admitted. Chris had always avoided parties whenever possible, only attending when absolutely necessary, and even then, mainly to enjoy the buffet. As for Kyle, he had no interest in such events either. If he had the time, he'd much rather be in Newt's suitcase, watching salamanders battle it out. "Oh." Professor McGonagall rubbed her forehead in exasperation. A champion unable to dance. It wasn't just a personal embarrassment for Kyle, it would reflect poorly on Hogwarts as well. Disaster loomed unless this problem was addressed immediately. Thankfully, she had asked about it today. "You can postpone the rest of your classes for now," Professor McGonagall declared in a tone that brooked no argument. "Christmas is only a week away, and in that time, you must learn to dance, even if it's just one song." She fixed him with a sharp look. "Tomorrow is the weekend. At 10 o'clock in the morning, I will hold a dance club in the Great Hall. You will come. No, you must come." With that, she strode out of the classroom, likely heading to the 8th floor to confer with Headmaster Dumbledore about this new complication. Kyle sighed, then followed her out of the room, his expression resigned. Professor McGonagall seemed really stressed, Kanna said as she approached, curiosity evident in her voice. "What did you say to her?" "A serious challenge," Kyle said wearily. "Far more terrifying than facing 2 dragons alone." "Huh." Kanna's curiosity only deepened. "Never mind, it's nothing." Kyle shook his head, brushing off her question. Then, as if remembering something, he glanced at her. "By the way, can I invite you to the Yule Ball? You know, champions have to open with their dance partners, and I could really use your help. Otherwise," he added with a faint smirk, "I might have to resort to dancing with a mooncalf. And I don't think Professor Dumbledore would allow that." Kanna tilted her head slightly, her doubts forgotten as she regarded him. "Only you would think of dancing with a mooncalf," she teased. "But all right, since you've asked, I'd be happy to be your partner." "That's wonderful," Kyle said, his smile returning. The two began descending the stairs together, heading toward the common room. Meanwhile, in the dungeons, Professor Snape was brewing a potion. He reached for a vial of armadillo bile but, in a moment of distraction, tipped the entire bottle into the cauldron. The once bright blue potion turned a dark, bubbling purple. "Damn it," Snape muttered. With a quick wave of his wand, he vanished the ruined potion and cleaned the cauldron. His thoughts immediately turned to Sirius Black. Even though Black wasn't physically present, Snape had no doubt he was somehow to blame. Ever since Sirius's arrival at Hogwarts, the men had opposed him at every turn. If Snape deducted points from Gryffindor, Black would retaliate by docking points from Slytherin for the exact same reasons. Their rivalry had grown so intense that Snape had gone to Dumbledore repeatedly to complain. The sleepless nights caused by this ongoing feud were likely why he'd made such a novice mistake in his potion-making just now. Dumbledore must be losing his mind, Snape grumbled under his breath. Letting a fool like Black play at being a professor, utterly absurd. Chapter 523, Kyle's Dark Past. The next day, early in the morning, Kyle sat at the breakfast table with a grave expression, slowly chewing on a piece of toast. "What's wrong with you?" Cedric asked, noticing Kyle's tense demeanor. "You look like you're about to dive straight into the second task of the tournament." "To be honest, I'd rather do the second task today," Kyle sighed. "By the way, can you dance?" "Yeah," Cedric replied casually. "My dad took me to a few dances when I was younger, so I picked it up then." "Why can't you? Why does everyone assume I'd know how to dance?" Kyle grumbled, biting into his bread with irritation. "If I could, I wouldn't be in this mess." "Puffed." Cedric's face twitched as he struggled to hold back a laugh. It was rare to see Kyle so flustered, and Cedric found the sight both amusing and oddly endearing. "It's not that hard," Cedric said, trying to sound supportive despite his mirth. "Just follow the music." "Oh, and I saw the notice in the foyer, Professor McGonagall's holding a dance club at 10 a.m. You should check it out." "You mean that?" "I was the first to sign up," Kyle muttered, exasperated. Cedric couldn't hold it in anymore. He clapped a hand over his mouth to stifle his laughter, imagining Kyle clumsily stomping on his partner's feet at the ball. Trying to avoid embarrassing his friend, Cedric hastily excused himself, claiming he needed to find Cho, and hurried over to the Ravenclaw table. Kyle, too preoccupied with thoughts of the club, barely noticed Cedric's hasty exit and assumed he was off to ask Cho to the ball. By now, the news of the Christmas ball had spread like wildfire. Students buzzed with excitement, and this year, a record number of them had signed up to stay at Hogwarts for the holidays. It seemed like nearly everyone except the first years was planning to attend. Groups of girls gathered in clusters, whispering and giggling about what to wear on Christmas night, while the boys suddenly seemed much more self-conscious. Ryan, for instance, had pinned a brooch to his shirt, something Kyle had never seen him do before. As Kyle sat at the table, a girl with curly hair approached him hesitantly. "Kyle, will you go to the ball with me?" she asked. "Oh, sorry," Kyle said, snapping out of his thoughts. "I already have a date." The girl's face fell, and she walked away looking disappointed. She wasn't the only one. In the next 10 minutes, several more girls from all 4 houses approached him with the same question, only to receive the same polite rejection. Kyle, realizing that sitting in the Great Hall was only inviting more awkward encounters, decided to abandon his plan to wait there until the club started. With a sigh, he pushed back his chair and headed for the common room instead. At precisely 10 o'clock, Kyle arrived at the Great Hall, accompanied by Connor and Cedric. "If you already know how to dance, why are you here?" Kyle asked, eyeing Cedric with suspicion. "Ahem, no reason," Cedric replied, feigning calm. "It's just that I haven't danced in a while. I want to brush up, so I don't make a fool of myself." Kyle nodded, accepting the explanation, and took a deep breath before pushing open the doors to the Great Hall. Inside, the space had been rearranged by Professor McGonagall. The long tables had been moved to the sides, leaving rows of chairs along the walls, many of which were already occupied by students. Kyle's footsteps felt unnaturally heavy as he walked toward the front, as if someone had hit him with the leglocker curse. Behind him, Cedric and the Weasley twins were desperately trying, and failing, not to laugh, their faces alight with anticipation. Once everyone had arrived, Professor McGonagall closed the doors with a flick of her wand and began to address the group. "Dancing is simple, elegant, and agile," she said. "Every girl has a swan within her, and every boy has a lion eager to leap." For Kyle, however, the next 2 hours were anything but simple or elegant. Theoretically, dancing wasn't as difficult as some of the magical creatures' rituals that Newt had taught him. The problem was that before he could grasp the basics, Professor McGonagall had called on him to demonstrate. It had been a disaster. He tripped over her feet 3 times, eliciting laughter from the Weasley twins that they didn't even try to hide. Kyle could feel Professor McGonagall's patience waning as her expression darkened with each misstep. Fred and George would certainly milk this moment for all it was worth. As expected, the twins spent the following days gleefully mimicking Kyle's clumsy movements during meals, with Fred stomping on George's feet for added realism. Kyle could only ignore them, there was no other way to deal with those two. The Hogwarts professor seemed eager to present the castle in its best light to the visitors from the other 2 schools. A few days before Christmas, the banisters along the grand staircase were adorned with glimmering icicles that never melted. The Great Hall was transformed into a winter wonderland, featuring 12 towering Christmas trees, each lavishly decorated with a variety of baubles, from clusters of winky holly berries to golden owls that hooted softly. Kyle couldn't help but wish the professors hadn't abandoned their old tradition of using ghosts as Christmas tree ornaments. He had always thought it was the most entertaining touch. A Christmas tree covered with ghosts would surely impress the visiting schools. As Christmas approached, the castle bustled with activity. Groups of giggling girls roamed the halls, their laughter echoing whenever one of them received an invitation to the Yule Ball. The anticipation was palpable. After a charms lesson, Kyle happened upon Harry in the corridor. But it wasn't him Harry was looking for. Air. "Cho-chang, can I have a word?" Harry asked nervously, clutching the hem of his robe in both hands. "Sure, what is it?" Cho replied. "Air, could you, go to the ball with me?" Harry stammered, his voice so low that Kyle had to strain to catch the words. "I'm sorry, Harry," Cho said apologetically, shaking her head. "I already promised Cedric." Kyle was taken aback as Harry's face turned a deep red in mere seconds, as though someone were frantically painting it with a brush. "Oh, okay, that's fine," Harry mumbled casually before abruptly turning and walking away. "I'm really sorry," Cho called after him, but Harry didn't respond. In a flash, he disappeared around the corner of the staircase. Kyle clicked his tongue. Well, he's definitely living up to his title as Hogwarts' best seeker. That speed, impressive. It's been like this lately, Cho sighed, as she and Kyle headed toward the Great Hall. I really hope Christmas comes soon. By the way, it's odd, no one's invited you yet. Not happening right now, Kyle said lightly. In truth, he'd received plenty of invitations earlier. After Professor McGonagall's club meeting, a few older girls had even offered to teach him how to dance. He had declined them all. Their dancing skills simply didn't measure up to Professor McGonagall's impeccable standards. Kyle's evenings were now consumed with rigorous training. Professors McGonagall and Flitwick worked with him personally for 3 hours every night after dinner. Occasionally, nearly headless Nick would join them to offer tips. The ghost, with his perpetually wobbling head, actually had a surprising talent for dancing. However, his habit of dramatically shaking his head made the experience a bit unsettling. Chapter 524, Dress Robes. On the night before Christmas, a timely snowfall blanketed the castle and grounds, adding a magical touch to the scene. Snowflakes coated the rooftops and turrets of Hogwarts, while the Black Lake froze over, its surface shimmering under the pale sunlight. Durmstrang's large ship was also encased in ice, its sail ropes sparkling with crystalline frost, making it appear far more majestic than before. Christmas breakfast was a hearty affair, featuring steaming stew and a variety of puddings. Despite the holiday, the Great Hall buzzed with its usual activity, packed with students and staff enjoying the festive feast. Hogwarts food is so greasy, Fleur muttered, her tone laced with disdain as she piled her plate with tortillas and boiled potatoes. I feel like my gown is going to be too big for me. Kyle quietly continued eating his stew, choosing not to engage. He had grown accustomed to hearing similar complaints from Fleur recently. At times, he even wondered if she'd find a plate of plain leaves too rich for her liking. However, Kanna, seated next to him, seemed affected by Fleur's remark. She glanced at Fleur's modest plate, which seemed barely enough to satisfy even an owl, and then at the hearty bowl of stew in front of her. After a moment of hesitation, she reluctantly set her bowl back on the table. It's okay, just eat it, Kyle said nonchalantly, sliding the bowl back toward her. By the time you grow taller next year, you'll probably need a new gown anyway. You can just buy one then. No, Kanna murmured, shaking her head. Not today. She reached for some tortillas instead. Fleur seemed to catch on and turned to glare at Kyle. Her tone grew sharp as she said, Are you trying to suggest that I won't grow any taller? No, I didn't mean that. You said it yourself, Kyle replied with a shrug, feigning innocence. His casual response only succeeded in making Fleur even angrier. After breakfast, they returned to the Hufflepuff common room, where they began unwrapping Christmas presents. Fleur's gifts had also been delivered to the common room, forming a small mountain in the corner. She picked out a few items but packed the rest into her suitcase to take back to the Beauxbatons carriage. They spent the morning sorting through their presents before heading back to the Great Hall for a sumptuous lunch. This time, the castle's house elves had outdone themselves, creating a new treat, crumpet with shortbread. The biscuits lived up to their name, crackling loudly like fireworks with every bite, filling the hall with bursts of noise and laughter. As the afternoon wore on, anticipation for the Yule Ball grew. The moment the clock struck 6 p.m., Kanna sprang from her chair and hurried off to the dormitory to prepare. One by one, every girl in the common room followed suit, leaving it empty of their presents. 2 hours, just to change clothes. Mikkel muttered, shaking his head in disbelief. Do they really need that long? By 7 p.m., as the sky darkened and the castle's lights began to glow, Kyle and Cedric put aside their game of wizard chess and returned to the dormitory to change into their formal robes. By 7:30 p.m., students began emerging from the dormitories, one after another, transforming the Hufflepuff common room into a dazzling array of colors. The usual sea of school robes was replaced with formal attire, each outfit reflecting the personality of its wearer. Mikkel strode out in a dark blue formal robe, which gave him an air of newfound maturity, while Ryan sported a burgundy ensemble. As the two entered the common room, they slapped their hands on the table, drawing the attention of everyone around them. Ladies. Ryan said with a mischievous grin, you have no idea what you're missing. If you're talking about yourself, Hannah remarked, eyeing Ryan critically, then I don't think I'm missing much. Hey, don't be mean, Susan Bones said, nudging her friend while suppressing a giggle. He's my dance partner, at least give him a little credit. Thanks for the vote of confidence, Hannah, Ryan replied, feigning indignation. But actually, I wasn't talking about myself. I was talking about, oh, here he is. Everyone turned in the direction Ryan was pointing, their gazes locking onto Kyle as he stepped into the room. Suddenly, all eyes were on him. What's going on? Kyle asked, looking down at his outfit with growing confusion. Did I put this on wrong? No, it seems fine. Susan let out a wistful sigh. Hannah, do you think it's too late for me to change partners? But Hannah didn't respond. Like everyone else, she was transfixed by Kyle's appearance. For most of the Hufflepuffs, this was their first time seeing him outside of his usual school robes. Kyle was dressed in a long black velvet gown, its understated elegance accented by a delicate pattern of gold thread along the neckline and cuffs. Though the design was simple, it elevated his appearance, making him stand out effortlessly. I'm so jealous. Susan murmured. I wonder who his partner is. Ryan grinned knowingly. Need I even say it, he began, but before he could finish, a voice came from behind them. Are you all ready? Another collective gasp filled the room as Kanna stepped into view. I think I know who you're talking about, Susan said, staring at her. She's stunning. Kana had clearly followed Professor McGonagall's advice. Her usual loose hair was now styled into a sleek, braided bun, and her plain school uniform had been replaced with a flowing apricot-colored robe. She wore no jewelry or accessories, but none were needed. Her natural beauty and elegance were captivating on their own. Why is everyone staring at me? Kana asked nervously, glancing down at her outfit. Did I wear the wrong thing? Susan leaned toward Hannah and whispered, I'm absolutely convinced they're a pair. They're not, Kyle said with a small smile, stepping forward. But, you look very pretty. Thank you, Kana replied softly, her cheeks faintly pink. Are we heading to the Great Hall now? Or should we wait for Cedric? He hasn't come out yet. We should head to the Great Hall, Kyle said. Professor McGonagall told us to arrive early. Okay, Kana agreed with a warm smile. Together, they walked through the wooden doors, making their way to the Great Hall. They really do look like a perfect couple, Hannah said, unable to hold back her thoughts. Who's to say they're not? Mikkel added with a knowing smile. Chapter 525, The Ball, Snape's Gaze. The foyer was teeming with students, a lively sea of color and excitement. The doors to the Great Hall were still closed, leaving everyone mingling outside, finding their dance partners from other houses while waiting for the clock to strike 8. Kyle and Kana drew curious gazes as they arrived, their presence naturally commanding attention. However, any lingering stares quickly shifted when Fleur made her entrance. Draped in a long silver-gray satin robe, she was breathtaking, instantly stealing the spotlight. As Aw turned toward curiosity, the crowd's focus shifted to her companion. Fred. Kana blurted out in surprise. No, he's George, Kyle corrected calmly. That's right, it's me, George replied with a playful wink. But, Kyle, how on earth did you tell us apart? Fred mentioned he'd asked Angelina to the ball, Kyle explained. Oh, right. How could I forget? George exclaimed, lightly patting his head. At that moment, the oak front doors swung open, and the Durmstrang students entered, led by Karkaroff. Victor Crumb strode in at the head of the group, a striking presence with a beautiful girl in a flowing blue robe by his side. Wait. George squinted, rubbing his eyes. Is it just me, or does that girl look like Hermione? You're not imagining things, Kyle confirmed. It's Hermione. Merlin. George muttered, his lips twitching into a grin. Hermione looks incredible. This ball is full of surprises. He wasn't wrong. Hermione's transformation was remarkable, her usually untamed hair was now sleek and elegant, giving her a completely different appearance. So striking was the change that Harry, as she passed by, didn't even recognize her and kept asking bewilderedly, where's Hermione? It was almost a shame no one had brought a camera. Capturing Harry's stunned expression would have been priceless. At that moment, the doors to the Great Hall creaked open, and Professor McGonagall's voice rang out. The champions, please. Kana, looking slightly nervous, straightened her skirt and looped her arm through Kyle's as they stepped forward. The crowd's excited chatter parted around them as they made their way through. Wait here for a moment, Professor McGonagall instructed, guiding the champions and their partners to a spot near a Christmas tree by the entrance while the rest of the students filed into the hall. The wait felt a little drawn out, but since they were all familiar with one another, the champions and their partners passed the time easily. The tension lightened as conversation flowed. Once everyone had been seated in the Great Hall, Professor McGonagall returned. She directed the champions and their partners to form pairs and follow her inside. The moment they entered, the room erupted into applause. Kyle even caught a loud whistle amidst the cheers and turned his head to see Fred grinning impishly at him. George, halfway through raising his hand to respond, froze under the sharp glare of Professor McGonagall and quickly lowered it. The Great Hall had been utterly transformed. Frost-like patterns shimmered on the walls, while the enchanted ceiling displayed a clear, star-studded night sky. Hundreds of mistletoe sprigs and strands of ivy hung down, their green and silver accents adding to the festive splendor. The 4 long house tables had vanished, replaced by over 100 smaller, lantern-lit tables scattered throughout the room. The teacher's table remained in place, where the 5 judges sat, smiling and watching the procession. Kyle had planned to sit near Chris, but before he could take more than a couple of steps, Kana firmly grabbed his hand and steered him toward a seat next to Professor Dumbledore. Reluctantly, Kyle followed her lead, realizing too late who was seated nearby. To his dismay, Snape loomed behind their spot, his sour expression even darker than usual, as if someone had pilfered his most prized potion. The laughter and conversation filling the hall only emphasized his brooding silence. Kyle eyed his plate warily, half expecting Snape to somehow tamper with it out of sheer spite. Unfortunately, by the time he considered relocating, all the other seats were taken, leaving him stuck in this unenviable spot. Kyle's concerns proved to be well-founded. The moment he sat down, a cold breeze brushed the back of his neck. Like the transformed Great Hall, which bore little resemblance to its usual appearance, tonight's dinner followed an unconventional format as well. After the champions took their seats, Professor Dumbledore picked up the menu beside his plate and announced clearly, "Pork chop." A pork chop materialized instantly. Though Hufflepuff students were no strangers to ordering food in this manner, this was the first time such a thing had occurred in the Great Hall. Kyle, however, had no appetite. The malevolent presence behind him was so tangible that a sneakoscope placed nearby would undoubtedly spin and spark furiously, or perhaps drill straight through the table. He tugged at his collar uneasily. The urge to ask Professor Dumbledore whether Snape had been meddling in the kitchen was almost irresistible. Unlike Kyle, who could barely stay seated, everyone else appeared calm. George was animatedly recounting a school anecdote to Fleur, who seemed genuinely engaged. She even asked him about the professor of defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts, having heard of the notorious position even at Beauxbatons. George hesitated briefly. Though the facts were indisputable, he wanted to defend Hogwarts' reputation, so he offered a vague response and quickly moved on. Meanwhile, Krum was describing Durmstrang to Hermione, only to be interrupted by Karkaroff. The headmaster seemed intent on preventing Krum from revealing too much, particularly anything that might hint at Durmstrang's location. "Igor," Dumbledore said with a genial smile. "If you guard your secrets so fiercely, people might think you're discouraging visitors." "Oh, Albus," Karkaroff replied smoothly. "We all wish to protect our private domains, don't we?" "Huh." Kyle suddenly heard a sharp, unrestrained laugh behind him. Turning slightly, he saw that it was Professor Moody. Though Moody's back was to them, Kyle was certain the magical eye was fixed on their group. "Dumbledore," Moody drawled. "If I'd known Hogwarts was your private domain, I'd have asked for a pay raise." "Hogwarts belongs to no one," Dumbledore replied calmly. "It belongs to its students. That said, I will certainly consider your reasonable request for a pay raise." The exchange seemed to extinguish Karkaroff's interest in the conversation. "I was only joking, Professor Moody," he said, chuckling hollowly. But the coldness in his eyes betrayed his true feelings. Half an hour later, the meal concluded. As Kyle's plate of untouched Hungarian goulash vanished, Dumbledore rose and signaled for the students to do the same. With a sweep of his wand, the tables disappeared, replaced by a massive stage in the center of the Great Hall, surrounded by an array of musical instruments. A wave of excited cheers erupted as the Weird Sisters took the stage. Renowned as the only band to grace a chocolate frog card, they were beloved across the wizarding world. Their mere appearance sent the Great Hall into uproarious applause. When they picked up their instruments, the champions rose from their seats as well. The first song they played was "Do the Hippogriff." Kyle stepped onto the brightly lit dance floor, nerves coursing through him as though this was a competition in itself. He reached for Kanna's hand, placing his other hand gently on her waist. He felt Kanna tense briefly, but she quickly relaxed. The icy sensation at the back of his neck grew sharper, but Kyle pushed it to the back of his mind. Recalling the movements Professor McGonagall had taught him earlier, Kyle waited for the music to swell, then led Kanna into the dance. They moved cautiously at first, but as the melody unfolded, Kyle's confidence grew. His steps became smoother, his movements more assured, and together they spun in perfect harmony. Strangely, though all three champions were on the dance floor, and Fleur and Krum were equally striking, it was as if a spotlight shone solely on Kyle and Kanna. The audience's eyes followed their every move, as though the entire stage had been created just for them. "How wonderful!" Dumbledore's eyes twinkled as he leaned slightly forward to wipe his glasses. Professor McGonagall was beaming with pride. The student who had captivated the crowd was one of hers. As for Professor Flitwick and nearly headless Nick, they were merely assisting and, in this moment, seemed not to warrant mention. Naturally, there were those who were delighted and those who were not. With a sharp crack, Snape snapped the dinner knife he had been holding. His gaze was fixed intently on the dance floor, entirely ignoring Sirius Black, who had been loitering nearby. Feeling unacknowledged and perhaps bored, Sirius finally gave up trying to provoke Snape. Instead, he turned to Professor McGonagall and offered her a polite invitation to dance. Professor McGonagall gladly accepted. As the music continued, more people began to join the dance floor. The champions were no longer the sole focus, yet the crowd instinctively left the center open, where Kyle and Kanna remained. The first song soon came to an end, giving way to the next, a much faster tune. "It's Wicked Witch," Kyle noted with a grin. Their most popular song, the one that got them featured in the Chocolate Frog picture show. As he spoke, Kyle released Kanna's hand and transitioned to a livelier dance step to match the upbeat rhythm. They danced through 3 songs in total before stepping off the dance floor. It wasn't because they were tired, Kyle simply knew only these 3 routines. Staying any longer would have meant improvising awkwardly. Kyle glanced at Kanna, her face flushed and her breaths coming quickly. "Want something to drink?" "How about pumpkin fizz?" he asked. Kanna nodded. Kyle made his way to the round table where the drinks and desserts were laid out. There, he spotted Ron and Harry, both devouring large portions of pudding. "You two, you haven't been eating dessert this whole time, have you?" he asked, eyebrow raised. "Yeah," Harry replied, swallowing a mouthful of pudding as if it were the most natural thing in the world. "We didn't have to dance, did we? Lucky I'm not a champion," he added with a shudder, "otherwise I'd have had to do that opening dance." Ugh. He visibly cringed at the thought, then quickly changed the subject. "You've got to try this, custard jam pudding. Ron and I agree it's the best dessert here." Kyle raised an eyebrow. Good grief, it really is a buffet. Taking Harry's advice, he added a helping of pudding to his plate alongside a glass of pumpkin fizz. After all, Harry had been there for 3 songs, his recommendation was probably worth trusting. Chapter 526, Stirring Up Trouble. When Kyle returned with the pudding and pumpkin fizz, he noticed a Durmstrang boy standing in front of Kanna, seemingly inviting her to dance. Kanna declined politely, and the boy didn't press her, quickly shifting his attention to another Gryffindor girl nearby. Kyle vaguely remembered her name was Parvati, someone in the same year as Harry. "Have some soda," Kyle said as he approached Kanna, handing her the pudding and pumpkin fizz. Someone recommended this pudding as being really good. Kanna accepted the pudding and took a small bite. Her cheeks were slightly flushed from the 3 dances she'd just had. "Hogwarts has never been this lively before, has it?" she said with a soft smile. "Everyone seems to be having a great time. This is the best Christmas ever." "Yeah," Kyle replied. Though, of course, it could have been better if someone weren't staring at him constantly. Kyle wasn't thinking about anyone else but Professor Snape. Snape's piercing gaze had briefly vanished during the dancing, but just now, when Kyle had gone to fetch drinks, that unsettling feeling of being watched, like a bug pinned under a magnifying glass, returned. Turning his head slightly, Kyle saw Snape standing near the table, his dark eyes fixed on him without so much as a blink. Beside Snape stood Karkaroff, looking nervous as he gestured toward the door repeatedly, as though urging Snape to discuss something urgent. Kyle, curious, tilted his head and tried to listen in, but the distance and the noise in the hall made their conversation nearly impossible to decipher. All he could catch were scattered phrases. "You know. Severus, this is important. We've already had this conversation. Igor, you're making a big deal out of nothing. Hello." Kyle's concentration broke as a Beauxbatons girl suddenly stepped in front of him. "May I have this dance?" she asked. "Sorry, I might need to regain some strength," Kyle said, raising the pumpkin fizz as if to emphasize his point. He took a sip. The girl looked visibly disappointed. "But I can recommend someone else," Kyle added quickly, pointing to the dessert table. "Harry Potter. Heard of him? I don't think anyone's asked him yet. The famous boy who lived." The girl's initial curiosity turned into confusion as she glanced toward Harry. "He looks different from what I imagined." "He's probably just hungry," Kyle said nonchalantly, "or embarrassed because no one's invited him yet, so he's pretending to keep busy." "Really?" The girl seemed skeptical but walked off toward Harry anyway, glancing back uncertainly. When Kyle turned back, he caught Kanna looking at him with an odd expression. "Hogwarts only has a ball once in a while," Kyle explained with a shrug. "It'd be a shame to just stand by the buffet all night." "That's not what I meant." For some reason, Kanna's face flushed even deeper. She looked at the pumpkin fizz in Kyle's hand and muttered in a barely audible voice, "That drink. I already drank from it earlier." "Really? Well, just let me have this glass," Kyle said with a grin. "Dancing's exhausting, and I don't feel like making another trip. But, okay." Kanna's voice was so faint it was almost a whisper. "Thanks," Kyle said, taking another sip. "Huh, it seems our Mr. Champion has developed quite a fondness for pumpkin fizz," came a cold, drawling voice from behind him. Kyle stiffened as Snape appeared suddenly, his presence as intimidating as ever. Without warning, Snape snatched the glass from Kyle's hand and shoved another pumpkin fizz toward him, spilling much of it onto Kyle's gown in the process. "If you don't want to move, that's fine. I can hold it for you," Snape said icily. "Don't be polite, drink up." "Air. Professor," Kyle replied with a strained laugh, "I've just had a drink, so I don't really need another one right now." The mere thought of drinking something handed to him by Snape sent a shiver down his spine. Even if he had 10 lives to spare, he wouldn't dare. "Really?" Snape drawled, his dark eyes narrowing as though he didn't believe a word. It seemed Snape was about to press further, but fortunately, a commotion nearby drew his attention. The sharp voices of an argument carried through the hall, and Snape turned his gaze toward the source of the noise. Kyle followed his line of sight and spotted Hermione and Ron in the midst of a heated exchange. Despite the obvious tension between them, Snape dismissed the scene with a flick of his eyes, clearly not inclined to intervene. "Whenever you feel like a pumpkin fizz, just come and see me." I'll make sure you get plenty, Snape said ominously, before retreating to his previous position. He stood like a watchful sentinel, as still and unblinking as an owl on a nighttime perch. Kyle let out a quiet sigh of relief but couldn't shake the feeling of being under constant surveillance. It was obvious Snape had no intention of allowing Kana to leave the dance, likely because the Hufflepuff common room was practically deserted at this hour. At least here, in the bustling Great Hall, Snape could keep an eye on them and intervene if needed, or so Kyle assumed. For now, however, the spotlight had shifted squarely onto Kyle. He was stuck, unable to move freely, unable to dance, and unable to leave the hall. Helpless, he resigned himself to join Harry at the buffet table. Harry didn't seem to be faring much better. Hermione had disappeared entirely, leaving Ron in a foul mood. After grumbling under his breath for a while, Ron eventually stormed out of the Great Hall with Harry trailing behind. Kyle and Kana wandered to the farthest side of the table, away from the dance floor, and settled down. They spent the next while nibbling on pudding and muffins, chatting intermittently. Their conversation flitted from the Triwizard Tournament to speculations about the second task, to the hilarity of Cedric's clumsy dance moves that had left his feet flailing. Despite the awkwardness of their surroundings, Kana appeared genuinely content. A faint smile lingered on her lips, and her eyes sparkled as they talked. Every so often, someone would approach to invite them to dance, but they both found polite excuses to decline. They seemed perfectly comfortable where they were. An hour later, the tone of the ball shifted entirely. Fred and George Weasley had claimed the dance floor as their own, leaving their bemused partners behind to showcase an energetic tap dance routine. Their antics were so infectious that even the weird sisters couldn't resist joining in, abandoning their soothing melodies for fast-paced drum beats. The crowd responded enthusiastically. One by one, students abandoned their quiet conversations and tentative waltzes to join the growing frenzy. Even Kyle and Kana couldn't resist being pulled into the revelry when Cedric and Cho grabbed their hands and dragged them to the middle of the floor. The energy in the room hit its peak. It continued like this until midnight, when the weird sisters finally stopped playing. The crowd erupted into another round of applause before gradually making their way toward the foyer. Awesome. I love the weird sisters so much. I can't believe the school managed to get them. I hope we get the chance to do this again, maybe every Christmas. I don't think so, it's the Triwizard Ball. That's why I said hope. Their chatter filled the corridors as they moved toward the exit. Seizing the moment, Karkaroff dragged a red-eyed Snape outside to the castle grounds. Phew, he's finally gone, Kyle said wearily. Kana giggled beside him. Never mind, there might be a ball next year. If there is, Kyle muttered, glancing toward the castle gates, I hope the headmaster finds something for Professor Snape to do in advance, so long as it keeps him away from Hogwarts. He doesn't seem to have much interest in dancing, does he? Chapter 527, The Lestrange Vault. Although the dance had ended, the students' excitement hadn't waned in the slightest. Even after returning to their common rooms, they stayed up late discussing the event instead of heading straight to bed. As a result, most students slept in the following morning, and the Great Hall was nearly empty when Kyle arrived for breakfast. Kyle, there you are, said Sirius with a grin as he entered through the doors. I was just debating whether I should come and look for you in the Hufflepuff common room. Look for me? Kyle asked, raising an eyebrow. What for? Have you forgotten? Sirius leaned in and lowered his voice so only Kyle could hear. The vault key from the holidays. At this, Kyle couldn't help but spring to his feet. So, you can go to Gringotts now. I could have gone ages ago, Sirius replied with a smirk. Where do you think I got the money for the firebolts? But you had school, and I had other matters to attend to. Now I've got time. Or, if you're busy this holiday, we can wait until the end of the school year. No, now is fine, Kyle said quickly. Then, with a slight frown, he added, but there's one problem. Can I leave the castle? In principle, no, Sirius admitted. Unless we can get the headmaster's permission. Well, what are we waiting for? Kyle exclaimed, cramming the remaining bread from his plate into his mouth in 2 swift bites. Without wasting another moment, he and Sirius headed toward the headmaster's office on the 8th floor. You want to leave school? Dumbledore's eyebrows lifted slightly at the unexpected request as Kyle and Sirius entered his office. Yes, Headmaster Dumbledore, Sirius said, his gaze briefly flicking to Madame Maxime and Karkaroff, who were also in the office. Speaking in a casual tone, he added, I've prepared a special Christmas present, but it's not something I can deliver here at the school. I thought it would be nice to show Kyle around while I hand it over. Dumbledore hesitated, stroking his beard thoughtfully. This is a delicate time. Kyle is one of the Triwizard champions, and many eyes are upon him. The place we're going to is Diagon Alley, Sirius interjected smoothly. It's perfectly safe. Yes, Kyle chimed in. Just Diagon Alley. Dumbledore considered for a moment before nodding. All right, I'll allow it. But how will you get there? The train left yesterday and won't return until the end of the holidays. Train. Sirius's expression twisted in disdain. That thing is unbearably slow. I endured enough of it during my school days. We'll head to Hogsmeade and use the fireplace at the Three Broomsticks. There's no need for that, Dumbledore said, lifting a hand. He flicked his fingers toward the fireplace in his office, and the flames within roared to life, turning a bright green. Hogwarts is connected to the Fleur network. Sirius asked in surprise. It's usually closed, but there's no harm in opening it for a few hours, Dumbledore explained with a small smile. Will 5 hours suffice, or do you need longer? That's more than enough, Sirius replied confidently. We'll be back before lunch. He motioned for Kyle to follow, and the two stepped into the fireplace. As they disappeared in a swirl of green flames, both Maxime and Karkaroff exchanged uneasy glances. Kyle, one of the champions, had abruptly left Hogwarts before the second task had even begun. Such an unusual decision struck them as highly suspicious. And the excuse Sirius had given, that the gift couldn't be delivered to the castle, seemed laughably weak. Did they really think others wouldn't see through it? Olymp, Karkaroff said in a low voice, unable to contain his curiosity, at Beau's Batons, would students staying over the holidays be allowed to leave the school so easily? Of course not, Madame Maxime replied firmly. Unless they neglected to sign the holiday detention list, students are not permitted to leave the school grounds, even during breaks. The same rule applies to Hogwarts, Dumbledore interjected with a calm smile. But this is a special case. Kyle was assisting Professor Black during the holidays, and I believe this is simply Sirius's way of showing gratitude. Well, let's not concern ourselves with them, Dumbledore said smoothly, redirecting the conversation. Now, where were we? Ah, yes, the scoring criteria for the champions in the second task. His transparent attempt to change the subject only deepened Maxime and Karkaroff's suspicions. They were now convinced that Kyle's outing was somehow tied to the Triwizard Tournament. Their gazes lingered on Dumbledore, filled with newfound wariness. Was Hogwarts, the home team, resorting to underhanded tactics? The thought left a sour taste in their mouths. Dumbledore, however, remained completely unfazed, continuing to articulate his thoughts with serene composure. Meanwhile, Kyle and Sirius emerged from the fireplace in the leaky cauldron, stepping into the quiet, dimly lit pub. It was still early in the morning after Christmas, and the place was deserted except for old Tom, who stood behind the bar polishing a row of empty glasses. Without pause, Sirius led Kyle toward the back garden, where the entrance to Diagon Alley awaited. Kyle, and Black. Tom greeted them with a warm smile as they stepped out of the fireplace. Can I get you something to drink? No, Tom, maybe next time, Sirius replied, shaking his head. With that, the two made their way through the back entrance to Diagon Alley and walked briskly toward Gringotts. As they approached the gleaming bronze doors, Sirius glanced over at Kyle. You've got the key. Of course. I always carry it with me, Kyle said, reaching into his bag and pulling out a golden key. Sirius took the key without hesitation and strode into the imposing marble hall of the Wizarding Bank. Inside, about 100 goblins were hard at work behind long counters. Some weighed coins on scales, while others inspected gemstones with meticulous care through magnifying eyepieces. They stopped in front of a goblin who was scribbling in a large ledger. Ahem. Sirius cleared his throat. We need to access the Lestrange's vault. The goblin looked up at Sirius, his sharp features twisting in curiosity. You don't look like Miss Lestrange, he said in a high-pitched, skeptical voice. I'm her cousin, Sirius replied with an expression that suggested he'd just swallowed a particularly vile Bertie Bott's every flavor bean. She asked me to retrieve something for her. The goblin studied Sirius for a long moment, then his eyes seemed to glint with recognition. Ah, yes, you are indeed permitted to access her vault. He added, now then, Mr. Black, do you have the key? Sirius tossed the key onto the table, his tone impatient. Here it is. She gave it to me. This should be the one. The goblin picked up the key and inspected it carefully. Yes. He said at last. Mr. Black, I must remind you that you are authorized to take only one item from the vault. I know, Sirius snapped. And I don't even want to look at the rest of that rubbish. Very well, the goblin replied. Turning slightly, he called, Griphook. Another goblin appeared promptly and motioned for them to follow. Griphook led Sirius and Kyle through a door behind the counter into a narrow stone corridor. A small cart awaited them, and they climbed in. The moment they were settled, the cart sped off along a network of twisting tunnels, deep into the heart of Gringotts. The further they went, the more Sirius's complexion paled. He pressed a hand to his mouth, clearly struggling with the motion. Kyle, on the other hand, felt only the cool rush of air. Compared to the turbulence of Phoenix apparition, this ride felt like a tame children's attraction. The passages grew darker and darker as the cart picked up speed. They passed through a waterfall, drenching them and sending chills through their bodies as the icy wind cut against their wet clothes. But the waterfall was unavoidable. Without passing through Thief's Downfall, Griphook couldn't proceed. After another 10 minutes of careening through the underground maze, Kyle's ears picked up a faint, pitiful sound, a weak dragon's roar. The sound was feeble, a far cry from the commanding, fearsome presence a dragon's cry should evoke. "This is Gringotts' greatest defense," Griphook said proudly as their cart came to a halt. "The dragon ensures that any thief coveting the treasures here pays a steep price." Kyle looked at him with an impassive expression, betraying no reaction to the goblin's words. The cart finally stopped by a mountain stream. Blocking their path stood a creature with the body of a lion and the face of a human, a sphinx. Sphinxes, renowned for their intelligence and mastery of riddles and anagrams, were often employed by wizards to safeguard precious items and secret locations. Kyle recalled that Newt's commander had one in his magical suitcase. Though it had no gold or jewels to guard, the Sphinx fixated on Newt's mooncalf, often obstructing him when he went to collect mooncalf fertilizer. Griphook stepped down first, approached the Sphinx, and spoke to it in low, clipped tones. After a moment of hesitation, the creature retreated sulkily into the shadows. "Come on," Griphook said, gesturing for them to follow. Kyle and Sirius stepped out of the cart and followed Griphook. The stream led to a single, imposing vault door. Griphook retrieved the key, placed it in his palm, and pressed his hand firmly against the door. Kyle observed the goblin's actions with curiosity. "Anyone but a goblin who tries this would be sucked in and trapped forever," Griphook said with a malicious grin, glancing at Kyle. "Can you stop wasting time and get on with it?" Sirius snapped, clearly losing patience. "As you wish," Griphook replied smugly. As soon as he finished speaking, the heavy vault doors began to dissolve, revealing the treasures within. For a moment, Kyle thought someone had turned on a flood of lights inside. The golden glow was so brilliant it dazzled his eyes. Inside was a veritable mountain of gold, rising nearly 10 feet high. Among the piles were the hides of exotic creatures, flasks filled with mysterious potions, and a skull crowned with a tarnished crown. "Hurry," Sirius said urgently. "Take what you need, and let's get out of here." "Got it," Kyle replied, turning to Griphook. "Can I enter? Are there any active protective charms?" "The vault is protected by the Flagranti Curse and the Gemino Curse," Griphook explained. "But since you have the key, those charms are temporarily disabled and won't reactivate until the door is closed. If you're uncertain, I can retrieve the item for you." "No need," Kyle replied confidently, stepping into the vault. As he entered, he deliberately kicked a galleon with his foot. The coin clinked as it rolled across the floor, finally coming to a stop against another pile of gold. It remained a single coin throughout, not doubling or growing hot. Satisfied, Kyle let down his guard and walked further inside. Griphook followed closely, his sharp eyes monitoring Kyle's every move, clearly ensuring he didn't take anything extra. Kyle ignored him. Although the piles of treasure were undeniably tempting, he had a specific purpose and didn't intend to stray from it. The vault was spacious and densely packed with items. Kyle took his time, walking back and forth, scanning the piles of valuables for nearly 5 minutes. Finally, his eyes landed on his target. Atop a raised stone platform at the far end of the vault sat a small golden cup. The cup was intricately designed, with a lifelike badger engraved on its surface. 2 delicate handles, shaped like ears, extended from either side of the cup. Chapter 528, Helga Hufflepuff told me. After spotting the golden cup, Kyle suppressed the surge of excitement within him. Turning calmly to the goblin behind him, he said in a composed tone, "This one, Mr. Griphook, is correct, isn't it? Could you please help me retrieve that golden cup?" Griphook remained motionless, his sharp voice cutting through the stillness. "Sir, only Mr. Black has the authority to remove anything from this vault." "Are you sure that's the one Bellatrix wants?" Sirius interjected, his tone edged with caution. "We can't afford to get it wrong, we won't have another chance to come back." "Yes, that's it," Kyle replied confidently. "It's a small item, not particularly valuable, but it holds great sentimental value for Madame Bellatrix." "You heard him," Sirius said to Griphook, his impatience evident. "Hurry up, grab it, and let's leave this miserable place." "As you wish, Mr. Black," Griphook replied with a slight bow. With a snap of his fingers, the golden cup rose smoothly from the high stone ledge, floating gently through the air toward Sirius. He caught it in one hand and immediately passed it to Kyle. The two stepped back into the open space outside the vault, watching as Griphook secured the heavy doors once again. "I need not remind you, Mr. Black," Griphook said, turning toward Sirius after confirming the vault was locked, "you will never be allowed to retrieve anything from this vault again." "I know," Sirius muttered with clear disdain. "And believe me, I don't plan on coming back here if I can help it." "Good," Griphook said with a satisfied nod, clearly pleased that only a seemingly insignificant golden cup had been taken. The three climbed back into the cart, which sped through the labyrinthine tunnels once more. Fortunately, they emerged into the dazzling sunlight outside Gringotts before Sirius's queasiness could overwhelm him. As they stepped onto the cobblestone street, Sirius turned to Kyle. "I don't understand why you only took such a worthless trinket." He glanced back to ensure no goblins were within earshot. There was a lot of genuinely valuable stuff in that vault. For instance, that crown, crafted by a renowned medieval alchemist and treasured by the Lestrange family for generations. It's worth tens of thousands of galleons. Tens of thousands, Kyle said, patting the leather bag containing the golden cup. That's certainly impressive, but... He smiled faintly. It pales in comparison to this. Huh. Sirius scoffed, clearly unconvinced. It's just a golden cup. How valuable can it be? Kyle's expression didn't change as he replied, Hufflepuff's cup. It's on the same level as Slytherin's locket. Wouldn't you agree? Sirius froze mid-step, staring at Kyle with wide-eyed disbelief. Hufflepuff's. His voice rose instinctively before he caught himself and immediately lowered it. You mean Helga Hufflepuff's cup? Who else? Kyle replied matter-of-factly. But. Sirius's voice dropped to a whisper. Why is Hufflepuff's cup in the Lestrange vault? And how do you even know about it? You've never been here before. Of course not, Kyle said calmly. I was only a year old when Bellatrix was captured. Obviously, I couldn't have been here. But. He paused slightly before adding, Helga Hufflepuff himself told me about it. Sirius blinked, his mouth slightly ajar. What? Kyle shrugged, as though it were the most natural thing in the world. You've heard about it from the professors, haven't you? I once met the founders. This. Sirius looked utterly stunned. He had indeed heard about this from Lupin, who had recounted the story with a mix of fascination and disbelief. But the idea that Kyle, standing here before him, had interacted with the founders, figures from over 1,000 years ago. It seemed impossible. Sirius had dismissed the tale as an exaggerated rumor, even laughing at Lupin for believing it. You really met Helga Hufflepuff? Sirius asked again, his tone a mixture of skepticism and amazement. Absolutely, Kyle said without hesitation. Professor Dumbledore can vouch for it. Sirius's expression grew even more perplexed. Incredible. He muttered under his breath. Seeing Sirius's confusion, Kyle didn't elaborate further. After all, he was the only wizard alive who had met the founders, and his word was final. If anyone doubted him, they were welcome to confront Helga Hufflepuff herself, though how they might do so was their problem. With that, Kyle turned and resumed walking, intending to return to Hogwarts via the Leaky Cauldron's fireplace. Just as he reached the entrance, Sirius's voice called out behind him. Wait a minute. Kyle stopped and turned as Sirius caught up. The man seemed to have shaken off his disbelief, perhaps recalling that he had seen the Slytherin locket before and had learned to accept the extraordinary. After all, so much had happened recently that a golden cup tied to Hufflepuff seemed almost routine in comparison. We've got 5 hours, Sirius said. No need to rush back. Come with me. Kyle assumed Sirius wanted to pick out something for Harry again and followed without objection. It was the holidays, after all, and there were no pressing school matters that demanded his immediate return. However, instead of heading back to the Leaky Cauldron, Sirius led him in the opposite direction, toward Knockturn Alley. They stopped at its entrance, directly across from Gringotts. You're buying something here? Kyle asked skeptically. Knockturn Alley was notorious for its assortment of dark magical artifacts and other dubious items. Surely Sirius wasn't planning to gift Harry anything from such a place. Sirius shook his head quickly. Oh, don't be ridiculous. Even if I wanted to shop here, I wouldn't bring you along, this place isn't fit for students. No, I'm showing you that. He pointed at a shop across the way. Kyle followed his gesture to a storefront with no sign. The door was shut, and a thick layer of dust coated the windows. It was obvious the shop had been abandoned for quite some time. What's so special about that shop? Kyle asked curiously. It's strange, though. It's got a prime location right across from Gringotts. Why has it been left empty for so long? That's because I've been unavailable, Sirius said, his voice tinged with sarcasm. This used to be my uncle's shop. When he passed, he left it to me. A while back, when I went to Gringotts to withdraw money, I discovered the magical deed for it. Ah, I see, Kyle said, nodding. That explained it. With Sirius imprisoned in Azkaban for 12 years, the shop had naturally fallen into disuse. What do you think about me opening a shop here? Sirius asked with a wistful look. I've dreamed about it countless times. When Harry graduates, we could run it together. We wouldn't need to make a fortune, just enough to get by and spend time together every day. Not a bad idea, Kyle agreed. What would you sell? Potions. Magical props. Herbs. Sirius hesitated, his expression faltering for a moment. I haven't thought that far ahead. Maybe a dessert shop, selling ice cream, pudding, that sort of thing. I found out yesterday that Harry really likes pudding. Kyle glanced toward Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor, only 2 shops down. It was the most renowned ice dessert shop in Diagon Alley, with a century of history and countless loyal patrons. Are you sure? Kyle said, raising an eyebrow. If you try selling ice cream here, you might as well just stay home and eat your savings. Just an idea, Sirius admitted sheepishly, scratching his head. Harry can decide what we sell. Why not sell the knickknacks you used to make? Kyle suggested. Your maps and badges were really popular at Hogwarts. You mean the stuff we made during school? Sirius asked, considering it. That could work. Sales might not be as strong outside of Hogwarts, but it wouldn't lose money. And I could start with the designs you've made, see how they do, then expand. Kyle shrugged. I don't have a shop, so I'd have no use for them. You might as well take everything. No, you do have a shop, Sirius said with a sly grin, pointing to another unused storefront next to his. That one's yours. Consider it my Christmas present to you. Chapter 529, Chapter 529, once a black gives something away, it's never taken back. A shop. As a Christmas present. This time, Kyle was genuinely speechless. What did you just say? He asked, thoroughly confused. Is it so hard to understand? Sirius laughed. Didn't you find it odd yesterday? Why didn't you get a Christmas gift from me? I did, Kyle replied. The firebolt, wasn't it? It helped me with the first task of the Triwizard Tournament. No, Sirius corrected him. That was for you becoming a champion. You didn't think I was lying in the headmaster's office, did you? Well, you were wrong. I did prepare a gift that couldn't be delivered to Hogwarts. Wait a second, Kyle interrupted, narrowing his eyes. Did your uncle leave this to you, too? No, Sirius said with a grin. This one's a Black family heirloom. But it's mine now, and I can do whatever I like with it. Kyle shook his head firmly. Forget it. The firebolt is already a valuable enough gift. I can't accept a shop, too. He couldn't even begin to calculate the cost of a shop in Diagon Alley, but he was sure it was worth several thousand galleons at the very least, possibly 10,000 if it was a prime location. Such a gift felt impossibly extravagant, and Kyle couldn't accept it without feeling a deep sense of guilt. No way, Sirius said, his expression suddenly serious. You've helped me so much. Stop, Kyle interrupted, raising a hand. It was Professor Dumbledore who helped you. Whether it was defending you at the Ministry of Magic or retrieving Regulus from the cave, he was the one who did the most. I was just there to watch. You're wrong, Sirius said, shaking his head. Feeling tired of standing, Sirius led Kyle into Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor and ordered 2 hazelnut and peanut ice creams. They took seats at a small table outside the shop, the hustle and bustle of Diagon Alley providing a lively backdrop. Or maybe you underestimate your own role in this, Sirius said, handing Kyle an ice cream before continuing. Let's start with me. You may not realize it, but you made a real difference. With Peter Pettigrew, you could always clear your name, Kyle said matter-of-factly. That's the funny thing, Sirius said, watching the passers-by on the street. I had a conversation with Professor Dumbledore, and he told me that even with Peter Pettigrew and all the evidence out in the open, Fudge was very unlikely to act in my favor. It's a scandal for the Ministry, and Fudge might have killed Peter outright to cover it up. But Fudge didn't do that, Kyle pointed out. That's because of what you said, Sirius replied seriously. You made Fudge realize he could distance himself from the entire affair. Remember what you said. If you'd been the minister at the time, this mistake never would have been made. Dumbledore said neither he nor I would have thought to phrase it that way, and I agree. In other words, you paved the way, and we just walked it. Sirius took a big bite of his ice cream, relishing it, before continuing. And then there's Regulus. You found Slytherin's locket, which led us to Creature and his story. Without you, I would probably have tossed that locket as junk, and there would have been no story at all. You know how awful my relationship with Creature was. He paused, glancing at Kyle. By the way, when we were at the cliff, you called Dumbledore. I remember you used a phoenix tail feather for that, something precious, meant to save your life. That alone is worth more than 2 shops. Well. Kyle hesitated, then added, you probably don't know, but Fawkes and I are on good terms. He gave me another tail feather yesterday, for Christmas. Sirius acted as though he hadn't heard. Take it, Sirius said firmly, almost to himself. Because of you, I can stand in the sun again, and Regulus was able to return home. I don't know how else to express my gratitude, and this is the best way Lupin and I could think of. You really don't need to, Kyle said, shaking his head. Besides, Harry and I are friends. Helping a friend is the least I can do. You should just leave the shop to him. It belongs to the Blacks, not just to me, Sirius replied, shaking his head. I won't be using it, but it's fine for you to have it. After all, Regulus was my parents' favorite child, and I should show my appreciation on their behalf. Kyle still felt uneasy. The gesture was far too generous, and the prospect of owning a shop in Diagon Alley was dizzying. It was never something he had imagined for himself. However, Sirius seemed resolute. This is the magical contract for the shop, and it's already yours, Sirius said, pulling out a piece of parchment and slapping it onto the table. If you don't want it, throw it away. I'm not taking it back. Like my uncle once told me, the Blacks don't take back gifts. Ever. But weren't you disowned by the Blacks? Kyle said sullenly, throwing a pointed look at Sirius. Sirius, who had been adopting a proud air as a pureblood for a moment, deflated instantly. He looked thoroughly exasperated. Even so, I can still represent the Black family, he muttered. Kyle sighed and picked up the parchment. The address on it read 31 Diagon Alley, accompanied by a complex magical sigil. Holding it, he could sense a faint magical pull toward the shop's location. You take it back, Kyle said, extending the parchment to Sirius. We can talk about this shop after I graduate. Sirius ignored the offer, pretending not to see the parchment. The two were locked in a silent standoff when Kyle's eyes accidentally landed on a passing wizard holding the Daily Prophet. The cover photo immediately caught his attention. Kyle stood and approached the wizard. Excuse me, may I take a look at that newspaper? The man, startled at first, nodded once he composed himself. Oh, yes, of course. You can keep it, I've already finished reading it. Thank you, Kyle said, taking the newspaper. What is it? Sirius asked, coming over. Kyle didn't answer immediately. He opened the paper and quickly scanned the front page article. His brow furrowed as he pointed to a particular passage. Hagrid might be in trouble. Sirius leaned in to read. We can exclusively reveal that the mother of this Professor Hagrid is none other than the giantess Fredwulfa, whose whereabouts are currently unknown. Giants are bloodthirsty and cruel by nature, and we do not know whether Hagrid has inherited these traits. Has Headmaster Dumbledore informed students and their parents of this fact? Wait. Sirius exclaimed. Hagrid's a half-giant. That's for sure, Kyle said. No ordinary wizard can grow to be over 3 meters tall. But the issue isn't about guessing, it's about someone publicly pointing it out. Hagrid's behavior at Hogwarts has never been bloodthirsty or cruel. Many people actually like him. But now. Sirius's expression darkened as he realized the implications. He thought of Lupin. Despite being one of the most popular professors at Hogwarts for an entire year, Lupin had been forced to resign when his identity as a werewolf became public knowledge. The stigma and fear surrounding werewolves had been insurmountable. And Hagrid. A half-giant's identity might not evoke the same terror as a werewolf's, but it was far from benign. Giants had a reputation for savagery, and many had allied with Voldemort during the war. So what do we do now? Sirius asked gravely. I don't know, Kyle said, tucking the newspaper into his robe pocket. Let's head back to Hogwarts and talk to Hagrid. Good idea. Without another word, Sirius stood and led Kyle back toward the leaky cauldron at a brisk pace. Chapter 530, Rolling in the Snow. When Kyle and Sirius returned to Hogwarts through the fireplace in the leaky cauldron, they found the headmaster's office empty. Fawkes, perched lazily on his stand, raised his head briefly to glance at them before tucking it back under his wing, disinterested. As Sirius muttered something about Dumbledore's mysterious absences, a nearby portrait made an irritated remark. Sirius ignored it entirely, which only prompted the portrait to grumble angrily. By the time the portrait launched into a full tirade, Kyle and Sirius were already walking out of the office, oblivious to its complaints. In the foyer, a tense scene caught their attention. Two groups of students appeared to be in the middle of a standoff, glaring at each other. Sirius, in his role as a professor, sighed and stepped forward to intervene. I'll handle this, he said to Kyle. Kyle nodded in understanding and left the castle alone. Outside, the snow remained untouched in many places, blanketing the grounds in white. Long tracks crisscrossed the landscape, evidence of students from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang enjoying the snow. Kyle followed the well-trodden path leading to Hagrid's hut at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Normally, Hagrid would have cleared the snow from the stone steps by this time, but today the snow lay undisturbed, except for a series of messy footprints indicating recent visitors. As Kyle approached the hut, he heard voices inside. Listen to me, Hagrid, came Hermione's voice, calm but firm. You don't need to be so sensitive about being a half-giant. Prejudice like that, it's no different from how people treat werewolves. It's just a misconception. The truth isn't what the newspapers are saying, is it? Hermione's right, Hagrid, Ron added, his tone earnest. Don't listen to that Slytherin rubbish. Everyone knows you're not violent, and loads of people like you. Don't try to comfort me, Hagrid replied, his voice heavy with emotion. Last year, Professor Lupin had to leave Hogwarts because of his werewolf status. I reckon it's my turn this year. No one want me here, I know it. That's not true. Harry said passionately. We want you here, and so does Angelina. She was just arguing with those Slytherins in the entrance hall because they were saying awful things about you. Hearing this, Kyle immediately realized who the students in the foyer had been. With Sirius handling the situation, he felt confident Angelina wasn't in any real danger. Kyle stepped up to the door and knocked. That'll be Dumbledore, come to tell me to pack up and leave. Hagrid muttered gloomily. The door creaked open, revealing a disheveled Hagrid. His eyes were red and swollen from crying, and his hair was matted and tangled, resembling a wild tumbleweed atop his head. Sorry to disappoint, Kyle said lightly, but the headmaster's tied up with Karkaroff and Maxime. I don't think he's got the time to come down here. Kyle, Hagrid started. Can we talk inside? Kyle interrupted with a small grin. It's freezing out here. Without waiting for an answer, Kyle stepped past Hagrid into the hut. Inside, Harry, Ron, and Hermione looked up nervously. When they saw it was Kyle, their shoulders relaxed, and they collectively let out a sigh of relief. Kyle, did you come here because you read that article? Hermione asked. Kyle nodded. I figured Hagrid might be in trouble, so I came to see if I could help. It's all because of Rita Skeeter, Harry said angrily. That awful woman just loves to stir up trouble. You know her? Kyle asked. I met her once after the first task, Harry said with a grimace. She asked me a few questions, which I thought were just normal. But a few days later, she published an article claiming I was bitter because I wasn't a champion and that I insulted Professor Dumbledore by calling him an old idiot. But I never said that. I'd never call Professor Dumbledore an old idiot, and I didn't even want to become a champion. Just look at the first task, Madagots, dragons, I'd have to be mad to want to compete. Oh, sorry, Kyle, I didn't mean it like that. It's fine, Kyle said, shaking his head. I didn't take it personally. Speaking of which, Hermione said, turning to Hagrid, how did that woman find out you're a half-giant? I dunno, Hagrid muttered, his voice heavy. I never told anyone except Madame Maxime. Madame Maxime. Ron said, wide-eyed. Isn't she a half-giant too? That's what I thought, Hagrid said with a sigh, but she gave me a right dressing down for even suggesting it. Said she was just big-boned. He groaned and buried his face in his hands. She's afraid to admit it, Harry said indignantly. Big-boned, who's she trying to fool? But it worked, didn't it? Kyle said, cutting in. Don't forget, the article only mentioned Hagrid. Half-giants aren't like werewolves, they don't transform or anything. As long as she doesn't admit it, people might just chalk it up to something else. Wizards see so many strange things in this world that a bit of an unusual physique isn't unbelievable. Hermione's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. Wait, the newspaper. Kyle, do you think Rita Skeeter overheard Hagrid last night? But Hogwarts doesn't allow outsiders in. Hagrid, did you see her? I don't remember, Hagrid said, shaking his head. But I don't think so. Rita Skeeter isn't short on magical skills, Kyle said with a shrug. She could have easily hidden herself. The group fell silent for a moment as they considered this. That explains how she knew, Hermione said suddenly. It was the disillusionment charm. She must have used it to turn herself invisible and eavesdrop. Or maybe an invisibility cloak, Ron suggested. Animagus is another possibility, Harry added. Like Peter Pettigrew, turning into something small, like a rat or a squirrel. No one pays attention to little creatures like that. That's not possible, Hermione countered, frowning. I've read the Animagus registry for this century, and Rita Skeeter's name isn't on it. Not everyone registers, Harry reminded her. Peter Pettigrew's name wasn't on the list either. He'd almost said Sirius's name but stopped himself, thinking it might upset Hagrid given the current circumstances. The trio continued debating how Rita Skeeter could have learned Hagrid's secret, but Hagrid himself seemed uninterested. He sat staring at the teapot on the stove, which was releasing thick clouds of white steam, lost in thought. Can I have a cup of tea? Kyle asked. Someone thought ice cream in the snow was a good idea, and now I need something warm. Oh, sure. Hagrid mumbled, finally rousing himself. He picked up the teapot and poured Kyle a steaming cup of pine nut tea. Harry glanced outside at the falling snow and shivered. Honestly, even if someone offered me ice cream, I wouldn't eat it, not in this weather. Agreed, Kyle said, taking the cup from Hagrid. But he loves the cold, he'd probably roll around in the snow if he could. I didn't want ice cream either, but once it's bought, it can't go to waste. Chapter 531, The Beetle and Rita Skeeter. Frost-resistant and rolling in the snow. Harry felt an odd sense of familiarity with Kyle's description, but he couldn't quite place it. Just as he was about to ask, a knock came at the door again. This time, it wasn't Dumbledore. "Hagrid, how are you? Everyone in the castle's talking about you." "Oh, I see you've got the kettle on. Mind if I have a cup of tea?" Harry lit up at the sight of the visitor. "Professor Black. What are you doing here?" "I've told you, Harry, you don't have to call me that outside the castle," Sirius said with a smile as he entered the hut. "Of course, I came because of the article. I wanted to talk to Professor Dumbledore about it first, but he's disappeared, and I couldn't find him anywhere." Hagrid's hut, already cramped with 5 people inside, now felt impossibly small with Sirius joining. Harry and Ron shifted to the side, squeezing themselves against the wall to make space for him. But 10 minutes later, the knock on the door came again. This time, it wasn't just one visitor, it was Kana, accompanied by Cedric, Cho, and the Weasley twins. With this many people, the hut was too full to fit everyone, so the newcomers had to stand outside in the snow. Kana spotted Kyle through the window and waved. "No wonder we couldn't find you earlier. You got here first." "No, I just arrived too," Kyle explained, stepping to the doorway. "Professor Black and I went to Diagon Alley earlier, before any of you were awake." "Diagon Alley?" "Yeah, to pick something up from Gringotts. We had it planned for the holidays, and today was our free time." Kana nodded, seemingly satisfied with the explanation. She didn't press further, focusing instead on visiting Hagrid. Seeing the crowd gathered outside his hut, Hagrid looked overwhelmed. Tears welled up in his eyes, not from sadness this time, but from gratitude. He had feared that once people learned he was a half-giant, they would shun him. But now, so many students had come to see him, it moved him deeply. "Thank you," Hagrid choked out, tears streaming into his beard. "Thank you for still coming to see me." "Hagrid, what are you on about?" Fred said with a grin. "Our care of magical creatures professor is a half-blood giant, what could be cooler than that?" "A pure-blood giant?" George suggested with a raised eyebrow. "Fair point," Fred agreed with a chuckle, high-fiving his twin. "See, Hagrid," Kyle said reassuringly. "No one here cares about your status." "But Dumbledore," Hagrid muttered uncertainly. "I'm sure the headmaster won't dismiss you," Kyle said, patting Hagrid's arm. The group didn't linger for long, mainly because of the cold. Not everyone could fit inside the hut, and the snow outside was beginning to pile up again. After a while, Hagrid insisted he needed some time alone and shooed everyone back to the castle, despite their protests. As the students reluctantly turned to leave, Kyle noticed something unusual. A beetle was crawling out from under the open door of the hut, its shiny carapace glinting faintly in the light. Kyle's eyes narrowed as he watched it scuttle away. "Yeah, let's go back," Kyle said, stepping away from Hagrid's hut. Outside, he walked up to Kana and said casually, though with a hint of intent, "Good thing the article only mentioned the half-giant detail. If they'd found out about that, things would have been even more of a mess." "What thing?" Kana asked, confused. "Have you forgotten?" Kyle looked around cautiously, lowering his voice. "It's not safe to talk about it here. Let's head back to the castle." Though puzzled, Kana didn't press further and followed Kyle. It wasn't until they reached the foyer that she tentatively asked, "You're not talking about Fluffy, are you?" "But that was ages ago. It's impossible anyone found him." "You're right," Kyle said with a small smile. "No one's ever going to find Fluffy." He reached into his robes and pulled out a small, round bottle, clearly repurposed from a box of multi-flavored beans. He shook it lightly, producing a distinct clink, clink sound. "Wait, is that a beetle?" Kana asked, tilting her head. "It is," Kyle confirmed, holding the bottle up. "But not just any beetle." He corked the bottle tightly and gave it another shake. The same metallic clink echoed. "Am I right, Madam Rita Skeeter?" "Rita?" Kana gasped, her eyes widening. "Are you saying this beetle is Rita Skeeter?" "It's just a suspicion for now," Kyle admitted. "But it'll be easy enough to confirm. Come with me." Kyle led the way to an empty classroom, shutting the door behind them. He placed the bottle containing the beetle on a desk and rummaged through his moleskin pouch, pulling out a portable camera and a bowtruckle. The bowtruckle stretched as Kyle placed it on the desk, blinking curiously. Kana watched in silence as Kyle uncorked the bottle and gently tipped the beetle out, handing it to the bowtruckle. The bowtruckle's eyes lit up at the unexpected treat. Though wood lice were its favorite, it wasn't about to turn down an extra snack. Opening its tiny mouth wide, it moved to bite down on the beetle. But just as its jaws were about to close, the beetle began to wriggle frantically. Before their eyes, the beetle's body started to grow and shift, its form expanding rapidly. Kana recognized the transformation immediately. it was the process of someone reverting from animagus form to their original human shape. Within moments, the beetle was gone, replaced by a woman with curly blonde hair and oversized horn-rimmed glasses. The bowtruckle, startled and clearly horrified, froze for a moment. Then it looked down at its tiny hands, as if questioning its life choices, before letting out a shrill wail. It dove into Kyle's pocket, trembling in terror. Meanwhile. Click. Kyle pressed the shutter of his camera, capturing the moment perfectly. "Amazing," he said with a sly smile, holding up the camera. "The famous Madame Rita Skeeter is actually an unregistered animagus. Looks like tomorrow's Daily Prophet front page is already decided. Give that to me." Rita Skeeter screeched, lunging at Kyle like a madwoman in a desperate attempt to snatch the camera. But before she could get close, a flick of Kyle's wand sent her flying backward. She crashed into several tables, sending them toppling in a chaotic clatter. "Stealing is wrong, Madam Skeeter," Kyle said calmly, wand still raised. Before she could even think of retaliating, the surrounding tables and chairs transformed into ropes, which snaked around her, binding her tightly from her feet to her neck. She was left looking like a human-sized cocoon, completely immobilized. Her wand clattered to the floor, kicked aside by one of the enchanted table legs. "Another unregistered animagus," Kana said with a tone of disgust. "No wonder you know so many wizarding secrets, no one would ever suspect a beetle." "She'll have to answer for her actions sooner or later," Kyle replied with a smile. "Being an illegal animagus alone is enough to land her in Azkaban with the Dementors. Give me that camera." Rita Skeeter shrieked, her voice tinged with panic. She had never imagined her well-honed trick would fail against a mere student. And now, with the evidence of her animagus form documented in a photograph, her career, and perhaps her freedom, was on the line. She could already picture the fallout. If this photo made its way to the ministry, her illicit use of her animagus form for espionage would be exposed. Ministry officials, particularly those whose secrets she had pried into, would ensure her downfall. She might even find herself silenced in a dark corner of wizarding society. Desperate, she shifted tactics. "I know secrets," she said hoarsely. "Secrets about Fudge, Dolores Umbridge, Ludo Bagman. I can trade them with you for the camera. Just give it to me." Kyle arched an eyebrow. "Why would I want to know that? Do I look like I need extra trouble?" "No thanks." He shrugged lightly. "So I'd rather just—" "What do you want, then?" Rita interrupted, growing frantic. "Tell me. What do I have to do for you to give it to me? I can write an article, no, many articles, praising you. You'll be the hero of Hogwarts." Kyle frowned slightly. "You misunderstand me. I don't want you to write good things about me, and I don't need anything from you. Besides, Hogwarts students don't threaten others to make them do things for us. That's against school rules." Kana glanced sideways, pursing her lips to hide a smile. Strictly speaking, there were no such rules in the Hogwarts handbook. This situation was far beyond the scope of ordinary school discipline. It was squarely in the realm of wizard law. But Rita tried to protest. Kyle cut her off. "However, I happen to be in a good mood today, so here's what I'll do. I'll wait until the next issue of the Daily Prophet comes out before deciding whether to publish the photo. If I'm still in a good mood then, I might not publish it. Who knows? It all depends. Then I—" "Enough," Kyle interrupted again, his tone final. "It's not up to you, it's all about how I feel. So, good luck." With a flick of his wand, the ropes binding Rita Skeeter unraveled and fell to the floor. Without sparing her another glance, Kyle grabbed Kana by the arm and pulled her out of the empty classroom. Chapter 532, listen, is that even human? Animagus, no wonder she can write so many exclusive articles. On the way back, Kana couldn't help but remark, after all, beetles are really common and don't arouse suspicion. She must have overheard a lot of people's secrets this way. That's for sure, Kyle nodded thoughtfully. Just now, Rita Skeeter had acted so nervously, it must be because she knows too much. Or perhaps if the news that she could turn into a beetle got out, plenty of people with guilty consciences would lose sleep. Like the names she mentioned earlier. Ludo Bagman. Kyle could guess that it had something to do with galleons. During the Quidditch World Cup, Mr. Weasley bet on Ireland to win but never received the prize money. Yet, Mr. Weasley himself didn't seem to mind and never pressed Bagman for it, saying it was just the price of the tickets. But as for the other two names Skeeter mentioned, the story involving Fudge and Dolores Umbridge, Kyle had no clue. Still, the secrets of a minister of magic and a senior undersecretary must be pretty explosive. To be honest, Kyle was quite curious. If he got the chance, he wouldn't mind digging around to learn more. Of course, first, they had to deal with Hagrid's situation. "By the way, Kyle, how did you know Rita Skeeter was the beetle?" Kana asked curiously as they approached the kitchen corridor. "It's simple." Kyle gestured at his robe. Because I'm in regular contact with Norbert, my clothes always carry the scent of dragons. Insects would normally avoid me, unless they're animagi. Also, if you look closely, the patterns on the beetle's shell are very similar to Rita Skeeter's hairstyle. I noticed that too, said Kanna. Professor McGonagall once mentioned that animagus-turned animals always retain some features of the wizard. Like when she turns into a cat, her eyes have those distinct frame-like markings. Exactly, Kyle agreed. But usually, people don't notice, especially with smaller animals. And even if they do, it's hard to connect those features back to a specific person. When they returned to the Hufflepuff common room, it was already bustling with activity. Students filled the soft armchairs, chatting and playing wizard chess. The lively atmosphere made the place almost unrecognizable. Kyle, who had never experienced such a lively Christmas holiday, found himself feeling a little out of place. Where were you just now? Cedric asked, approaching them. Cho and I were just discussing ways to cheer Hagrid up. Got any ideas? Maybe we won't need to, Kyle said, exchanging a glance with Kanna before explaining everything that had just happened, a small smile on his face. Cedric's eyes widened in surprise when he heard that Rita Skeeter was an animagus. I see. Lucky you caught her, Cedric said, though his brow furrowed slightly. But are you sure Rita Skeeter will write something favorable about Hagrid in the paper? For some reason, Cedric instinctively glanced around as he spoke, as if checking for eavesdropping beetles. She will, Kyle replied confidently, shaking the camera in his hand. After all, he'd made it clear that whether the photograph of her transformation remained secret depended on his mood. And his mood would largely hinge on how Skeeter covered Hagrid in the next Daily Prophet. Kyle trusted that Rita Skeeter was clever enough to take the hint. She wouldn't have been able to recover so quickly after writing such outrageous articles if she wasn't. Great, everyone's here, Fleur said as she and her younger sister Gabrielle arrived. Since moving into Hufflepuff's quarters with Professor Sprout's approval, Fleur had realized it was even better than she had imagined. Initially, she had moved in only because of Kanna, but she had since made many new, genuine friends. Gabrielle, who joined later, also took to the place quickly. Now, they only returned to the Beauxbatons carriage when absolutely necessary. This time was no exception, they'd come back as soon as Christmas was over. Kyle, how's the research going on those stones? Fleur asked as she settled into a chair. The second task is about to start soon. Have you discovered the secret in the stones yet? Cedric and Cho perked up at the question, their attention shifting to Kyle. No, Kyle shrugged. Believe it or not, I haven't touched the stones since the first task. They're probably still lying around somewhere. What do you mean? Fleur asked, clearly surprised. If it had been someone else, like Crumb, she might have doubted the claim, assuming it was a tactic to withhold information. But with Kyle, it did seem plausible. She couldn't recall ever seeing him work with the stones. In his spare time, he was usually playing wizard chess with Cedric or hanging out with his roommates. Why are you suddenly asking about this? Kyle inquired. There are still 2 months until the second project begins. What's the rush? It's Madame Maxime, Fleur admitted after a brief hesitation. She told me that you might already know the clue to the stones, and that you left the school with a professor to prepare for the competition. She must have been talking about Professor Black, Kyle said after a moment of thought. We left school to take care of some personal matters, it had nothing to do with the competition. I believe you, Fleur replied sincerely. It's just that Madame Maxime insisted I ask, so I did. But Kyle, are you really not going to study the stones? We've got some free time now, we could work on it together. Yes, we can help, Kanna chimed in, with Cedric nodding in agreement. I'll pass, Kyle said with a wave of his hand. You guys study. I think it's good to add a bit of difficulty, it makes the competition more interesting. Otherwise, it's too easy. Cedric, fancy a game of wizard chess? The moment the words left Kyle's mouth, the room went completely silent. People chatting stopped mid-sentence, chess players froze with their pieces in hand, and all eyes turned toward Kyle in shock. Fleur, in particular, looked as though she couldn't believe her ears. She rubbed at them, almost as if checking they were working properly, and asked, enunciating each word carefully, you said. The competition is easy. Yeah, Kyle said nonchalantly as he began setting up the chess pieces. It's pretty easy, don't you think? I'm sorry, but I don't think so, Fleur said, her tone clipped as her teeth clenched tightly. Her complexion was difficult to describe. Suffice it to say, it wasn't pleasant. If the half-Vila could shift forms in moments of frustration, Fleur might very well have sprouted a pointed beak and feathers then and there. She thought back to her experiences. In the second level, she had barely survived the barrage of bludgers, exhausting nearly all her magic just to destroy enough of them to scrape through. And the third level, don't even start. A tail swipe from the Hungarian horntail had broken her arm, and her hair, which she took such pride in, had been scorched by dragon fire, leaving nearly a third of it burnt away. If she hadn't reacted quickly, she could have been the first champion to outright fail a task. And now Kyle had the audacity to call this easy. Fleur felt her temper rising and forced herself to take a deep breath. Barely suppressing the urge to lash out, she stood abruptly, her chair scraping against the floor, and stormed out without a word. Her mind raced with indignation. Yes, Kyle had performed impressively, nearly earning full marks in the challenges, but to call them easy outright. It was infuriating beyond measure. Fleur silently vowed that if Kyle ever approached her again to discuss the stones, she'd play the leprechaun, the ugliest one imaginable. What's wrong with her? Kyle asked, watching Fleur's retreating figure in confusion. Well, I think. Cedric hesitated before continuing, sometimes you could be a little more tactful. She went through a lot just to pass those 3 tests. Oh. I forgot, Kyle admitted, smacking his forehead. Do you think it's too late to apologize? I wouldn't recommend it, Cedric said with a grimace. She probably won't listen, and honestly, she might even punch you. Good point, Kyle said, scratching his head awkwardly. Chapter 533, House Elves and Centaurs. For most students, the first part of the holidays was all fun and games, leaving homework as an afterthought until just before term resumed. So on the last day of the Christmas break, the Hufflepuff common room was transformed. Gone was the laughter and cheer of the previous days. Now, every flat surface was occupied by students frantically trying to catch up on their unfinished assignments. This panicked, last-minute effort was something of a tradition in Hufflepuff, occurring once or twice a year without fail. With only a day left until classes began, the urgency was palpable. Even at lunchtime, the usually crowded Great Hall felt emptier than usual. Hufflepuff's table, in particular, looked almost deserted. Of course, this might also have been because Hufflepuff's common room was southwest, conveniently close to the kitchen. Many students likely grabbed their meals without venturing to the hall at all. Elsewhere, odd behavior could be seen among other houses, too. Harry and Ron from Gryffindor, for example, only spent 5 minutes in the hall before hurrying off with their pockets stuffed full of baked potatoes. Hermione trailed after them, berating them non-stop. However, when they reached the door, she abruptly stopped. Instead of following them, she turned on her heel and headed straight toward Hufflepuff's common room. Kyle, meanwhile, was deep in a discussion about Firebolt with Cedric when Hermione appeared, sitting down in the empty seat across from him. Hermione. Kyle asked, startled. Have you and Ron had another fight? No, Hermione replied firmly. I've come to the conclusion that arguing with him is pointless and just makes me feel worse. I'm here to see you. See me? Kyle asked, clearly puzzled. Because of this. Hermione produced a small box and opened it, setting it on the table. Kyle and Cedric leaned forward curiously. Inside were dozens of colorful badges, each emblazoned with the same letters. SPEW, spew. Cedric asked instinctively. You're not planning to use these to heckle the champions from other schools during the second task, are you? I doubt Professor McGonagall would approve of that. It's not spew. Hermione snapped, irritation flashing across her face. Clearly, this wasn't the first time someone had made that assumption. She took a deep breath and explained, it's an acronym, the Society for the Promotion of Elfish Welfare. House Elf what? Cedric asked, confused, turning to Kyle. Have you heard of this? No, Kyle replied, shaking his head. I founded it 2 months ago, Hermione said briskly. The goal is to fight for the rights of house elves and ensure they're paid for their work. Huh. Cedric blinked, certain he'd misheard. Pay house elves. Yes, exactly, Hermione said, her voice rising slightly. I think it's appalling how many wizards treat their house elves like slaves. They don't get paid, they don't get any time off, and what's worse, there are over 100 house elves working right here at Hogwarts. Hermione's voice grew louder and more impassioned, her words pouring out in a fervent rush as though she were campaigning for the position of Minister of Magic. Her speech drew mixed reactions from the surrounding students. A few couldn't help but laugh, and the Slytherins nearby were practically in hysterics, some slapping their tables in glee. Cedric, ever composed, managed to keep a straight face and listen patiently. So, Hermione concluded, I think we should help them. Are you in? It's only 2 sickles for a badge, and the proceeds go toward printing flyers. Sorry, Cedric said after a pause, can I ask how many members you have so far? 6, Hermione admitted. Me, Harry, Ron, Neville, and Fred and George. Fred. Cedric echoed incredulously. Fred and George joined. Yes, Hermione confirmed. Although they said they wouldn't participate in any activities, they still bought badges. Kyle raised an eyebrow. Knowing Fred and George, the only reason they'd willingly part with 2 sickles was because of the novelty of the badge itself. The badges had a unique feature, by shaking them, the text SPEW transformed into an image of a house elf. Kyle suspected that, with a few modifications, the twins could easily replace the house elf image with Crumb's face, or something equally ridiculous, and use it to jeer at people. Would you like to join us? Hermione asked hopefully, pushing the box of badges closer. If we're not required to participate. I'll buy a badge, Cedric said with a small smile, fishing out 2 sickles and handing them to Hermione. Kanna, standing nearby, followed suit. She paid 2 sickles, partly out of support for her friend, but only on the condition that she wouldn't have to wear the badge. The design reminded her too much of the Weasley twins' prank badges, like Percy's infamous big head boy. Wearing it in public would be a bit embarrassing. Despite this, Kyle remained unmoved. You're not interested? Hermione asked, her expression tinged with disappointment. She hadn't expected this from Kyle. Still, she wasn't ready to give up just yet. She had considered how influential Kyle could be as a champion. If he joined, his support might inspire others to do the same. Taking a deep breath, she pressed on, raising her voice slightly. This is slave labor, Kyle. Every bite we eat here comes from the oppression of house elves. Don't you think it's wrong to just go along with it? Kanna frowned. She disliked the tone Hermione had taken with Kyle. Her fingers itched to snatch back her sickles. I'm not buying it. Give me my money back. But before she could finish, Kyle interrupted. I understand your concern, Hermione, he said evenly, shaking his head. But I think you're going about this the wrong way. Let me ask you, have you been to the kitchen? Yes, Hermione replied quickly. I went there to encourage them to demand their wages. And what happened? Kyle pressed. Hermione hesitated, her confidence faltering. After a long pause, she mumbled, House elves have been enslaved for so long, which is why they need our help. I think. Hold on, Kyle cut in, raising a hand. This isn't something we can resolve with a few words. How about this, if you have some time, come with me. I want to show you something. Afterward, if you still feel the same way, I'll buy a badge. Hermione's eyes brightened at the offer. All right. Where are we going? Come with me, and you'll find out. Kyle stood and headed out of the Great Hall, Hermione trailing close behind. Kanna glanced at the departing pair, then followed after a brief moment of consideration. Naturally, Cedric joined as well, and he waved for Cho, who had been eating nearby, to come along. The group exited the castle and crossed the grounds, heading toward the Forbidden Forest. As they neared Hagrid's hut, they noticed it was closed up. Fong's deep barks echoed from within, the only sign of life around the area. The door to Hagrid's hut creaked open, and Hagrid's weary face appeared in the gap. He looked utterly haggard, as though he hadn't slept in days. Despite his mood, he hadn't forgotten his duty. You lot, he called gruffly to Kyle, who was standing near the edge of the Forbidden Forest. If you've come to visit, turn back. I just want to be left alone. And if you're thinking of going into the Forbidden Forest, go back too. It's far too dangerous. As long as I'm not fired, you're not getting in. Sorry, Hagrid, Kyle said, halting in his tracks. But we really need to go into the Forbidden Forest for something important. Could you please call one of the centaurs for us? Oh, no, go back. Hagrid's voice was firm. We really do have something important to do, Hagrid. Please, Kyle insisted. Hagrid hesitated, his massive frame leaning against the doorframe. After a moment, he sighed deeply and staggered out of the hut. All right, he relented, but you mustn't take another step until I come back with one of them. Just wait here. No problem, Kyle agreed. Hagrid nodded, muttering under his breath, and trudged off into the Forbidden Forest. True to his word, Kyle stayed put, continuing a casual conversation with Cedric to pass the time. Seriously, the Firebolt's abilities are amazing, Kyle said, leaning against a nearby tree. I can't believe you held Harry off for as long as you did last year. Yeah, me neither, Cedric admitted with a grin. The way you dodged that bludger was just so smooth. The Firebolt really is every seeker's dream broom. You should get one, Kyle suggested. Once I win the 1,000 galleons prize money from the Triwizard Tournament, I'll lend it to you. No thanks, Cedric laughed. I'll be in 7th year next year. It's not worth it for just 1 year. What about after graduation? Kyle pressed. Don't you want to join a professional Quidditch team? You can't keep flying on a Nimbus 1700. Kyle's right, Kanna added from the side. If it's about the cost, I can lend you mine for a while. Hermione, meanwhile, stood silently nearby, her expression contemplative as she watched the group talk. Before long, Hagrid returned, accompanied by a centaur. The centaur was strikingly handsome, with piercing blue eyes and platinum blonde hair that caught the light. His lower body, a sleek silver-maned horse with a light golden coat, was equally captivating. Thanks, Hagrid, Kyle said, stepping forward to greet the centaur. Hello, Firenze. Hello, little one, Firenze replied warmly. Ah, I remember you, you saved the baby unicorn from that dark wizard. That was ages ago, Kyle said with a modest shrug. Yes, and the baby unicorn has grown now, Firenze said, his tone fond. But back to business. Hagrid said you wanted to speak with us. Is something wrong? It's just a simple question, Kyle explained. Firenze, what do you think about the fact that wizards always wear clothes? Unbelievable, Firenze said immediately, his expression one of astonishment. I cannot understand why you choose to punish yourselves in such a severe way when you are still little ponies and have done nothing wrong. Wait, are you saying that wearing clothes is punishment? Hermione interjected, her curiosity piqued. Yes, Firenze said solemnly. In our tribe, only those who commit serious transgressions are forced to wear strips of cloth or leaves. It is a way of separating them from nature, a reminder of their wrongdoing. Thank you, Firenze, Kyle said, nodding. That's all I wanted to ask. Please give Megorian my regards. I will certainly pass on the message, Firenze replied. He turned to leave but hesitated for a moment. Looking back at the group, he added, I truly suggest you remove the shackles on your bodies and experience the charm of nature. After all, you have done nothing wrong. No thanks, Cho said hastily, taking a cautious step back. Her gaze toward Firenze had shifted, now tinged with apprehension. Chapter 534, You're going the wrong way. Firenze's words left Hermione visibly shaken. She opened her mouth to respond but found herself at a loss for the first time. So, do you understand now? Kyle asked, turning to her. In the eyes of the centaurs, us wearing clothes is a form of constant self-punishment, the harshest kind. Isn't that exactly how you view house elves and their work? No, it's not the same, Hermione said quickly, shaking her head as if trying to dismiss the comparison. Centaurs have nothing to do with us, and their dislike for wearing clothes is just part of their nature, right? But house elves are one of us. They live and work at the school. It's no different, Kyle said firmly. You just don't want to admit it. I've worked with centaurs on an explorer squad in Romania. They didn't change their ways just because their teammates were wizards, and they didn't try to force their ideas onto others either. The two groups got along perfectly well by respecting each other's choices. No. I don't think it's the same. Hermione stammered, but she was struggling to refute his point. She suddenly found herself wishing Harry and Ron were there. At least they might try to back her up, though on second thought, Ron had mocked her badge too, so even their presence probably wouldn't help much. What are ye all talking about? Hagrid interrupted, looking utterly baffled. Although he'd been involved from the start, going so far as to call Firenze for them, he hadn't grasped a word of the argument. Centaurs, clothes, house elves, he understood each concept on its own but had no idea how they were connected. It's like this. Cho stepped forward and began explaining the situation to Hagrid in broad strokes. Meanwhile, Kyle continued addressing Hermione, who stood still, a mix of frustration and introspection on her face. There's something else you need to understand, Hermione, Kyle said. You probably don't realize it yet, but barging into the kitchen to tell house elves they should demand wages is a lot like a centaur storming into a castle and demanding everyone take off their clothes. Hermione's eyes widened slightly as Kyle pressed on. To the house elves, that kind of demand is one of the gravest insults imaginable. Frankly, I'm amazed they didn't beat you up on the spot. It was close. Hermione admitted softly after a long pause. Her voice was so quiet it was barely audible. When I left, I saw some of them fetching a spatula and firewood. Well, they were quite restrained then, Kyle said with a shrug. At least they waited until you were about to leave. If a centaur tried to convince me to strip down, he'd end up in the hospital wing for a while. Puff. Cedric couldn't help it, he burst out laughing. The image of a centaur earnestly trying to persuade everyone to abandon their clothing was just too absurd. But his laughter was cut short when Cho, having finished her explanation to Hagrid, returned and gave him a swift kick to the shin. Hermione, however, suddenly regained some of her earlier confidence. What about Dobby? She asked, a spark of determination returning to her eyes. Dobby. Kyle echoed, raising an eyebrow. Yes, Hermione said. Dobby is the house elf who sealed the entrance to platform 9 3/4 in second year, causing Harry and Ron to miss the train. Later, he demanded to be paid for his work. Doesn't that prove house elves don't actually like being treated like slaves? They just haven't realized it yet. I won't deny Dobby is an exception, Kyle admitted. But he's just that, an exception. It's not as uncommon as you think. Hermione said heatedly. It is among house elves, Kyle countered calmly. And don't forget, it happens among wizards too. Remember the Quidditch World Cup? There was that wizard who insisted on a healthy breeze blowing up his bottom. Cedric snorted, struggling to stifle another laugh. He couldn't help but recall the scene vividly. The wizard had been adamant about wearing only a short, printed dressing gown and had flatly refused to put on trousers, despite repeated warnings. And speaking of Dobby, Kyle began, pausing to gather his thoughts. He's doing great at Newt Scamander's place. He earns 10 galleons a week, half of which he spends on snacks for all kinds of magical creatures, and the other half he gives to a niffler. All voluntarily, mind you. Sometimes when Newt tries to stop him, Dobby just sneaks the galleons anyway and buys the snacks regardless. Kyle smirked. And on his one day off each week, Dobby goes out, buys things with his galleons, changes into his own clothes, and then comes back to work. For Dobby, it was never about the galleons. It was about having the freedom to make his own choices, to refuse what he doesn't like and to be rewarded for his efforts. And, honestly, Hogwarts already provides all of that, except the rewards. Cedric nodded in agreement. That's true. If you visit the kitchens often, you'll notice how happy they are. Sometimes I go just to grab a biscuit, but I leave with enough snacks for a week. They're so enthusiastic it's almost overwhelming. Hermione said nothing, her face pale and lips pressed tightly together. Her confidence had been shaken, her thoughts tangled in doubt. Firenze's perspective, paired with what Kyle had said, left her questioning everything. Kyle seemed to notice her inner turmoil and continued gently. Still, I think your approach is wrong. He glanced briefly in the direction Firenze had left. If you want to help house elves, you should focus on changing the general attitude wizards have toward them. Forcing wages on them without considering their culture or desires only alienates them. I know an old house elf who still feels deeply grateful to his former master for being kind to him. Their perspective is different, it's shaped by generations of tradition. So, you're saying I didn't do anything wrong? Hermione asked, her head tilting up slightly, her tone tinged with hope. Well, if you stop storming into kitchens demanding they be paid, Kyle said with a small smile, then you're on the right track. Otherwise, next time, you'll likely be the first one to get thrown out. Hermione bit her lip. What should I do, then? What if I try handing out flyers or writing to the Daily Prophet? Kyle shrugged. That's up to you, it's your cause, and only you can decide how to pursue it. I've got enough on my plate preparing for the second task of the Triwizard Tournament. Hermione seemed to sense he was wrapping up the conversation but made one last attempt. If I stop asking for payment for the house elves, will you buy a badge? Well. Kyle hesitated, picturing the spew badge with its unfortunate connotations. He reached into his pocket theatrically. I left in a hurry today and didn't bring any money. How about next time? Next time, I'll definitely buy one. Standing nearby, Kana glanced at Kyle knowingly. She was well aware that Kyle carried everything he owned in his enchanted suitcase. The idea he didn't have money on him was laughable, but she kept quiet, smirking faintly at his clever dodge. As the group prepared to leave, Hermione trailed behind, her earlier confidence completely eroded. Head down, she walked silently, lost in thought. Oh, Hermione, Kyle called out suddenly, stopping her in her tracks. I can't help you directly, but I can give you some advice. She turned to face him, eyes curious. If you really want to help house elves, start by visiting the school library, Kyle said earnestly. Read up on their history and culture. Gain a deeper, more comprehensive understanding of who they are and what they value. Only then can you start persuading others effectively. If you go in saying things like, I think or I feel, you won't get far. You need facts. A cause based on emotions alone won't work. Chapter 535, Herbology class, returning to its owner. Kyle wasn't sure if his words had truly sunk in with Hermione, but at least for now, she seemed to be considering them seriously. You did the right thing, Hagrid said gruffly. Hermione tried to rope me into her cause before, but I refused. I didn't think she'd go asking all the house elves to demand pay, though. She clearly didn't listen. Kyle glanced at Hagrid, noticing his weary demeanor and the faint but distinct scent of alcohol. Oh, Hagrid. I couldn't help but notice. Oh, no, Hagrid interrupted, waving his hands. I didn't drink. I just spilled the fire whiskey we keep for the Abraxan. Those big beasts need it, not me. I hope so, Kyle said, though his tone carried a note of doubt. School starts tomorrow, and don't forget, you're still a professor. You need to pull yourself together. But Kyle's words seemed to have the opposite effect. Hagrid slumped even further, his shoulders drooping as he muttered, I may not be a professor for much longer. Parents won't stand for it. Same thing happened with Lupin, didn't it? All I can hope for now is that Dumbledore lets me stay on as gamekeeper. I just don't want to be kicked out of Hogwarts altogether. Kyle shook his head. It seems you haven't been listening to us either. Just wait one more day. After the Christmas holidays, the Daily Prophet will publish a new edition. Trust me, it'll bring good news. I don't want to read it, Hagrid said stubbornly, his voice rising with agitation. I'm sure it's just more of that woman's slander, accusing me of Merlin knows what. I don't need to see those mean words again. Trust me, Hagrid, Kyle said earnestly, patting the man's arm. This time, it'll be different. There's a surprise waiting for you. Hagrid didn't reply, but his expression showed the faintest flicker of curiosity. Kyle, Conna, and the others returned to the castle. With term starting the next day, they headed to the library to return their borrowed books. Inside, Kyle spotted Hermione sitting at a table with a stack of thick tomes beside her. At the top of the pile were a history of medieval goblins and house elves, helpers or enemies. Kyle smiled to himself. This was a good sign, a clear indication that Hermione had taken his advice seriously. He decided not to disturb her and quietly returned his books before leaving the library. The next day, the first day of term arrived. Perhaps because so many students had stayed at school for Christmas, the start of the new term didn't feel much different. The great hall buzzed with activity, and the grounds outside were still blanketed in thick snow. In contrast, the greenhouses were warm, almost humid, with condensation forming on the windows and occasionally dripping to form small icicles. Keep your dragon hide gloves on and stay focused. Professor Sprout instructed firmly during her biology class. She pointed to a long planter in the middle of the table. Chomping cabbage. I'm sure you've all seen it before in first year, but you weren't ready to study it back then. I must remind you, she continued, holding up a thick wooden stick, the chomping cabbage is an extremely dangerous plant. To emphasize her point, she gently tapped the pot containing the chomping cabbage. Under the students' watchful eyes, the cabbage, which had been still and unassuming, suddenly snapped open a large mouth filled with razor-sharp teeth. With a loud crunch, it bit the stick clean in half, as though it were nothing more than a biscuit. The class collectively gasped, instinctively stepping back and pressing themselves against the greenhouse walls. For most students, this was their first time seeing the danger of herbology so vividly. Though they had studied poisonous plants before, like belladonna and fanged geranium, none of those had the immediate visual impact of the chomping cabbage. The shattered stick was enough to send shivers down the spines of the more timid students, some of whom refused to approach the table at all. Don't worry, be brave, Professor Sprout encouraged, gesturing for the class to move closer. I've deliberately chosen chomping cabbages that aren't quite ripe yet. As long as you wear your dragon hide gloves, you'll be fine. And if there are any special circumstances, Madame Pomfrey will handle it. Despite her reassurances, the students hesitated, eyeing the sharp-toothed plants with unease. Hurry up, move forward, Sprout said more firmly. We're changing the soil in the chomping cabbage pots today, and you can't do that from such a distance. Slowly, with great reluctance, everyone shuffled closer. Look at Kyle, he's not afraid at all. Professor Sprout exclaimed suddenly. Oh, that's it. 1 foot away is perfect, safe and still close enough to handle the soil change. Excellent, 5 points to Hufflepuff. All heads turned to Kyle, but most quickly looked away. After all, a champion's actions weren't particularly surprising anymore. Once the group had gathered around the table, Professor Sprout clapped her hands to get their attention. She began demonstrating the proper technique for changing the soil without disturbing the chomping cabbage. The students watched intently, not daring to miss a single detail. Next came the practical portion. As usual, they worked in groups of 4. Given the difficulty of the task, Professor Sprout allowed the groups to share the responsibility of completing just one soil change. Predictably, Kyle's group, consisting of him, Conna, Mikkel, and Ryan, finished first. Their chomping cabbage looked calm, almost asleep, and the new soil in the pot was perfectly smooth. Incredible, Professor Sprout said as she inspected their work. To get it so perfect on the first try, and so quickly. Kyle, you really have the makings of a fantastic botanist. Kyle offered a modest smile. It's nothing, just practice. Then he quickly added, I just wrote down all the steps and followed them exactly. Exactly, Professor Sprout agreed, smiling back. But this job requires more than just following steps. It demands calmness and a steady hand. If the chomping cabbage senses anything unusual, it'll react. That's not easy to manage. Maybe I just got lucky, Kyle said lightly. Perhaps this chomping cabbage is a bit slow-witted. Conna turned her head, covering her mouth with her hand to stifle a laugh. She knew the truth, Kyle had a suitcase full of chomping cabbages, and he'd probably changed the soil on hundreds of them. Of course, he was an expert by now. Professor Sprout, oblivious to this, awarded Hufflepuff another 10 points. Finally, the bell rang, signaling the end of class. Students peeled off their scratched dragon hide gloves and bolted out of the greenhouse, eager to leave the biting plants behind. Kyle lingered, watching Professor Sprout tidy up. Casually, he slipped 2 seeds into a nearby flower pot, seeds he'd taken back in first year. After all this time, they had finally returned to their rightful owner. As Kyle left the greenhouse, he overheard some classmates still grumbling about the chomping cabbages. I hope we don't have to deal with anything dangerous in the next class, someone muttered. Did you hear the sound of that cabbage biting into the stick? By Merlin, my hands were sweating the whole time. I wish, sighed a Gryffindor, but Professor Sprout said we'd be studying them for a month. When did she say that? At the end of class. Didn't you hear? No. A round of groans followed as the students trudged back to the castle. When Kyle reached the castle foyer, he spotted a tall figure talking to Sirius, Hagrid. What was surprising, however, was that Hagrid was smiling. The moment Hagrid noticed Kyle, he came bounding over, newspaper in hand. You won't believe it. Hagrid exclaimed, unfolding the paper and pointing to an article on the front page. That Skeeter woman, she actually said something nice about me. Really? Kyle said, glancing at the headline. The accompanying picture showed Hagrid gently tending to an injured Kneazle. Is the half-giant real? What's behind that fierce appearance? It's unbelievable. I never would have thought the giant was bandaging a Kneazle's hind leg instead of eating it. And this isn't the first time, stories like these keep coming in. I received a lot of help from Hagrid when I was at school. He's a warm-hearted man and the best gamekeeper there is, said one alumnus who graduated 5 years ago. Letters like this one just keep on coming. Even the boy who lived, Harry Potter, publicly stated, we don't care if he's a half-blood giant or not. It makes one wonder, Rubius Hagrid, a large and ferocious man, is he truly a half-blood giant? Or just big-boned? Kyle didn't bother reading further. He had to admit, Rita Skeeter knew how to spin a story. Despite the article's contradictions, it was crafted in a way that worked, leaving readers questioning preconceived notions. Chapter 536, Bagman and Crumb. In addition to the latest Daily Prophet article, Sirius carried a thick stack of letters, which he explained were from Dumbledore. These are from former students, Sirius said, placing the stack on a nearby table. Dumbledore asked me to bring them over. He's got loads more, but he hasn't had time to go through them all yet. Rita Skeeter's article had clearly made an impact. Many alumni had written to express their belief that Dumbledore would never expel Hagrid. Between the letters and the article, Hagrid's confidence seemed to be returning. Thank you all, he said, patting Sirius on the shoulder with enough force to make the man wince. I'd better head back. The first Care of Magical Creatures lesson this afternoon is for 4th years, and I haven't prepared anything yet. Aren't you staying for lunch? Kyle asked. No, there's no time. Hagrid said as he strode purposefully out of the foyer. Sirius rubbed his shoulder, muttering under his breath, Hagrid really ought to realize how strong he is. Kyle raised an eyebrow. Do you need to go to the hospital wing? No, I'll live, Sirius replied with a dismissive wave. I'm not that fragile. He turned to Kyle with a curious look. How's the second task coming along? Well enough, Kyle said with a shrug. That's good to hear, Sirius said, clapping Kyle on the shoulder. I know you'll do great, especially against Durmstrang. I'd love to see Karkaroff's face when you win. With a grin, Sirius left the foyer as well, leaving Kyle and Connor to make their way to the Great Hall for lunch. I still can't believe Rita Skeeter actually spoke up for Hagrid, Connor said as they settled into their seats. You were right about everything. Kyle said, spooning stew into his bowl. I told you, Rita Skeeter is a smart woman. She knew exactly what we wanted her to do. So, Connor asked, tilting her head, are you going to send the photo to the Ministry of Magic now? Kyle looked up in surprise. Why would I do that? Well, Connor said, blinking innocently, you didn't exactly promise her anything, did you? If I remember correctly, all you said was that you'd only publish the photo if you were in a good mood. You never said you'd keep quiet. True. Kyle admitted thoughtfully, swirling his spoon in his stew. But after thinking about it, I've decided it's better to hold onto the photo for now. After all, I'm a champion representing Hogwarts. It wouldn't look good if I did something so underhanded, right? Connor raised an eyebrow skeptically. If this conversation had happened 3 or 4 years ago, she might have believed him. But now? Not a chance. She didn't believe a word of it. What are you up to again? Connor asked, her tone tinged with suspicion. Nothing, I promise, Kyle replied quickly, then added with a sheepish grin, at least, not yet. So, in the future, it's not off the table. Connor retorted, raising an eyebrow. For some reason, she suddenly felt a pang of sympathy for Rita Skeeter. Kyle wasn't known for leaving loose ends. The last person he had focused on this intently was Peter Pettigrew, the animagus rat who had played a key role in exonerating Sirius. If it hadn't been for Pettigrew, Sirius might never have been able to return. But that reminds me, Kyle said suddenly, tapping his forehead as an idea struck him. He pulled a piece of parchment from his pocket and transfigured it into an envelope. On the envelope, he neatly wrote Rita Skeeter's name, then slipped 10 galleons inside. He whistled, and a small owl, Rattan, swooped in from the window above. "Can you deliver this to the newspaper for me?" Kyle asked. Rattan gave a quick nod, snatched the envelope in its beak, and flew off through the same window. Connor watched the entire exchange with a puzzled expression. "Why are you giving Rita Skeeter 10 galleons?" "It's payment for this time, of course," Kyle explained matter-of-factly. "The photo was just one part of it. Offering her a little bonus helps build a good relationship. If she feels valued, she's more likely to prioritize writing what I want in the future. And it's just 10 galleons. That's not much. You're planning to ask her to write for the Daily Prophet again?" Kana asked incredulously. "What else?" Kyle replied, taking a bite of Yorkshire pudding. "Her articles have a wide audience. If she's not useful for that, what else is she good for?" Kana was momentarily speechless. Kyle had just insisted he didn't have any plans, but now he was clearly preparing for something. "It doesn't conflict," Kyle said, noticing her expression. "Think of it as being ready for anything. You never know when a resource might come in handy." Mid-January brought the first Hogsmeade weekend of the new term, a much-anticipated event for the students of Hogwarts. While Fred and George made their usual beeline for Zonko's joke shop, Kyle opted for a different destination, Dervish and Banges. He wanted to see if the shop had stocked any intriguing new magical items. Unfortunately, the owner hadn't restocked with anything particularly exciting. After browsing for some time, Kyle left with only a bag of exploding beans. Though their effect was somewhat underwhelming, he figured they might still be useful for a harmless prank or two. Kyle soon crossed paths with Cedric, who suggested they head to the Three Broomsticks for a drink. The pub was bustling with activity as always. At the bar, Hagrid was sitting with Sirius, who looked like he'd been there for quite some time. The cluster of empty bottles in front of them was a clear indicator of how their afternoon had gone. Hagrid was in the middle of what seemed to be an animated story, his large hands gesturing wildly, while Sirius, visibly tipsy, swayed slightly, looking like he might pass out at any moment. "Oh, why is he here too?" Fred's voice broke through the din as he pointed at the large mirror behind the bar. Kyle followed Fred's gaze and saw the reflection of Ludo Bagman. Bagman appeared to be whispering something to a group of intimidating goblins seated across from him. The goblins sat stiffly, arms crossed, their expressions stern and unyielding. "There's no Triwizard tournament going on right now," Fred muttered, "so why's he here? He's not a referee anymore." "What do you think they're talking about?" George asked. "I don't know, but it doesn't look good for him," Fred replied, narrowing his eyes. "That goblin looks like he's about to explode. Should we go ask him for Dad's galleons back?" George's tone turned sharp, his irritation evident. "That liar. If he won't even pay Dad, there's no way he'd pay us if we'd bet anything." Kyle said nothing, watching the scene unfold. The door to the pub swung open again, letting in a gust of cold air and a trio of familiar faces, Harry, Hermione, and Ron. They shook snow off their cloaks as they entered and began scanning the room for a spot to sit. Moments later, the Durmstrang champion, Victor Krum, walked in. His arrival drew attention from several patrons, including Ludo Bagman. Bagman abruptly excused himself from the goblins and hurried over to intercept Krum. His face lit up with what seemed like relief. "Oh, Victor." Bagman called out, his voice overly enthusiastic. "I'm so glad to see you here. I wonder if I could have a few words with you, alone." "Don't worry, it won't take long." Krum, looking slightly startled, didn't have a chance to respond before Bagman grabbed his arm and dragged him toward the far side of the bar. The goblins watched Bagman intently, their sharp eyes tracking his every movement. Their wariness suggested they weren't going to let him out of their sight. Chapter 537, Tata the House Elf. Ludo Bagman had been speaking with Krum for about 10 minutes. When he finally returned to the main bar, his expression was dark, and he muttered curses under his breath, clearly frustrated by the conversation. Without lingering, he hurried out of the Three Broomsticks, the fierce-looking goblins trailing after him. Fred and George, who had been watching with rapt attention, opted not to follow Bagman and the goblins, likely deterred by the goblins' intimidating demeanor. Instead, they leaned in closer to discuss the scene with growing interest. "Why do you think Bagman wanted to talk to Krum?" Fred asked. "Could it have something to do with the Triwizard tournament?" George speculated. "Bagman's one of the referees, so he'd have insider information. That includes what the second task is. Do you think he's leaking information to Krum?" Fred suggested, his tone conspiratorial. "I doubt it," Cedric interjected, frowning slightly. "Referees helping champions cheat is strictly forbidden. Bagman's the director of the Department of Magical Games and Sports, he'd know better than to risk his career over something like that. If word got out, it'd ruin him." "I know," Fred said, "but you have to admit it looks suspicious. Meeting with a champion in private, away from everyone else. That's not exactly normal behavior." Crumb probably rejected whatever he was offering, Cho chimed in thoughtfully. You saw Bagman's face when he came back, he looked like he'd swallowed a bottle of Skeelgrow. Or he could have been acting, Cedric said, his tone slightly clipped. Maybe they already had a deal, and the whole scene was just for show. Kyle glanced at Cedric, raising an eyebrow. There was something in his tone that didn't quite sit right. If jealousy had a scent, Cedric might as well have been drenched in it. Fred and George seemed to catch on as well. The twins exchanged a mischievous look and leaned closer to Cedric. Why don't you take a stroll over to Madame Putafoot's tea room? Fred drawled with exaggerated sweetness. Exactly. George added with a grin. It's the perfect place for a heart-to-heart. A cozy cup of treacle, maybe. No, it should be coffee, Fred mused mockingly. Right, treacle disguised as coffee, George concluded. The twins burst into laughter, and Cedric's faint blush made their teasing even more satisfying. Despite their playful prodding, Cedric and Cho didn't visit Madame Putafoot's. After finishing their drinks, the group left the 3 broomsticks and returned to Hogwarts, chatting idly as they crossed the snow-covered grounds. That's strange. Kanna said, her voice tinged with curiosity as she walked alongside Cho. Look at that house elf. He's dressed completely differently from the ones in the kitchen. Could it be Dobby? What? Kyle followed her gaze. Sure enough, a house elf stood in the clearing near the castle. Unlike the Hogwarts kitchen elves, who wore tea towels and pillowcases, this one was dressed in an unexpectedly bold fashion. The elf sported tall boots, a brown leather jacket that wouldn't have looked out of place on a motor racer, a cowboy hat perched at a jaunty angle, and sunglasses beneath it. Oh, that's cool. Fred said, clearly impressed. This house elf really has character. Does he work in the kitchen? No, Cedric replied, shaking his head. To be honest, I've never seen him there. Kyle's lips twitched slightly. Of course Cedric hadn't seen this elf before. He recognized the impeccably dressed elf immediately. It was Tata, the house elf who worked for Nicholas Flamel. Tata's penchant for fashion made even Dobby's adventurous wardrobe choices seem tame by comparison. But why was Tata here? The elf never left Nicholas Flamel's manor. Unless... Kyle's thoughts raced. Could it be that Nicholas himself was at Hogwarts? Perhaps he was here because of the diadem. His heart skipped a beat. Before Kyle could say more, Tata walked over to stand before them. Are you Tata? Kyle asked cautiously. Yes, sir, Tata says hello, the elf said, removing his cowboy hat and bowing slightly. Mr. Dumbledore and the owner are in the castle, and they have asked Tata to find you, sir. Fred's eyes widened. Wait, you know this house elf, Kyle? Yes, he works for Nicholas, Kyle replied simply, still processing the information. He turned to Kanna. Sorry, I need to find Professor Dumbledore first. I'll see you at dinner. If everything goes well, I might have a surprise for you then. With that, Kyle followed Tata toward the castle. The others stood in silence for a moment, watching Kyle disappear inside. Fred was the first to break it. Did Kyle just say Nicholas? As in? Nearly headless Nick. That's what I heard, George said, scratching his head. Does a ghost even need a house elf? Will you two use your brains for once? Cho snapped, exasperated. Obviously, Kyle didn't mean that Nicholas. I think I know who he meant, Cedric said in a low voice. Remember that one holiday Kyle spent in France? France. Fred repeated, his voice trailing off as realization dawned. He lowered his voice too. You mean Nicholas Flamel? I think that's it, Cedric confirmed. And don't forget, the house elf just mentioned the headmaster's name. Fred's eyes widened further. If that's the case, then Kyle really is connected to the Flamels. No wonder he's always so calm about everything. I'm starting to get curious about this surprise Kyle mentioned, George added. On the other side, Kyle had followed Tata to the headmaster's office on the 8th floor of the castle. Inside the large office, Dumbledore sat in his usual chair, calm and composed, while opposite him stood a gray-haired old man. It was Nicholas Flamel, dressed in a yellow-striped shirt, with a pair of clamshell glasses tucked neatly into the breast pocket. I was just saying you should have been back already, Dumbledore said with a smile. Long time no see, Kyle. How have you been? Nicholas greeted him warmly. Not bad, Kyle replied casually. Then, with a hint of curiosity, he added, Nicholas, are you here for that thing again? You know, you don't have to come all the way to Hogwarts for that. Just write a letter. For a moment, Kyle thought Nicholas's expression grew slightly unnatural, though he wasn't sure if it was just his imagination. Oh. Dumbledore's piercing blue eyes shifted to Nicholas. I suppose this isn't the same topic we're going to discuss later. Ahem, it's nothing, Albus, Nicholas replied, clearing his throat. Kyle just asked me to help him fix a gadget earlier. I see, Dumbledore said, his smile tinged with amusement. Kyle is always tinkering with new and interesting gadgets. I've seen them many times. You're right, Nicholas agreed with a knowing nod. Ravenclaw's diadem. There's no more novel gadget in the wizarding world. I truly don't know where Kyle managed to get his hands on it. Well, that can wait, Nicholas said, steering the conversation away. I had considered inviting you to the manor again, but Albus mentioned you're now a champion in the Triwizard Tournament. I thought it best not to distract you, so I came here instead. No need, Kyle responded, shaking his head. The competition's still a while away. It wouldn't be a distraction. I don't think so, Nicholas countered with a smile. The Triwizard Tournament is a grand event, especially for the champions. Every second counts if you want to win, so there's no room for carelessness. Kyle didn't argue further, though he felt Nicholas's reasoning was a bit contrived. Regardless, since the man was already here, there was no point in debating. I'm glad they've restarted the Triwizard Tournament, Nicholas said, his tone brightening. I saw the first task, it was incredible. Much better than the last one. Honestly, they should never have held it at Durmstrang, they've never hosted a good tournament. Nicholas seemed to drift into his memories, recounting in great detail how poorly organized the previous Triwizard Tournament had been and criticizing its arrangements. It wasn't until 10 minutes later that Dumbledore, ever patient, had to gently interrupt. Fascinating as the history of the Triwizard Tournament is, let's get to the point, Nicholas. At Dumbledore's words, Kyle couldn't help but feel that Nicholas's visit to Hogwarts wasn't about the diadem after all, but something else entirely. All right then, Nicholas said, his tone turning serious as he looked directly at Kyle. The main reason I came this time is to borrow something from you. What is it? Kyle asked, intrigued. The ashes of the Phoenix after its nirvana. Chapter 538, Dumbledore's request. Kyle did, in fact, have a small bottle of Phoenix ashes that Fawkes had gifted him during his 3rd year. Since it was an exceptionally rare and high-end material, he had refrained from using it until he felt confident in his skills. For now, the bottle had remained safely stowed at the very back of his suitcase. May I ask why? Kyle inquired, his curiosity piqued. Then he added, of course, if it's a secret, I'll understand. Oh, it's nothing secretive. After all, they belong to you, Nicholas replied with a glance at Dumbledore, who gave him a subtle nod of approval. Do you remember the time turner from the Chamber of Secrets? Nicholas continued. Of course, Kyle replied with a firm nod. How could he forget? That time turner had led him to an encounter with the founders of Hogwarts. It's like this, I've fixed it, Nicholas said calmly, though his words landed like a thunderclap. The time turner, fixed. Kyle echoed, glancing instinctively at Dumbledore. To his surprise, Dumbledore, usually composed and full of wisdom, now had an expression filled with a mix of anticipation and unease. It was a side of the Headmaster Kyle had never seen before. It wasn't supposed to be this quick, Nicholas admitted, but I received some crucial help, and I have you to thank for that, Kyle. Kyle raised an eyebrow as Nicholas gave him a knowing look. But, Nicholas continued, there's still one final, and most critical, component missing, the core that powers the time turner. It requires an enormous amount of magic to travel back 100 years. That level of power is simply beyond estimation, and no existing runes can resolve the problem. Not even a stack of runes? Kyle asked without thinking. No, Nicholas said, shaking his head. While stacking the rune of increasing magic can indeed meet the activation requirements, it cannot sustain the ongoing supply of magic. In such a case, the time turner will inevitably, no, it will definitely, shatter again. The user would then be trapped, potentially in the 50th year or the 70th, unable to reach the intended time and incapable of returning. Kyle nodded slowly, processing the implications. He understood that Nicholas was referring to Dumbledore as the intended user, and the 100 years of regression were for him. Being stranded in the past wouldn't likely trouble someone like Dumbledore, but being unable to reach the predetermined moment. Wait. Kyle's thoughts raced. If Dumbledore ended up stranded 60 years in the past, would Grindelwald recognize him? And what might that lead to? The corner of Kyle's mouth twitched at the thought, but he quickly masked his reaction. Nicholas, oblivious to Kyle's momentary lapse, continued, so, I came up with another solution, the Philosopher's Stone. Only the Philosopher's Stone can provide the time turner with the immense and steady magical energy it requires, Nicholas explained. But wasn't the Philosopher's Stone destroyed? Kyle asked, snapping out of his thoughts. That's correct, Nicholas replied with a small smile, but have you ever considered this, if I was able to refine the Philosopher's Stone 600 years ago, why can't I do it again now? To be honest, the process of refining the Philosopher's Stone isn't particularly difficult for me. The challenge lies in sourcing the materials, and the ashes left from the Phoenix's nirvana are the most critical component. Kyle understood immediately. Once the ashes were given, they couldn't be recovered. Of course, if the trade resulted in him receiving a philosopher's stone, he wouldn't hesitate. But the real question was, could he trust that he'd actually get one? He recalled his experience in the Chamber of Secrets. After successfully returning to the correct timeline, the time turner had been destroyed, leaving no trace behind. That time turner had been built to span 1,000 years, this one needed to bridge only a century. Still, the risks couldn't be ignored. What if this version was also a fragile, subpar construct? Not only might he not get Ravenclaw's diadem this time, but he'd also have to sacrifice another priceless resource. One thing didn't add up, though. Nicholas had lived for over 6 centuries and must have collected countless rare materials. Shouldn't he already have phoenix ashes in his possession? Curious, Kyle voiced his thoughts. I did have some, Nicholas admitted with a sigh. But back then, I never thought I'd need to make a second philosopher's stone. I used them for other projects, like the dragon statue in front of my house. It's actually my proudest creation in the last 100 years. And to create the philosopher's stone, Dumbledore added from his seat, the ashes must come from a phoenix's natural nirvana. Ashes obtained by trickery or coercion won't work. Kyle nodded, realizing now why Nicholas and Dumbledore had come to him. If he'd known, he might have lingered in Hogsmeade longer, or spent the night there altogether. Even as these thoughts crossed his mind, he opened his suitcase, retrieving a small, tightly sealed bottle. The bottle, no larger than a thumb, was stopped with cork and wax sealed for protection. Inside was half a bottle of gray-black powder, speckled with golden-red flecks that shimmered like stars in the night sky when shaken. This is all I have, Kyle said. Do you need all of it? He hoped, deep down, that Nicholas might leave him a small amount, even just a pinch. But his hopes were dashed when Nicholas replied, it's a bit lacking, but it's barely enough. Kyle's shoulders slumped at the confirmation. Seeing Kyle's reluctance, Dumbledore spoke with a note of embarrassment. I understand this might be a difficult decision for you. In truth, I initially intended to ask Professor Snape, but the ashes he had were already used up. Until Fawkes' next Nirvana, you're the only one who still possesses any. Snape used up the ashes? Kyle asked, incredulous. He hadn't expected that. Something so rare and precious should have been preserved carefully, passed down through generations, or, at the very least, used sparingly. Instead, Snape had squandered it. Shameful waste, Kyle muttered under his breath. Still, there was no point dwelling on it. Looking at Dumbledore, whose expression was filled with a mix of hope and something bordering on pleading, and then glancing at the pair of blue and white woolen socks prominently displayed on the office bookshelf, Kyle finally sighed and handed over the bottle. Then I'll leave this to you, Professor. Dumbledore stepped forward hurriedly, accepting the bottle with the utmost care, as if it were a delicate treasure made of glass. I've discussed this with Nicholas, he said as he carefully placed the bottle into a padded wooden box. We've agreed, if the Philosopher's Stone remains intact after use, it will belong to you. If it is damaged, I promise to grant you anything you ask, even the entire contents of my private vault at Gringotts. Kyle waved his hand dismissively. That won't be necessary, Professor. He couldn't quite make sense of what had been happening lately. Just a few days ago, Sirius had offered him a shop worth nearly 10,000 galleons. Now Dumbledore was going a step further, offering him the entirety of his Gringotts vault. It was a bit overwhelming. Of course, if it came down to it, Kyle would much prefer the Philosopher's Stone. Chapter 539, The Elder Wand and the Diadem. It was already evening when Kyle emerged from the headmaster's office. This delay was mainly because Dumbledore had departed immediately after obtaining the Nirvana's ashes. According to Nicholas, the headmaster needed to prepare additional materials for creating the Philosopher's Stone. Nicholas himself had to leave as well. At his request, Kyle accompanied him to the highest point of the school, the astronomy tower. Nicholas walked slowly, and Kyle matched his pace, strolling leisurely alongside him. Occasionally, they encountered 1 or 2 Gryffindor students in the corridors. The students eyed Kyle curiously, asking what he was doing and why he was moving so slowly, seemingly oblivious to Nicholas beside him. A little ruse, Nicholas explained with a slight smile. I'd rather not see my name splashed across tomorrow's headlines. This spares me a great deal of trouble. Kyle nodded in understanding. Nicholas Flamel's name carried an almost mythical weight, and even a fleeting appearance in public could set the entire magical community abuzz. This was precisely why Nicholas rarely left his manor. At most, he would visit his old mansion in France or take discreet vacations to Muggle beaches far removed from wizarding society. As they rounded the first corridor, Kyle hesitated before asking, Nicholas, when you mentioned help earlier, were you referring to the diadem? I knew you would ask, Nicholas replied. The soul fragment in the diadem has been completely eradicated. As I said before, it's as good as new. I must admit, it's the most exquisitely alchemized object I've ever encountered. Even I find its allure difficult to resist. I thought you might bring the diadem with you this time, Kyle said suddenly. After all, we agreed on 6 months. I intended to bring it, Nicholas replied without missing a beat. But I overestimated my memory. Can you really expect someone over 600 years old to remember every detail? And Tata, you should have reminded me when we left. The small figure trailing behind them, Tata, flicked his ears apologetically. I'm sorry, Master. Tata will remember next time. Lowering his head, the house elf continued walking silently. What else could he do? He was just a poor, dutiful servant, resigned to take the blame. Kyle shrugged, piecing together the situation. He now understood why Nicholas had come in person. Forgetting the diadem here was one thing, but if Kyle delivered it to the manor, Nicholas would have no excuse. A true master of cunning, even after 6 centuries. All right, enough teasing, Nicholas said with a chuckle. I can give you the diadem at any time. But I don't recommend you use it too soon. There's a reason, and I wonder if you've ever heard of the Deathly Hallows. The Deathly Hallows from the Tales of Beetle the Bard. Kyle replied. I've read it. The Elder Wand, the Resurrection Stone, and the Cloak of Invisibility, right? Exactly, Nicholas said slowly, his tone growing serious. Overwhelming power can be a dangerous thing. It tempts the mind and clouds judgment, as the tale of the 3 brothers illustrates. Take Antioch Peverell, the first brother who wielded the Elder Wand. With invincible power in his hands, he became arrogant and reckless, ignoring the caution and vigilance that should have guided him. And in the end, he met a swift and tragic demise. And the diadem is another form of the Elder Wand, Nicholas explained. The wisdom it bestows is intoxicating, and once removed, it leaves you feeling utterly bereft. Without an exceptionally strong heart, one can never escape that sense of loss, unless one wears it forever or succumbs to its control. Kyle remained silent for a long time, digesting Nicholas's words. Finally, he asked, Nicholas, even you are affected by the diadem? Oh, of course not, Nicholas replied with a serene smile. I have lived through so much, far too much to remember it all. These experiences have reshaped me over time. Now, after 6 centuries, I can face anything with equanimity. As they talked, the two reached the astronomy tower. Tata, trailing behind them, quickened his pace and began searching for something at the tower's peak. After a moment of fumbling, he pressed down firmly with both hands, and an incredible sight unfolded. It was as though an enormous invisible cloak had been whisked away, revealing a dirigible hidden beneath it. The airship was massive, almost as large as the giant squid in the Black Lake. Its main carriage resembled an inverted boat floating on water. The sight of such a large dirigible balancing effortlessly atop the small tower seemed almost impossible. But with Nicholas Flamel involved, it suddenly felt entirely plausible. Here you go, Nicholas said, producing a blank sheet of parchment and handing it to Kyle. If you think of anything, write to me. The owl can locate the manor using this parchment. Okay, Kyle replied, accepting it. After a moment of thought, he added, but do you have more of this parchment? 1 sheet probably won't be enough. Nicholas raised an eyebrow. It's just for letters. You don't need to write a novel. Kyle didn't elaborate. Instead, he silently opened a small box he had been carrying. Nicholas stepped closer instinctively, recognizing the box. It was the same one he had given to Kyle earlier, from which the diadem had been retrieved. Curiosity flickered across Nicholas's face. What could Kyle have inside now? Another Horcrux, perhaps. Kyle opened the box casually, revealing a small, 2-handled gold cup and a locket adorned with gleaming precious stones. Nicholas's expression stiffened, his mouth twitching involuntarily. This can't be. Ah, this is Hufflepuff's cup and Slytherin's locket, Kyle explained calmly. They've also been turned into Horcruxes. If there's any of that ancient potion left from last time, could you help cleanse the soul fragments from these as well? After all, they're relics of the Founders, and it would be a shame for them to remain tainted. Nicholas rubbed his eyes, as though the sight might change if he looked again. The moment Kyle had opened the box, Nicholas had already known the items were genuine. And precisely because they were genuine, it was almost too much to process. Kyle had managed to collect 3 relics of Hogwarts Founders by himself. How in Merlin's name had he done it? And Voldemort, how had he managed to turn so many of them into Horcruxes? First the diadem, now the golden cup and the locket. If Nicholas didn't know for certain that Gryffindor's sword was safe within the sorting hat in the headmaster's office, he might have begun to wonder if it too had been corrupted. I can promise you that, Nicholas said, lifting a finger as he carefully removed the 2 items from the box. But you'll need to be patient for a while. At least until the Philosopher's Stone is complete, I won't have much free time until then. That's fine. I'm not in a hurry, Kyle replied. After a brief pause, he added, but Nicholas, do you know what these 2 items can do? Though the gold cup and locket weren't as renowned as the diadem, they were artifacts tied to the Founders, so they surely weren't mere ornaments. Now that you mention it. I do know a little, Nicholas said thoughtfully. I've encountered them before, once each, about 100 years ago for the cup, and 300 years ago for the locket. He gestured to the locket. The pendant box is a remarkable container. Its contents are impervious to any magical interference, no matter how powerful. And most importantly, it's extraordinarily durable. Even if you don't know Parseltongue, you couldn't destroy the locket using even the most ancient, potent wand. Then he pointed to the cup. The golden cup, on the other hand, can conjure an endless supply of wine. And not just any wine, its taste is unmatched. I drank from it once, and I can still remember the sweetness vividly. For any wizard who enjoys a good drink, it's a treasure beyond compare. Wait, Kyle interrupted, frowning in confusion. Wine from a cup. But what about Gamp's law of elemental transfiguration? Could it be some kind of permanent refilling charm? No, I'm certain it's not a refilling charm, nor is it a switching spell, Nicholas replied firmly. No one has been able to determine where the wine in the cup originates, just as no one can fully explain how Ravenclaw's diadem enhances the wearer's intelligence. He smiled faintly, as if recalling an old story. But it aligns perfectly with Helga Hufflepuff's character. It's said that Hufflepuff dedicated her life to brewing enough wine to fill all of Hogwarts. Perhaps it was because the school was full of underage wizards, or perhaps she got tired of Godric Gryffindor constantly stealing drinks, but in the end, she decided to fill her beloved golden cup instead. Chapter 540, Karkaroff's Reckoning. So, the good stuff you mentioned earlier is gone now? Kana asked curiously over dinner. Not just that, Kyle replied drearily, poking at his plate. I lost something else too. Even though he had already made the decision to give the small bottle of ashes to Dumbledore, Kyle couldn't shake the lingering sense of loss that surfaced every time he thought about it. Not even the delicious aroma of fried pork chops could lift his mood. Kana seemed to notice his melancholy and quickly changed the subject. Is Mr. Nicholas Flamel still at the school? No, Kyle said with a shake of his head. Nicholas doesn't like crowded places. He's already gone back. By airship? Kana asked tentatively, offering Kyle a piece of toast as she spoke. How did you know? Kyle looked at her, surprised. Did you see it? A lot of people saw it, Kana said with a small laugh. There was this massive airship at the astronomy tower, and it caused quite a stir. Everyone's been speculating about it. Some think it's the school's secret weapon, while others believe it's some sort of transportation, like the Beauxbatons carriages or the Durmstrang ship. Kyle shrugged nonchalantly. The appearance of an airship wasn't too unusual in a world brimming with magic, and no one, except Kana, who knew the truth, was likely to connect it with the legendary Nicholas Flamel. After that, Dumbledore became entirely consumed by his work, and for 2 full weeks, Kyle didn't see him anywhere in the castle. This wasn't surprising, of course. Although Kyle didn't know exactly how long it took to refine the Philosopher's Stone, he was certain it wasn't an easy or quick process. By February, Dumbledore still hadn't returned, but the students didn't seem to notice. Most of them rarely paid much attention to the headmaster in their day-to-day lives. Professor McGonagall's absence, on the other hand, would have been a different matter entirely. Her missing even a single day would have become immediate gossip throughout the school. However, while Dumbledore was away, someone else made sure they were noticed. Karkaroff, acting as though he were now the school's unofficial director, spent his days strolling through the castle, his condescending tone making him impossible to ignore. He criticized everything he saw, sparing neither students nor staff. He disapproved of how undisciplined the students were, scoffing at the laughter and chatter echoing through the corridors during recess, something, he claimed, no Durmstrang student would ever dare. The professors weren't exempt either. Kyle had overheard him more than once dismissing Professor Sybil Trelawney as a delusional fraud, mocking Hagrid as nothing more than a clumsy oaf, and criticizing Sirius Black as biased and far too indulgent toward one particular house, making him unfit to teach. Some Hogwarts students, particularly Draco Malfoy, quickly latched onto Karkaroff's words. Professor Karkaroff and I always think alike, Malfoy declared loudly in the corridor one day. My father thought about sending me to Durmstrang, but my mother was against it. She didn't want me going so far away. Honestly, I think he should have insisted more. At Durmstrang, they have standards. They don't just let anyone in. As he spoke, Malfoy made a point of glancing in Hermione's direction. This infuriated Hermione, who wished more than anything that Malfoy could attend Durmstrang as he claimed to want. At least then, half of her school troubles would disappear. But Karkaroff's disruptive presence didn't stop there. One Wednesday afternoon, as Kyle headed through the foyer after classes, he noticed a large crowd gathered near the entrance to the Great Hall. The students stood 3 layers deep, completely blocking the pathway. Curious, Kyle maneuvered his way through the throng to see what was happening. Sure enough, Karkaroff was at the center of it all. This time, however, his target wasn't a student or professor, it was Filch. I've told you more than once to control your cat and keep it from running around the castle, Karkaroff said in his usual condescending tone, glaring down at Filch. Mrs. Norris never runs around, Filch retorted with a scowl. She helps maintain order in the castle and catches students who break the rules. I'm sorry, perhaps I misheard, Karkaroff drawled mockingly, elongating his words. Maintaining order. A cat. Has Hogwarts really fallen so far that it has to rely on a cat to keep its students in line? Beside him, several Durmstrang students burst into laughter, their voices carrying through the foyer. Quiet, don't be so rude, or people might think everyone at Durmstrang is uncouth, Karkaroff said with feigned chastisement. Then, turning back to Filch, he continued, I must admit, this is rather unprecedented. If you don't mind, I'd be happy to donate a sum of money to hire, I don't know, a wizard to maintain order here instead. Filch's face flushed red, as bright as a boiled prawn. Karkaroff's taunts didn't just demean Mrs. Norris, they also struck a deeply personal blow by implying that Filch, as a squib, wasn't capable of doing his job. Trembling with indignation, Filch was at a loss for words. The students and staff gathered around looked increasingly indignant. For some, Karkaroff mocking Filch and Mrs. Norris might have been amusing, after all, neither was particularly beloved among the students. But when Karkaroff's insults extended to Hogwarts itself, his mockery became harder to tolerate. Karkaroff, however, seemed entirely unbothered by the crowd's reactions. Stroking his goatee, he wore an expression of smug satisfaction as the murmurs around him grew louder. What are you all gathered here for? Professor McGonagall's sharp voice cut through the noise as she approached from outside. The crowd parted to let her through. It's lunchtime. Go to the Great Hall, she said briskly, dismissing the students before turning her stern gaze to Karkaroff. You needn't concern yourself with the management of Hogwarts, Professor Karkaroff. Of course, Karkaroff said, his tone dripping with insincerity. I was merely making a small suggestion. I have no intention of interfering in Hogwarts affairs, that goes without saying. But please understand, Minerva, as a headmaster, I must take responsibility for my students. Poor Crumb has been frightened by that cat on several occasions. I can't help but wonder if this is deliberate, perhaps to affect his state of mind and tip the scales in favor of your champion. We would never resort to such tactics, Professor McGonagall said icily, her lips tightening into a thin line. Don't get me wrong, I'm not accusing you, Karkaroff replied with a false smile. Just speculating. A loud voice from the crowd broke the tense silence. Ho! I'm afraid only you would stoop to such despicable tactics. The remark drew a burst of laughter from the students gathered around. Of the 5 judges, you're the only one, this old mangy dog, who deliberately gave the other champions low scores. The insult hit its mark. Karkaroff's smug composure evaporated, and his face twisted with anger. Whirling around, he shouted at the crowd, who said that? Come out here at once. I'll teach you a lesson, for Dumbledore. Chapter 541, the star product of the Weasley twins. There was instant silence, and naturally, no one stepped forward. Everyone exchanged glances, feigning innocence. I saw it, Professor Karkaroff, said a Slytherin, pointing in a particular direction. It was Fred Weasley, he said it. Hey, it's George. Could you at least get our faces right? Fred retorted with a sneer. So, was that you, Mr. Weasley? Professor McGonagall asked, her tone sharp. Of course not, Fred replied with an exaggerated expression of innocence. George chimed in with a nod, I was in Transfiguration class just a minute ago. I don't even know what happened. I can confirm that, Professor McGonagall interjected. They were indeed in my Transfiguration class. Slandering your classmates. Sirius Black strode through the crowd, his voice laced with irritation. 10 points from Slytherin. And perhaps it was you who said that, Millicent Bulstrode. I didn't. Millicent shouted, her face flushed. You're making this up. Ah, disrespecting a professor. Sirius raised an eyebrow in mock surprise. Another 10 points from Slytherin. Millicent looked ready to explode. She glanced around, hoping for support, but the Slytherins near her edged away. They didn't understand what was happening, yet they stubbornly defended Karkaroff. How did people like that even make it into Slytherin? She gritted her teeth. I should have gone to Hufflepuff. What a brainless idiot, muttered a few Slytherins nearby, casting her disgusted looks before turning away. Throughout the ordeal, Professor McGonagall remained silent. However, when Sirius deducted points for the second time, she frowned and said, You're deducting too many points, Professor Black. Really? I'll try to be more restrained next time, Sirius replied with a careless shrug. Turning to Filch, Professor McGonagall added, And Mr. Filch, let Mrs. Norris rest for a few days. I've noticed she's been looking thinner. A little break might do her good. Filch, his face turning an alarming shade of purple, glared daggers at Karkaroff. After a long pause, he grunted his reluctant agreement. Karkaroff, however, was unbothered. A squib who could only clean the castle with detergent and a mop, he thought derisively. At Durmstrang, someone like that wouldn't even be allowed past the gates. He said nothing, though. His attention was drawn to the figure limping down the stairs nearby, Professor Moody. While Karkaroff could brush off Professor McGonagall and Sirius, he wanted to avoid Moody altogether. Just as he began leading his students out of the foyer, a small, round object suddenly flew out of the crowd. Karkaroff recognized it instantly. That object had cost him half a month's worth of meals. Once was bad enough, but twice. Did they really think he'd let it hit him again? With a flick of his wand, he casually deflected it. The dung bomb exploded midair, releasing a foul, brown-green liquid. The stench spread instantly, and everyone nearby scrambled to cover their noses. Even Professor McGonagall pulled out her wand to dispel the smell. But before she could act, the liquid began coalescing and shot toward Karkaroff like an arrow. Still smug, Karkaroff didn't react in time. The substance splattered all over him, drenching him completely. Worst of all, he had been smiling. So. Ugh. The loud sound of retching echoed through the entrance hall. Karkaroff clutched his mouth with one hand and his stomach with the other as he stumbled out, followed closely by his horrified students. The sight sent waves of laughter rippling through the hall. Quiet, Professor McGonagall commanded, though the corners of her mouth twitched in spite of herself. She turned to Fred and George, her gaze sharp this time. It was clear they had been the ones to throw the dung bomb. 2 points from Gryffindor, she said sternly. Then, after a moment, she added, and no more. That's a pretty severe punishment, Fred muttered as they entered the Great Hall. But they only took away 2 points, Conna said, clearly puzzled. And Professor McGonagall didn't even give you detention. That's already pretty lucky. You don't understand, George sighed. Because of those 2 points, Gryffindor has dropped from 3rd to last place in the house points. And it's all because of us. Kyle glanced toward the scorekeeping hourglasses in the corner of the Great Hall. Hufflepuff was far in the lead, followed by Ravenclaw. However, Gryffindor and Slytherin were trailing significantly behind. Even if their points were combined, they wouldn't make up half of Ravenclaw's total. And the culprits? None other than Snape and Sirius, who would undoubtedly take gold and silver if there were a competition for house points deductions. So how did you manage to pull it off in the end? Cedric asked, curious. Making the dung bombs work like that. That's the genius of Weasley's wizard wheezes, Fred said with a grin. We've modified the dung bombs to jump again after exploding. Just like chocolate frogs, George added. We were inspired by sweets. But the drawback is they only jump once and can't change direction. So if someone dodges it, it's useless. But that's a minor flaw, Fred interjected. And as you can see, even Durmstrang's headmaster fell for it. That's proof of success. We're planning to sell these special dung bombs alongside the skiving snack boxes as the first products for Weasley's Wizard Wheezes, George said. No, they should be the star products. Karkaroff's reaction is the best advertisement. He's already helped us make them famous. Fred smirked. And if we get another chance, George said with a mischievous gleam in his eye, we'll let him try some skiving snack boxes. Every single variety. I'd advise you to tread carefully, Kyle warned, shaking his head. If there's a next time, Professor McGonagall won't let you off so easily. Durmstrang is Hogwarts' guest, and Karkaroff is a headmaster. They have to show some respect. That's okay, Fred said confidently. We've already got a plan. We won't get caught. Seeing their smug expressions, Kyle decided not to press the matter. As long as they weren't caught red-handed, the worst that could happen was suspicion, a few deducted points, or detention. Detention, for Fred and George, was hardly a punishment, it was more like a trip home. As for points, well, Gryffindor barely had any left to lose anyway. The Great Hall buzzed with lingering excitement over the scene that had unfolded earlier. Even Harry and the others, who normally couldn't stand Karkaroff's antics, had to admit that he had done something good this time, getting Mrs. Norris out of the castle. At least, that's what they thought. Harry and Ron had long since lost count of how many times Mrs. Norris had caught them in the act over the years. Every time, Filch would appear out of nowhere to scold them for making noise or dirtying the floors. They lost countless house points this way each term. For Harry, the cat was a constant threat during his nighttime excursions. Even the cloak of invisibility couldn't shield him from her keen eyes. This had left him with an almost instinctive reaction. Every time he spotted a cat in the corridors, his heart would race, and he'd feel an urge to flee. Now, that problem was finally gone. Whether it was Harry, Ron, or anyone else, the relief was palpable. No more worrying about Mrs. Norris suddenly materializing when they least expected it. Filch remained a nuisance, but on his own, he was far easier to avoid. The festive mood in the Great Hall swelled, as if Christmas had come early. Chapter 542, The Second Task. Time seemed to have sped up after February began. In what felt like the blink of an eye, there was only a week left until February 27th. Fred and George were noticeably disappointed. Since the incident in the foyer, Karkaroff had not returned to the castle, robbing them of the opportunity to execute the elaborate, skiving snack box plan they had spent so much time preparing. The second task is in a week. Are you really not going to spend some time studying the stone? Fleur asked, exasperated, as she watched Kyle playing chess with Cedric in the common room. She had assumed Kyle was joking about his lack of interest in the stones, but she was now convinced he was serious. Her reasoning was simple: the 3 stones had been sitting untouched on a cabinet in the common room for over a month. If not for the diligent cleaning by the house elves, they would have accumulated a thick layer of dust by now. To test him, Fleur had once secretly taken the stones during the night, expecting him to notice their absence. But for half a month, Kyle didn't even seem to realize they were gone, carrying on with his usual routine without the slightest concern. It was as if he had seen Merlin himself. Not really, Kyle said casually in response to her question. If he had intended to investigate the stones, he would have done so on the day Nicholas Flamel visited. To Flamel, the secret of the stone was as clear as if it were written on its surface, obvious at a glance. Since Kyle hadn't bothered to ask Flamel then, he saw no reason to waste time on it now. Do whatever you want, but if I have to deal with you again, I'll be a leprechaun. Fleur huffed and turned on her heel, dragging Kana with her as she stormed back to the dormitory. I feel like I've heard that before. Kyle mused, shifting in his seat. It's like she said that 2 months ago. Cedric shook his head, glancing at the shelf in the lounge where the 3 untouched stones rested, then said, honestly, I thought you were joking too. But you really don't seem the least bit worried. There's no need to be, Kyle replied with a laugh. The judges will reveal what they need to during the task. And let's be real, only the 3rd task is a true competition. The first 2 are just warm-ups, giving a slight advantage. That advantage is fixed, whether you score 100 points or 80. While that's technically true, I think only you could stay so calm, Cedric said with a sigh. The other day, Fleur was so anxious she was flipping through books in the lounge at 1 in the morning. I didn't notice that. Of course not, Cedric replied. Then, changing the subject, he added, but have you noticed how much Fleur has changed recently? Changed? Kyle thought for a moment. No, hasn't she always been like that? Well, for you, maybe, Cedric said with a shake of his head. But I remember when she first arrived, she had such an arrogant attitude towards everyone. And now, yesterday, I saw her helping a 3rd-year student correct the hand gestures for the cheering charm. That would have been unthinkable 3 months ago, wouldn't it? Fleur Delacour. Helping a 3rd year with a charm? Kyle asked incredulously. Are you sure you didn't see it wrong? Since Bosbaton's arrival, countless students had approached Fleur under the pretense of asking for help with charms. Regardless of their gender or age, Fleur usually ignored them outright. Even Cedric had once asked her a casual question about transfiguration, only to be met with a frosty silence. I felt like she was looking at me as if I were a sprouted potato, Cedric had said at the time. It was hard to imagine that such a Fleur would willingly teach someone the hand movements for a charm. Of course I didn't see it wrong, Cedric said firmly. She's the only one at Hogwarts with silver hair. Then she really has changed, Kyle muttered. In the days leading up to the second task, the atmosphere in the castle grew increasingly electric. The cheering badges that had been tucked away since the first task were now being retrieved from suitcases and proudly displayed. For those who had lost their badges or never had one, Sirius offered replacements for free. He had made an entire suitcase full of badges and left it by the door of the Defense Against the Dark Arts class, allowing anyone to help themselves. Initially, he had placed the suitcase inside his office, but after Professor Moody overreacted to the constant knocking on the door, leading to 3 separate repair incidents, Sirius decided to leave it outside instead. Fred and George took things to the extreme, pinning nearly half the box of badges onto their robes. They clanked with every step, resembling knights in shining armor. With only 1 day left until the second task, the castle was abuzz with anticipation. Cheers echoed through the halls, not just from students but from professors as well. Wherever Kyle went, he heard his name being shouted in support. During the second period of Care of Magical Creatures that afternoon, Hagrid approached Kyle with a broad grin and asked in a hushed voice how his preparations were coming along. When Kyle reassured him, Hagrid clapped him on the shoulder with such enthusiasm that Kyle nearly stumbled into the mud. I worried about you before the dragons, Hagrid said, beaming. But now I know, when you set your mind to something, you can do it. I ain't worried at all. I can feel it, you'll succeed. Thanks, Hagrid, Kyle replied, grinning as he pulled his feet free from the soft mud. Sirius was right, Hagrid really should have realized how strong he was by now. By evening, the excitement in the Hufflepuff common room reached its peak. With 2 of the 3 champions staying there, the room was packed with students, snacks, and drinks. As soon as Kyle entered, people began stuffing his pockets with sweets and dried beef, as though afraid he might not eat before the competition and end up starving during the task. Despite Fleur being from Beauxbatons, she had been living in the Hufflepuff dormitory for a while, and the students didn't discriminate. They offered her snacks too, although not nearly as many as Kyle received. To ensure the champions got enough rest, everyone cleared out of the common room before 9 p.m., retreating to their quarters voluntarily. Soon, only Kyle and Fleur remained in the lounge. Fleur was preparing to head back to the Beauxbatons carriage, as Madame Maxime seemed uneasy about her staying in the castle overnight so close to the task. But as Fleur reached the door, she paused and turned back to Kyle. "If you don't feel like sleeping early tonight, go for a walk," she said. "Take those stones with you to the lake. Place them in the water where the moonlight can shine on them. Well, that's about it." Kyle blinked, caught off guard by the sudden suggestion. He turned his head to respond, but by the time he looked up, Fleur had already left. All that remained was the closed wooden door swinging gently shut behind her. Chapter 543, Wisdom and Judgment. The next day, morning. Kyle had just finished breakfast when Professor McGonagall summoned him. This time, the viewing area for the competition was even closer, directly across from the castle gates, encircling Black Lake. By 9:50 a.m., just 10 minutes before the competition's start, the seats were already packed with spectators. Despite the biting cold, the crowd seemed unbothered, energetically waving flags and eagerly awaiting the event. The 5 referees were already in place, and after a month's absence, Dumbledore made his return to Hogwarts. His face looked slightly haggard, as though he hadn't had much rest, but his eyes remained sharp, and his expression brimmed with excitement. As Kyle passed by, he caught Dumbledore cracking a joke to Professor McGonagall, who walked behind him. However, Professor McGonagall was far too tense to laugh. Her gaze was fixed nervously on Black Lake and occasionally darted to Kyle standing beside her. As the start time approached, Ludo Bagman stepped forward, raising his wand to his throat. "Sonorous," he declared, his voice instantly booming like thunder, echoing across the lake. "The champions have all arrived, and the competition is about to begin. Allow me to explain the rules for the benefit of our audience. This task tests both wisdom and judgment. The champions will first venture into the Forbidden Forest to locate 3 keys, then use those keys to rescue their most precious treasures, which are trapped in Black Lake. I'm sure the champions are already aware of this, so I won't go into further detail. However, let me remind you of one crucial point: make good use of the stones in your possession. Each stone can be traded with a centaur in the Forbidden Forest for a clue to a key. 3 stones, 3 keys. Your ability to decipher these clues swiftly will be pivotal to your success." He paused, scanning the crowd before turning toward the judges' table. After receiving an approving nod from Chris, he continued, "There is one more thing. We've made some minor adjustments to the scoring criteria for the second task, dividing results into broader categories. Firstly, champions who complete the task within 1 hour will receive a minimum of 8 points. Secondly, those finishing within 2 hours will earn between 5 and 8 points. And lastly, those who exceed 2 hours will receive fewer than 5 points. Time, therefore, is critical. Every decision counts." Kyle, Fleur, and Crumb listened attentively to Bagman's explanation. The clock ticked closer to 10. Bagman checked his watch and raised his whistle. "All right, when I blow this whistle, you may begin. I'll count down. 1, 2, 3. A sharp whistle pierced the frigid air, immediately followed by thunderous cheers and applause from the stands. Without a moment's hesitation, Kyle sprinted toward the Forbidden Forest. Waiting at the forest's edge were 3 centaurs, standing in place as though anticipating their arrival. This spared the champions from losing precious time. Each competitor instinctively chose the centaur nearest them. By a stroke of fortune, or perhaps coincidence, Kyle's centaur was Firenze, with whom he was most familiar. They had met not long ago. Kyle wasted no time. Handing over a stone, he said, "I need a clue to the key." Firenze accepted the stone and began to chant softly, his voice almost melodic. "The thing you seek is hidden in the eyes of the constellation Ophiuchus. When the hour hand ticks 10 times and the serpent swims 5 times, you will see it." Kyle furrowed his brow, mulling over the riddle. The hour hand likely referred to direction, 10 o'clock. As for the serpent swimming 5 times, it must represent the distance. This direction. Firenze's calm, resonant voice came again as he pointed his tail diagonally to the side. He lowered his voice deliberately, adding, "Go 5 miles ahead." 5 miles. Kyle was taken aback. He hadn't expected the centaur to offer such a direct hint. Once he recovered, he gave a small nod in acknowledgement, but Firenze had already disappeared into the depths of the Forbidden Forest. Without dwelling on it, Kyle raised his wand. Accio Firebolt. He stood in place, waiting. A few minutes passed, but nothing stirred. Kyle quickly deduced the issue. His summoning charm wasn't the problem, he was certain of that. The likely explanation was that this task either didn't require champions to use their flying skills or that the judges had explicitly forbidden broomsticks to increase the challenge. Left with no other choice, Kyle set off running toward the forbidden forest. The forest was dense, its towering trees forming a canopy that blocked out much of the daylight. The only visible path twisted and turned erratically, making navigation slow and laborious. After 10 minutes, Kyle stopped abruptly, a frown creasing his brow. Something was off. It's too quiet. Kyle had ventured into the forbidden forest multiple times before, so he was intimately familiar with its usual ambience. Even near the outskirts, the forest was alive with sounds, chirping insects, rustling leaves, the occasional bird call. But now, apart from his own footsteps, there was nothing. This level of silence wasn't natural. Unless, this area is enchanted, like the Quidditch pitch during the first task. He thought back to the clue Firenze had given. 5 miles. On paper, it didn't seem far. Even without a broomstick, a well-placed charm could make the journey manageable in about 10 minutes. But that calculation didn't apply here. The forbidden forest's dense growth made it impossible to walk in a straight line. Twisting paths and obstacles meant the journey would likely take twice as long, 20 minutes, at minimum. Kyle's frown deepened as he began to add up the time. 20 minutes to find a key. 3 keys in total. Add the time needed to solve each centaur's riddle, plus the journey back to Black Lake. No matter how he calculated, it seemed impossible to complete the task within an hour. And yet, the judges wouldn't set an unachievable benchmark arbitrarily. There's something I'm missing. Kyle's mind raced as he recalled Bagman's earlier words. This event tests wisdom and judgment. Wisdom, that was solving riddles. But what did judgment mean in this context? He walked slowly forward, his thoughts churning. As he mulled over the challenge, Bagman's amplified voice rang out. 20 minutes have passed already. Champions must hurry. No. Kyle froze. His eyes widened as realization struck him. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and sprinted back the way he had come. I'm a wizard. Why am I fixating on physically finding the key? The real challenge wasn't about running to fetch the key but about understanding how to save time. If the goal was to finish the task within an hour, the solution had to involve skipping unnecessary steps. This is what judgment is about, Kyle concluded. It was a gamble, but one he was willing to take. As he raced back, he encountered Fleur heading in the opposite direction. She slowed, her expression puzzled as she watched him run past. Listen. Kyle said urgently, barely slowing his pace. I don't think we need to find any keys. It's a waste of time. There's no way we can finish in an hour. I'm going straight to the Black Lake. What? Fleur stared at him, incredulous. But the rules say that only by finding the key. Don't forget, we're wizards, Kyle interrupted. Fleur still looked hesitant, her brow furrowed in uncertainty. Kyle didn't press further. After all, his theory was just that, a theory, and there was no guarantee he was right. Without waiting for a response, he sprinted back toward the forest's edge. 10 minutes later, he emerged from the forbidden forest, his breathing heavy but his resolve intact. Oh, a champion has already come out. Bagman's amplified voice boomed across the arena. Has he already found the key? At the judges' table, Dumbledore and Chris exchanged subtle smiles, their expressions suggesting approval. In contrast, Karkaroff and Madame Maxime wore distinctly displeased looks. Kyle didn't catch what Bagman said. But seeing the judges' reactions was all the confirmation he needed. He hadn't even reached the first key, yet returning halfway had already eaten up 30 minutes. Attempting to locate all 3 keys would have made completing the task within an hour impossible. Without hesitation, Kyle made his way to the edge of the Black Lake. There were various methods for navigating underwater. Gillyweed was a popular choice, and Kyle had some on hand. He had purchased it from an herb shop in Diagon Alley and had made sure to take it out of his suitcase the previous evening. But Kyle wasn't planning to use it. Gillyweed's effects lasted only an hour, and with half of that time already gone, it wasn't the most efficient option. Instead, he pulled out his wand, muttering the incantation for the bubblehead charm. A large, clear bubble enveloped his head, allowing him to breathe freely. Without hesitation, he dove into the icy depths of the Black Lake. Although the bubblehead charm wasn't as agile underwater as Gillyweed, it was still a highly effective choice. The stands erupted into loud cheers and applause as Kyle disappeared beneath the water's surface. The spectators didn't care much about the mechanics of the task. All they knew was that Kyle had surged ahead while Fleur and Crumb were still in the Forbidden Forest. Chapter 544, Helena Ravenclaw. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Kyle dove straight into the lake despite the bubblehead charm encasing him. Though the charm allowed him to breathe and move freely underwater, it offered no speed advantage. Without hesitation, Kyle drew his wand and cast a transfiguration spell, conjuring a pair of flippers. The added propulsion made swimming significantly faster. The Black Lake was vast and seemingly bottomless. As Kyle swam further downstream, the water grew darker and more oppressive. Using the shoreline bleachers as his reference point, he adjusted his course toward the lake center. Through the shimmering bubbles in front of him, the murky water seemed to pulse with an unsettling hue. Small fish darted around him like silver arrows, their movements sharp and graceful. Yet the scene was far from idyllic. Alongside the fish, shadowy grindylows lurked in the dark recesses of the lakebed, poised to attack any creature that ventured too close. Kyle encountered 2 of these dark creatures, but he spotted them in time. With a quick flick of his wand, he stunned them before their claws could lash out. A revulsion jinx was usually sufficient to repel grindylows, simple enough when dealing with 1 or 2. But if they appeared in groups, the situation could quickly spiral into something far more dangerous. He pressed onward, mindful of the ticking clock. Only 30 minutes remained, and he needed to locate the correct spot as soon as possible. The grindylows, however, were relentless. More emerged from the shadows or the tangles of underwater plants, each one attempting to hinder his progress. One particularly bold grindylow lunged at the bubble encasing Kyle's head. With a knockback jinx, Kyle sent it flying out of the water, its flailing form disappearing into the depths. Just as he dispatched this latest foe, a voice broke the eerie silence of the Black Lake. "You seem to be in a bit of trouble." Kyle whipped his head around, his heart racing. A pale, translucent figure floated beside him, its pearly glow dimly illuminating the dark water. "Are you, the Grey Lady of Ravenclaw?" he asked, his voice muffled by the bubblehead charm. He hadn't expected to encounter a ghost here, let alone the enigmatic Grey Lady of Ravenclaw. Her melancholy expression remained unchanged as she drifted closer, gesturing with a faintly glowing hand. "You can go that way," she said, her voice soft but clear. Kyle didn't move immediately, his confusion keeping him rooted in place. If it had been any other ghost, whether the cheerful fat friar of Hufflepuff, the ever-dramatic nearly headless Nick, the morose Myrtle, or even the mischievous Peeves, he wouldn't have hesitated. He knew them well enough, they might plausibly offer assistance, and their motives, while varied, were understandable. But the Grey Lady? Kyle couldn't recall ever speaking to her. Not a single word. She was known for her aloofness, spending her days wandering the castle in silence, distant even from the Ravenclaw students. Why would she come to his aid now? It couldn't possibly be for the glory of Hogwarts, even Peeves would scoff at such a notion. "I overheard you the other day, you and an invisible wizard." As if she had sensed Kyle's hesitation, the Grey Lady spoke again. "I also heard you mentioning my mother's diadem. I want to know if what you said is true." "Your mother?" Kyle began uncertainly. "Rowena Ravenclaw," the Grey Lady interjected. "I am her daughter, and when I was alive, my name was Helena Ravenclaw." At her words, a memory stirred in Kyle's mind, as if it suddenly clicked into place. "Ah, yes," he replied hastily. "I found the Ravenclaw's diadem. Can you tell me about it?" The Grey Lady, or rather Helena, whispered. "I heard you mention repairing. Is the diadem broken?" "I'm sorry, but it's not something I can explain in just a few words, and..." Kyle gestured towards the surface of the water. "I might not have any time to spare right now." "Then wait until the end of the competition," Helena said. "I'll be waiting for you at the castle." Kyle nodded and swam off in the direction she had indicated. Having lost some time during their exchange, Kyle picked up his pace. About 10 minutes later, intermittent shouting and the pained neighing of an animal reached his ears. The water ahead turned murky, and through a tangle of waterweed, Kyle spotted an open area where a group of about a dozen merpeople wielded spears and ropes. They were chasing a strange creature. Its upper body resembled that of a horse, while its lower body was more akin to a fish. Its body was covered in broad-leaved cattail grass that resembled a mane. A kelpie. Kyle was momentarily surprised. Did such creatures still exist in the Black Lake at Hogwarts? He quickly composed himself. After all, the Black Lake was vast and mysterious, with depths no one had fully explored or charted. It wasn't unreasonable for a kelpie to be here. The kelpie before him had likely wandered into the merpeople's territory by accident and was now being pursued. On its own, a kelpie might be a formidable foe, but against a coordinated group of armed and skilled merpeople, it stood no chance. Several spears were embedded in the kelpie's body, and thick ropes bound its front hooves and tail. Blood flowed freely from its wounds, staining the surrounding water. Around the scene, Kyle noticed several unmoving merpeople, evidence that the kelpie had fought fiercely before being subdued. It was clear that the merpeople had suffered heavy losses in the struggle to capture it. As Kyle processed the chaotic scene before him, the merpeople noticed his presence. Several spears immediately turned in his direction, their sharp tips glinting menacingly even in the murky water. "Who's there?" a shrill voice demanded. It came from the leading merperson, whose appearance was far from the serene depictions in the castle's portraits. His yellow eyes gleamed with suspicion, and his mouth revealed jagged, missing teeth. His iron-colored skin had a rough texture, and his unkempt hair resembled a tangle of waterweed. Around his neck hung a crude necklace of pebbles strung on a thick rope. "I'm a student at Hogwarts and one of the Triwizard Tournament champions," Kyle said quickly, keeping his tone calm. "I need to complete the second task underwater. Professor Dumbledore should have informed you about it." The Merchiftainess's stern expression softened slightly, and she lowered her spear, though she kept her focus on the captured Kelpie. "Wizard," the Merchiftainess said gruffly, "this is not where they are trapped. You need to keep going. Hurry up and go. It's dangerous here." Kyle hesitated. "I think I can help you," he said, swimming a bit closer. The Merchiftainess's eyes narrowed. "The Kelpie is going mad," Kyle continued. "If this goes on, even if you manage to kill it, you'll lose at least half your crew." "This is our responsibility, not yours," the Merchiftainess replied curtly. "I can help," Kyle repeated firmly. "I've seen how Newt Scamander handles Kelpies. You should know who he is." He knew from experience that mentioning Newt's name often worked when dealing with intelligent magical creatures, especially near Hogwarts. The effect was immediate. "Scamander." The Merchiftainess's tone shifted, and she turned fully to look at Kyle, her suspicion now mixed with curiosity. "He helped us find this habitat," the Merchiftainess said, her voice tinged with respect. "He is a friend to our tribe forever." "Do you really know him?" "Of course," Kyle said without missing a beat. "I visit his family every holiday." He swam closer, carefully observing their reactions. This time, the Merpeople didn't raise their spears or try to chase him away. Chapter 545, Kelpie's Rider. "We have lost more than 10 warriors since it was discovered," the Merchiftainess said, her expression heavy with grief. "If you can help us get rid of this monster, you will also become friends of our tribe." "No problem, leave it to me," Kyle replied confidently, swimming towards the Kelpie. The Kelpie, under the relentless assaults of the Merpeople, appeared to be on the brink of madness. It thrashed wildly, shaking its body in desperate attempts to escape, transforming into different shapes in an effort to break free from the ropes binding it. The Kelpie, much like a metamorphmagus among magical creatures, possessed the ability to morph into various forms. However, the Merpeople had clearly adapted to this tactic, quickly restraining it with new ropes each time it transformed. Kyle initially considered calming the Kelpie, but the creature, sensing his approach, immediately lunged to bite. He wasn't surprised, this reaction was predictable. Kyle had several strategies in mind, but all required time, and the 1-hour deadline loomed closer. He couldn't afford to waste any more time. He opted for the simplest, most direct solution. Raising his wand, he conjured a small, golden-red fish made of flames. The water around him began to warm rapidly, causing the Merpeople to scream and scatter in panic. Moments later, Kyle dispelled the fiery fish with another wave of his wand. Kyle had mastered the fiend-fire curse to a high degree. Though dangerous, he kept the conjured flames minimal to avoid any harm to himself while submerged in the Black Lake. Even at this reduced intensity, the effects were significant. The frigid lake water now felt like a soothing hot spring, and more importantly, the Kelpie stopped its struggle. Its eyes, once wild and frenzied, grew calm and lucid as it regarded Kyle. "I wish you'd calmed down sooner," Kyle muttered, swimming closer to the creature. "Don't worry. I'm here to help. Come with me, and I promise the Merpeople won't attack you again." He began untangling the ropes binding the Kelpie, and once freed, he climbed onto its back. The Kelpie remained placid, showing no signs of resistance. Kyle gripped the broad-leaved cattail grass growing from the creature's body and pointed ahead. "Let's go. We need to hurry, I'm on a tight schedule." The Kelpie, now freed, cast a wary glance at the Merpeople before letting out a hoarse whinny and surging forward with incredible speed. Riding the Kelpie felt like being on an underwater broomstick. The current distorted the bubbles rising above Kyle's head as the creature powered through the water. Grindylows and other aquatic creatures were left far behind, and all Kyle could do was hold on tightly to avoid being thrown off. In less than 5 minutes, he began to hear the faint strains of a song. "An hour is almost up. How long are you going to delay? To take back the treasure we took." Kyle patted the Kelpie's side, urging it towards the source of the singing. Soon, he found himself in the heart of the Black Lake, near a towering rock pillar adorned with Merpeople carvings. This was clearly the Merpeople settlement. Surrounding the pillar were stone huts resembling houses, some with small gardens and even tethered Grindylows as guards. As Kyle arrived, Merpeople began to gather, their powerful silver tails slapping the water in a show of strength and warning. They surged towards him, but upon seeing the Kelpie beneath him, their demeanor changed dramatically. The once melodic singing turned into panicked shrieks. The Merpeople scattered, scrambling to arm themselves. "Why has this monster returned? Run! The Merchiftainess has been eaten by it. Get the weapons, get the weapons." The Merpeople erupted into chaos. As creatures of the water, their deep-seated fear of the Kelpie was evident. Their frantic movements sent ripples and waves across the lake, their voices echoing in shrill panic. This unexpected reaction worked in Kyle's favor. The pandemonium provided a distraction, allowing him to approach a stone statue of a merperson without needing to explain himself. Tied securely to the statue's tail were 3 figures. On the far left was someone Kyle didn't recognize, though his attire suggested he was from Durmstrang. Karkaroff hadn't been seen around the castle recently, and neither had Victor Crumb or most of the Durmstrang students. As such, the boy left little impression on Kyle. In the middle was an 8-year-old girl, Gabrielle, Fleur Delacour's younger sister. On the far right was Kanna, who had been absent since Professor McGonagall summoned her the night before. All 3 appeared to be in a deep, enchanted slumber. Their heads drooped back limply, and streams of bubbles escaped steadily from their mouths, keeping them alive underwater. What bound them to the statue were 3 large, interlocking circular locks. The intricate mechanism meant that all 3 had to be opened simultaneously to release the captives. Kyle didn't have the keys, but he didn't need them. He had his wand. As Kyle raised the hand holding his wand, the kelpie beneath him suddenly shifted uneasily. It thrashed slightly, as though it recognized the wand's power and wanted to flee. Kyle quickly placed a calming hand on its neck, murmuring soothingly, "Don't worry, it's okay." Though still a little restless, the kelpie gradually stilled, its trust in Kyle holding firm. Kyle raised his wand again and muttered, "Sectum Sempra." An invisible force cut cleanly through the water, slicing through all 3 locks as though they were made of paper. The pieces fell away, and the captives were freed. Without hesitation, Kyle hoisted Kanna onto the kelpie's back and carefully secured her. He used the same method to retrieve Gabrielle, making sure both girls were safe and stable. "Well, that's that," Kyle muttered to himself. Turning back, he saw a large group of merpeople charging towards them, brandishing spears and other makeshift weapons. Everyone in the stands along the Black Lake's shore was grumbling. An hour ago, they had been full of excitement, anticipating a thrilling second task. Instead, they had spent the entire hour shivering in the cold wind, staring at the lake's still surface with nothing to entertain them. Who on earth came up with this second task? Fred muttered, tugging idly on the string of a flag in boredom. First the Forbidden Forest, now the bottom of a lake, there's nothing for us to see. Why can't Headmaster Dumbledore just move the ceiling of the Great Hall here? George chimed in, exasperated. That ceiling's enchanted to show the weather outside, right? Surely it could show what's happening underwater. Exactly. The headmaster's really being stingy, Fred sighed. I'd give anything to know how Kyle's doing right now. It should be soon, Cedric said, glancing at his watch. There are only a few minutes left before the hour is up. I believe in Kyle. He'll definitely finish on time. I believe so too, but still. George trailed off mid-sentence, his words catching in his throat. Suddenly, he rubbed his eyes in disbelief, staring intently at the lake. By Merlin's beard, he murmured, am I seeing this right? Is that a horse coming out of the Black Lake? This wasn't the edge of the Forbidden Forest, this was the Black Lake. Yet emerging from the water was, unmistakably, a horse. What made it even stranger was that Kyle was astride its back, looking every bit like a gallant knight. The kelpie carried him onto the shore with a graceful leap, droplets of water cascading off its powerful frame. George's brain struggled to process what he was seeing, but his body responded instinctively. Along with the crowd around him, he began clapping thunderously. That's a kelpie! Cedric exclaimed, excitement lighting up his face. They're as fast as broomsticks underwater. I had no idea there were creatures like that in the Black Lake. The stands erupted with cheers and shouts. People jumped to their feet, yelling and applauding, their earlier complaints forgotten. Even the judges joined in, though the sincerity of a few of their claps was questionable. On the shore, Kyle dismounted the kelpie. Just as he stepped onto solid ground, Kanna stirred awake. Blinking a few times as her eyes adjusted to the bright sunlight, she looked up at him. I knew you could do it, she said softly, a faint smile playing on her lips. I'll admit, you've got good instincts, Kyle replied with a grin. And guess what? We're the first ones out. Kanna's smile widened, but her expression quickly turned serious. What about Fleur? Has Gabrielle been rescued? She's still so young, the professors really shouldn't have sent her into the lake. I don't know where Fleur is, Kyle admitted, but Gabrielle's fine. He leaned to the side, revealing Gabrielle, who lay slumped on the kelpie's back. The young girl stirred, coughing up a mouthful of lake water before looking around in a daze. Her wide, confused eyes made it clear she hadn't yet grasped what had happened. At that moment, Kanna noticed something odd beneath her. She glanced down, realizing that she was sitting on what looked like a massive, moving aquatic plant. What is this? She asked, alarmed. Kyle chuckled. I rescued the kelpie from the Black Lake, he explained. In return, it's happy to give us a ride.